Oklahoma under the PDS tornado watch till 11. All of north central Oklahoma, PDS tornado watch until 11. And the entire Oklahoma.
The base of the cloud is up above the ground a little bit, but as it continues to mature and grow, which you can see it is already doing, that, I mean, it is really explosive in terms of the updraft right now. That will actually probably get a lot lower, and the odds of any of these cells that stay isolated producing tornadoes are very, very high.
And that is going to be a very big concern as we go into the next couple of hours here, Michael, will be these isolated storms. Again, all of these storms have to start somewhere, and we know the ingredients that are in play for this afternoon. We know the amount of instability that the atmosphere has to utilize for today as well. And so we are now beginning to watch these storms go off of the dry line. And so we have Shane, we have Derek, we have Storm Command, we have Steve, we have Chris, Sky 5, we have Buck, and we have Nick Smith all up and down this dry line right now as these storms are isolated. And so from Buffalo out towards Woodward, you're looking out into the sky right now, and you see these storms. I know, you see them bubbling up. They're not severe warned yet, but this is where they're all going to continue to start, and then they're going to continue to advance up to the northeast here. So various parts of the state will see the threat kind of in various times. Again, right now for OKC, we're doing all right, but we are watching these cells here continuing to go up from Buffalo. Here's another one going up southeast of Laverne, and then down towards Arnett. Here's your dry line. You can see it here. It's going to be that blue line there that is advancing to the east, and it's continuing to surge up to the northeast here. Let me head on over to WSI2 if I can, because if you're just now getting home from work, what do you need to know? A PDS tornado watch has been issued. This includes all of the OKC Metro, down towards Elmore City, Ardmore, Sulphur, you're included in this. Stillwater, Chandler, Ponca City, you're included in this. Medford, and all of western Oklahoma included in this PDS tornado watch that goes until 11 o'clock. Here's your newest.
Nice, crisp tires. So just a lot of instability. It's just a boiling keg out here. And so it's just, we're just going to kind of wait for it to develop and see where it goes from here. Back to you.
Mike, thank you very much. Let's go back over to radar here. And again, we have a lot of folks out there today to keep you forewarned. So they're just now developing. These are approaching severe out here in northwest Oklahoma. Cell going up near Buffalo, cell going up near Fort Supply. Mike Bennett was just talking about those two. Corey Lynn talking about this storm here in western Oklahoma. The general progression will be west to east at about 40 miles per hour. We can take that QR code full screen, and all you got to do is just put your phone up to that QR code, and you can download for free the Forewarn Me app and get all the latest streaming and radar and watches and warnings on the Forewarn Me app. We'll leave that up there for quite a long time. A lot of folks are at home right now. Activities have been canceled this afternoon. We're glad that you know a plan, you have a plan, and this can help keep you forewarned right there on your own personal device. The QR code's there for our news and our weather efforts for you today and in the future. That is the Forewarn Me app there on the right-hand part of your screen right there. So we'll show that more often as the day moves along, but again, just scan that and right there on your phone, and it'll download that app for absolutely free as a public service to you. Let's go back over to radar here. And the motion here will be to the east-northeast at about 40. So this will be the beginning of severe weather developing. So Arnett, Harmon, over through Vici, Mutual, Moreland, and Sealing. There's your time of arrival for that particular storm. The storms move pretty fast today at about 40 miles per hour. And again, there's a lot of fuel out there. Temperatures are up in the low 80s and even in the mid-80s in southwestern Oklahoma, mid to upper 80s, with very high humidity here. So these will be energized storms. So as these approach where you live, just know this is a high-end day, and know your plan before the storms arrive. That's the best news of all that we can give you. Know that plan, know where to be safe, and just know in high-end events, mobile homes are not safe from tornado-strength winds. They are a dangerous place. So have that plan either where you live or very close to where you live, where you can be safe. So between now and 10 p.m., the low to moderate to excellent probability of rain and storms with severe weather. The dark green is basically where the action zone is going to be from west to east, and these are your 10 p.m. temperatures. Again, the metro timeline is highlighting that 7:30 to 8 p.m. time frame to about 11:30 p.m. Not impossible. There could be a few storms ahead of the main line. If that occurs, the threat could be sooner than 7:30 to 8 p.m. We're tracking it carefully for you. Stay with News 4. We'll keep you forewarned throughout the day.
Your eyes in the sky.
A massive storm here, tornado on the ground.
Mason Dunn, that's incredible.
Noble McIntyre Law Chopper 4, looking out for you. We now return to our regularly scheduled program.
With quite a bit of history.
That's right. It goes all the way back to 1858. It's a summer concert band. Originally, it was just men, and during World War II,
To Edmond, Eastern Canadian County, West OKC, down towards Tuttle, Minko, down towards Blanchard, and then Chickasha and Lawton. And then these storms are going to be moving to the east here by midnight. So it's going to be a little while. But I would say head it out this evening if you're living in central Oklahoma. Look, try to wrap it up, in the next couple of hours or so, because you want to be able to get home when you don't have storms and you can see lightning in the distance here. That's when things start to become a bit more impactful. And so give yourself plenty of time to get home and don't make it feel like you're in a rush. For Pauls Valley, Seminole to Holdenville at 1 a.m. and then these storms are moving out of Holdenville by 2 a.m. That is 11 hours from now. It is going to be a very impactful night here. Closer inspection into the OKC Metro. We start to see some of these storm clouds begin to blow in here by about 7 and 8 o'clock, especially out towards Okarche, Piedmont, as you go towards just north of El Reno, and then watching these storms here by 10 o'clock, and then watch how fast they go up here by about 10 and 11. And then by 11 o'clock here, from Edmond to Bethany, down towards Tuttle. These are going to be some extremely impactful storms. Very large hail, and the threat for tornadoes will be there. More by 11:30. Newcastle, Norman, Blanchard coming in here. Look at this right here. Basically west-southwest of Chandler, west of Meeker, and then on the east side of Moore by 11:30, and then the storms are moving in towards Shawnee, Bethel Acres, and going towards Prague by midnight, and then they'll continue to move to the east here. So, visible satellite right now. Why are we looking at this? Starting to see some cumulus clouds here developing. See them all right here? They're bubbling up. Still deep into the Texas Panhandle, but what this tells us is that we're reaching that peak heating of the day. It's going to happen in the next hour. The instability is much higher out here. I know central Oklahoma has been hit and miss clouds throughout the day, but it has been very warm. It has been sunny out to the west, and so these storms, these are the early stages of storm development here, and we can see that. And so if you're watching in Elk City right now, I know you're looking out into the western sky, and you can see those cumulus clouds now beginning to develop. Okay, let's go back over to the radar right now, and I'll show you the latest on what we have with these storms that are happening out across far northwestern Oklahoma. Again, storms continue to go up very close to Arnett, up towards Buffalo, going in towards southern Kansas. Let's check in with Storm Command right now. Michael, watching your cell here. How does it look from Storm Command?
Yeah, Damon, much like what I was saying earlier, it's still in a maturing stage. The bases are not particularly low. I am noticing occasionally a little small hail marker developing on the storm. It's really just kind of out of place to where it's starting to develop. Now, I want to point out something. There are some other storms that are trying to develop, one up near Buffalo, another one that's near Fort Supply. And actually, we even have another smaller storm. Let me pull up my roof camera. That's my dash cam you're just looking at. This is actually looking back into the left, so basically west-southwest of where Storm Command's at. So that's straight west of Roll, and that's a brand-new storm that's developing, and even another one that's even developing even further south from that. So what I'm anticipating for our other crews, Steve Carano's out, Nick Smith, Chris Lee, that are further south, is the dry line's going to continue to light up further south down toward I-40 and perhaps even into southwestern Oklahoma, Damon. So a very volatile day, a lot of storms expected, but the key will be is if they're discreet, if they maintain some distance between them and the storm next to them, that will be a tough situation. There you can see the core of the rain, Damon. You can see some of that rain, and there's probably a little bit of hail mixed in with that as well. That's just to my north and west, and that is moving directly toward Arnett.
And we see that picture there coming in clearly. So right now, the National Weather Service has issued on this storm right here what they call a significant weather advisory. Right now is dropping some small hail, pennies and peas, and winds around 40 miles per hour. But here's the thing. We know that these storms are not going to weaken. They're only going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. So if you're living in Woodward right now, this information very important for you, because I know you can see these storm clouds, and we want to make sure that you know what these storms are doing as they are making their way up towards the northeast. So Arnett at 327, Harmon at 352. Also watching other cells now beginning to develop as you make your way right on the Oklahoma-Texas state line here. Today is one of those days where it is going to be a very impactful day, and the threat's going to continue to only increase. And I would say really the worst time of this entire storm risk is going to be occurring as the threat for storms begins to make its way into central Oklahoma. You heard Michael mention also a few other cells that are beginning to bubble up here in between Laverne and Fort Supply, and then north of Buffalo. These storms are moving up to the northeast. Derek Klein and Shane Helton are watching these storms really, really closely as well. But right now, the strongest storm that we have will be this cell that is going to be right on the just a little bit east of the Oklahoma-Texas state line here, out across far western Oklahoma. The big picture looks like this. Again, we're continuing to see at least storms going up out across far northwestern Oklahoma and in an atmosphere that is extremely unstable. They had a lot more sun out there. And so as we go later into the evening,
look back to the west, kind of give us an update on what that storm looks like. Go ahead.
Yeah, David. So this storm was actually just about nothing. It was a tower about 15 to 20 minutes ago, and we watched it just explode. It's very explosive. It just keeps going up. It's got a pretty nice anvil going with it. So it's really starting to get its act together. I can't see any bases or anything. It's just a little bit too far to the west. But, yeah, we are coming into Camargo right now, and it's only about west-northwest of us from here. We're going to go meet it to the north. Back to you.
All right. Nice job, Tom. So trackers, they're going to have a long day, no doubt about it. They're going to put on a lot of miles today tracking all these severe storms we're going to have. Again, large hail, damaging winds. There is certainly a high tornado threat in many of these storms. This is one of those days where you really have to stay plugged in. If you're going to go anywhere, you got to run some errands or whatever, that's fine. But just take us with you on your phone and just kind of, keep in touch, right? Don't disconnect for the afternoon and into this evening especially. All right, so let's go back to Lynx 1 here, and here are these storms. Now, this storm is nearly severe, southwest of Arnett. It's becoming cyclonically sheared. It's going up spinning, and then we have Marty up here to the north. Let's get an update from Marty Logan, and Marty's looking off to his north and also back to his west and southwest. So if we can, let's bring Marty in. And Marty, we have your shot. Go ahead and give us an update. There you go. There's the beginning of the storm there taking off, and that will be the beginning of what's going to be a big, big storm up there. Go ahead, Marty.
Yes, so that's the storm up in Harper County. I've been talking to a trooper that's watching the north storm. He said it's getting pretty big, but we both know what's going on up into Kansas. And then we've got the storm here at Fort Supply, and you can see it, but it's still high base, nothing to be concerned about there. We're sitting just north of Fargo, and I'm pulled in between two storms. I've got the one at Fort Supply. I've got the other one coming up towards Woodward-Sharon area. So we're going to have to keep an eye on both of these and just watch them and see what happens. Back
and
to you.
Damon, the look of the storm, it just has that look. These storms immediately. I was eating lunch with Kyle earlier, and we were talking, and I just looked out the window, and I said, "It just has that look, doesn't it?" And he said, "Yeah, it looks like an angry sky," and that's a really good way to put it.
And the sky is going to have that angry look to it today. Unfortunately, this is not good. Look, I'll tell you right now, the entire weather team here, we would love for today to turn into a bust. We really would. This would be one of those days. I mean, we don't like to have to deal with these type of weather setups, but this is Oklahoma. It's May. It is springtime. This is Tornado Alley. So as you heard Michael mention, these storms are quickly moving up to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So they will be coming into Woodward, and they're not going to weaken Woodward. So this messaging here is for you. Coming into Arnett at 318, downtown Woodward at 351. That's about 35 minutes or so from now. And then we get in towards Moreland at 4 o'clock. Quinlan at 4:08, Freedom 421, Winoka at 422, and then we go up towards Cora and Tea Garden right around 4:30 with this cell right here that it continues to make its way up to northeast. This is the strongest storm in the state. It is not severe warned yet. However, what I see ahead of this atmosphere right now is a lot of instability for these storms to utilize, and they will definitely be doing that as we go into the next couple of hours. Jonathan, you're watching the radar closely. What do you see not only right now, but what do you expect to see over the next few hours with these storms?
Yeah, great question there, Damon. And so basically this storm, not quite mature yet. It's in its infancy stage, but I can clearly see by Michael's shot there that the updraft's getting a little bit stronger. What I'm looking for is for this top of the storm to break through to about 40, 45,000 feet. Right now, it looks like the storm echo tops, which is a really good indication how strong it is, about 35,000 feet. So still maturing. I have noticed a big uptick in lightning. That's also an indication that the storm is getting stronger. And again, that's just one storm, and that one would come into Woodward. There are other storms out there, one near Fort Supply, that one's a lot weaker. Then there's one north of Buffalo, but that one up in Harper County near Buffalo, that would likely obviously move out of the state, the KOCO viewing area very shortly here. So we're just gonna have to watch for these storms get mature and dominant. I think the longer we wait into the evening, the stronger the dynamics. Dynamics, I mean the ingredients for the storms to rotate and to become intense, to become strong, to become dangerous, to become violent. And so we're very early.
For a mile, that's a big deal. But a tornado that's on the ground for 10, 15, 20, 30 miles, that's a whole game changer, because you can, obviously, you're going to run over more people, more cities, more towns, and things like that. And we will see severe weather in Oklahoma City, in the metro, later this evening. It'll be well after 8 o'clock, but we will see storms in Oklahoma City. But we have some time. That's what I'm telling you. Here in Oklahoma City, we have nothing really this afternoon, only a slight chance for a thunderstorm to develop before, at least making its way into Oklahoma City before 8 o'clock. I think it's well after that. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1, and here it comes. You can see these, each time we go back to this view, supercells are now getting stronger, rotating thunderstorms now, north of Buffalo and northwest of Woodward, and then over Arnett. And well, again, Tom's coming in from the west. He's going to get on this. Marty's going to make his way a little farther east. We'll see what happens with these two cells up here. And then Brandon's going to stay down here. So what's going to happen is this whole area is going to fill in with thunderstorms. So we still have the low to moderate to a high risk of severe weather. The high risk is going to take in many reports of large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. And some of those tornadoes.
This is why we jumped on air, a while back, just to make sure that everyone knew what these storms are going to do. Because look, we know that they're not going to weaken. So this storm has already started with $half size hail. We're not starting with quarters. We're going to start at $half. Storm speed is moving pretty quickly up to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So Harmon at 332, Woodward at 353, Moreland and Curtis around 402 to 405. Then we go back out to Michael. Michael, you're on the very first warning. We're going to have a lot of warnings today. Give us an update on what you see now from Storm Command, Michael.
Okay, Damon, kind of like what I was talking about just a little bit ago, you see the dark clouds that are associated with what we call the rain-free base area. This is a little bit further to the south. Now, the core of the storm, of the rain and hail, is look how much darker that is just from what it was when you came to me just a few minutes ago. So it does not surprise me that they did go ahead and issue a severe thunderstorm warning on this. The core is moving pretty much over Arnett, maybe just a little south of town. We're a few miles south of Arnett right now, about 4 miles south of Arnett. And so we're watching this area. That's a rain-free base that's developing. So right now I don't show any wall clouds or any lowerings yet out of the backside of the storm, but that's actually to be expected. Normally these take about 30 to 45 minutes before you start seeing that kind of activity develop with lowerings, with low-level mesocyclones, wall clouds, and the potential for tornadoes. So the storm is kind of right on track from what you would typically expect on a day like today.
It certainly is. And looking not only at the dynamics in the atmosphere right now, I was just stepping off and looking at a product that basically looks at the instability and then the amount of shear, and it gives it a value. And so it's there out across western Oklahoma, but it really picks up as you start to pulled these storms about a county or two deep into western Oklahoma. And then it really begins to pick up as we go later into the afternoon here, right around into the sunset time frame as the low-level winds begin to take off. Look, the cap has been broken. We did have a cap out there earlier today. The cap has diminished, and so now this setup that we've been talking about for a while is slowly beginning to come together, and it will continue to do so well into the overnight. So once again, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect here until 4 o'clock. Just looking at the big picture right now and where these storms are. So here's Elk City. These storms are moving pretty quickly up to the northeast right now at about 45 miles per hour. That's a fast-moving setup. And so if these storms begin to turn more to the right, they will begin to slow down. And so we expect that as that threat really takes off later tonight, that these storms will slow down a little bit. From a storm impact, we're watching it right now, but definitely this storm is getting stronger and stronger as it's racing off towards the northeast. Again, Storm Command is looking right into it. And so that's going to be his picture down here on the left-hand side of your television screen. Once again, a PDS tornado watch has been issued. PDS tornado watch. We had one of these last weekend. These are reserved for the rarest of days when we're talking about high-end severe weather. What does high-end mean? It means like storms that are producing strong tornadoes, long-track tornadoes, and in the official information that came in from the Storm Prediction Center earlier when they were issuing this watch, they said a few storms producing long-track strong tornadoes that could be in the EF3 plus range. So that is the atmosphere that we are looking at and basically having to deal with for today. So once again, everything is still coming together. Storms that are ongoing right now in Harper County are not severe, but we are watching those. Right now, 2 intense cores that we see here. We're looking out towards western Oklahoma, Harmon. This is southwest of Woodward, but this is headed up towards Woodward right now in the next 30 to 40 minutes. We go back out to Michael. Michael, we see 2 intense cores right now, one to your north, one to your west. What do they look like from Storm Command here, Michael?
Well, the most mature one still remains to my north. That's the one that prompted severe thunderstorm warning that's near our net. But I'm gonna give you a view here on my 360 camera just so you can see for everybody at home. The one to the southwest is maturing, but you can clearly see that the rain is not nearly as dark. Probably don't have any hail. And then there's actually another one further south down the dry line that's back down west of Roll. So all these initially, and then they're moving to the northeast. As they intensify, they may end up start moving to the east. But this is what it looks like just to the north of me. So that's a really ominous.
Take your life. So you got to have a backup plan. We've done this before. Where is that? Aunt, uncle, cousin, friends, whatever. Now, if you live in just a built home, lowest level, center part of the house, right? Okay, we all know where to go. Storm shelter, obviously, first. But if you don't have a storm shelter, lowest level, center part of the house, as these things start to ramp up and move northeast, and the tornado threat will begin to increase here. It's already cranking out right now, and we don't have anything tornadic yet, but a little bit of an inflow notch trying to build on this lead storm, and it was trying to develop some cyclonic shear right there, and it did, and then that kind of went away. So, hey, we're doing all right. But
yeah, the cell near Durham is coming up as well.
Yeah, it really is. And it's got a part of the flanking line is coming into that on the backside. So basically these storms are being born right now, and they are severe over our net. Right now it's going to be quarters and golf balls in that, but we certainly could see hail sizes much larger than golf ball. We could see tennis ball, we could see baseball size hail today. Not everywhere, but for some of us and some of the strongest updrafts, okay? but this is the mesocyclone that continues to get better organized, and Tom is right there. Let's get an update from Tom Pastrano. Tom, it continues to spin. It's getting tighter. This storm is getting deeper. The mesocyclone is getting deeper, Tom Pastrano. What do you think now looking off to your west? Looks like we had some tags kind of hanging down in there, a few tags hanging down as the pressures continue to lower and the mesocyclone becomes stronger. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, that's right. So a few minutes ago, we had two distinct updrafts, and those have merged officially. And as that was happening, we started to see some scud rising into the base. There's some slow rotation in there, and it's definitely getting better organized. That base was pretty high just, when it was going up, but even that has begun to lower. So there is some scud that continues to rise into that base, and it is slowly getting organized. So we'll be here. We're going to head back east with the storm. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job. So that's the severe storm at Leedy. There's your updraft. There's your mesocyclone. There's your rain-free base, right? And this is the area that's spinning. And from left to right, okay, this whole area is slowly spinning right now. It's not tornadic, but the mesocyclone is developing. It's already there. It's just going to get stronger now. It went up spinning. It went up basically developing a mesocyclone as this whole thing was evolving. And what we start to look for little tags in here. And you'll start to see what we call scud, or just little pieces of condensate. And they'll start to develop because a low pressure or a tornado or a mesocyclone is just an area of low pressure. And as it gets stronger, it's going to tighten up. 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 And as it gets stronger, it starts to pull in warm, moist air from the east. And we'll start to see these tags hanging down. They might be attached. They might be detached. But either way, we'll start to see some scud developing. That'll be the beginning of the wall cloud into this thing. Now, sometimes you get big, big wall clouds that are tree huggers that hang down. They're low hanging. Other times, you don't. You just get a big rain-free base. This will turn into a swirl. And we kind of get into that cinnamon roll kind of a deal. It'll start to spin, and then you can get a tornado to come out of that. But right now, it is a mesocyclone. It is rotating. And again, this is the area that we're watching. Okay, back to Lynx 1. Let's take a look at the storms. And right now we have two storms. The one that Tom's on, that's that shot right there. And then the one that Val is almost on, that's now crossing the river and the Antelope Hills, crossing 283. That's the one that's going to be making its way to the northeast. New cell going up where Brandon is. This is going to be a big storm. So we have 1, 2, 3 thunderstorms. But that's it. That's all we have right now, are 3 big storms that are just continuing to get stronger. And they're going to get stronger into the afternoon. And they're going to get stronger this evening. And they're going to change. And they're going to morph. And they're going to move east. And they're going to come down I-40. And they're going to, a lot of these are going to be north of I-40 across the northwest half for the afternoon. They're all going to be back out in here. We still have a...
It's very interesting to watch. Actually, give me just a second. There's brand new scud clouds developing. You see that rising motion right there in that lift right in between the two storms. So the storm is still trying to get its act together. That's really interesting development right there that's going on live right as we're talking. We're watching for this storm as it merges. It's somewhat linear right now, but they seem to be trying to merge into one
storm down the line. So you folks in Sharon, stay alert. And over here toward Moreland, stay alert. Bouse Junction, stay alert. Near and north of Sealing, stay alert. And up here toward Waynoka, stay alert. That storm right there, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible with it. Next storm down the line, let's go to Corey Inman. He's looking right at it. Corey?
Yeah, Mike, we're here just south of Camargo, looking back to the west. You can kind of see the tail end of the storm that Bennett was watching as I pan the camera here to the right. Kind of make out the rain-free base and the developing lowering over there, and also have this storm due west of us, which is going to be just to the northwest of Leedy, southwest of Camargo. It's really intensified the last 15, 20 minutes. It's moving off to the northeast pretty good, so going to affect areas Camargo up to Visay. We're just kind of inching along with it here to the north until it really gets going, then we'll be right here with it, Mike.
Corey, hold your shot. Hold your shot. Look at the tail cloud. Look at the tail cloud. Look at that big, long tail cloud coming into it. Look at that. That is 85-degree air and thick humidity at low levels feeding into it, and it's pulling all that in. That's a big-time tail cloud going right into that core. This is what you don't want to see. These are energized storms, and that's what the concern is heading right.
Ever looks at it, I'm going to back the radar up literally 30 minutes. You went from 77 strikes to 324 strikes. I don't know, do some simple math. 5 times more lightning strikes in 30 minutes. So the storms are, from what I can tell, are really ramping up. Lightning is always really good indication the storms are intensifying. They haven't quite broken through that 45,000 foot elevation for the tops of them. I'm waiting for that, for them to really start to get mature. Michael is right, these storms are competing with each other, but I think the northern storm might be a little bit taller, a little bit more mature, but that southern storm is right on its heels, so they might be fighting each other. And then there's more storms going up. Look down near Sweetwater, new return down there with lightning. Chris Lee, Steve Carano watching those storms. This is the area that will just, like I said, we're going to watch for the atmosphere to unzip and storms to build down the line, like a big flanking line of supercells. And then we'll just have to see which one becomes the dominant one. Strongest one, maybe Storm Command watching that next one. I'm surprised we don't have a warning yet on the Crawford storm. The one that Michael is on, again, tornado tag, and we're under a tornado watch. I think these storms can evolve very, very quickly. The storm cell, the area rotation, and it's not that strong. I can see it up at the higher levels. There's a little bit more rotation showing up at the higher beam elevation. So higher up in the storm, not lower. A little bit better rotation. But I would imagine if this thing did try to produce a tornado.
Durham. And again, a lot of storms. Okay, back to Lynx 1. And there's your mezzo. Tom's looking at it. And the tags that we had, the little tags hanging down, little scud tags, those have disappeared. So it looks like it's gone up, and it's just kind of like, yeah, okay, we're going to hang around for a little bit. We'll see what we do here. And that's fine. We just, don't do anything, right? Just give us some rain, but conditions are very favorable to get, again, high-end severe weather. Large hail, very large hail, damaging winds, in excess of 80 miles per hour around a mesocyclone. And also, we're looking at, a real possibility of tornadoes today. This today is still looking very much like a tornado outbreak, starting where it is now down to I-40. And then along and south of I-40, have storms down there, out there just a little bit later. But here's your mezzo, right here. That's it. And that's going to be making its way right to Tom. And then from there, it's going to keep heading on to the northeast. All right, let's go to Lynx 1. Let's stay with that. Let's go back to reflectivity.
All right, there you go.
See what it looks like. So
it's still lifting to the north as well.
Yeah, a little bit.
Pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's going to go on or just south of Woodward. It's going to go to Moreland.
David, I do have a track on that on Lynx 3 if you need it.
Okay, let's go to Lynx 3. And we'll get a storm track on this. Definitely going to Moreland.
Yeah, I did the whole line.
Okay, that's fine. That's good, yeah. So not everybody in here is going to get, but you folks to the north, keep an eye on that. I think it's going to Winoka for sure. And you have Winoka in your list here?
Let's see.
I don't see Winoka. We got to get Winoka.
There it is.
Okay. 4:30. Winoka at 4:30, and there's a chance this thing goes to Avard and maybe even up towards Alva if it doesn't start to make a turn. You're for sure going to get these storms back to the west. But Sharon, 4 o'clock, Moreland, 4 o'clock, Byside, 4:12, Quinlan, 4:16, Winoka, 4:31, Carmen, 5 o'clock, Cherokee, 5:13, Cleo Springs, 5:28, Orienta, 5:29, Jet, 5:30, and Helena at 5:33.
That the storm that's west of Sharon still remains discrete enough to where it could still potentially develop a wall cloud and produce a tornado eventually. It's not there yet. That's a look more kind of to the northwest of the storm from my location, so that's going to be due north of Harmon. But just the rain-free base area here on the backside of the storm is starting to look a little bit more impressive in terms of the structure. We have not seen any type of wall cloud development, any lowered base area that's really been able to establish itself yet. But it's starting to take on a look where it might do that here very shortly. And once that happens, I think our tornado threat will go up pretty quickly once that does happen.
I absolutely agree with you there, Michael, with, our tornado threats can go up pretty quickly. And with a lot of the data that I'm looking at right now, it does appear that similar to what we had last Saturday, where storms kind of hung around and, they kind of slowly increased and they kind of went back and forth. There's going to be a turning point that we're going to hit where storms all of a sudden really take off. And that's probably going to happen here in the next 2 hours or less with these storms. We've got the Steve Carano right now. Steve, watching a big complex of storms that extends from Harmon all the way down to Crawford. Steve, what do you see?
Damon, I am just east of the town of Cheyenne, really close to Strong City. And I'm going to, you see my
around, see that rain, how it's going that way. Why would it be going that way? Well, it's being pulled into the mesocyclone. That's why. It's not falling straight down. The rain's being pulled that direction into this mesocyclone right here. It's physically pulling that rain into it. So when you see that, and also notice how it's a bowl-shaped lowering. It's a bowl-shaped, heavy-looking lowering. That rain shaft there, and there's even a rain shaft all the way over here that's rotating around counterclockwise. So this is spinning right here. Let's go back to Mike Bennett with an update. Mike, this is a Sharon area, folks, up in Woodward County.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, I mean this storm's definitely it's ramping up for sure, and I'm going to pull forward just a little bit, Mike.
In the next 90 minutes, and so it's basically from Alva to Fairview, sealing all the way down to Elk City. So Nick is going to be watching the southern flank of these storms, and these southern flanks here that can really begin to kind of increase in intensity with the storms here. So we're going to watch these storms kind of bubble up, and they're going to keep back building down to the south, and I believe, let's see here, down by Shamrock, that may be another cell that is starting to go up here. Bottom line is that this is the zone to watch right now from Buffalo to Elk City, up towards Fairview and Alva. There was some earlier data that was suggesting we may see a couple little cells here try to pop up here from El Reno up towards, as you make way up towards Enid and then up towards Medford. Right now, from a radar standpoint, all of our severe weather threats are going to be tied to this area right here. Watching this storm lift up to the northeast. Severe thunderstorm warning remains until 4 o'clock. That's for another 4 minutes here. Hail threat is increasing. Right now, this is for half-dollar size hail and winds of 60 miles per hour, but that is going to be west of Sharon, headed pretty close. Right now, the hail core is going to be on the northern flank of this severe thunderstorm warning, which, by the way, is inside of a PDS. Tornado watch. That comes into Woodward here. These storms are moving pretty quickly, by the way. In the next 20 minutes or so, 413, pocket of strong winds here on the north side. We get in towards Moreland at 424, Curtis, 428, Quinlan at 535. See this break in the activity here in the storms? If this continues and this storm begins to pull away, this becomes an isolated supercell. We're going to have to watch it. These are all going to become isolated supercells, and that just means that the threat level really begins to ramp up here. So we are watching this storm lifting up to the northeast. Right now, the hail side of it is still going to be southwest of Woodward. The hail core is going to come pretty close, especially on the south side of town here, and make a run in towards eastern parts of Woodward County. The threat today, we haven't seen a threat this high in many, many years, and so you are going to have a lot of weather coverage that's going to be in front of you today. Our crews are out making sure that you have accurate, factual information. That is very important because today is one of those days that you're going to need this information to help make some serious plans. We're hoping that today could just turn out to be a bust. We would love that, but we know it's not. Storms have already gone up, and they're going to continue to strengthen here. So this is springtime in Oklahoma, and we are in a very busy stretch right now. And so for Woodward, these storms come in at 413. Towards Moreland, Curtis here, about 424 to 430. Up towards Winoka, right before 5 o'clock, with these storms moving up in towards eventually northwestern Oklahoma. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued now. Still remains for 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. And so this warning will go until 4:45. The storm is slowing down its speed just a little bit. It is now moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. So here's your brand new warning. This is for Woodward County only. This is still for half-dollar size hail, but it is slowing down its forward speed here. And so what that means is that typically if it begins to turn more...
The clouds have really started to clear out. There's just a couple cumulus clouds, and that's a ton of sunshine is really moving stuff out here. So as the afternoon progresses, folks, we've got to take this seriously. Have your plan. Should be ready to go right now. Make sure everyone's on the same page, and keep watching us. We're going to be tracking this together.
Okay, so you're looking at Mike Bennett's stream right there. That was a report from El Reno. There are no storms in the El Reno area right now, just so you know that. There are no storms in El Reno right now. That was Mike Bennett's live stream, looking at the shot from Mike Bennett, who's very close to Sharon. So let's go back over to Mike Bennett, talk about that wall cloud right there that continues close to Sharon right now. Mike?
Okay, Mike, yeah, this is just where I was just talking about a minute ago. I'm hearing myself talk. We're having audio problems here. But this is starting to spin. So we've got a developing wall cloud here. It is rotating. It's not rapid right now, but it is definite rotation. And this is developed just to the northeast of the area we were just discussing. And it's right where the mesocyclone is, Mike. So I'm going to have to go. I'm going to go back. I'm going to break off this shot here a minute, go back to blacktop, and we're going to have to go north to stay with it. But we'll should be able to either shoot out the side glass or out the left side of the windshield to stay with it. But, Mike, this is people in Sharon, people in Moreland, okay? You need to start paying attention to this because this is starting to look fairly serious, Mike.
So let's go back over to Lynx 1 here, and this continues to evolve and develop. And will be exactly how this is going to progress here going into the afternoon and evening hours. So as of right now, if you're just now getting home and joining us, we're talking about right now west central and northwest Oklahoma.
The storm is moving east. It's getting better and better organized.
Continuous. I would say that'd be a pretty good estimate right now. That'd be about midnight. And this will be progressing from west to east at about 40 miles per hour. The metro peak timeline for the metro, if you live right here in the metro, still appears to be in that 7:15 to 11 p.m. time frame, and it may wind up being around 8:15 to about 11 p.m. So let's go back and take Lynx 1 full, and here's the wind.
Yeah, and you can see what's going on here. So remember, from here above, the mesocyclone's going, 10, 15, 20,000 feet, and sometimes it's even higher. But the mesocyclone's right here, and this whole thing is spinning. So as it spins, it's pulling in air from all directions, right? Pulling in it from the northeast, where Tom's looking back to the southwest, from the east, from the south, and this whole area just continues to rotate. And if it's going to produce a tornado, that looks like that's really coming in there.
Storm strength has ramped up.
Right there. Hang on. What'd you say?
Storm strength has ramped up.
Are you on? No.
Hello. Storm strength has ramped up for sure as this is moving to the northeast. And also it looks to me, David, on radar that it's slowed down just a little bit. Like it may be anchoring as it gets a little stronger, which is very common as storms start to strengthen.
Yes, for sure. And on a day like today, that's a problem.
There,
yeah, these storms start to slow down. Right now they're moving at 45, but this one might be going back down to like 30 or 35 after it gets its act together. And it certainly is. Look at the storm strength now. Remember, we were hanging around the yellows. We pegged orange for a minute. Now we're pegging this, and look how much bigger the storm is. Look at the size of the storm. All right, so clearly a supercell, clearly rotating. And I want to go up top, and we're going to bring in Jim Gardner, who's a little farther south than east. And he is in the ionosphere. He is way out here. And Jim, looking off to the west there, looking off to the west at that storm. Once you get inside the shadow and the storm gets a little closer to you, the visibility is going to be much better. But go ahead, Jim. Again, you're nothing but sunshine, but man, big storm just to your west. Go ahead, Jim. He's got a great shot of it.
Evidently, I'm in a dead zone.
I can hear you, Jim. Go ahead. Jim Gardner. Okay.
I don't know if you got me, Greg, but evidently I'm in a dead zone.
Okay, let's cut his mic until we figure out what's going on. Let's get him in the clear here. But you can see his shot. He's panning to the right at both of these cells. That rain-free base is tucked back in here, and you're going to have all the wind and the rain and the hail over here. And there's part of that rain-free base and that flanking line going into that, and then back to the left, a little bit of a window in here. And then we have the other storms developing down south near I-40. But Jim is going to be obviously in between and flying all around these storms, okay? All right, let's go back to Lynx 1 and looking at hail sizes. Talked about big hail today, possibly what we call, I don't know, this word came in my head, 1980, 85,
no.
talking about, gorilla hail.
You can say, okay.
Yeah, gorilla hail.
Okay.
I said, yeah, no, it's nothing. It's not a new word. Been around forever. What you think I was going to come up with something weird? Yeah, I mean, that's
You're
not,
known for that.
I know,
so
but
I was bracing.
You're
yeah.
right. No, that's not bad.
Okay.
Gorilla hail, Mondo hail, okay?
There you go.
There you go. But yeah, and big updraft, big rotator, the wall cloud, and Tom's shot. Tom's getting back in position, but once again, moving up to the northeast now at about 35 miles per hour. There's shear rate. Tom's and Sharon looking right at it. Marty's up here in between Woodward and Moreland. And this thing is, again, now becoming a little more V-notched. Notice that.
And look at this strength now, David. I'm going to switch
taking
mode.
steps toward that right now, Damon.
It certainly is taking steps towards that. So once again, as you climb your way up in the strengthening of a supercell here, so you go from a thunderstorm, severe storm, rotation, and then begins to take off, and then you get a tornado warning. So right now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, but it is continuing to make its way to the east, an environment that is going to have no problem at all producing rotating supercells. Once again, a high risk for severe weather remains in place for today, and this storm is definitely climbing that ladder towards a tornado warning. So if you're in Woodward right now, I know this warning basically cuts the town in half. South side's here, you have some rain coming in. The hail core, it is kind of drifting a bit up to the north here and coming pretty close to the southwest side of town here. That's going to be that bright pink that just went by here. So here's your tech center. We're on the southwest side of town here, but that hail core, and that's $50 right now, will be coming pretty close to the south side of Woodward here, and then continue to make that move up to the northeast. So Derek is watching it, Michael is watching it, and we're watching other storms that are developing now as we go down to the south here. So there's definitely a bunch of storms here really starting to take off. Steve Carano is watching these storms that are up near Crawford. Chris Lee is watching this cell that is going to be just northwest of Berlin, watching that bit of an inflow into that. These are not warned, but these are storms that are popping off of the dry line out here in western Oklahoma. And so basically
lower, and the velocities are getting a lot of red and green where I'm sitting right here, Mike. So right now it is just northwest of Sharon, about a mile or two. And this wall cloud is getting bigger. If anything happens, we'll let you know. For McIntyre Law, Chopper 4, back to you.
Okay, very good. Let's go back over to radar here. Mason, thank you. Checking back with you. Again, so we have that, what we call this anchoring process. Let's go over to Lynx 1 here, Damien, and let's check it out here. So north of Sharon, southeast side of Woodward here, as Damien pushes in, and it's really red line, center line from Moreland. So it's not a tornado warning yet. However, a tornado could form very fast. You saw the wall cloud. So it's red line, center line. Let's show the folks Moreland here, Damien. Let's go ahead and feel free to push in to show the city streets. Feel free. So here's Moreland, and we're talking about Alabaster Caverns right here. So Alabaster Caverns in Moreland. So big hail, golf ball or larger, maybe even tennis balls now. And there's Moreland and the area, everybody between Woodward and Moreland. Keep in mind, on days like this, mobile homes are not safe. So you want to be where a safe place is very, very close by to you, and be proactive. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with a possible developing tornado. Let's go back over to Mike Bennett. Looks like an actual bona fide hook here starting to form. Go, Mike.
Yeah, Mike, we saw that hook forming. And I missed my road. I've got to go back south to get east of Sharon. I was so focused on that wall cloud, I went right past my road. So we're going to get back to the east to get our angle back on it that we had. But that'll take me it won't take very long. But that's what we're doing right now, Mike.
Okay, so let's go back over to Mason Dunn and the chopper. Heads up for you folks in Moreland, far east side of Woodward, southeast side of Woodward. Notice now what we have is a completely different situation than it was 15 minutes ago. Now we have a wall cloud with a spin.
Yes, it is. This is the one storm on the right, then the other storms are developing back in here. And once you get out so far from the range of the choppers from the city, again, you got to get up pretty high to be able to see what's going on. And these will be
coming in from the core right here. Mason, looks like you've got possibly developing rotation right there in the middle of that. What do you think?
I would agree. It's trying to get its act together. It is getting a feeder band. You see the feeder band there coming in from the northeast. Now this is right now I'm probably northeast of Sharon, so we are looking out the windows, probably 2 miles to my west right now, and there is a lot of rotation in that in that wall cloud there. It's trying to get organized. It looks a little ragged, I'm gonna say, but with that said, it could do anything at any time. So McIntyre Law Chopper 4 is right up here with it, guys, and if anything happens right here, we'll let you know as this storm is headed towards Moreland and Woodward. Back to you.
Yeah. So if you're in the path of these storms, we're talking about your town, or even if you live near the towns that we're talking about, heads up on this, because this is a high-end day today, and mobile homes are not safe in tornadoes, tornado strength winds. We have a PDS tornado watch in effect and a high risk. The last 6 high risks have produced 19 tornadoes on average a day on the previous high risks that we've had in Oklahoma. So there's the chopper shot showing the mesocyclone, the wall cloud. We're talking about this storm right here. It's just to the southwest of Moreland right now. So it's going to come right over the far eastern sides of Woodward, over the Alabaster Caverns, over through Moreland. So heads up for you. Golf ball to tennis ball size hail possible with that. Supercells forming down the line as well. They're also severe, so they're down the line now, beginning basically in Woodward County. Here's your time of arrival. So we're talking about Moreland here coming up in just a few minutes, and about 10 minutes, and then Waynoka here at 4:54, and then Alva by 5:21. So we're talking at that point, we're talking about Woods and Alfalfa counties in that 5:20, 5:25 time frame. So this is a projection here out, over an hour's worth of time. They're moving at about 40 miles per hour. And that rotation now is continuing to ramp up gradually. And now just due southwest of Moreland. Again, there is your time of arrival. And take heed with these, because these are severe. They are supercells. Large and damaging hail and damaging winds may produce tornadoes with very little advance notice other than what we're giving you right now. It could happen very quick. We have eyes on all this. Let's go to Corey Inman down the line. Corey, your storm now severe with a developing mesocyclone. This is going to be not too far from Visai. Look at that bowl that you've got on that storm down the line.
Yeah, Mike, we're here on 34 between Camargo and Visai. You're looking back downhill to the southwest, and that lowering that you're talking about, that thing really developed within about the last minute and a half, 2 minutes. Started to get some scud pull in there, and then it formed that bowl that you see there just to the left of the rain shaft. As you were saying earlier, this thing is kind of set stationary for a little bit, which is an indication that it's really starting to root and tap into the environment out in front of it. So things are only going to go up from here, unfortunately. So people in Visai and onto the northeast from there definitely need to pay attention to this thing. Wall cloud continues to develop, continues to grow in size, and we're right here with it, Mike.
Okay, Corey, nice job. Corey, again, just to reemphasize here, that wall cloud is a pretty big bowl, and it's separated from the core. And notice, again, the rain is being pulled into the spinning mesocyclone, and there's wrapping rain coming all the way around the mesocyclone. So this thing is spinning like a top up into the sky, and this is what you see at cloud base. And all these features here at cloud base can tell you how strong this is spinning and how deep that low pressure center is by what all this rain is doing, and the fact he's got clear air to the west of it. It's sunny and to the west of it with the dry line, rear flank downdraft. Corey, you're getting scud there forming quickly. You could zoom into your shot if you want. Scud forming quickly right there, and that's going to be pretty close in southwest of Visai right now.
Yeah, we'll zoom in here for you, Mike. The wall cloud continues to evolve and change shapes. Almost look like a funnel, but it just kind of wrapped around, and you can see that wall cloud continuing to lower the longer we sit here. So this thing is
with a bunch of the core and the rain back behind it. So we're kind of coming through some trees right here. I know it's not going to be the greatest view, getting a little bit of rain, but we definitely see a pronounced lowering. One thing I'm going to be watching for is any additional mesocyclone development here, kind of on the back and northwest side of it, back in the rain-free base area. You can see where I'm pointing my camera, maybe just a smidge different perspective than what Derek was seeing, because I could see that wall cloud off to the right as well. So we're kind of waiting to see which part of this storm is going to really take off. One thing I will say is the area that's straight to my northwest, that is going to come across the southeast side of Woodward. I'm a little bit nervous about that. It still has some work to do, but if it were to develop a tornado suddenly, it would be on the south fringes of Woodward as it's getting ready to move northeast across 270 and then pass up toward Moreland or just west of Moreland. So that's what I'm seeing visually right now.
And Michael, what you're seeing is really lining up with our radar. Let me go full real quick with the radar here just to kind of give you an understanding. Look, Woodward, south and southeast side of town. I mean, I know you're getting impacted right now by quite a bit. The hail size has really increased here as you go east of Woodward. Now, this is pulling away from you right now in Woodward, but we are watching this. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball size hail and winds of 60 miles per hour. So these storms went up. This storm, by the way, this is what I would say is the oldest storm that we have in the state right now, and it's not even that old. It's only about an hour and 15 minutes. We were on air when this storm was just beginning to bubble up here in the Texas Panhandle. So it's only about an hour, again, a little over an hour old, and it's already producing golf ball size hail. It is increasing, and as it continues to move to the east, it will continue to increase. Moreland at 4:28, that's 14 minutes from now. Curtis, Quinlan, 4:35 to 4:46. Winoka at 5:10. All of these communities right here, by the way, I know this is a severe thunderstorm warning. I would be prepared for these communities right here that have a tornado warning by the time they come in here, especially as we get closer to that 4:30, 4:45, 5 o'clock time frame here. These storms are going to continue to increase as they move to the east here. And so Derek is watching them, Michael is watching them, and we continue to see more storms going up as we go to the southeast here. Largest of the hail core will be about 1, 2, 3, 4, anywhere between about 5 to 7 miles east of Woodward. So that's headed towards Moreland and then eventually Quinlan. Quinlan, I know you're not in the warning.
Warning's in effect right now. We almost did on that. We almost pulled the trigger on that one. We were a step away from an IS-9 tornado warning as that thing was really ramped up. That's going to be the Woodward storm. And now
well, we've moved back to the south now, Mike. We're in between Moreland and Sharon. And this is our shot right here. It's trying to get organized. It looks a little ragged, but it's trying to get organized. I flew up just south of Moreland, turn around and head back this way. So there is a lot of rain coming, and there's also another storm coming behind this one that I'm having to keep an eye on also. So we're right up here with it. This storm has moved to the north of Sharon and headed towards Moreland. If anything happens, we'll let you know. From McIntyre Law, Chopper 4, back to you.
Great job, Mason. He's going to pan out here just a hair. I just want to make an observation here. This is a tail cloud coming in from the core, from the rain and the hail and the rain-cooled air. That tail cloud is beefy compared to what it was. It was a little scraggly thing earlier. Now it's beefy. Look how thick it is, and it's coming right out of the core. It's feeding into the mesocyclones. So the evolution continues. These mesocyclones are getting stronger and stronger, and you can tell by the way the wall cloud changes shape, and that's a big beefy tail cloud coming into the mesocyclone from the rain and hail core right there. Let's go back to Mike Bennett. Ground-based view of that storm. It's very close to Sharon right now. Mike?
Okay, Mike, I'm just east of Sharon, and I'm getting ready to get on the highway here. I'm going to angle right to it. You're going to have a great shot of it here in just a minute. And I see exactly what you're talking about. I've been watching that out of my left window. The contrast has not been real good from where we are, but we're going to take this highway that angles up towards Moreland, so we're going to be paralleling it. But we're putting the camera on that, zoom in on it as much as you can. Contrast is probably not going to be very good, but there's still a wall cloud in there. We lost vision of it for about 10 minutes, but we're back on it now. And looks like a pretty pronounced wall cloud in there, but I've had to cut through the haze to see it. But we'll be in better position on to have a better view of it here in a couple minutes. Mike?
Okay, thank you very much, Mike Bennett. Let's go back over to Max 1. And we're going to kind of back out of this for a moment, give you an overview, but just now joining us getting home. Of course, a lot of events have been canceled this afternoon and this evening. This is a PDS tornado watch until 11 p.m. in the green. Notice it includes the entire Oklahoma City metro, and scattered supercells are forming, and we may well be on the air till about midnight tonight, the way it looks. And the progression will be from west to east, and still looks like the metro here is going to be that 7:30 to 11 o'clock time frame coming in from the west. It's 4:18 right now. Not impossible, cells could develop ahead of the line. Right now, that has not happened, but we're watching that possibility. Our storm trackers, a whole army of them out there, including the chopper as well. Severe thunderstorm warnings. There have been no tornado warnings yet, but supercells continue to become more and more developed. And you folks in Waynoka, heads up, and over here toward Helena, Goltry, Jet, Nash, Alfalfa County, heads up. Southern Woods County and Alfalfa County, heads up for you on this big supercell here now over Moreland. Notice the metro here. It's windy. It's near 80. It's pretty cloudy. It's very breezy outside, thick humidity, but no storms. There are no storms in the Oklahoma City metro right now. So basically from May Ranch, northwest of Alva, down to the Moreland area, and that storm continues to become more rooted. The mesocyclone continues to be basically cloud-based all the way up, and you can tell by looking how beefy that core is. Golf balls, tennis balls with that. Hook continues to try to develop west of Visay, so heads up there, and all the way back down to near Roll and Durham, near the river there, Roger Mills County and Ellis County. Camargo, heads up for you. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. The area is near Leedy as well. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. So there's the Moreland cell. Still looks quite ominous there. Let's go back over to the chopper here and look at it again visually, and you'll see a big tail cloud here coming in. And look how long that tail cloud is now coming in from the core, and the center of rotation's kind of toward the middle left-hand part of your screen. Go, Mason.
Yeah, from where the storm is, that tail cloud runs all the way to Moreland. It is over Moreland and going into the storm to the south. I see a train going by east to west. It's about to go through Moreland right now, probably through the heavy rain. We are right up here with it. It still looks a little ragged, Mike, but there's some motion in there. You just can't take your eye off of it right now. So hopefully this does not get its act together, but if it does, we're right up here with it. We'll let you know from McIntyre Law. Chopper 4, back to you.
Okay, very good, Mason. Thank you so much for that. Let's go back to Mike Bennett with an update, ground truth on that. Mike, what do you got?
Well, all right, Mike. Yeah, we're right south of it, straight south of that wall cloud, and we're really just now starting to get where I can observe it and kind of study it, just see what kind of motion's in there. I agree with Mason. It does look just a little bit disorganized right now, but doesn't mean anything. That could change in a matter of 2 or 3 minutes. But right now, I looking for. I just don't see an organized wall cloud, Mike. It's just a little bit ragged right now. So we've got a pretty good road. We're gonna be able to stay right with it all the way to Moreland, Mike.
Okay, very good. So let's go back over to Max 1 here. We're going to go to Corey Inman next for you folks in Camargo and Visay. So severe thunderstorm warning. The rotation has not increased any further. It's kind of held its own, maybe even come down a notch or so. But still golf balls to tennis balls, damaging winds. The storm is rooted and has a very intense updraft with it, spinning updraft, and certainly ahead of this line, stay alert. You're talking about Woods County over into Alfalfa County. We're under a PDS tornado watch today, so take these warnings seriously. These are severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So you're talking about the area around Waynoka, and then from there, Alva and Capron, Helena, Goltry, Jet, Nash. Helena, Goltry, Jet, Nash at about 5:40 over in Alfalfa County. That's an hour and 20 minutes down the road. But we're giving you advanced forewarning here on this. Zooming on in the Moreland area now, the hail core just to the north of Moreland, went over Alabaster Caverns. And again, Waynoka, Alva, Carmen, Capron, Helena there at about 5:40. Down the line, let's go to Corey Inman. He had a wall cloud, kind of a beefy one on that. Still a great big rain-free base, some scud right there in the middle. This is west of Camargo, southwest of Visay. Go, Corey.
Yeah, Mike, still here on 34 south of Visay, looking back to the west, and you can see that one area right there over the power lines where we're kind of getting some tags, and that area is kind of localized the last several minutes, trying to wrap some rain in around it. But that's the area we've been concentrated on. Just keeps pulling some scud in there, and we get little tags to hang down. So definitely a localized area of some increased spin right there. But still, this thing's just kind of...
And Shane will be handling that storm. We're moving back down to the southeast to handle the next wave of storms that's moving up toward Visay. I know it's a little more messy, but at this time, that looks like that's going to be... we're going to have to watch all these storms. They may kind of cluster up from time to time, but eventually what will happen throughout the day, I think, will tend to become more discrete and we could have multiple tornadic supercells ongoing simultaneously. So we are moving back down to the south right now. We don't have a particularly, real strong view of a storm at the moment. Let me take my 360 camera. I'm going to turn around backwards, and I'll give you the view of what that storm looks like back up to my north and to my northwest that just dropped the golf balls. That's the one that's passing east of Woodward right now. So it still looks like it could become a beast of a storm, and I'm glad Derek and Shane are on it.
Yes, absolutely. And again, our team is out, up in the air, on the ground for you today. We have Shane, we have Derek, we have Michael, Nick, Steve, we have Chris Lee out right now, and Sky 5 up in the air. I mean, we have these storms surrounded right now. And so these storms moving up to the northeast. And so when I was looking at some of this data right here, it really showed an increase in the rotation as it crossed into Woods County. So if you're in Alva or Tacoma right now, or even in Winoka, we are real concerned watching the storm closely for you right now. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, but we are stepping it up to at least the next increase would be a tornado warning. We're not there yet. We're not there yet, but we may not be that far off here with this storm as it continues to move up to the northeast. As you heard Michael just mention just moments ago, the storm dropped golf ball size hail. Let's check in with Derek Klein. Derek, give us an update on what you're seeing.
Yeah, Damon, the storm continues to drop golf ball size hail. So we're seeing it's not widespread. It's not a ton of golf ball size hail, but there are golf ball size hailstones laying in the yards in Moreland, Oklahoma. So there definitely continues to be some large hail. We're currently driving right now right underneath the wall cloud. So I can tell you there is no tornado. Thankfully, we're right underneath it, but we're continuing to get ourselves in position because if this storm produces a tornado, we're going to be right on it. For the folks up here in northwest Oklahoma, they will know immediately when this storm produces. Back to you.
Okay, we know that you will. You're in this
storm, again, is very well defined. It's got a lot of vertical motion to it. We're west of Custer City. We're between Custer City and Butler, looking right at it on Highway 33, and it's coming right towards us. And these storms have a lot of energy to work with. It's 85 degrees. We got about a 30-mile-an-hour wind out of the south. So we're out here keeping a very close eye on it. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, let's go back over to Max 1. So I'll offer to you that the storm coming out of Moreland continues to become more and more tornadic looking. More and more tornadic looking. It has a screaming eagle developing. You can see the wings coming out here and the wings coming out here. Screaming eagle effect with a hook coming around the talons of the eagle, if you will, down here where the mesocyclone is. That is a developing screaming eagle effect, and that's looking more and more like a tornado producer, all right? Let's hope it goes down, but if it keeps going up, that looks like a tornado producer right there. Winoka, big time.
Earlier, I mean, it's not no wrapping rain curtain.
Right at it.
Yeah, we are just east of Moreland, looking to the west, a little bit to the northwest. It's cycling up and down. The velocities really get there, and then they go away. But you can see the entire beaver tail, if you will, coming into this storm from the northeast. Like I said, we're about 2 miles to the east of it. It's trying to get its act together. That's all I can say. It's a mean-looking storm. We'll just have to stay up here and keep an eye on it as it is moving through Moreland right now, headed to the northeast. If we see anything, we'll let you know. From McIntyre Law, Chopper 4. Back to you.
Okay, let's hold that shot. Take that shot full, guys. Take this shot full. Okay, so tail cloud coming in. Tail cloud coming in, and the rotation center appears to be about right there, kind of on the very back end of it, which is kind of typical with high velocity jet stream wind coming in. So Mason really doing a great job showing this to us. Heads up for you folks in Winoka and up into Woods County, north of Bouse Junction, now northeast of Moreland. So let's go over to radar here. So no tornado warning on it yet, but the evolution here continues to advance more toward tornadic supercells. So this has what we call a screaming eagle effect. You've got a wing coming in here, and you got a wing coming in here with the hook coming around like the talons on the eagle, if you will, east of Moreland. So where is this going? Red line, as you can see, red line, center line for Winoka. See that? Right there. So this would be when you need to know where to go to be safe. Again, no tornado warning on it. However, it's got all the telltale
It is getting stronger. The storm's getting stronger. And once again, that's going to make its way off to the northeast, okay? As it heads up towards Winoka. And look at it now, folks. Every couple of minutes here, it just keeps getting stronger. Keeps getting stronger. Okay, let's go a little farther south. And I want to talk about what's going on down here. Tom is down on the southern storm now. And Justin, Tom's going south? Okay, let's get him on this. And I'm looking at Tom's shot. This storm is severe, west of Visay, and it's going to make its way off to the east-northeast towards Mutual. And there is a mesocyclone in here, right here. It's getting a little bit stronger now. That storm is severe, southwest of Sharon. Folks, keep an eye on this. This thing's coming up. It's coming up. So we have Tom there. Let's go to Tom Pastrana.
We're northeast of Moreland, looking to the west. We're just following the storm. It's taking a little bit of a right turn. It's there's a lot of motion there. It's just hasn't quite got its act together. It's looking good. I don't want to say looking good, but it's looking like the Screaming Eagle. It's looking as if it could, do something here very shortly. The velocities are picking up. So, like I said, McIntyre Law Chopper 4 is right up here with it. And if anything happens here, we will let you know. Back to you.
Okay, Mason, nice job. So right now, this is the most dangerous storm in the state. Let's go ahead and back out here on Max 1. So there's a PDS tornado watch. And
getting to really kind of increase in potential here. And so this is probably, oh yeah, you can definitely see that hook beginning to take off here just east of Moreland. Derek is right in that. Look at that right there. That is going to be that inflow notch here. That's I would say the storm that may become our first tornado warning of the day may become this one right here, especially when you see that inflow just northwest of Quinlan here. Let's go out to Derek. Derek, your storm is really beginning to become better organized. What do you see from your position?
Yeah, Damon, we're noticing the same thing on radar, just how the structure of this storm really looks. It really has kind of like an eagle shape to it. It looks like a flying eagle, but the rotation continues to be strong. The lowering is really low. We're not seeing any funnels yet. Obviously, it has golf ball size hail with it. We've seen that. But again, structure is there. Everything is there for this to make a tornado, and that can happen at any moment. But we're literally right here. We're within half a mile of this lowering, and if it decides to produce a tornado, we are all over it. I know this is really looking downstream. It's heading in towards the Winoka area, so we're really trying to target the people up here in northwest Oklahoma as we continue to head downstream of this storm, and really just give the warning that we can with what we're seeing here on the ground and on site. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we see that right there, that's definitely an indication of quite a bit of hail that is beginning to take off here. So bottom line is that this storm is strengthening. We are watching the inflow into this one really become a bit more well-pronounced. It's right there in between Moreland and Quinlan. Still severe thunderstorm warning, but as we mentioned moments ago, a lot of the data that we've been watching was showing that this was going to increase intensity in the southern Woods County. Okay, let's go back out to Nick. Nick, we had you south of I-40 this afternoon watching for southern storms go up, and we're beginning to see that here, Nick. How does this storm look from your vantage point?
So, Damon, we've been watching this thing. We've been watching the queue just bubble, just all these storms that have been going up north of I-40. We've been watching those this afternoon, and this one has kind of rooted itself a little bit further to the south. So this one's gone up extremely fast. Compared to some of the other ones, it's just really taken off. Right now, we are in between Willow and really kind of Willow and Sayre, just kind of right in the middle between those two on 283. And we're watching this storm go up, and honestly, it's just getting to the point where it's really we've watched it actually come up. It's starting to anvil out, and it's just getting a little bit darker underneath it. So we're going to watch this. We don't see any rain coming down at this point in time that's visible, but maybe a little bit underneath it, but not much. It's just getting going, but this thing has gone up extremely fast, Damon. Back to you.
Absolutely going up really quickly here. So we're going to check in with Nick in the next little bit here. Let's go back over to the Michael. Let's go back up to where Michael is. And so watching this storm here. So let's see, Michael, there he is right near Mutual. Michael, what do you see?
Damon, the storm visually looks a lot better than it does on radar in terms of its organization. So not in terms of what it can do, that's not good, but just in terms of its organization. We have a very low hanging cloud base. I've had some just appendages that are hanging out of it at times, and this is going to be lifting up toward Mutual.
All right.
This is going to be really, this is not that far from me, and we're on 270, and as I pan the camera back to the west, there's another lowered area even further back toward Visay. So this is it is somewhat linear right now, but I could see something starting to rotate somewhere along this line, and we may get some wild stuff going on today where tornadoes are even developing on storms where we don't necessarily always see them develop.
Yeah, and your pictures there, Michael, really helping us out. Okay, our first tornado warning was just issued for this cell right here. Again, this is our first tornado warning. It's going to pop up, and there it is. This is a tornado warning. So our very first tornado warning of the afternoon. It is going to be north of Curtis. Here's where we're watching. It's going to be this inflow right here, northwest.
Draft, the mesocyclones here, and this is all coming in from the south and the southeast. Updraft here, your mesocyclone's about right here, right? And it's tilted. It's actually coming at you, right? Because the atmosphere, this is looking off to the west, and the supercell is coming up and tilting to the east. So the cylinder here, the supercell goes up and over, and then on the right side, we're going to have the hail, big hail, and the wind and the rain in here. So updraft, what goes up must come down. And this thing is a cycle. It's got a life cycle. It was born on the dry line, it grows from all the moisture, and it just keeps going. Okay, tornado warning now. Here it is. And we've been talking about this. This is that first storm. V-notched, screaming eagle. You don't want to be in the beak. The beak's a bad place to be. And that's the beak right here. Look at the wings on the screaming eagle. It tells you how much diffluence we have.
As it, again, moves off to the east-northeast. Again, no tornado on the ground right now, but organization is there.
I don't see a tornado on the ground, okay? Let me look at these cloud features right here and see how fast they're rotating. As far as tight rotation, and it is definitely tightening up. It's much tighter than what we saw back earlier around Sharon, much tighter, and I'm going to say it's not extremely rapid right now, so I don't know that we have tornado genesis here, but we're not very far from it. So, Mike, I'm going to go ahead and press north and try to stay on the east side of this best I can. Mike?
Okay, so again, tornado warning, Waynoka. So now's the time to go to that safe spot. Mobile homes will not be a safe place in tornado winds. So let's take the chopper shot full here. That's getting really low right there. So right here, big blocky looking lowering right here, tornado warning. The chopper's right there on the scene, Mason Dunn. You folks in Waynoka, serious situation here. Tornado warning for you, pretty much red line, center line for Waynoka up in Woods County. It'll cross out of Woodward County into Woods County here in just the next couple of minutes. Let's go back over to Lynx 1 and look at it. We'll check back with Mason here momentarily. That's a live look at it right there. So Damien, let's push all the way in. There's Quinlan. So here's Quinlan here. The hook is just north of Quinlan. All right, so then you head up toward Belva here, and then from there up toward Waynoka. So the red and the green there getting very tight. There's a little red dot in there and some green. So that's the center of the circulation. Notice the green's getting hotter and hotter. So the mesocyclone's getting stronger and stronger and a lot tighter. So it's very, very close to tornado genesis right now. The hail tracker, golf ball to tennis ball on the hail tracker. Let's go back over to Mike Bennett here looking right at it. He's very, very close and just southwest of Waynoka. Red line, center line for Waynoka. You folks are under a tornado warning out of Woodward County into Woods County here very soon. Go, Mike.
Okay, Mike, I'm in Quinlan right now. I'll be coming out of Quinlan here in a minute. So my view's cut off by all the trees, and there's a few homes here. I will tell you this road is going to parallel the storm, but it's going to be a windy, hilly road. And so there's going to be times where I'm not going to have a view of it, but it's going to bring me out at the river just south of Waynoka. So I should be in great shape on it, but it's just going to be kind of in and out on my view of it. As I
lowest it's been to the ground. Let me show you the ground here. See how high it is off the ground until right now. This is going right now. It has looked a lot better, and this would be a beginning of new rotation here near Strong City.
Steve, your picture is crystal clear. I can't tell you how clear it is. And we see it from Sky 5 as well, up in the air. So, again, Weather Service, this is Steve Carano. He is going to be down by Strong City. This is what it looks like up in the air as well. So definitely two perspectives. I know, look, we're all working together here. So passing that along again for the Weather Service, that is going to be out near Strong City. Let's go back up into eastern Woodward County. Get an update on our tornado warning that we see here, that we have Derek on right now. And again, tornado warning, we have one right now. We're about to have more. Here's your inflow into the cell right here. This is staying northeast of Moreland. So Moreland, you're okay. But here's your inflow north of Quinlan, moving to the east here, headed towards Winoka at 457, Tacoma 527, Alva at 527, and then Carmen at 534. Still watching this. This right here, this inflow that you see north of Quinlan is moving to the northeast and is headed right towards Winoka. Winoka, I cannot emphasize what the high resolution data has been showing us, that this storm is going to rapidly increase its low level rotation as it makes a run towards town. So use this time, because the storm is moving pretty quickly here at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. They have about 17 minutes, Winoka, before this storm is going to be coming in, and many storms out there right now that are beginning to take off here. So that storm is definitely beginning to increase. Jonathan, what do you see?
These storms are exploding. We'll get ready for about 3 tornado warnings at the same time. We're going to have Derek's storm towards Winoka. Michael's storm, I'm watching him. He's got some rotation on it. That's the one I was like, why don't we have a warning on it? Then that tail end Charlie storm near Morewood. The core of the storm is actually showing up stronger than what the storm is up to the north. Sky 5 is looking at it. He's got a view of a wall cloud. Steve Carano's right there.
By side north of Highway 60, had a lot of upward motion with the scud as it formed there right before you came to me. Spin is starting to increase right there. Don't see anything, that would say that we've got a funnel or a tornado is imminent, but definitely on the uptick here, and the rotation continues to increase right there in that area, Mike.
Okay, tornado possible now on this storm, the Visai storm. This is the one in southern Woodward County. This is the next storm down the line from the tornado warned storm coming into Winoka right now. Possible tornado here. Let's go back over to Max 1. And on Max 1 here, Mutual, heads up for you folks in Mutual, coming out of Visai right now, Mutual. And then over toward Little Town of Richmond, then Cedardale, and then over here toward Fairview, and then Helena, Gultree, Carmen area, Clio Springs, Orienta, as we head toward the 5:45 to 5 o'clock time frame. 5:45 to 6 o'clock weather time frame. So again, when we mention your town, just know that you're in the path of these supercells on a PDS, especially dangerous day, tornado watch, up to 4-inch diameter hail. Possible tornadoes, could be long track tornadoes, possible tornado outbreak.
Now, eventually this storm will head toward Bouse Junction. That may potentially be something where Derek Klein can pick up this storm if Shane can get the one that's further north. Again, this is just kind of what we're going to be up against today, just kind of handing off these storms from one of our chasers to the next, because it is going to be a day to remember, I think, unfortunately.
That's right. Hey, Michael, this is Jonathan. That storm that you're on, just looking at some of the lightning and some of the products, still very dominant storm. I'm glad you're right there. We clearly see your live stream there. You're right in front of the rain-free base and the wall cloud. Stay with it. That storm, what I'm seeing on radar is all the storms are going up pretty hard right now. Checking back down to the south. So again, Michael's on the middle storm. The northern storm, Derek is on, and Shane Helton's on. I think the storm near Camargo that was warned for has really weakened. I would be surprised if it's going to get a new warning, but I would say the Moreland storm is literally exploding it's just going up I hate to say, like a house on fire. It's going up. The hail core is real dominant. Unfortunately, Damon, it's very far from all the next rad sites, and so we're looking higher up in the storm, but Steve Carano and Sky 5 have a really good view. we'll have to watch which storm becomes the dominant one. But if I were to put I don't bet on weather, but if I were to put my money in, the chips in, I'm thinking the Morewood storm is really getting organized.
It certainly is. And so we're going to continue to watch this one. We're just going to have to start bouncing around. Let's go back up to our tornado warning that we have that is going to be up to the north here. Again, here's your inflow into the storm, and as it's now getting ready to cross into Woods County, Winoka, this storm is going to increase. Already seeing that rotation pretty well defined here, especially just north of Quinlan by about 5 miles north of Quinlan, and Winoka 5 to 8 miles down to your southwest here. So Derek is in Bowles Junction right now, and he's watching this storm making his way up towards Winoka here. Here's your inflow, and so don't see anything on the ground. Let's put Derek's stream up on the left-hand side if we can. Here, let's go with the Derek right now. Derek, your storm continues to be tornado warned. Derek, how does it look from your vantage point?
Yeah, Damon, I can really see a lot of organization. So I'll kind of go through it here real briefly with you so the viewer can see what we're talking about. So up above, you see the really low clouds, but up above it, you can see that kind of like a point. That is the mesocyclone. So all that air is being sucked in the mid-levels up into this mesocyclone. Then down below it, we've got the wall cloud, we've got the scud clouds, and those are all wrapping. You can see the rain wrapping around the back side of that. So really what is not happened yet is that hasn't all organized or aligned itself together. But once it does that, we'll start to get funnels, and when we get those funnels, that's when we'll get the tornado. So we continue to wait for that to align itself, and hopefully it doesn't, because again, we're not far from Winoka right now, and so it's a real big concern of mine right now. But again, timing-wise, it doesn't look great because again, the storm continues to intensify, it continues to organize itself, and I just hope that the timing is right, where maybe it's just out in the field here when it does so. But I don't think it's a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And so that's really what we're watching right now is when will this organize. But we're right here watching it. You can see we have a great view of the ground. If this decides to make a tornado, we will be all over it for you. Back to you.
I know you certainly will. And again, these pictures are so important for those in Winoka and in southern Woods County right now to help make your plans. And so we continue to watch this storm moving to the east here. And with a lot of the data that we see, this storm is going to rotate. This northern storm is going to rotate. It may not.
Cells here. Again, there's your time of arrival. Winoka, red line, center line coming up in just a couple of minutes. Down the line, the storm near Mutual also has a developing strong mesocyclone with it, tornado possible with it as well. Here's your time of arrival. Mutual right now, Cedardale, and then over toward Fairview at 5:42. Carmen again, Helena there at about 5:50 to 6 o'clock. So heads up for you folks, if you're in these red boxes here ahead of these supercells, you got to pay attention and stay alert with that PDS tornado watch in effect. That's over the Mutual area right now. We'll check back with Corey Inman. Brian Winslow's on this storm, supercell here as well. Severe thunderstorm warning, Camargo over toward Canton, Fairview, and O'Keene. Canton, Fairview, and O'Keene. Next storm down the line, west of Morewood right here, supercell. It is a severe thunderstorm, large hail damaging winds. Over here toward Morewood, Leedy, Putnam, Tologa, Sealing, Canton, Watonga in Blaine County as we head toward the 6 o'clock hour right there. So this is where these are going to be heading, and we're under a PDS.
2 or 3 minutes, and that's what you're seeing right there. The base is in the process, David, of trying to lower, and that just means that this updraft is getting stronger and stronger, and it's starting to pull more air in from underneath it. Hey, we're starting to get hit with hail. We just noticed a couple of hailstones that were about nickel size. It just fell on top of us, and we're on the edge of the core here. But we're watching this lowering. This is the evolution of this supercell right here. It's very strong, and man, I tell you what, the further east this thing goes, it's going to move into some high octane air. We'll watch it. Back to you.
Yeah, and jet stream winds are getting stronger overhead. So this is the process of what we call tornado genesis. And we'll see if it produces, but right now it's definitely going that direction, right? Storms getting stronger, bigger, larger, taller, taking on a whole different shape, wall cloud developing. Let's go back up. Let's take a look at this shot from Jim Gardner. And that's going to be the middle storm here. And then we'll jump back north. We got to get to all these storms. There's Jim's shot. And Jim, Val is right underneath that wall cloud. You're just to the east of it, looking right back at it. No tornado on the ground, but it continues to get better organized. Jim Gardner, go ahead. Give us an update.
right, David. It does. I really can't say too much more than what Val did. He was right. And if you look to the right, you can see the hail. You can see that strong, the back of the rain shaft there. And if you look, you can see the really white area there. That's hail, David, coming down out of that storm. That's those white streaks on the back side there. Right now, it's kind of went up. It's kind of gets, kind of scuddy, rough looking, and it starts to smooth out. It's still developing, David, and it's still moving. And then up north of us, we're starting to get more lightning, cloud-to-ground lightning north of this storm. So it's still building, still growing. We'll keep you updated. Jim Garbering live from Bob Mills, Scotty's 9, back to you.
All right, nice job, Jim. So that storm there, Jim's had it on it from the air. Val has it from the ground. And once again, this is going to be lifting off to the northeast. This storm is not tornadic, not yet. It is severe. There's your updraft. This whole area is the mesocyclone on the left, air flowing in and flowing up. And if you look closely, you can kind of see some of the striations up in here. You can kind of start to see a little bit of the knuckling going on the mesocyclone. Just kind of gives you some indication of how strong the rotation is aloft. And remember, tornado conditions become more favorable for the afternoon and into the evening.
Back up and let's go again. This is developing very rapidly, though. Kind of a dangerous situation developing around Mutual. I would not be surprised if this storm comes out with a tornado warning here pretty soon based on what I'm starting to see. Kyle, you're clear.
Michael, what we see from radar, and by the way, let's keep Michael's picture up. Let's put the radar up because the inflow into the cell is becoming very well pronounced now, right over Mutual. Michael is looking right into this. I mean, look, that right there, we're not that far off from our next tornado warning as well with that cell. So that storm begins to rotate here, moving up to the northeast. And anytime you see these notches on the radar, you know that this storm is definitely pulling in some strong
anymore, but we did have that dust that was really concerning. We just pulled off the road and had to go back and look at it because it was there and it was a big swirl, but I don't see it anymore. Back to you.
Okay, so either we had a brief tornado touchdown or it could have been some gusting winds wrapping in on the backside. Tom, show me where the tightest area of spin is here. I see this area to the right. Is it right there, this little tag's hanging down? Is that what you're looking at right here, that little tag?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking at.
And that whole area is rotating from right to, I mean, definitely, I can definitely see it here. Right in front of it, this part is coming back towards. So, again, everything moving from left to right on this whole deal. And you can see it right here. I mean, it's right there. So all it has to do is tighten up one more notch, and we're probably going to get a tornado out of that. It's definitely going to be close. Okay, let's go back into northern Oklahoma. And here's Tom. This is Lynx 1 here, and you can see the big hail.
So I'm really trying to get us into a spot where we can actually see what's happening. But if you're in Winoka, you need to be taking this very serious right now because this is, again, it's been intensifying all evening long. It doesn't look like it's really spinning. There's definitely some fingers hanging out from under the swell cloud, though. And again, it's just west of Winoka right now. It's either going to come right over town or just to the north side of town, but it's going to be really, really close. And again, it could produce a tornado at any moment. So we're here in Winoka. We're watching it. We'll let you know what we see. Back to you.
Okay, Derek, your picture's coming in. We can see. Let's go out to Shane Helton right now. Shane, what do you see from your vantage point on the storm?
Damon, we're parked in Avard right now. We're watching this storm as it moves towards our area. We're probably going to move off to the east a little bit farther towards Alva, Tacoma area, Hopeton area, to keep an eye on this storm so we can get a better view on it, because we're still on the northeast quarter of it. But we can see that rain-free base there on the southeast side of that storm, or southern side of that storm. So we're keeping a real close eye on it, just like everybody else is. We're just a little bit ahead of it, waiting for it to come up this direction. Damon, back to you.
All right,
At about 40 is the average speed. Ongoing tornado warning, but this has not intensified any further. It's kind of stayed steady at a moderate level. Looking at velocities, looking at the chopper, looking at Mike Bennett. Let's go to Mike Bennett here on that storm near Winoka. Mike Bennett, what do you got?
Yeah, Mike, you talk about it kind of staying level. It's been that way visually, too. We're at the sand dunes just south of Winoka, caught in chaser traffic again. So I'm not able to get up there as fast as I would like, but right now there is no tornado on the ground. We've had a really good view of the wall cloud for the past 10 minutes, and no tornado on the ground. I'm going to say even it just doesn't even really look like it's getting close to that right now. It may be reorganizing, may cycle, okay, may have another wall cloud develop out of the northeast of this one, but that particular wall cloud is not that ominous. It's pretty low to the ground, but it's not that ominous. We've been looking for rotation underneath it, and there, of course, it's rotating, but I don't see any
rapid base. But I'm telling you what, there is some strong upward motion going on, and you know that this updraft has got to be rotating strongly up in the middle and high levels of the storm here, because it is pulling in, it's sucking in air beneath it enough to condense it and bring it up to the base.
We kept an eye on that. This is getting lower and lower, but you can see all of that rain to the right, and this is really developing. We're going to keep, we're definitely watching this one, Damon, because this could happen at any moment.
And you're spot on there. And so from a storm track perspective, I would say start pulling track to this a little bit more to the east. A little bit more to the east. It's probably going to take the southern flank with the strengthening portion of the storm as it begins to turn more to the right. Let's go out to Steve Carano. Steve, you have a very well-pronounced view of this storm. Steve, what do you see from your vantage point?
All right, Damon, this is the same view that Sky 5 has. He's just to my north and east. I am going to be east of Strong City, just northwest of Hammond, and that's looking towards Leedy, and that has been rising scud motion right there on that part of the storm, which is just to the southwest of Leedy, just to the west of Leedy, and that has increased, and it has continued to increase. Scud is rising up into that area, which is in the sweet spot, and that's the same area that, like I said, Sky 5 is watching. We'll watch it here close.
All right, Stephen, we can hear the sirens here sounding in the background here. Let's go back out to Sky 5 just from a visual standpoint, because the way that the light is hitting it really puts into perspective exactly what Steve and Chase are seeing here. You can see this thing is rotating right now as it's moving up to the northeast here. Real concerned about this, and I would say with this moving more to the right in the next couple of minutes here, I'd say in the next 30 minutes, this storm is going to strengthen as it continues to move to the east, and so that is what our storm track has here. Okay, let's go out to Mutual. That's where we have Michael Armstrong right now. Tornado warning coming for this cell. Michael, tornado warning, there it is. Let's go out to Michael right now. Michael, what do you see?
Okay, Damon, right now what we're seeing is there is an extremely low area. I think it may be trying to wrap up embedded in rain just northeast of Mutual is where I'm starting to see the center of rotation. There's also a more broad area of rotation back near Cessus, just to the north of it. So if you look back here in this area, that's more of the wider rain-free base. Here's the core of the storm, just to the east of 270, and there's all of the rotation that's embedded in that. I got to tell you, I don't really see a real focused area right now for a tornado at this particular moment, but it does not surprise me based on the amount of wind that was coming out of that storm that I showed you and that dust that was spinning on the ground with even some of the outflow that was coming out of it just a little bit ago. It's a very, very intense storm right now.
It is a very intense storm, and so this is our second tornado warning that we now have, and this is moving to the east. It's that eastward track that we have here that shows this storm is going to be strengthening as well. So that's headed towards, see, Orion here at 525, the Cheyenne Valley at 538, Cedar Springs and Fairview at about 545, and this could be this area right here, just west of Cedardale. So we'll call this the Mutual storm. Now, Mutual, I know you are technically in the warning, although the storm is pulled away from Mutual, so this storm is moving away from town. So this is a tornado warning that we have right here, southwest of Cedardale. We'll come back to this in a second. Let's go up to Mutual. Winoka, and get an update on that tornado warning that we have Shane and Derek on right now, very close to Winoka and up towards Avard here. And so this is moving to the east-northeast here at about 45 miles per hour. Oh, I'm sorry, about 30 miles per hour. And so that would bring it into Tacoma at 541 and Carmen at 553. You can definitely say that storm is still spinning just north of Winoka. Let's go out to Derek right now. Derek, how's the storm look from your perspective?
Yeah, Damon, I mean, it continues to just pulse up and down. It has not produced a tornado yet. In fact, we're actually right underneath the wall cloud. It is on the northeast side of Winoka, so it is past the majority, but there's still a lot of farmhouses out here. I'm seeing quite a bit of population still here just on the north and east side of Winoka, and it is right over the top of you, and it can literally produce a tornado at any second. So you definitely need to be taking precaution here. The tornado sirens are going off in Winoka, and we just continue to pace with this storm and watch it. Again, I haven't seen a tornado yet, but we've seen some rapid lifting underneath the wall cloud, and we've seen a lot of things that say this storm could produce a tornado at any time. It just hasn't done so yet, thankfully. And so we continue to watch it here. We're going to let you know if it does anything, but as of right now, no tornado here in Winoka, but very, very close. Back to you.
Okay, we'll continue to keep in touch with both Derek and Shane. Let's put the radar back up here, tracking this cell to the east. And so big hail core inside of it, by the way, that's going to fall just on the north side, maybe about a mile outside of Winoka here. So Tacoma, 541, McWillie, 609, Cherokee to Helena, 612 to 620, and then Jet here at 632 with that storm moving to the east. Let's get an update. Brand new tornado warning. Once again, our newest tornado warning technically does include far southeastern Woodward County and comes just north of Sealing. This is moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. That is a strong moving storm here. We'll go out to Michael, and then we'll talk to Sky 5 next. Michael, tornado warning for your storm here. What do you see?
Well, right now, Damon, it has have a huge lowered area, no doubt. But what we're seeing right now is that there's still a lot of outflow coming out from underneath the storm at this particular moment. It looks like it's going to be tucked back up in the rain. So this is going to be just east and northeast of Highway 270, which is good because there's still a lot of traffic, a lot of people driving up and down Highway 270. Back to the west, I still see another developing wall cloud on a different storm as well. So very chaotic scene up here right now, just to the north and west of Sealing.
Yeah, I definitely see that, and you're right there, Michael. That would be wrapped up in rain with that tornado warning. That is moving to the east. So let's go back to the radar here. We'll put the we'll show you exactly where the storm is going to be rotating. And once again, up inside of rain, new circulation. Yeah, easy to see right here with the inflow coming in. That is south of Cedardale. So Sealing, this is north of you, Chester to Cheyenne Valley. Watching this storm moving to the east pretty quickly too, by the way, about 45 miles per hour. So Cheyenne Valley at 531, Fairview at 544, Orienta 545, and then Clio Springs at 549. Let's go out to Sky 5 if we can here. We'll go back down. Let's go down on the southern storms here where we have Sky 5. And so Sky 5 watching these cells. This storm is getting pretty intense as well. You see that V notch right here? That is going to indicate a strengthening storm. Jonathan highlighted this earlier, called this a screaming eagle. Basically what you see right here, see that?
Before we lost sight of it, headed north into the core, the wall cloud was getting lower and lower all the time. And instead of having that hard, crisp, high base look to the lowering, it started getting that fuzzy, low base look. You know what I'm talking about, that fuzzy look to it. We are about another 1 mile or so. We're going to be completely out of the rain. We're going to be able to see the wall cloud again. But when we left it, I mean, it was becoming full-blown, lower base type of a storm. So now we're getting out of the rain, as you can tell. It's to our southwest, kind of south-southwest. What do you see there, Amy?
Leady right now, the core is. Now I'm coming on the south side of it, and you can see on my shot here, you see that appendage that there.
And I'd say another 2 miles, we'll be able to set up and take a good close look at it. Back to you.
All right, Val, looks like it's just to your south, about maybe a mile and a half. There it is right there. So Amy running the cameras, Amy Castor, and look at that shot. And a great shot from Amy. Looking back to the south-south.
Broadened out as far as rotation goes. So we're coming up here just south of Chester and going to have to blast east over towards the Fairview area. You can see the hail core back in there. A lot of heavy rain and continuous cloud-to-ground lightning. So we're right here with it, Mike. Don't see anything real localized that would look like a tornado is imminent.
Okay, we're going to go down the line. Let's go down the line one storm over to max 1. So the Leedy rotation's coming up really fast. Here's your time of arrival. Leedy, Putnam, Taloga, Sealing, Canton, Fairview.
We can talk about this for a long time. There's a lot happening in this shot. That is a large rotating wall cloud. Go ahead, Jim. Incredible shot from Jim Gardner in Bob Mill Sky News 9. No tornado on the ground, but we're a tick away. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, that's right, David. It just keeps getting organized and organized. Like Val said, it's a lot lower to the ground now than what it was. It is really trying to build that wall cloud and get low to the ground here. Like I said, we've been sitting in the same spot for the past 45 minutes just south of Putnam here, shooting back. It is coming towards me, and it is getting closer now, but you can see it. There is a lot of movement going on in there, David, a lot of movement. The rain and hail up in front of this has just got to be unbelievable. But anyway, we're watching it, David. It is still trying to organize. It is a lot lower than what it was. Val's in a great position. We're sitting here just to fill in for him. We'll keep you updated. Jim Garfone live from Bob Mills, Sky News 9. Back to you.
All right, Jim. And I tell you what, looking at Jim's shot, you can't get a better shot than that, folks. And you're not going to get a better pilot than Jim Gardner in the air. He's seen more tornadoes, no joke, from the air than any other pilot, not just in Oklahoma, not just in North America, but on the globe. On the globe. That guy has seen more tornadoes over his career in Oklahoma City tracking this stuff. And nobody's better than Jim. And look at his shot here. See this coming in? See this right here? That is the, again, rain-cooled air coming out of the core. Here's the core. It's sucking in rain-cooled air from the north. And as it does, it begins to condense, turns into what I call a cigar cloud. Sometimes these will be big, long, hanging way down over here. And this one is getting thicker. At the same time, this is the left side of the wall cloud. And this whole thing right here, this is a major feeder band coming in from the south. The mesocyclone runs from about right there till about right there. It's a big meso, and it goes up and it tilts towards me. It's like a big tube in the air that's coming out towards you at home on your TV set. Because of the jet stream winds, it's tilted over. It's not a straight up mesocyclone. It's tilted over. And if you look back in here, you can see some of the striations, and it goes up and then it comes back out. I mean, there's a lot going on. And this thing is spinning like a top, and that circulation makes its way down. That's exactly what Val's looking at here. Let's go to Val Castor. Let's bring Val back in, and then we're going to jump back to the north here on the other tornado warning going on. And Val, we have your shot back up. Again, we're going back to you here. What do you think as you make your way back to the east here? What's that circulation look like now? Have you? Oh, okay, we lost Val. Let's go back to Lynx 1. Let's jump back north.
Okay, yeah, the circulation north is also tighter.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yep. Here's Vaughn.
I'll show you what the hook looks like, David, on the storm.
Okay, we have Vaughn. And let's get Vaughn in position. Justin, tell Vaughn he's got to go through the. Yeah, he's got to go through
eastbound.
Okay, so who's down? Let me check in here. Who's down a little further south? Tell our guys to. I see Jeremy.
Jeremy and Tom.
Okay, what's Tom's shot look like? Justin, tell Tom stop. Let's see it. I want to see it back to the northwest. What's going on here?
Yeah, he's getting out of the trees right now.
Okay.
A shower being pulled in.
Just want to make sure.
Yep.
All right, so circulation's right over Cedardale. It's right here. It's right here, right over Cedardale.
And shear rates come up, getting close to Highway 281, right between Bouse Junction and
Here
Chester.
Here comes Vaughn. And Vaughn's going to come in from the north. And there, folks, look at this. Look at the shape of this, too. This tells me a whole lot. This thing is really, really getting its act together. That's that northern storm now. That's going to Cheyenne Valley.
On the right side of the screen there, that inflow is getting lower. Let me zoom in here, and you can see the motion in the wall cloud there in that feeder band. I mean, the winds in there are turning. We've still got about a 30-mile-per-hour wind out of the south. It's 82 degrees. We're keeping a very close eye on this thing. We have not taken our eyes off of it for the last 10 to 15 minutes. We're watching it very closely. I don't know how well you can see the motion there on the feeder band coming in to the wall cloud. That's going to be on the front of the storm, on the east side of the wall cloud. It looks like it's getting lower, and now there's an additional feeder band to the east of that, also feeding into it. We're watching this very closely. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, let's go over to Max 1. So that's the Leedy storm. So that's this storm right down here. The rotation on this one coming into Major County has gone way, way up. Probably the strongest we've seen all day today so far. It's like passing a 7 now on a scale of 0 to 10. It's passing a 7. There's your time to arrival. Take this seriously. Fairview there at about 5:30, 5:40. It's 5:07 right now, so 20, 25 minutes from right now. Cleo Springs, Orienta at about 5:40 to 5:46. Helena there at about 5:55, 6:03. Lahoma, Enid, right? Lahoma, Enid, 6:12. Take this seriously. It's come way up. That's got a big, deep hook on it now. And again, there's your time of arrival. Heads up on this. Serious deal. Let's go over to Lynx 1. Tornado warning ongoing with it for Major County. Over to Lynx 1. And let's look at the rotation on that with Lynx 1. Big, deep hook. My goodness. That looks like a tornado producer right there, basically right now. Velocities are coming way up. And also, there's a little satellite, some type of little inflow satellite vortex of some kind right there. So this is, Emily's talking about this little satellite vortex right here out ahead of the main mesocyclone. So there's a lot of inflow coming into this with a little possible satellite vortex that may have formed right there. This is one powerful storm. Corey Inman's on it right now. Major County, you folks in Major County, this is serious stuff here today. Take this seriously. Here's Corey Inman live update looking at that storm right now. Corey? So that's all really, really low. So you see a big low tail cloud here coming in right here. Very, very low. And it's lifting up into it. Super low to the ground right there. Super low to the ground. Go Corey Inman. Tornado warning. Your storm is the strongest in the state right now. Major County, west of Fairview. Go.
Yeah, Mike, we're eastbound from Chester, between Chester and Fairview, and you're right. That thing just continues to intensify. Really ragged-looking wall cloud, a big blocky wall cloud. It's kind of pushed a little bit north of us, so we're having to take a view when we come through the trees and the hills. Uptick. We're coming through a clear slot here. You should be able to get a nice shot of it, but that thing means business. To the east-northeast, it looks like it may stay to the north of Fairview, like you said, up towards the Cleo Springs, Alene area. A lot of heavy rain and big hail back in there as well.
That's
east
an update.
Towards the ceiling area.
Okay, very good. Let's go back over to Lynx 1 here and take a close look. So again, let's go on into the Major County storm there, Damien. So big, deep wrapping hook right there. Tennis balls or so on the hail. And the shear marker just went way up. Went from green over to red just like
that mezzo. I'm trying to get north. I need to find a north road and get a good view of it. David, back to you.
Okay, all right. And Tom's doing the same thing. All right. So that's what that storm looks like. Doesn't appear to be on the ground right now. Let's go back to Lynx 1. So that storm is that storm. There's your couplet crossing 281 south of Bouse Junction. If you live south of Bouse Junction, east of Bouse Junction, this is Vaughn. Now I'm going to get Vaughn in here. When Vaughn can stop and give us a shot, I want to see Vaughn shot from the southwest, Jesse.
Is getting, we're seeing a lot of activity as far as lightning goes. I know the sky's a little green just to the north of this, so we're seeing some of that. We're not seeing any hail out here, yes, but I know there's a lot of hail in there. But this continues to rotate. It's not rotating very fast, but we're going to keep watching it because if it does rotate, we'll keep an eye on the ground and see if it starts kicking up in anything, Damon. But this could very easily produce something soon.
It certainly could. And what we see between now and about 10 o'clock or so will be a bunch of rotating storms north of I-40 moving into the high-risk zone. South of I-40, I expect that things are going to take off here in just a little bit as well. But right now, watching the southern flank here. So Nick is watching these storms up to the north. There's Chris Lee by Elk City. And then watching these storms.
Long rotation. It's going to be just northwest of me. There's a pretty substantial lowering. I don't see a tornado on the ground. This lowering and the rotation has been coming in and out of the the rain right now, and right now it's out of it. You can see that inflow coming in from the northeast. I mean, it's got everything going for it. It looks like the kind of storm that would produce a tornado. However, I don't see anything from my vantage point, but that's not saying that there isn't anything in there tucked in that rain, because I am looking from the southeast towards the northwest, and I do believe that a lot of it is in the rain, but we really got to keep an eye on this because it's got that look. Back to you.
All right, well, there it is. And again, this is what Tom's talking about here. We have, again, the feeder band. We have several, but this is coming out of the rain, cooled air to the north. This is going to be ripping up into it. This goes up and around the left side of the mesos right here. And there's your mesocyclone. So,
okay, good. Very good. Okay, Cleo Springs are coming up. As Emily pointed out, there was a little satellite something coming around. I don't know if it was totally closed off, but something swung around. But that looks like a tornado developing right there. So where is this? Right? So here's the river. Here's the river. And then you have Cleo Springs and Oriena right here. Cleo Springs and Oriena. Fairview's just off the very edge of the screen. So again, kind of zoom out. You can see.
Could do that, Damon, but it is definitely very intense, and you can see the lowering there on the front edge. Like you're saying, it's going to be tucked back up in the rain where the lowered area is. We're trying to maneuver around it based on the road network here. It's pretty tough, but we're going to try to get a view of this back up to as we get further east, we'll be able to look back on the north side into that rain. If there's a tornado in there, but certainly quite a bit of rotation.
Right now on Highway 412 here, just kind of past the Gloss Mountains here. But, there's a lot of activity in the area. It's still in the kind of an organizing phase. The wall cloud is very broad. Haven't had any funnels in the last couple of minutes here, but as we get a little closer to it, we'll be able to identify this a little bit better here. We're still in the Gloss Mountains, so as you're seeing kind of in the distance there, our elevation is going to rise a little bit. So right past that rising area where the Gloss Mountains are, we're probably going to be able to see if there's a tornado on the ground. We've got it looks like a tornado signature, so the mountains in front of us are kind of blocking our view momentarily. But again, we're moving west on Highway 412 west of Cleo Springs. So, folks, north of Cleo Springs, the Carmen area, Cleo Springs need to be aware that this is a rapidly developing situation. We are right here with it, so we'll keep you posted if we see any finals. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, so we're just looking at the major county storms. So again, basically, the chopper is right there, and Eric Dixon's right there. This is a really, really low wall cloud. It's red line, center line for Cleo Springs and Oriena. Near and just to the west through north of Fairview. And you're looking to the west right there, right into that hook. Right into that hook right there. You see, here's Fairview.
Well, ton of lightning, a bunch of electricity inside of this cell as it continues to move to the east here. We'll come back to this in just a second. Let's what do you see, Jonathan?
Okay. They're going to probably, I imagine, have to issue a new warning on this storm. The warning just dropped. Probably need to get a new one on there because I see radar indicated 2-inch hail with this storm. So I'm sure they're probably National Weather Service is probably typing it up and watching it really, really close. We're gonna have to bounce back and forth. Let's go up to Michael.
Yeah, let's check in with Michael. Michael, how this storm looks like is you say this tornado is imminent in this cell? Okay, we'll get Michael back on here in just a moment. Again, rural Oklahoma, sometimes your cell connection is hit and miss. The picture is perfect, though. We'll come back to this cell. Let's go check in, by the way, on our northern storm. Let's see, it looks like, did they drop the tornado warning on this one that Derek and Shane are on? It does appear they replaced it with a severe. So for Alva, severe thunderstorm warning, still has a hook in it east of Avard near Hopeton.
Been up and rise. Everything's rising into the updraft of this storm here. The low pressure is starting to deepen inside this hook echo here. The winds are starting to come up here. So the wall cloud is just kind of on the other side of those Gloss Mountains over there here. So we're watching it real closely here. It's kind of holding its own a little bit, but, we're getting these tags here and there. And I've had a couple small little needle funnels. They come and go really quick. So it is definitely rapidly intensifying here. So, Cleo Springs, Ringwood, Helena, Carmen, they're kind of in the immediate path of this thing, possibly North Fairview. As looking back at this here, I'm not seeing any definite funnels. Lots of tags here. Still a lot of rising motion in that wall cloud, but it's definitely organizing. It's not 100% there, but we are getting there very fast. Mike.
And Mike,
That's
I'm
right.
watching on Max 3 right now, and there's a new satellite tornado trying to form off to the south and east. It's happened before, and it's likely happening again right now.
So you're looking at the hot red and the hot green there, the southeast side of the main mesocyclone. That'd be damaging winds coming into the Fairview area. So again, Fairview, you folks in the Fairview area, you're under a tornado warning.
You guys pop up Max 3 real quick. I can show you what he's talking about.
So let's go ahead and take a look. Let's go back over to Max 1. Here's an overview. Just now getting home, you're joining us here. So the supercell up by Alva is no longer tornado warned. It's severe with a tornado possible. So that's a downgrade for the...
And so this storm continues to move to the east, and so well-pronounced inflow into the storm. And this picture that you see on the left-hand side of your television screen is showing exactly what the radar is indicating. Seeing a bunch of little lowered areas, well-pronounced inflow coming in right now just near Ray. And so this moves into Oakwood at 5:58, Eagle City 6:08, Canton at 6:11, and then the lake there at 6:13. So we'll continue to watch this one. Is Michael available? Let me go back up to this tornado warning because I know Michael's right on it. And so still finding, let's see here, well-pronounced inflow into this. Oh, that's tightening up. That's tightening up right there just west of Cheyenne Valley. Michael, from a radar perspective, your storm is tightening up. What do you see?
I agree. This is a nasty, nasty looking lowering to the north. Oh, man, northeast of Chester. Damon, this is going to be approaching Highway 15. Let's see, what else? Also, they're right between Orienta, so along 412 there, just to the south and east of Bowles Junction. Man, this is a powerful looking cell. I will say this. I think a new wall cloud began to form and is wrapping around it, so it may be going through a recycling stage. I'm not 100% convinced the original circulation tornado, even though I'm seeing some very strong inflow. Those are the outbounds coming out of Vance straight into the mesocyclone, but I think a new one may be forming. And so this is going to continue to be a threat as it moves up toward Aileen and Carmen. I did just see a critical message coming from the National Weather Service that as these storms encounter even better moisture across Grant and Garfield and Kingfisher County, the risk will go up even higher.
It certainly will, and especially as we get into that sunset time frame here. So we're just getting started. It's going to be a late night, and I'm hoping that, we can get through this okay, but knowing the dynamics, time of the year, storm system like this, everything says, look, this is a higher end day, and so these storms are moving in to the high-risk area as they continue to pull away from western Oklahoma.
Some type of inflow vortex of some kind toward the left-hand part of your screen where those clouds are hanging down really, really low. Not impossible. We've had a couple of little inflow-related vortexes touch down. And that would be some damaging winds heading for the Fairview, North Fairview area. But it storms red line, center line for Clio Springs and Orienta. Tell us what you got. Big wall cloud.
That is true. We've got a lot of what appears to be some satellite tornadoes starting to get a lot of rapid rotation as this wall cloud progresses to the east here. So I believe the storm is going to try to come straight down Highway 412 towards the east, so it would put Clio Springs in the direct line of path, possibly Ringwood. Hopefully we can get this to pass just a little bit north of the highway here where it's less populated. But, I've kind of had a little bit of bowl features in here. It kind of went away. It comes back real quick. A lot of rapid rotation now that's starting to develop. A lot of rising motion, a lot of tags coming down. I don't see any defined funnel as of yet, but that can happen in a matter of just a couple of seconds here. I think we're getting really close to having a tornado here at any moment. As a matter of fact, I'm going to pan to the left here. I may have a satellite tornado trying to develop right over in this area here as the camera kind of catches up here. It's definitely an uptick here. I think a tornado is imminent.
Rain and hail right now that's really up to the north of this is the big factor right now. But we'll keep watching, keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live from Bob Mills, Scotty's 9. Back to you.
All right, nice job. So again, folks, this is going to be the storm that Val is on. Jim's on it as well. And look at that shot. I mean, clearly, big rain-free base, big lowering. The rain you see is on the back side of the hook, where it should be. And that's classic setup. And I'm going to point this out right here. See this on the right side, how this slopes down? You'll often see that on the right side of a supercell and on the left side of a supercell. And then that's the bell, right? Looks like an old-timey bell. And then in the center of it, if you get a tornado, it's called the ringer. And if you don't get a tornado, the wall cloud's called the ringer. And usually that wall cloud will center up somewhere near the middle. But this is really pulling in right now. I mean, it's really pulling air in for sure. And Val's right there on the ground. Hank's there. And this thing is moving. Let's go back to Lynx 1. Great job there. Great shot from Jim. Let's go back to Lynx 1. And from Putnam, looking off to the west, big hail right over Webb. You folks in Tologa, I don't see how you miss it. Prepare for a damaging hailstorm in Tologa. I mean, look at the, yeah.
Yeah, that's the path of where it's been. You can see where it's pointed.
Yeah, this is where the hail has fallen. This is a hail track.
So right there along the river, and then again, Clio Springs, Orienta, up into southern Alfalfa County is where that is going right now. Let's go back over to Eric Dixon, get an update here. Ongoing tornado warning, strongest storm in the state right now. You're looking right at it here, and the chopper is in the immediate vicinity as well. Go, Eric.
Yeah, Mike, I'm still at the same spot here. Here, just a second. I'm going to go ahead and progress a little bit more east so I can get out of the line of this. Don't let it overtake me here. So we're going to get just a little bit to the east of Clio Springs here. Kind of see what it does here, see if it's going to track along the highway here. It's possible that it could try to take a northeast turn, but right now it's trying to localize and head due east. So Clio Springs really needs to get in their shelters right now. A tornado is going to be imminent the way it's looking right now. Rapid rotation inbound for Clio Springs, Highway 412. I'm going to reposition. Mike?
Okay. Looks like baseball-size hail as well in that storm. So just looking at velocities here. Let's go ahead and take Eric Dixon's stream here full. So he's looking back to the west-southwest again, basically showing tornado there possible here at any time. There's a lot of damaging winds in this as well, and we're showing at least baseballs with it, 2.75-inch diameter hail. So Aileen and Clio Springs, Orienta, up into Alfalfa County and northern major counties where that's tracking right now.
Hey, Mike, that storm produced an 82-mile-per-hour wind gust.
There you go. That's all this hot green that you see right here, all that hot green around it, 82-mile-an-hour wind gust right there. So high velocity damaging straight line winds. Let's go back over to Eric Dixon's stream here full. Let's take a look at it. So ongoing tornado warning, Aileen, Clio Springs, Orienta, heads up for you. Eric Dixon, it looks like you're moving here a little bit. Tell us what you got right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of keeping an eye on my rearview mirror right now. I'm going to get up to the next stop up here about 2 miles ahead, back up on a hill, and look back at it here because it's starting, these things move fast, so you got to keep up with it. So give me a couple minutes here. I'm going to reposition, look back at it here. I'm looking at my rearview mirror. I do not see a tornado at the moment, but we are moving eastbound, and we'll get you another shot here momentarily.
Emily Sutton joins us live. Emily?
Yes, we continue to monitor the latest. I'm on Max 3 right now if we want to. Oh, I've got to turn my mic on. I'm on Max 3 right now if we want to go ahead and take a look at the latest. So we have a PDS tornado watch that remains in effect, and this goes until 11 p.m. for most of the
atmosphere. The rain has to go one way or the other. So on the forward flank, that goes forward, and on the backside, that air is dry and it comes wrapping down around the backside, and that's what you can actually see the striations on the backside of the storm too. But I think that was like a roof flank downdraft, and so you might have some hail, large hail, 82-mile-per-hour winds coming in sideways can do some very significant storm damage. So that's like, triple threat there, Damon.
It certainly is, and we're getting these strong wind reports coming in right now. Alva, by the way, just had a 61 mile per hour wind gust as well. So definitely some pretty powerful winds that are going to be inside these storms.
PM time frame. Let's go back to max 3 if we can, guys, where I continue to track this line of storms. 2 severe storms at this time, 1 ongoing tornado warning. This tornado warning has been cycling quite a bit, and it's been producing even some satellite tornadoes. You have the main circulation, and then it can spawn a secondary circulation next to it. This is a severe thunderstorm. The orange means that there's a tornado tag, a tornado possible. Any of the storms today will have a tornado possible. Zooming in, it was previously tornadic. You can still see a minor hook feature right now, but as we switch to velocity, it is a broad circulation. These storms also have the potential of producing up to tennis ball, up to baseball size hail. This is the strongest storm in the state right now. This is the tornado warned storm. It is located west of Fairview, tracking to the east at about 20 miles per hour towards Clio Springs. So I'd say anyone, especially just south of Clio Springs, you need to be in your safe spot immediately. Let's zoom in a little bit closer. Still a clear hook with it, and it pulsed up. We had a tight circulation, even witnessed a little secondary circulation underneath it, and then it wrapped back in again. Let's go to our storm tracker on this right now. Eric Dixon for the latest. Eric, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I moved east a little bit here. I'm closer to Clear Springs. Definitely still with us here. I've got little tiny tag funnels that keep coming down here. One perhaps right here, right above the highway here, a little tiny needle-type funnel that's trying to develop here. There's a lot of chaser convergence out here. People are tracking this here. Looks like I've got a funnel developing right here in the middle of the screen here. Possible tornado that's fixing to try to develop right in front of us here. So I definitely have a funnel. It's coming down. I'm zooming in on it right now. I don't see anything on the ground yet. It's right above the Gloss Mountains here. This is going to be approximately 10 miles to the west of Clio Springs. Funnel has started to dissipate right now. It's pulling back up on the clouds. Kind of what's been going on here. That's been the story with this thing here. All that rain back there is wrapping rain curtains. So it's pulling the rain around this circulation and spinning it around and hooking around this is bringing all of this high wind around this, and it's pulling it up into the updraft. My ground winds aren't terribly strong yet, and so that's one thing to note. When these ground winds and the low-level jet starts kicking in a little bit later tonight, that's really going to intensify these circulations here. That it really needs that, that ground-type wind, that low-level jet to feed these. We still have a decent wind on the ground here. I'm going to estimate it probably 15, 20 miles an hour. That's not to say that it won't produce a tornado because it has every possibility that it could, but we're going to probably amplify that threat as we move into the evening here. I'm watching it. I don't have any funnels as we speak right now, but we are continuing to watch this, and we will move east with it and keep you forewarned. Mike?
Okay, thanks for that report. Yeah, so this pulsed up earlier, but where you're seeing mainly shades of red right now, he was talking about the rain ramping in. That's what we're seeing right now. So essentially the storm.
Localized. We'll see if it can spin a little faster. We'll see. We hope not, but Jim's right there. Jim, what do you think? Looking off to your west-northwest, big storm, big supercell, and what a great shot.
Yeah, David, it's still trying to get its act together here. You can see it. There's a lot of motion in there, but it's real ragged right now. Nothing really centralized, but it is definitely turning into a whopping of a storm here with a lot of rain, a lot of hail again, but it is still working, David, to get there. So we'll keep tracking and keep you updated. Jim Garford live from Bob Mills, Scotty's 9, back to you.
All right, Jim, great shot. Looking off to the west-northwest. That's going to be what we call tail end Charlie, or that southern storm. I'll explain that later. And here's the deal. This thing is spinning. No doubt about it. It is spinning. Okay, let's go do links 3. And let's kind
of take a look at the entire wall cloud. We're seeing areas that continue to lower, so there's still a lot of activity in this thing. This is really starting to rock. I'll tell you what, we're going to watch this. If you move to the left just a little bit more, we can see this lowering right here. This one got really close to the ground just a little while ago. I know you've been watching our shot there on the left side of your screen, but take a look at this lowering right here. This one was really starting to rotate a little bit earlier, but right now it's come up just a little bit. Still seeing a lot of lightning in this cloud. Looking up to the north, seeing some of that those layerings that Michael Armstrong was talking about, and seeing a lot of that hail. If we continue right, you can see how green the skies are right there, just to the north of, again, this is to the north and east of Leedy, and you can see a lot of structure in this storm. This also is a huge storm that we're going to keep a close eye on, Damon.
Absolutely, and I want to hit a message as hard as I can right now, and I don't just throw this out all the time, but if you're watching right now in central Oklahoma, I mean, so far the storms have been north, but I really want you to understand the threat that will be increasing as we go into the next couple of hours. This is not a day where we use this terminology lightly. These days are very much concerning to us. We understand that, look, we live through these storms just like you do. And so what we see with the data coming in right now, and as these storms are moving into central Oklahoma, these storms are only going to increase. And so for the next couple of hours, right now we've been looking north of I-40, but these storms will begin to develop south of I-40. So
up as the evening progresses, still a big PDS tornado watch. That means particularly dangerous situation. That's when forecasters expect violent or strong tornadoes to be ongoing. So this is just the start of what could be a long night. This is still forecast to progress off to the east, especially across the northern half of the state. And for the metro, it could be moving in closer to about 9 p.m. the way it's tracking right now. And we're expecting these to ramp up once the sun goes down. The low-level jet picks up, and that's when you can have more tornadoes.
You see a little bit of an inflow notch, and that's indicative of the spin that this storm is starting to develop in the mid-levels, David. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice. Oh, really? Okay. All right. We'll bring that out. All right. Let's do it here. And, okay, so this storm is not severe, but like Hank was talking about, it is getting better organized slowly. And, again, once, if you watch this, Hank's a veteran storm chaser. He knows what he's looking at. We'll see if this thing ramps up. It is just barely south of where we have the tornado warnings. It's in the same environment, same conditions. And remember, the parameters to get tornadoes are going to increase into the afternoon and this evening. So that's kind of what's going on with that. They're going to get better or worse, if you will, to possibly get more tornadoes. So that's the problem. But that is a supercell going on. Let's go to
quarters and ping pongs.
Okay, let's go to links 1, and we'll go back to the storms themselves on radar. And these are the 1, 2, 3 big storms. We have 4 storms now. Near Butler, the west of Butler, the one that Brandon and Hank are on. We have Val Supercell, we have Jeremy, Vaughn's, and Tom Supercell, and we have Marty's. And
any really tight areas of rotation like what Eric was seeing earlier. A lot of heavy rain. The one thing we've noticed coming north here is the cloud-to-ground lightning has really intensified the last several minutes right here just to the north of this lowering. So that's an indication that the storm continues to strengthen. Just pulling over, getting a good look at it. Getting a look at it here, Emily. Don't see anything really tight. All the rotation is still pretty broad, and it's right over 412, just to the northwest of Fairview, about 5 miles.
Corey, thank you very much. Let's go over to Max 1 here and kind of give you an overview. Here it is. It's 5:35 now in the afternoon, so you see the green counties here. That is a PDS tornado watch for the possibility of a tornado outbreak. It's one of those days. 4-inch diameter hail, 80+ mile-per-hour straight line winds. We have 1 tornado warning in the state right now. It's going to be just southwest of Cleo Springs and Oriena. The storm.
What you see, just an absolute beast of a supercell thunderstorm right now, just northwest of Fairview, Oklahoma. It does have a wall cloud beneath it. Right now, I don't see a visible condensation funnel that's down near the ground. However, the storm continues to be a powerhouse of a storm as it's lifting to the northeast toward Cleo Springs.
Just from a radar standpoint, and Michael, what we see from the Weather Center here at the KOCO5 studios is that all of these storms have that massive looking like hook look to it. I mean, they all have that look, whether they're in a tornado warning or whether in a severe thunderstorm warning. So this storm is moving to the east here, but as Jonathan kind of zooms out, you'll notice that they all basically have that hook. There's your hook. There's your hook. There's your hook. There's your hook. I mean, they all just have that look to them that just tells you, look, these storms are really rotating, moving to the east as they are sliding into the high-risk zone where the dynamics are even more favorable. They're only going to begin to rotate even stronger here. So for Enid, again, we're not that far off here from probably having a new warning that's going to be issued for you. And so really concerned about that one. Here's your severe thunderstorm warning with a well-pronounced hook into this. between Putnam and Tologa.
The Byron area, so still a possible tornado with that one. It's got a small, tight circulation. Here's your time of arrival. So Byron, Waukeeta, and up toward Caldwell, Kansas. That's in southern Kansas, so it crosses from Oklahoma into Kansas right around that 6:20 to 6:25 time frame. That's the update for the northernmost supercell that earlier had a tornado warning with it. Notice it is cleared Alva to the east. Here's Cherokee, there's Byron, Driftwood, Amarita. Up here in northern Alfalfa County, it's heading your way. From there, near and north of Waukeeta in Grant County. This storm here, dangerous. There's a rotation there, nothing too great right there. Earlier, there's a little tight spot in there, but it went away. So there's Burlington, there's Byron, there's Cherokee. So we're going to focus now down on the central supercell. So Cleo Springs, heads up for you, still dangerous here. And you see the red and the green, it broadened out. The rotation broadened out. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. These things breathe. They inhale and then they exhale, and they inhale and then they exhale. Right now, it's exhaling. But when you say that, though, see all those hot spots right there? See all that bright green? That is really, really strong inflow forming, and I'd say that's probably the picture of it right there, right where that hot spot green area was. On days like this, literally, these storms, they inhale and they exhale. They can inhale back in literally in just a couple minutes' time. It just happens so fast. So heads up still, very much so. Cleo Springs, Oriana. Is this Mike Bennett here? For real. Let's go to Mike Bennett right now. Mike?
Okay, yeah, Mike, we're a mile north of Cleo Springs looking straight west. And I'll tell you what, that wall cloud, that developed really, really fast. It took maybe 3 or 4 minutes for it to pull Scud in. The Scud went straight up. And so it was looking pretty blocky there for a second before my stream went back live, but it's developing really fast, and so we're going to watch it and see what it does here. But this thing's I think it's just what had happened is this storm has cycled, and a new wall cloud developed to the northeast of the old one. But you can see it right there. You can see the spin in it. I'm going to zoom in on it just a little bit, just so you can kind of see a little bit more of the local rotation there. But right there in the center of the screen, that's where the tightest rotation is. I'm going to say it's not extremely rapid, okay? On a scale of 1 to 10, we're probably at about a 5, but I believe it's increasing as we speak. And so anybody in the path of this, Helena, possibly Alene, and Goltry, pay attention. Back to you.
Okay, good report, Mike Bennett. Again, this is literally a second-by-second deal right here. Let's go back over to radar. We've got Eric Dixon there as well. So you see these hot areas forming. That's what Mike Bennett was just talking about. That's ramping up, and it's ramping up very fast. The old circulation's here. It's still there. This is ramping up really quickly here. So Cleo Springs, Oriana, Alene. From there over through Helena, Goltry, Jet, Nash. So this is serious. That's ramping up so fast, so fast. So that's what we call a cycle. So the mesocyclone cycled, and on the southeastern or inflow flank, and let me tell you, the humidity right now outside is absolutely soupy thick. There's so much energy for these storms today. Temperatures are up near 80, some cases 83, 84, with stir-it-like-a-spoon humidity, which is
a very organized-looking storm. I'm going to back the shot out so you can see the whole storm. And it's got a stack of plates. The whole storm is rotating. It's not one that you need to let your guard down on. I mean, it looks pretty impressive right now. Back to you.
All right, nice job, Tom. Nice job, Tom. I'm eating right now. It's hard to eat and talk at the same time. All right, so that's going to be the northern storm. I say that. There's several up here that are the northern storm. All right, so this is going to be the middle storm, if you will, up north. But the one with the tornado warning on it, that is up north. And you can see everything feeding into it. So far, folks, I'll be honest with it, we've been good. It doesn't appear like we've had any tornadoes today. We've been close, which, you know what? That's fine. Let's just keep this thing going here. Big storms, big wind, big hail. But hopefully we won't have any tornadoes. But conditions are certainly favorable for tornadoes, not only tornadoes, but strong tornadoes and tornadoes that are on the ground for quite a distance. That's a problem. Tornadoes that are on the ground for quite a distance here. So the one smaller storm west of Byron no longer tornado warned, but it is spinning. It'll spin all the way into Kansas. And then we have the other supercell here near Oriented, the one that Tom's on and Vaughn's on. And then we have the other storm down to the southwest, the one that Val's on. And he's watching that. He's making his way north and back east, and no longer a tornado warning on that. So we have the one tornado warning, and that's going on for the Enid storm. Well, we'll call it right now it's going to go just barely west and north of Enid, but not by much. And the tornado warning continues on that. Okay, so back down the line here. By the way, the model data, what's the latest and greatest? I heard you say the TAC. I heard that, Justin.
Yeah, the latest high-res also brings the storms that you're talking about near Hank to the east, kind of north of I-40, and almost crashes some of the storms a little bit further to the south once they get into central Oklahoma. Kind of an arcing line to the south.
Does it still bring it to the metro?
Still, oh yeah, still coming to the metro.
Okay. Yeah, I'll lean a little bit towards that versus, but I'm with you though, you can't ignore it.
Yeah, I mean, some data that's been gung-ho and just trying to keep it in central Oklahoma and the metro.
Yeah, now it's
kind of backed off and said toward the north. So,
yeah.
But the environment, like you've been saying, we've been saying for the last several days, the big synoptic environment is there for bigger storms here later on this evening. So we can't drop our guard, and we'll just have to wait and see if they make it all the way down to the metro, or maybe that cap holds those storms off to the north. But that's what we're watching right now. But those storms, especially down towards Interstate 40, Elk City, Sayre, are really struggling. But it is a very unstable environment here across the metro and central Oklahoma down to the southwest. So we can't drop our guard that one storm gets going, it's going to have a full moisture, unstable environment to work on. Also, those low-level winds here at the surface and just off the surface really crank up. And that's why we have always been saying the highest tornado threat will be after 6 to 7 o'clock this evening all the way through midnight. So those storms north central will still be going maybe down here across the metro as we head towards later on this evening. So the environment gets better as these storms go to the east.
Yeah, for sure. Low-level jet, like you said, and it's moving into a more favorable environment right now. And look what we're getting out of this so far. But as these get east, the environment becomes more favorable. So for tornadoes and big wind and big hail and all that. And we still think we get storms in Oklahoma City here later this evening. And with the threat of wind and hail and tornadoes, even here in the metro. All right, but look at the size of the hook on this. This storm back here is still struggling some. Part of the problem, it's going over a worked over atmosphere.
We're going to keep track of it, keep you forewarned. Mike?
Okay, let's go to Corey Inman live on that storm. Again, all that matters right now is Orienta, Cleo Springs, Goldtree, Carrier, Hillsdale, maybe as far south as Lahoma, maybe as far south as Enid. Be thinking about where you want to go to be safe. This is a high-end day today. Let's hope nothing happens. We've had likely a couple of brief touchdowns, some satellite inflow type tornadoes. We've had 82-mile-an-hour straight-line winds, likely some baseball-sized hail. Let's hope nothing happens going forward. But there's absolute gasoline going into these. The humidity and temperature levels are seriously off the charts, and it is still very early in the day, 5:45. Basically, we've got until about midnight or so until, give or take, until the threat is really winding down a bit. So we've got a long road to hoe here. Let's go to Corey Inman live. Cleo Springs, Orienta, be in your safe spot. Go, Corey.
Yeah, Mike, we are north of Cleo Springs, about 3 or 4 miles. This is going to stay to the north of Cleo Springs. They should be in the clear. There's a lot of upward motion with some of this scud in here, Mike. Not seeing a lot of really tight spin with it. There's some broad rotation, but there's a lot of upward motion with it. It's right here, maybe a half a mile to my west here. We're getting ready to turn and blast east, try to stay out in front of it. But this area here, just 3-4 miles to the north of Cleo Springs, is where the most intense part of this mesocyclone is at. You can see it right there, kind of right in the center of the screen, maybe just to the left. So this is right out the window here. We're getting ready to turn and go eastbound. Right now, nothing on the ground, but definitely intensifying, Mike.
Okay, let's give you a little broad out view here. So again, just be aware and be vigilant about all this, right? And just know this is a higher end day. Let's hope nothing happens, nothing really bad. Let's hope. But there's so much gasoline going into these. big time heavy duty supercell here. Big time supercell, Cleo Springs, Oriena.
About is as these storms move a little bit more to the east, they might encounter more favorable dynamics. One thing that I'm looking at is the humidity. The dew point, it's a temperature that we measure. It's the temperature dew forms if you were to saturate the atmosphere or drop the temperature down and hit 100% humidity. The dew point to the east is much higher. We're talking tropical humidity. So over near like Yukon, El Reno, the dew point right now is like 70 degrees versus back to the west, like Butler and then Putnam and then Watonga, only like the lower to mid 60s. So there's a deep fetch of very high humidity, and that humidity, that moisture, you combine that with the heat, gets really explosive fuel, so instability. I'm still concerned about this storm. You can see it from Sky 5, big stinger cloud on the right, that kind of shelf, kind of the bell, the little scud. I understand what Steve was saying, there's a little bit of scud up underneath, but we have to watch these storms real closely, just scan by scan as they move to the east, they hit the stronger winds, and the later we get, and I was talking about this morning, like, hey, once we hit sunset, we're gonna hit that danger zone for tornado genesis from like, I'd say, no, sunset's later, but I'd say between 7 and 10 p.m. That's kind of the witching hour or the magic hour where everything comes together and these storms really start to rotate really hard. And that's what I'm concerned about. As the northern storm that Michael's on moves to the east towards Enid, I did see earlier today that Vance Air Force Base did evacuate majority of their aircraft that they couldn't shelter from the Jayhawks, the Talons, and the Texans. So all those training aircraft, they were flying them out. Literally one every minute was taken off, so they've evacuated Enid because of this risk coming in.
And you know, a lot of the bases will certainly do that. So, looking at the radar right now, these storms are running, or I'm sorry, the winds are moving from south to north.
Lena, we're going to get to Ringwood back and blast north. Mike?
We're going to broaden this out a little bit. We're going to broaden all this out a little bit, all right? So this is Cleo Springs, Oriena, over to near Lahoma and west through north of Enid, Hillsdale Carrier area. So heads up on this. I don't see any real reason why this is not going to produce a tornado. Let's hope it doesn't, but it's got so much going for it. Heads up, tornado warning on this one, all right? We're going to leave this for a minute. Let's go back over to Max 1. So here you go. So you got that supercell up near the Kansas border. Hold on just a minute here. Aileen, supercell there, west through north of Watonga. So that's Canton Lake area. Now, we're going to go ahead and just take a look here. Got to cover everybody. So Byron, it's right there on the Kansas-Oklahoma border. It's going to go into Kansas. So we can say goodbye. We can say goodbye to that storm. We were tracking that for a long time in northwest Oklahoma. We can say goodbye to that storm here very soon. North of Wakita, it's going to go into Kansas. It's almost there now. So just zooming in, it's well north of Cherokee, all right? Rotation's up there, but it's on the Kansas-Oklahoma border, about to go into Kansas. This storm here, that's...
I haven't seen anything on the ground as long as we've been following it for the last hour, so that's the good news. But it does have that look. I mean, it could at any minute now, but I don't see anything that's on the ground. I don't see any funnels right now. I've seen an occasional tag, but yeah, we're still looking at it, and we'll report back if we see anything. Back to you.
Okay, Tom, looks like it might be tightening up here on shear rate. Looks like it might be trying to really tighten up again. So if it's going to produce a tornado, look at the band here, by the way. See this band coming off your screen to the right? That's a feeder band that is ripping to the southwest. Coming into this, it's being pulled in. It's part of the mesocyclone, but it's a cloud. It's at the base, but it'll slope. What's that going on here? Tom, is that a funnel or is that just a tag? What do you think?
It could have been a funnel for a brief second.
Yeah.
It's gone now, but I have seen a few of those here and there. They try to get organized and then they dissipate pretty quick.
Okay.
So we're keeping an eye on that right now. But yeah, that's gone right now. Back to you.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's what makes me think it was a funnel versus a tag hanging down, because the way it formed so quickly and went away so quickly, versus a tag, which will come down slowly and dissipate slowly and condensate from a funnel, because it's an area of low pressure, can form quickly and disappear quickly. Looks like a funnel to me.
And Jeremy has a good shot of the Oakwood storm that is trying to tighten up. He's
nice shot.
some rotation.
Yep. Let's go to Jeremy's shot here, and man, he is right there. Jeremy, okay, I'm looking for I'm looking for rain curtains here that are moving right there. Great shot, Jeremy Carter. Nice shot. Do you have what's your wind there? West, southwest?
With the supercell west of Watauga. We're still at 82 degrees. The storm still has a lot to work with. We're pacing it to the east. We're staying right with it. Back to you, Mike.
Let's go to John Slater live now on that storm as well. We're talking about the area north of Clinton right here. John?
Hey, Mike. Yeah, we're out here northwest of Watauga, just off to the east of Fay on Highway 8 here, looking off to the west on that severe storm in Dewey County. You can see kind of a flank coming into the storm, kind of a lowering. From our vantage point, it looks pretty interesting right now. We have pretty good inflow. We're just sitting here ahead of it. We're going to track it off to the east-northeast. We're watching it very closely. Mike, back to you.
So, John, how would you describe the trend on that storm?
I think it's holding its own and increasing a little bit. I think, it could become a dangerous storm in time. Certainly is in a spot where you would think it's the next storm to really start taking over. And then there's another one developing just to the southwest of that. So we're keeping an eye on how far south this broken line of storms on the dry line evolves, because that'll have a big impact on whether or not Oklahoma City gets hit by these storms, right? The more they build to the south, the better chance that they'll roll into the metro a little bit later on. But right now, this storm is a pretty stout storm. It's got a severe thunderstorm warning with it. I do see some striations with this storm, so I do think it's rotating. It's got a little hook on radar as well. It's got some good inflow. Temperatures here, low 80s, dew point's about 70 degrees. So we're watching it closely, Mike. Back on over to you.
Okay, thank you so much for that, John. Let's go back up to the storm in the Clio Springs area. Big hail now coming into Helena. You can scan that QR code right there and download our Forewarn Me app, absolutely free. Live streaming, radar, weather observations and such. Powerful tool right there, especially on days like this. Back up to this northern storm. Let's go. Who has the best shot here, Corey? Corey Inman does. Let's go to Corey here live. This is Clio Springs, Aileen area.
You can really see what's actually happening inside of the wall cloud. So it gives you a different viewpoint than you might have from outside of it. Now, we're kind of in a position where if it were to make a tornado, it would be right next to us. It wouldn't be right on us. But we'd be able to see it really, really well. So, again, we're traveling eastbound. I know my shot doesn't show the wall cloud. It's literally because it is right above our head. But we're in a spot where if this were to touch down, all these properties that are up here just to the north and east of Clio Springs, we're going to be able to cover this tornado really, really well for them. So we're continuing to watch it here. That, again, continues to spin. I don't see it as organized as it was just a few minutes ago. But, again, this storm continues to kind of pulse. It's holding its own, and as it taps into that better moisture that's about 30 miles to the east, and potentially even before that, it's a matter of when does it grab hold of it. This storm's going to go crazy. Back to you.
Yeah, and definitely we are watching that. And so right now, where these the winds that these storms are currently in are a bit southwest to south. So they are not exactly in the most favorable location for at least increasing, but that will change as these storms begin to move to the east, and we have what we call backing winds. And so as that occurs, the rotation with these storms will increase. That is why the high risk is where it is for severe weather today and not out across western Oklahoma, all because of how the surface winds are going to be oriented here. So if you are in Enid
on the way up, as far as what I can see visually, it looks better visually than what it has since I've been on it. Mike?
Okay,
Mike, I'm going to give you a shot of it here. Hang on just a minute.
Golf balls in Oakwood.
Mike.
Yeah, golf ball size hail in Oakwood. That'd be the Fay Thomas area, Oakwood. So I'll tell you what, let's go. We're going to go to Damian Lotus here momentarily. Let's go ahead and take Max 1 full. So we're going to talk about the future here for just a minute. So as we head, this is the 6 and 7 o'clock hour. This is a computer model approximation, not exactly what's going to happen, but it's got a general idea as to what the future looks like through time into the middle evening hours and the late evening hours. This is what we call supercell updraft spin. So here's 9 to 9:30, 9 to 9:30. So we're talking about 2 to 3 hours in the future. There's Oklahoma City, there's El Reno. You see these hotter colors in here. Those are faster spinning storms. And then we talk about the area around 10 to 11, 10 to 11. So see this? Here's Oklahoma County right here, 10 to 11. There's Norman, 10 to 11, even back into Grady County, 10 to 11. This is future here. And here's about 11 to midnight. Notice there's still some hot colors in here, right? So that's why this is a potential day of getting an outbreak. Again, we're a long road to hoe here, a long way to go. So this is going to be that 11 o'clock hour, and then here's the 1 to 2 a.m. hour. Holdenville, 1 a.m., Holdenville over toward Lake Eufaula. Damian Lotus joins us now live. Damian?
Yeah, Mike, we're primarily tracking these 3 areas of storms continuing across the state, and they have been packing a pretty good punch. The interesting thing is that everything is available in the atmosphere right now for these storms to just drop multiple tornadoes, long track, violent tornadoes even, and so far we've remained relatively lucky. We have our team of trackers fanned out across the state to bring you.
Cloud is enormous. Look at the structure of this storm. If we zoom out just a little bit, you can see those layerings that we see in a Titanic supercell like this one. And if we zoom back into those lowerings there, we're seeing those continue to drop down and pull back up. I think this storm is just continuing to grow as it continues to move to the east and to the northeast. We're going to stay on this one as long as we can. We got about an hour left until we need to go get some fuel. But Damon, this one's got all the ingredients that it needs. Back to you.
It absolutely has all the ingredients it needs, and then some. I mean, all of these storms are going to have the ingredients that they need. And so when you think about the time of the year that we're in May. You have what we call a negative tilt trough. I know that doesn't mean really a whole lot to you, but what that means to us, this storm is strengthening. And so this storm system that is coming in will strengthen right over Oklahoma. And so especially as these storms move to the east, and as we go into the next few hours, we're going to see these storms, which are, by the way, don't even have the max conditions that they're going to have in the next couple of hours, but you can already see how they look. So they're already up here from a radar standpoint. I mean, you can definitely see the inflow notch. So even if you bring in just a slight uptick, a slight increase in backed winds and a strengthening jet stream in here, these storms are going to have no problem at all really taking off. And that is what we're going to be watching with this storm as it continues to make its way up towards Canton. By the way, Canton, you're about to get hit with quite a bit of hail. Here's your hail core just west of town. That is moving up to the north. Now, this will stay north of Watonga. Watonga, I know you're looking at the storm right now. It continues to look stronger and stronger. Sky 5, let's go out to Sky 5, because that is a lowering that has really taken off here just in the last couple of moments. Look at that. That is going to be in between Oakwood and Huckmack here, but that continues to lower and lower from Sky 5. Looking at this storm here, I mean, that is really, really, really starting to take off here. So really concerned about that and where this storm may be going here in the next little bit. But this is the same storm that is still severe warned, but that thing is starting to really tighten up here. We're going to watch it scan by scan. That's what we have to do with these storms. But from a rotation standpoint and what we see with what the winds are doing inside of it, Jonathan, I mean, that couplet is getting more pronounced. Jonathan, how is that couplet, when you look at that velocity couplet right now, how does it compare to the last couple of minutes?
Well, unfortunately, I'm hitting it with the advanced radar, and so I'm punching through all the hail to see where the mesocyclone is. So the circulation doesn't look really good. That's called beam attenuation. So that hail just eats up the power of the rays.
But they're going over as the same air mass, and the air mass has been a little bit worked over. When they start to come east later this evening, they're going to have better moisture, higher velocity, low-level jet, stronger jet stream winds are overhead by then. So that's the deal. But right now, as long as they keep going over the same line, the lead storms are the ones that have had the tornado warnings on them, okay? The storms down the line, even though they are getting stronger, no tornado warnings on these yet. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1 and look at the size of these storms here. The biggest storm of the day is definitely this one. It's the one that Val's on. And Justin, is Val in position? Because he's about out of position. Yeah, he's in Canton right now. I don't think you're hot. Okay, can you guys? I can't hear him.
Can you not hear me?
I can now.
Okay.
I couldn't earlier.
Yeah. Val's GPS is not working. It hasn't updated. He's in Canton right now.
Okay. All right. Well, that's better. His GPS. So he's still in wind and hail. God, look at the.
Yeah, and that's where he got golf balls as he was heading east on 51 just a couple minutes ago. But he's towards the Canton area, moving east, getting away from that hail core and getting in position.
Okay, all right. Hey, guys, take it here for just a second.
All right, so that's where Val is. Can we go? Can we hear Val? Maybe
storms. They're going to push off to the east, and whenever we hit that time frame around 7, 8 p.m. when the low-level jet ramps up, boom, these things are going to start producing some larger tornadoes. So we cannot let our guard down, especially for the northern half of the state. There's still question as to how far south this extent will continue.
I've seen with this storm, it has a bowl-shaped lower, kind of an appendage coming from underneath it as well. Once we can get out of some of these trees, you'll see it here in just a second. As we come out right about now, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. There it is. So there's a lowered area back in the rain. So that is the rain that wraps around the hook. So this is a new mesocyclone that's formed with this storm. Let me show you. So there's actually 2 wall clouds with this storm. Both are very well formed. I think this storm is on an uptick right now.
Michael, your pictures that are coming in right now, we can definitely see that wall cloud, and we can see it. We can see it well. As we said earlier, as these storms begin to move more into central Oklahoma, they will begin to encounter better surface winds that are going to blow from the southeast right into the storm here. And so that is what we are watching right now with this cell, this tornado warning. This goes until 6:30, so for about another 30 minutes. Steve Carano watching that. Let me go out to Steve, by the way. Let me check in with Steve, because looking at his picture, Steve, is that Scud, or what are we looking at here with your picture?
Damon, this is tightening back up again. This is going to be the storm that's moving into Watauga area, and the Scud is really low to the ground. And Damon, the inflow notch is going to be a storm. Like you said, it's going to go into an environment where it is all by itself. I know you're seeing a bunch of trees here, but I'm getting out right now, and you should be able to see my my shot. This is really ragged still. It has been ragged. We're watching it very close, but that Scud is really close to the ground. It is going through a cycle, and I think it's going to tighten up. I think this is going to do it just because I think it's going to be out in front of every other storm that's up here. It's going to have good inflow, Damon. That's what I'm seeing.
And we definitely see that there. And Steve, by the way, I mean, what we are seeing from this storm and looking at the winds is that the low-level winds are beginning to back and go into the cell. Look at it from Sky 5 up in the air. I mean, what you see from Steve's vantage point here, you can definitely see that lowering. And look at this right here. This coming in from Sky 5. That has really changed pretty significantly just in the last couple of scans here. But that is lowering. And so really everything has to come together in order for these storms to produce a tornado. And while the ingredients are definitely there, as these storms move to the east, they really become more pronounced. And so if you've been listening to us, for the last couple of days and talking about the threat that we're really watching, these storms are now moving into that threat zone that
it's coming all the way around. So where is this? It's north of Ringwood and south of Helena. Tennis balls around Helena. Gultry heads up. Carrier heads up. Hillsdale heads up. Chopper is up, looking right at it. So this is by far the strongest we've had yet today. Here's a TVS forming right now. Corey was just talking about it. There's a TVS. So that red and that green, when that goes hot, and you can see it doing it right now. When that goes hot, that's going to be a tornado. Gultry, safe spot. Carrier, safe.
Up above in the mid-levels where it needs to have it at. You can see the core is starting to fill in around that. So we'll keep watching it. It's definitely coming up. I think what has happened.
And now you're back up airborne, looking to the west-southwest. That looks like a tornado forming right now. Tell us about it.
Well, I agree with what Corey said. It's the most rotation we've seen all day. It's a mean-looking storm. I can see the hail out in front of it, the green tint. But this area right here is starting to rotate, and the velocities are backing that up. So we are on this storm, this tornado-warned storm that's headed towards Helena right now. It's the most rotation we've seen. So we're headed right for it, Mike. We'll keep you forewarned for McIntyre Law Chopper 4.
Okay, Mason, nice job. Looks like tornado forming. We're going to stay with this shot. It literally looks like, let's hope it doesn't, but it literally looks like that's going to drop down here at any second. It has turned to the right. It's moving more due east. So that's a heads up for Enid. So north of Lahoma and over to Enid. North Enid in particular, I would say that's a big funnel, and it's got vortices inside of it. So at this point, you're looking for debris on the ground. You see the hot red and the hot green there coming together. We'll zoom on in. You can see it right there toward the right there is the tornado forming. Right here is the tornado forming. 1-to-1 live looking at it. Again, heads up Carrier, heads up Hillsdale, heads up North Lahoma, heads up Enid. No doubt about it. Chopper 4 looking at it here live right now. Mason Dunn, go.
Mike, what you're looking at, we are probably about 3 miles east of this storm right here. We're headed right towards it. I'm flying right towards it. We got the camera pointed at 12 o'clock. The most rotation I've seen today, you see the bowl shape here. We've got a beaver tail. This storm, Mike, looks more like the classic a tornado storm, other than the ones we saw today. Zoom out a little bit, Travis, and move to the right. We still got a lot of scud lifting up into the clouds here in front of it to the northeast of probably where the tornado is going to be. Move to the right just a little bit, Travis, and you can see very unstable right here, that area right there. So let's go back to the left to the bowl shape. We're approaching it. We're about 2 miles east of it right now. Helena, this is going to go right towards the town of Helena right now. So, guys, we're right up here with it. We're going to keep an eye on it. We'll let you know if anything happens from McIntyre Lodge. Chopper 4, back to you.
We want to hold your shot here. Corey Inman, ground truth shot. Let's go to Corey here looking right at it as well. We just showed you the shot. Corey Inman, looks like tornado possibly intermittently on the ground right now. Red line, center line for Carrier, Hillsdale, very close to Goldtree, maybe just south of Goldtree and up toward Kremlin, North Enid.
Yeah, Mike, we're about 6 to 7 miles to the southeast of Helena. You're looking back to the west. Mason should be right over us or just to the east of us here. Looking back there, still have a lot of rotation back in there. The rain shaft is kind of cleared out of there, so we've got a clear view of it. Don't see anything on the ground back in there, but that thing's spinning really, really hard. As Mason was saying, the most intense rotation that we've seen all day. So we're kind of in a spot here where we can stop and get out and take a quick look at it and kind of gauge what's going on.
It's probably moving right at us right now. We're watching this. Again, it's so close to producing a tornado right now, just about a mile west of Highway 58 and just north by maybe a quarter of a mile of County Road 360. Back to you.
Yeah, we definitely see that here. And what I'm noticing, especially from a radar standpoint, is that this storm moving up to the northeast.
Totally clear and sunny back behind it. Rear flank downdraft is coming in. Literally looks like intermittent touchdowns. We'll see whether or not we have condensate here. Obviously a dangerous storm. This is heading for south side of Goldtree, Hillsdale, Carrier area. Travis Shutton zooming in right now. We're looking for vapor down here on the ground. I would say intermittent contact here occurring. We'll see if we see a splash of vapor here on the ground. Let's go back over and show you geographically where this is and where it's going. Let's go over to Max 1. So that storm there has moved into Kansas, no longer a problem.
On the ground at this current time, but that thing is very ominous looking. It's definitely rotating. We're going to drop down to Hillsdale and try to get a little bit clearer shot, but that needs to be watched very closely. David, back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice shot there, Brandon Wells. And Brandon, again, look at the bowl here coming, folks. This is serious now. This is up near Nash. Let's go back to Links 1. And also, that's Brandon's shot. Looking right at it, right? That's that big shot right there. Let's put that up in here, control room. Remote 124. Brandon's going to go south. Justin, make sure Brandon goes south. And I want to see this lowering coming at him.
Clearly developing, and we're starting to get some rain with it, a little bit of, we may get some hail with it eventually, but the storm is kind of surging out to the east right now. I really think as this storm moves on into Garfield County, this is going to be quite a storm to contend with for areas north of Enid, for Carrier.
Cloud, and here we are. It's right on the verge of producing tornado. Look right across the highway. We've got rapid rain curtains right across the highway here, right in front of us. So we may. I got chaser traffic I got to deal with, Mike.
Let's go ahead and take the chopper shot here. Let's take the chopper shot. Confirmed tornado here on the ground now. You're looking at it ongoing, live from the chopper. That is a confirmed tornado ongoing. And we have contact with the ground just on the southeast side of Helena. So heads up Hillsdale Carrier, north of Lahoma and the North Enid area. It has turned more to the east or to the right. So it's turned more easterly in direction, which makes North Enid a little bit more problematic on it moving toward you. So we're talking about going into Garfield County out of extreme southeastern Alfalfa County and extreme northeastern Major County. Mason Dunn there in the chopper. Ongoing tornado, confirmed touchdown right there. Ongoing tornado warning. Also have to talk about that storm down by Canton. It's continuing to strengthen. So the Highway 51 corridor from Longdale, Canton eastward to Hennessy. Heads up for you folks, the next storm down the line. And let's go ahead and take a look here. Mike Bennett, who's this, Corey Inman? Let's go to Corey Inman here live. Corey, intermittent touchdowns right here.
Like we are 6 miles southeast of Helena, looking back to the northwest. Can confirm that touchdown that you were showing from the chopper. This thing's actually started to lift to the north after we had that touchdown. So kind of going through another cycling phase, but it was directly behind us over this county road here, and now it's probably a half to 3/4 of a mile to the north. So Helena, Goldtree, Jet, Nash, Kremlin, Hillsdale, Pond Creek, definitely heads up as this thing continues to slide to the northeast, Mike.
Corey Inman, very, very well done. Very good, very good. Okay, so let's go back over to radar. So ongoing tornado situation here. You see there's the red and the green coming together. That's the tornado right there. We're showing it to you from the chopper. There's your live chopper shot right there. There's the red and the green. There's Goldtree. So near Goldtree, if it were to deviate or turn to the north, Goldtree, yes. And then from there over to Carrier Hillsdale, and there Kremlin, Pond Creek, Highway 81 corridor here, North Enid. So it's got a stinger tail, hook, stinger tail, scorpion tail right there, confirmed tornado. Again, there's Enid, North Enid's right here, Kremlin's right here, Pond Creek's right there. That's where it's tracking, east-northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Ongoing intermittent touchdowns with that. Let's go back over to the chopper. Travis Shutton there, photojournalist, with an update. Mason?
Yeah, Mike, we're making a turn to the right here. This storm is the most rotation I've seen today. We got a couple of wall clouds that I'm keeping an eye on. This is the first one. A lot of feeder coming in from the northeast on this storm. You can just see it with your own eye, not the camera as I'm looking out the window. So a very mean storm. I hope it does nothing, but it seems to be cycling. We're getting a hook on it. The rotation, the velocities are there. And so are we with McIntyre Law Chopper 4. We're right up here with it. If anything happens, we'll let you know. Back to you.
Nice job, Mason. We'll monitor your shot. Let's go back over to Max 1. So heads up there, Carrier, Hillsdale, Goldtree. If it were to lift it all to the north, Goldtree could right there be in the path, right? So you're right in the middle, basically.
Paralleling it and watching what's going on. The whole base is with some of the storm prediction folks that this is going to take off shortly. Vaughn is also right underneath it or close to being underneath it. Let's go to Vaughn's video for a moment if we could and take a look at what's going on, because that is a fairly tense little cell right now. So he is literally right behind it and into it. So this is what he is seeing at this point. So there's a strong updraft right in front of him. He's kind of more in the rain area, as you can tell. So he has a little bit different view than Tom has, but this is a touchdown briefly and was confirmed either through radar or through the condensation funnel, and was visually reported by one of our storm trackers. So that's what we're watching as we look at happening right now. So that is again moving off to the east-northeast and headed toward the Ponca City area. As far as radar is concerned, on a broader view, you can see what's going on here. So we have really strong big cell, supercell here. We have another one right here, another one here, and these are trying to back build and develop a little bit. So what that means is they're independent of each other, so they don't really have to worry that one of them is going to steal their thunder, so to speak, and so they're going to continue to move to the east. With time, they should merge and then move across our area. We'll look at that in the forecast in a minute, but right at this point, biggest thing that we're going to be watching is as they start to move across 35. If you're in Kate County and then also western Osage.
The storm, it's kind of been going up and down a little bit right now. It looks like it's pretty strong. I don't see any tornado on the ground, but definitely kind of wrapping up a little bit more than it has in the last 30 minutes. We're watching it. We're going to track it east-northeast. We're going to hop on Highway 51 and jog east with this storm. Mike, back to you.
Okay, very good, John. Very good. So where is that going? Let's go ahead and take a look at the storm projection for you folks in the path. It has a big, deep mesocyclone, a large, deep mesocyclone. So there's your time of arrival with it. So we're talking about the Hitchcock area now. O'Keene, the Highway 51 corridor. Hennessy, 7:05 or so, maybe a little bit sooner than that, in about 45 minutes. And then Wacomas, Bison, and Crescent. So Crescent, you're talking about Logan County, right? Not too far northwest of Edmond. That's going to be in about the 7:25, 7:30 time frame. That's where that one's heading. And it's got a big, deep, but pretty broad. John talked about a big inflow tail coming into it, so it's pulling a lot of fuel. And there's atmospheric gasoline down here in terms of extremely high dew points and humidity, and temperatures up in the lower 80s feeding into these. And all the computer models say that the tornado potential keeps going up and not down as we head through the 7 and the 8 and the 9 o'clock hour. So a big, deep meso there, and Kingfisher here, Kingfisher County, Highway 51 corridor right here, and then over toward the general direction of Perry and northwest of Crescent. There's Crescent right there, Cimarron City being right there. That's going to be to the west and northwest of Guthrie a little ways, so that's going to be chugging right along. Let's go over to Lynx 1. Damien, let's go ahead and go to Lynx 1. Let's drive this. And so we're going to go back up to the tornado warning storm. So Damien's going to push all the way in here. So still have a stinger, scorpion tail going on there. There's Gultree. And the tornado basically is near the end of that little scorpion stinger tail right there. There's Gultree, and you see the small area there of red and green. Looks like it may have broadened out a little bit in the past couple of minutes, and that'd be a good thing. Here's the wind shear tracker. So it went, hasn't really done too much in terms of really ramping up big time, although it did.
Right there, it's not going to do anything that we're not going to see. I mean, we're going to see everything that goes on. Okay, so let's come back. Let's go on the back side of this now to Voncaster. This is where the wrap is, or the hook. The tornado is going to be right here where Vaughn is. And Brandon Wells from his shot was right here looking here. Let's look at that. And not quite a tree hugger, but it is spinning for sure. Go ahead, Vaughn. Give
down with the wrapping rain curtains, but now that wall cloud is gone, and it's trying to form one about 2 miles up ahead of it, and now that one seems to be dissipating. So good news if that's the case, but we're going to have to stay up here with it and keep an eye on it from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. If anything happens, we'll let you know. Back to you.
Okay, very good. So let's go ahead and go back over to Max 1. And there's that storm right there. So again, the hook here ongoing. So Goolsby area to south of Goolsby. And then over here north, near north of Carrier, Hillsdale. Red line, center line pretty much for Hillsdale. Keep in mind, they can deviate. They can turn to the north. They can turn more to the right or more to the east. So they can wobble here, if you will. So anywhere inside this purple polygon is the confirmed tornado that we showed you from the chopper there live. So heading into northwestern Garfield County, there's your time of arrival. Gultree right now, Carrier 6:34. That's in about 14 minutes from right now. Okay, tornado warning for John Slater's storm down at Putnam. Actually, for Brian Winslow's storm, right? Brian Winslow's storm further down the line. Kremlin, Pond Creek, all right? So that's the time of arrival. And the rotation there very close to Gultree, so stay in your safe spot in the Gultree area. Gultree up to Hillsdale, stay in your safe spot. Tornado could form there at any time. And there's your motion right there as it moves to the east-northeast. Supercell there. And we're going to head down the line right now. Go down the line geographically. Again, there's your time of arrival on that storm north of Enid there, the way it looks. And it'll continue to move east-northeast at around 40 miles per hour. John Slater's on this one. O'Keene area. Aaron Brackett's out here as well. And that's moving to the east-northeast. There's your time of arrival.
Right after it looked like it was about to produce a tornado. Since then, it does not have as well-defined appearance in the low levels, but I'll tell you what, this thing is really moving into a favorable area, and I will tell you, I'm going to give you a shot right now, and I want you to just see the atmosphere and look how it is just churning. Watch this right here. Look at the clouds. they're moving in all different directions. And you've got rain curtains that are spreading around as well. That's almost over our head. The actual place where the tornado would spin up is further to the south. So there is just some extreme winds up above the ground with this storm right now, Damon.
Well, there definitely is. And, you know, Michael, what you're showing us, we can visually see that, and that helps to tell the story with these storms. And now that we're getting, you know, closer and closer to sunset here, we're about 90 minutes out. These storms are going to encounter some higher shear.
Go up instead of down. There's so much warmth and so much deep humidity coming in. The rotation rate has come way up now on the one that John Slater and Aaron Brackett are on. We'll go to them momentarily. That's going to be up here in northern Blaine County. It's heading down the Highway 51 corridor. Everybody here along Highway 51 from O'Keene to Hennessy, heads up. That is ramping way up fast and not down. This one's ramping way up fast and not down. That's going to be heading up toward Watonga and Hitchcock.
But he's still there. Let's get an update. And Hank, you're looking right at the lowering. You're looking right at where there's going to be a tornado. Let's take Hank's shot. And there it is. So, Hank, it's not on the ground. I don't see it. What do you think? What have you seen?
Yeah, this wall cloud sure has changed in the last several minutes that we've talked. So this whole area is rotating. This whole wall cloud is rotating. You can see heavy rising motion all underneath this wall cloud. So one area of circulation hasn't taken over yet. What looks like to me is where it's centralizing. I'm going to have Patty zoom in right here. This area here looks like that it's got the best rotation and rising motion with it. I'll have her back out so you can get a whole picture. But this whole wall cloud is rotating. So it's going to consolidate. It's going to, it's going to get better and better. But right now it's kind of fighting itself. But this, what went from a flat storm to a huge wall cloud that's probably, the wall cloud itself's probably 1.5 miles wide. This happened in just a few minutes. So we're going to keep trekking it. We're going to have to jump around the river, but, we'll stay right underneath it. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job. So Hank Brown on the other tornado warned storm we have. All right. So there's a lot going on, folks. There's a lot of moving pieces to this puzzle. And the day is still young. It's only 6:24. All right. Let's go back to Links 1. And Hank's on the other tornado warning. That's going to be for this. It is not on the ground. Hank's right there. He's going to make his way back north and back east. There's your hook. The tornado's right here. Let's go to shear rate.
Okay. And this is going to, can you hear me? It's going to be northeast of Putnam.
Yep. Yeah. Right here. And it's not tight. It's still broad. What is shear rate? Okay. Yep. Yeah, it's there, but it's broad. And it's going to be, like she said, northeast of Putnam. From there, it's going to go to Oakwood, Eagle City. You're in the line of fire. And Cass, when you get a storm track, just holler.
I've got it.
Okay. And so this is the area of spin. It's right here. You can see it in Hank's shot.
Outside of this threat, but seeing that inflow coming into the storm, definitely starting to increase here. And there's Buck looking right into as well. So Buck is from the east, looking to the west. Chris Lee is down by Thomas. He has clear shot right into this. And again, Buck is showing us, let's see here, this is going to be Buck's picture right here on the top there. And then that's going to be Chris Lee down there in the middle. But we can definitely see that that storm is becoming more well-pronounced, and that thing is moving to the east here. Let me get an update here on this tornado warning. Let me just double-check the speed here, but I believe this is moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. So tornado warning continues, and that is a pretty strong storm, and if it continues to move to the east, it's going to probably hug the southern flank of this tornado warning polygon. So Oakwood at 640, Eagle City at 650, Canton at 650.
Talk about this storm right now, Brian.
Yeah, Mike, we're still south of Hitchcock, about a mile, looking back to the northwest. I don't know how that barbed wire is a little bit messing with the focus on the camera there. There's a new wall cloud in front of that rain column trying to form. We still got about 25 to 30 mile per hour winds out of the south. Temperature's 80 degrees. This storm looks like it's going to pass about 2 miles north of Hitchcock. So folks in O'Keene, Hennessy, Wacomas, Drummond, this is all headed your direction. If you've got friends, family, send them a text, give them a call, let them know, and give them a heads up. If there is a funnel or if there is anything on the ground, it's in that rain column, and we do not have a visual on it. Again, we're about a mile south of Hitchcock, looking back to the northwest, so the velocity signature is 2 miles north of us, and you're looking right at it. We're keeping an eye on it, and if anything changes, we'll let you know. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, very good. So just know, you folks on the Highway 51 corridor, we're going to go back up to the storm ahead of Brian Winslow's storm. Also, storms are now exploding down to the south of Elk City. So we're talking about west central Oklahoma. That'd be a heads up for Clinton and Weatherford, and then eventually the metro. So we'll show you those here coming up. What camera is this? Weatherford. Yeah, the Weatherford camera right here. These storms are going up hard right here. These are really going up hard. We're talking about the area southwest of Clinton. So this is the I-40 corridors. What this is, it's just now happening. They're getting their act together, but they're going up really hard. Okay, so we'll show that to you on radar here momentarily. That's from the Stafford camera there at Weatherford. So big, deep mezzo here. Notice the red.
Lightning is very prominent up front, but again, this is just a massive, massive supercell, David, dropping a lot of rain, a lot of hail, and right now we have no indication of any tornadic activity, but we'll keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live from Bob Mills, Scott 9, back to you.
In range. Okay, nice job. So, Jim, we're going to go ahead and we'll do that. Okay, great job, Jim. So what Jim's looking at is not on the ground. That's that middle storm, we're calling it. All right, back to Lynx 1. And the storm up north did produce a weak, brief tornado. And that was earlier near Helena. All right, let's go up north here and take a closer look. As Cass, you want to take over? Let's go back to Lynx 3.
Sure.
And let's go up north on Lynx 3.
Coupled there, and Jonathan, look at the last couple of radar scans. That low-level wind into that is just increasing, moving over Hitchcock.
So here's your couplet. That would be kind of not quite gate to gate, but you have outbounds right here. That's moving away from the radar. We're using the advanced radar site. These are the inbounds. So that's your center of circulation, but your inbounds, this wind field right here is higher, and it's flowing into the storm. So that tells me right now the inflow is increasing, always indicative that the storm is venting or the updraft is pulling more moisture up, and we can clearly see that. Let me clear all the drawings here. That the inflow notch is getting really strong. I'm really surprised that this doesn't have a tornado warning, just like what we're seeing with it visually.
51 corridor, tornado warning for Oakwood, with a great big strong mesocyclone there. Here's your time of arrival in that lead storm. So we're talking about basically near and east of O'Keene for the mesocyclone, big hail in O'Keene though. And then down the Highway 51 corridor, you see right there. And then here's the back storm, Oakwood, Watonga, O'Keene, Loyal, Omega. So let's go back to Brian Winslow on that storm right there. Both have big mesocyclones right there, which continue to strengthen. Go Brian Winslow.
Yeah, Mike, we're still south of Hitchcock. The hook of this storm is going to pass just to our north. We stopped driving north to stay out of the hail, and we've got a good visual on it where we are. But this is a high precipitation supercell, as you can see.
Dixon.
See in the camp. Okay, sorry about that. I was getting an echo there. As you can see, it's a high precipitation supercell, so we cannot see if anything is in there.
Actually, here, let's see. This whole area is just rotating. There's several areas, but it's still not organized. It's still trying to figure out where it's going to localize at, and we are literally right under it, David.
All right, nice job, Brandon. Brandon Wells will stay underneath it. He'll just keep going east along with Vaughn, and I mean, it's all there. All the ingredients are there, but so far we've done okay. We've had that 1 week, brief, tiny little tornado.
Eric Dixon, he's going to be there near Hillsdale in Garfield County. Tornado warning still, but the tornado for the time being is lifted. Still a pretty strong velocity signature right there. Here's Eric Dixon live. This is northwest of Enid, guys.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit to the southwest of Hilldale right now, looking due north here. I've got a developing funnel here. It was a little bit lower to the ground just about 30 seconds ago, but it is, so I'd say moderate to rapid rotation right now. It looks to be heading due east. right at the town of Hilldale. I see the antenna tower over there. If anybody in this area knows where the antenna tower is, it's kind of heading right at it due east. So folks in Hilldale, it looks like they, stay in your shelters. Looks like possibly a tornado trying to develop here in this area here. Starting to get the rear flank downdraft. It's starting to move a little bit to the east. A lot of high winds are going to start going east into Hilldale. So I do have still rotation, getting a little overtaken by the rain here. So we're going to move our shot a little bit to the east. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, so let's go ahead and back out on this. We're just looking at all the weather parameters, and the winds are very strong outside, flowing into these supercells. The dew points are up in the low to mid 70s. A lot of these are high precipitation supercells now, which has probably kept them from producing more tornadoes so far this evening. When the low-level jet stream arrives just after sunset in the 8:30 to 9 o'clock time frame, that can compensate for a high precipitation supercell, and you can get a more balanced supercell, which could be more efficient at producing tornadoes. Let's hope that doesn't happen. But the winds are gusting to 40 miles an hour down over the metro area, blowing into these, and it's just like gasoline with temperatures up in the low 80s and dew points in the low to mid 70s. Tons of energy, a lot of moisture content with them as well.
So, and Chris, we've been watching your shot, and it is coming in crystal clear, and so we have a really clear visual into this, and we can see these lowerings, but the storm is rotating, and it is rotating. You can definitely see that red and that green coming together pretty close to where Buck is as well, very close to Oakwood, and so that storm moving to the east here. Right now it is 6:33, Oakwood at 6:37, Eagle City 6:50, Carlton 7:01, it's just south of Canton Lake, and then we go down towards Darrow and O'Keene, and that 7:20, 7:30 time frame with this storm moving to the east. Although if it begins to produce a tornado, it would most likely favor the southern track of this storm right here. That storm continues to rotate as well down by Homestead and by O'Keene, and if anything, that rotation couplet continues to look more pronounced, especially just southwest of O'Keene here, moving up to the northeast. And let me just double check real quick, but the southeasterly winds, they're really starting to pick up here. Really, the once these storms make their way towards Watonga and Hinton, they begin to move out of the strong southerly winds, which, by the way, is what's fueling this. But once they start to move into southeasterly winds, you'll notice that the inflows become a bit more pronounced here. And really, that southeasterly wind component is very important, is what these storms would need to produce a tornado. I would love to see these winds go southwest. That would basically, get rid of the tornado risk for good. That would be a dream for us. But these winds are moving from the southeast, and they're only getting stronger as we go into the next couple of hours from O'Keene, north of Hitchcock here. Homestead is getting hit with some hail, but look at that.
Everything it needs to do to put a tornado down. Back to you, David.
Yeah, nice job. Exactly. I mean, you can see it lifting and turning right here. But also, good news at the same time, you can clearly see there's nothing on the ground, but it's changing quickly. The scud is becoming attached. This is the wall cloud here forming, and we'll see if this can get any faster. And if it does, it might tighten up. We might get a tornado. But right now, it's doing all right. It's just kind of holding its own. Okay, back to Lynx 1. Here's that storm again. Marty, actually, he's in here. He's down by Pond Creek. Brandon's here. Brandon Wells, he's looking at it. And we have Tom right here. I'm looking at Tom's shot. And let's go back down the line.
Okay.
And let's check out Val. Okay, Val is right there. Can Val get us a shot? Does he have a shot? He does. All right, let's go to Val. Val's going southbound, I think. Val, what do you think? Looking right at it. You finally got out of the rain and all the craziness. What do you think looking right there? Give us an update. Circulation there, you're pretty close to it. Looks like it might be just to your southwest. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're actually 2 miles south of O'Keene right now, and we're looking at the storm. It's a very elongated base. I'm going to pull off here a minute so I can watch what's going on. But
storm is continuing to lower as well. From a radar standpoint, and I'm telling you right now, from what we see with the technology here at KOCO and what the winds are doing up inside of these clouds, it is spinning like this. And I'm telling you right now, I would love it absolutely love it just to see these winds go southwest and just ruin, you know, or just basically just completely remove the tornado risk. But unfortunately, these are the cards that we were dealt with today, and that is strengthening southeasterly winds with these storms.
Is in the immediate O'Keene area. Aaron, are you there? So back over to radar. These are just going to keep chugging along here. So big high precipitation supercell here with a strong hook, and then a tornado warning back over Oakwood. So this one is severe, and this one is a tornado warned storm here. And the motion is to the east-northeast, Highway 51 corridor on the lead storm. So O'Keene now, Hennessy, and then Wacomas, Crescent, Covington area, southern Garfield County. That's where that one's tracking. Bright, bright green, big, big red. So it's a strong, powerful mesocyclone. It's a high precipitation supercell. So the heavy precipitation is probably keeping that so far in check, but that can tighten up very, very quick. So you have to stay very alert. Highway 51 corridor eastbound from there as it moves that direction toward Hennessy and then toward Marshall, far northern Logan County, Mulhall, Marshall, Douglas, Covington. From there, you're talking about areas near and south of Perry and north of Guthrie, and then eventually over there toward Lake Carl, Blackwell. Here's the Oakwood storm. Let's go to Brian Winslow. He's right there looking at it with a tornado warning. Brian Winslow.
Yeah, Mike, we're headed east toward Loyal. The storm, I've got a clear view of the circulation directly to my north. So far, there's nothing on the ground. Again, it's still a high precipitation supercell. Still got a good wind. We're back in the warm sector. Got a good wind coming out south, 25 to 30.
You can see the lift, literally. Not a whole lot here at this point, but I'm watching it. I will also move south, let that circulation go to my north, David. Back to you.
Yeah. Just a little bit here. I just want you to be on the southeast side so you can keep moving east. Your roads are actually pretty good, so you can do that at about any time, it looks like. But lots of lift going on. Nothing on the ground. Lots of lift. He's kind of showing you there the whole line, and then, yeah, that's it. Okay, nice shot. Man, the wheat looks good right there. Goodness. I'll just point that out. Okay. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1, and we have multiple rotating storms. Notice this now, the hook beginning to develop on the Elk City storm. That's going to be west of Elk City. The hook is right here. Brandon is coming in on that, and Brandon's shot. Let's get an update from Brandon, see if he can see that lowering back there. Brandon, you're making your way back to the southwest. Did you see the lowering there at all? Give us an update. Brandon Pennell? Okay. No, Brandon? Well, we have a shot. Shot looks clean, looks good. We'll get him back in here. All right, back to Lynx 1. Once again, Tornado Watch continues for all of our viewing area until 11 o'clock tonight. Now, if you're behind this line, if you're back here like in Ellis and Roger Mills County, well, not Roger Mills yet, but let's say Ellis and Harper.
You know, we've had, again, these things that, you know, send down out of the cloud, rotating subtly, and it's just kind of continuing the cycle of breathe in, breathe out. Right now, there is nothing on the ground, but again, it's still really getting organized and a rather impressive impression on radar. So, folks ahead of this, you know, take your tornado precautions as it moves further into Blaine County. We just passed into Blaine County just about 2 miles ago. So, again, look out. These are moving east in a more favorable environment.
Yeah, new tornado warning now, Highway 51 corridor, east of O'Keene to Hennessy and beyond. Hennessy and beyond. John Slater's on it, Aaron Brackett's on it. It's spinning up hard. Tornado warning here now. So everybody on the Highway 51 corridor, if you're in a mobile home, not a safe place. Spinning up really.
Go ahead and give us an update now. Are you still near Hitchcock looking off to the northwest, or did you drop south?
Yeah, come back, David.
I just said, are you still on the Hitchcock storm, or are you farther south now, back into Blaine County?
No, David, right now I'm just about 7 miles south of Oakwood right now, shooting back to the north, just following these storms along. Like I said, I'm about 7 miles south of Oakwood, shooting back to the northwest. Let's go to the right, DJ. We pan to the right, David. That's the back side of that storm. We pan back right here, and it's just a lot of rain, a lot of hail, cloud to ground lightning right now. I don't see anything significant, but you can see that green tint up top, that means there's a lot of hail involved with this. Right now, he's shooting about where Oakwood would be, David, in that heavy rain. But we'll keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live from Bob Mills, Scotty's 9. Back to you.
Okay, all right, nice job. So he's up near Oakwood, looking right back at this thing. Let's go back to Tom's shot here. Tom might have had a funnel. Let's get an update from Tom, and let's check in and see. Tom, is that the funnel right there?
Yeah, David, it's a pronounced funnel. It's not halfway to the ground. It's almost right over me. But, yeah, it's definitely a funnel right there. It's got strong rotation up there. We're going to see what it does. It's coming right over us, and I don't see any spin-ups on the ground, but it's definitely a pronounced funnel right there.
Yeah, it's right at the top of your shot here.
And Tom is near Hillsdale, north of Enid.
Yep. He's going to be west of Kremlin, southwest of Pond Creek. It's a small little funnel right here, and it's pretty high up. There's nothing down here on the ground. We'll see what it does if it tries to strengthen even more, but it's definitely not crazy, but it's certainly a funnel. And Tom's shot. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1.
But the storm is tornado warm. There's a lot of rotation, and there's just a lot of strong southerly winds that are just ripping into this thing. And of course, we're getting closer and closer to sunset. Obviously, still plenty of daylight, but that low-level jet's going to come in here and just kind of ramp things up a little bit more. So folks need to be really, really aware of this and all the other storms that we're watching that have impressive presentations on radar. Again, nothing on the ground right now, but all it takes is a split second. We're right on top of it.
Okay, we'll check back with you, Aaron. What you folks in Hennessy need to know is that it's a really powerful mesocyclone that has a developing large tornado. And it looks like it's very much the real deal. So Highway 51 corridor, very much the real deal. Funnel at Hillsdale. You can scan that QR code, the Forewarn Me app, absolutely free.
I'll pick it up. Let's see. Is that lined up with the hook? It's probably going to be pretty
stand
close.
by.
Let's see here. Yeah,
that's a debris signature. Dan.
Yeah, that definitely is.
So that was probably a tornado, and let's say it's doing damage.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a big cone. All right, we're going east. We're going to catch it as it crosses the road up ahead of us here.
Okay.
Man, we knew that thing was ramping up.
Okay, Val, put the camera back on the tornado here. Yeah, hold it to the right again so we can see it. Okay, folks, this is going to be a tornado on the ground just east of Okeen. About 2 miles.
Southeast.
Well, yeah. Well,
you're maybe 2.5. Okay.
Yes.
I want you to get a shot of it. Get a shot. Okay, we're going to get a shot right now.
All right, let's go back to Lynx 1. Control, Justin, back to Lynx 1. All right, so here's Val.
Trigger a confirmed tornado. Now, Chase Rutledge is coming up inside of this here, but look at the winds. Your red, winds are away from the radar. Green, winds are towards the radar. So this thing is rotating. Right here, we're coming at this from Vance, and so we're shooting it from the north down to the south. But there's your rotation right there. So you have strong winds coming right over Okeen, and then they're picking up here and definitely moving to the east here. Let's see here. Moving to the east at, I believe, at about 30 miles per hour. But that would be very close to Okeen, and so the threat continues.
Go, John.
Hey, Mike. We can see a possible tornado just to our south right now. We're east of Okeen on Highway 51, looking due south. We just got out of the door with large hail. You can see the bowl quite clearly right there, about 2 miles to our south. You see it right there? That's the circulation. It's a pretty strong circulation. I'm not sure if there's a tornado warning on this storm, but there should be. That is a bowl right there. Very close to being a tornado. 2 miles to our south. We're just a couple.
Okay, I'm just looking real quick at what Sky 5 has here. And again, this is a dark-looking storm. I mean, that storm.
And it's a big one, David. It almost looks like it might be trying to get bigger. Oh, good grief. This whole side of the storm is rotating. This is going to be a big tornado.
Okay, all right, everybody, for joining us live. This is a tornado. Look at the left side. Look at this. This is bad. See, look at the motion. This is live. Look at the motion of how violent the motion is of the clouds above the mesocyclone. There's a tornado live on the ground from Val and Amy Castor. That's going to be a fairly substantial, zoom in. Okay, here's the tornado, condensate all the way to the ground.
So that, as John said, pretty good sized tornado right there. John Slater's looking at it live. So here's Hennessy right here. This is up into southern Garfield County right here, and we'll go to the time of arrival there. So we're talking about Hennessy here at just about 7 o'clock. So 14 minutes from right now. From there, Marshall Covington Mulhall northern Logan County, and then there's the red-green coming together. That's the tornado, and John Slater just showed you a picture of it. Let's go back to John. So heads up there, Hennessy up into southern Garfield County, south of Wacomas and Bison. Go, John.
Mike, I can still see the bowl. It's almost on the ground. Feels certain that you might not be able to see in my shot because I'm kind of zoomed in, but that looks like a tornado to me on the ground right now. We're south of Highway 51, just a few miles east of O'Keene. I'm looking due south. That's a tornado on the ground right now. I'm confirming that that is a tornado on the ground just to our south right now. Huge mesocyclone around this thing right now, Mike. I don't know if you can see it. It's wrapped in the rain. There's this dark image. I mean, it's on the ground. Back to you.
Yeah, so it's going to be right there on the Kingfisher and Blaine County line is where that is, and you can.
We can't see your stream. It's up, but it's frozen. It's up
before it crosses.
Okay, there's the tornado right here, and this is it. Val has it live. It's right there. Leave his shot up till it comes back. This is a tornado.
Chase, I know he's listening. Chase, keep vectoring northeast at 045 and look back up in the notch. There's going to be a tornado tucked up in there. I think we might be seeing like the leading edge of it. That might be it right in there. Chase, keep flying northeast. Have Fran just pan a little bit left. Look up in there. And the way we have it set up, I need Sky 5 to pan left just a little bit because the radar's covering up. Yeah, tucked up in there. Yeah, look, okay, there you go. Nope, zoom in a little bit to the right on that leading edge. Yeah, Chase, right there. Zoom in. That's going to be where the tornado is going to be. Keep coming in, Chase. Chase, just keep flying northeast, and you're going to have Fran watch that. That's going to be where the circulation is. That's where the tornado is going to be tucked up in there. Keep coming, keep coming. A little bit rain wrapped on the backside, but keep on going. Tucked up in there is a tornado.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be it right there. So this is where the tornado is going to be. This is going to be near O'Keene here. Let me just slide over here. And so definitely, that's probably going to be it, pretty close to that right there. But that is going to be it. Let's put the radar back up, but we'll keep this shot here live because there's your hook right there. And look at that. That velocity couplet continues to look more and more pronounced as a tight couplet that is going to be very close to O'Keene right there. And that thing is picking up debris. We can definitely see it on the radar. And so that blue that you see, where that blue kind of becomes more apparent, that would be your debris tracker. And so that is basically
minutes ago. I'm telling you, it was on the ground for sure, but I can't 100% confirm that it's on the ground this second right now. It's kind of rain wrapped right now, just south of my location. So we are right on the Kingfisher County line. Right on the Kingfisher County line looking due south for about a mile. That's where the possible tornado is. Mike, back to you.
John, you're doing a great job. Stay safe out there. Yeah, 3-inch diameter hail. You folks in Lacey, 3 to 4 minutes away from Lacey on Highway 51. That is west of Hennessy. Let's go to Max 1 and look at the time of arrival here. Lacey, Hennessy, Marshall, Covington, Mulhall. But Lacey right now, Hennessy by just after 7 o'clock, so coming up in about 11 minutes. So big tornado there. You saw it from John Slater. It's right there. You can tell, John.
So I know there's a lot of hail in there. Not seeing the tornado yet, but those flashes, that's lightning. Those aren't power flashes. We're going to continue to look back up in here. I got a little bit further to go to the northeast, and then we're going to be able to turn around and look back in there. Hopefully we'll be able to see it if it's tucked back in there, David.
Yeah, and definitely from a radar standpoint here, I mean, this storm is really strengthening. And again, there's going to be a tornado that's going to be tucked up in there, and that is up in the air. We still have good visual.
How bad the situation, I think it's finally starting to show itself, David.
All right, nice job. Nice job, Val. Val needs to stay with it here, and I know he will. Let's go back to Links 1, and this is Val. This is Bob. There's the tornado. It's right here. It's making its way. It was moving northeast. Now
surge of energy that's trying to wrap up and produce a tornado here any moment. This is going to be north of Watonga, approaching Hitchcock and Eagle City. So it looks like it'll just have passed Eagle City, kind of toward Roman Nose, and north of Watonga on Highway 8 is where this is going to cross. The lightning rates, as Chris McPhee has been noting, have been coming up. Lots of CGs with this. And, it's moving right along Highway 3. So we're just a couple miles south of it, and we're going to pace it toward Watonga here as it continues moving on to the east. Very dangerous storm.
Okay, this is going to be the storm down the line from John Slater's storm. What you need to know right here is look at the donut hole forming. There's a total donut hole forming where the tornado is, like the eye of a hurricane. Yep. And that's the tornado right there. Powerful, powerful tornado wrapped up in rain and hail, but a big tornado just to the west of Lacey. Aaron Brackett is on this storm right here, talking about Eagle City and Hitchcock. He's on this one right here. That was his report. Lacey, life-threatening situation here, just west of Lacey, over to Hennessy at about 7:15 of 7:05. So about 15 minutes from right now, maybe a little bit less. So there's your motion to the east-northeast. Let's go to Lynx 1. It's got a donut hole eye like a hurricane. Let's go ahead and push on in. So just to the northwest of the little town of Parvin here and west of Lacey, Highway 51. Everybody, any mobile homes here would not be safe. Life-threatening situation on Highway 51. Lacey, and then over toward Hennessy. There's the big-time hook right there with a donut hole forming. And there's the, this is the CC, right?
Yes.
So you got CCs in here. This is indicating debris. So possible debris being lofted in through here from the tornado. Let's go back to John Slater with an update. John, powerful tornado very close to you right now.
Yes, Mike. Right now, I'm looking back to our southwest. We just crossed the Cimarron River. We just crossed the Cimarron River right here going east on Highway 51. And we're just a mile or two east of Kingfisher line there, so Kingfisher County. So the storm is just to our south. It's wrapped up in rain. I can't see if it's on the ground still at this point. We had to get out of the way. It was actually coming right towards us, so we had to sort of get out of the way. We're going to turn around here and get a look to the south right now live here, and you really can't see that much. Right now, I think it's just wrapped in the rain. It's actually back a little further to our west right now, but you can see kind of the greenish tint here. So this storm is producing large damaging hail. And again, you can see that persistent northeast wind inflow. This thing has had a tail cloud coming in from the northeast the entire time. So there's a lot of inflow coming in from the northeast and the east and southeast. And the possible
up here. And so definitely very concerned about this storm. And again, there's a tornado. Hey, tell Chase to go back to the left. Tell Francisco just to pan over to the left just a little bit. There's a tornado right there. Let me see. Hey, Chase, what we see looks, it looks at least like a pretty well-pronounced tornado from our vantage point, but you have a different view on this. Chase, what do you see?
Yeah, Damon, there for a second, it really looked pronounced. It looked like a wedge coming down to the ground. I'm not quite sure if it's just a dark shaft of rain, but we're going to keep an eye right here in this center spot where we've got the camera zoomed in right now because it really looked like there was a tornado right there, Damon.
I definitely saw that there. And again, Chase, that was a very well-pronounced lowering that we had there, and definitely that shadow that we had. So Chase is looking up in the air, but what we see from at least from a radar standpoint, this thing's gonna be wrapped up in rain. Lacey, you have to be in your tornado shelter right now, innermost room of your house. Same thing even looking downstream as this storm is picking up, headed towards Hennessy, Bison, Wacomas, even Vance Air Force Base. You're on the northern fringe of this warning, but there's your inflow, that's your ball. This will be rain wrapped. The inflow notch is not that wide, and so that means that
and when they're rain wrapped, that's sometimes the only way you can see these. 3-inch diameter hail on the north side of this, which is immediately to his north, and immediately to his south is the ongoing tornado. So again, the Parvin, Hennessy, Lacey area, very dangerous here. It is wrapped up in rain. John's right there. He showed us pictures of the tornado just a few minutes ago as it was wrapping up in rain. It's ongoing. Let's go back over to Max 1. It has turned to the right. It has turned more due easterly. So again, it had an eye in it a moment ago. We're showing a debris signature as well. And we'll zoom on in. The eye has gone away. That didn't really mean anything. There's kind of a debris ball looking thing going on right there. So we're talking about basically if it doesn't...
It's really becoming really tight. I thought at one time it might have been on the ground. It's trying to wrap up in rain just a little bit. It's trying to occlude. The whole storm is trying to occlude. But this is the spot. If it's going to do it, this is the one that's to the southwest of Chase, and it's falling right along the line like we've been watching all afternoon.
Okay, yeah, and so we'll come back to this storm. Let's go back over to the Lacey storm here. Very, very concerned about what we see from a radar vantage point here on this Lacey cell. And so just west of Parvin, that is going to be a well-pronounced, oh my goodness. east of O'Keene, it will be wrapped in rain. And so this thing is going to be tucked up in there inside of a bunch of rain, but it is moving to the east here and headed towards Lacey at about 7:11. Lacey, that's about 10 to 15 minutes from now as it's moving to the east. That is a well-pronounced inflow notch, and what we see from the winds inside of it, the velocity, that is a tight couplet. That right there is very concerning to me as it's continuing to make its way and coming very close eventually towards Vance.
Pretty much due east, Romanos State Park, Butcher, Hitchcock. If I live in Watauga, I'm watching this to the northwest as it moves off to the east. All right, let's go up top now. Let's get an update from Jim Gardner in Bob Mill Sky News Now. And look at the wrap on this. Look at the hook. There's that storm. Jim, looking off to the storm there that has produced the tornado. It's wrapped in rain. It's going to be in your shot, but wrapped in rain right in front of you. Go ahead and give us an update. Big hail in there, too. Go ahead, Jim. Great shot.
Well, that's right. That's right, David. I'm just coming over Loyal right now, shooting back to the north. We're going to get around to kind of to the southeast of that and look back in there. But, man, what an impressive storm. And that tornado that Val is on is right in there. Right in there. You can't see it because it's so rain-wrapped. With the rain and the hail that is coming out of this storm, David, we've got a tremendous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning, but you can see it in the shot there. But again, what an impressive picture. That tornado is there in the rain. We'll keep tracking around, see if we can get a shot of it. Keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live from Bob Mills. Got his 9 back to you.
All right, nice job, Jim. So, Jim, again, on that northern storm, it is rotating, but the tornado is going to be wrapped in rain, which is not good. Yeah, great job. Perfect. Just hang with that and just keep it going. Yep. Thank you, Greg, very much. Appreciate you.
And it is rain wrapped. There's a lot of hail in the front. Look at that green tent. We're kind of looking at the front. So the tornado is in there or just to the left. Go a little, Travis. It's going to be right in there somewhere. We are west of Hennessy, looking directly west about 2 miles. I can see a lot of storm trackers. Look.
Yeah, so you're looking there at Highway 51. You see all those cars down there. They're heading east. It's fair to say a lot of those are storm chasers. And Mason had power flashes perhaps just to the left of 51, which makes perfect sense. Would be just on the south side of 51. And we're talking about Lacey, the town of Lacey. And Mason is basically over Hennessy looking to the west. All the headlights there, many of those are storm trackers out there trying to get out ahead of the mesocyclone. And John is right down there as well. Mason, so again, power flashes. You see Highway 51 right there in your screen. You and Travis, update here, ongoing tornado warning, Lacey to Hennessy. Go ahead, Mason.
Yeah, guys, back with you. We are west of Hennessy, moving a little south, trying to get on the south side of the hail. That's in the. There's a lot of hail, a lot of rain out in front of this storm.
So the tornado may be lifting now to the north. It may be lifting to the north into Garfield County. So heads up, even south side of Wacomas.
Cool to see. We're going to keep a really close eye on this area right here, Damon.
And it looks like in the last couple of radar scans here, it may appear again, because looking at the radar couplet, it's definitely starting to have a little bit more of an inflow into it. So this can happen, but looking at an inflow or looking at a radar, look at that hook right there. And so what we're looking at, see that blue that Jonathan has highlighted? If we start to see a blue pixel there pop up from our debris tracker, that easily confirms that it's a tornado. This is very close to Lacey here, moving to the east here, and then also watching that cell right there. That is going to be west of Hitchcock here, north of Watauga. So all of these storms are now beginning to see that low-level jet here really begin to increase their rotation. And so as we look at all of these storms, all of these are really taking off. Even these that we have down by Putnam where we have Buck.
I see some flashes. I'm not quite sure if they're power flashes. There is a lot of lightning, as you know, out here, and a lot of hail. You're looking at the hail right there, the green tent out in front of this storm. It's a massive storm. We're just south and west of Hennessy, looking straight to the west here. And so far right now, I do not see any power flashes, but like I said, it's heavily wrapped in rain, and hopefully there's not any power flashes. So if anything changes, we'll get back to you. From McIntyre Law, Chopper 4, back to you.
Okay, ongoing tornado warning right there. The tornado may or may not have lifted. We're losing a little bit of the really confirmed absolutely yes tornado signature, which is really good. Has a lot of damaging wind with it, still a powerful hook. And basically right there on the Kingfisher-Garfield County line. And the rotation center is now basically near and just north of Highway 51. We'll pull all the way in here, and you see still quite possibly a tornado sitting right there. And where is Lacey? Lacey's right there. It's within a mile of Lacey. Let's go to John Slater on Highway 51. He kind of got out ahead of it, which is good. Let's see what he's got right now. John?
Yeah, Mike, it is good because we're not in danger, but if you want to see a tornado, not so good, because from this vantage point, it's really hard to see the tornado. So remember we talked about that northeast inflow band coming in. Well, you can see that inflow band right there on the right side of your television set. That's the inflow band that we were under, and then we could see the tornado looking back behind that into the storm. But right now, from this vantage point where we're a mile or two east of that circulation, we just can't see the tornado. It's just wrapped in rain and large hail. So we're out of danger, but I can't give you a view of the tornado at this point because it's just obscured the way these tornadoes are, these mesocyclones, when they're so wrapped up like this. Sometimes the only way to see it is when you're in that northeast side or you're actually inside the hook. Unfortunately, it's a dangerous place to be. But anyway, so we are ahead of the storm right now. We're going to continue to follow it. It's got a very strong circulation on radar. I can see the inflow bands coming in. You can see the greenish tint. So it's got large hail, damaging winds, and a tornado. It's moving off to the east. Back to you, Mike.
So, John, how far east of Lacey would you say you are? How far west of Hennessy?
I think we're probably less than 20 miles west of Hennessy.
Yes.
Yeah, we're less than 20 miles west of Hennessy.
Okay, on Highway 51 right there. So John showed us the shot of it as it was wrapping up in rain. So that's the latest on that.
And I tell you what, it's a little too dark. It's a little too dark. Let's come back to Lynx 1.
And it's one of 3 tornado warnings.
Yeah, and we have 3 tornado warnings now in effect. Let's come back to Lynx 1. And Kylie, let's get with Greg and let's have him lighten that camera up just a bit. It's just a bit too dark to show. I can't see anything in it. All right, so there it is. Okay, Jim got a shot back up. Now we're talking. Let's go back to Jim Gardner. He's right here, northwest of Dover. Let's go back to Jim. And there it is. Look at the right side, folks. Jim, look at that shot. The right side of the mesocyclone right there. An incredible shot. The tornado is back in there, tucked back in. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, that's right, David. It's definitely wrapped in rain back there, and you're looking at the front of that, man. It's just very impressive. You can see that blue-green in there. That it means there's a tremendous amount of hail in there. You can see all the lightning in there, cloud-to-ground lightning. Again, a heavy rain. But this is one of the most dangerous situations because it's buried back there in that rain, and you really can't see it, David. So we'll just keep tracking it. Keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live from Bob Mills got his 9. Back to you.
All right, thank you. Nice job, Jim. So he's looking back at this thing. And this, folks, this is what it looks like. You're not going to see the classic tornado hanging out with a cone on the ground. It's going to be wrapped in rain. And that shot from Jim clearly shows that. All right, let's go to Lynx 1. And how many tornado warnings do we have now? The storms down south are getting stronger.
We have 3 tornado warnings. We have new showers taking off in Payne and Lincoln County. Right now, they're just that. They're showers going up ahead of the main line.
Well, the models had that, just had it further west.
Yeah, so right now, under severe limits, but we have multiple severe storms with 3 tornado warnings.
Yes. Okay. All right, let's go back here to Brandon real quick. Let's get an update from Brandon Pennell. And Brandon, your storm is getting better organized. Obviously a supercell. It's now merging with the cells to your north over Butler and Foss Reservoir. And Brandon Pennell, I think we have you in here. Let's get an update from Brandon Pennell. And go ahead, Brandon, give us an update on the base there. What do you think? It looks like to me it's getting stronger. You have storm mergers going on right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, that's right. So we're just north of Clinton Lake, just on the west side of Foss. This is looking back to the north. So when these storms first went up,
what you're looking at to the north is we had a pretty what was becoming a well-established, almost a real lowered base.
And this area right here north of Lacey, and then just east of Lacey, that's Garfield County. This is Kingfisher County right here, zoomed on into the city streets. So Wacomas here, Highway 81. Wacomas is right here, down Highway 81 to Hennessy right here. Let's go to Mason Dunn in the chopper, looking at it right now live. Mason?
Well, I can tell you that it's gotten pretty rough out here. This storm is pushing off to the east, it appears, and we are just east of it. So, of course, the velocities are very, very bright green and red. Looks like it's getting wrapped up, and Travis is trying to give you a shot of it here as I'm turning back around to the south here, looking to the west. So, I hope it's not on the ground. If it is rain wrapped, but we can actually see this little wall cloud right in here. So McIntyre Loud Chopper 4 is right up here with it. If anything changes, we'll let you know. But it's got a good notch and a hook there with the velocities. It's just I can't imagine it not being on the ground, but if it is, it's rain wrapped, but we'll keep you updated and keep you forewarned. Back to you.
Okay, so it's definitely turning more to the north, and here's your time of arrival. Let's go ahead and go to Max 1. It's by far the strongest circulation in the state right here. So Highway 81 here between Hennessy and Wacomas. So here's your time of arrival right here, Hennessy, and then Marshall over there by 737 in Covington, talking about southeastern Garfield County. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the velocities. You see the hot red and the hot green. We've lost a little bit more of what we call gate to gate, which is right next to each other, showing a tornado vortex signature. It's still in there for sure. Big arcing inflow gust front coming into it. So this is a really strong circulation, and circulations like this, under conditions like this, can produce higher end tornadoes. So take this really to heart here. Damaging winds coming into Hennessy. Could be 80 to 90 miles per hour, and ongoing tornado likely here. Big circulation. Got a couple little eddies inside of that showing possible tornadoes intermittently inside of that, but all the way up to the south side of Wacomas, up and down Highway 81 right there. Let's go back over to John Slater with an update. Looking
contact with you on Steve. Again, here's some strong winds that are just surging right into Hitchcock here. Yeah, that definitely looks like the winds on the backside of the storm here surging out. So we're going to be watching this one here and see if anything can begin to pick back up and begin to rotate. But right now at 7:09, this storm is a big one right now. And so Storm Command is down by Bison. Look at that couplet right there, northeast of Lacey. That is your rotating segment right there, just northeast of Lacey. And this is going up to the northeast. That would be debris right there, that little minimum, that little drop in the radar. And so definitely, at least there's some debris in there. That's what has triggered this to be confirmed tornado. But look at that couplet. I mean, that right there would be your tornado. And so this is now crossing into southern Garfield County. And so what do you see, Jonathan?
I think that's the old mezzo that I just circled. That's the old circulation. There's a new area of circulation forming. There may be a new area to watch right up in here. So gonna have to watch that. That happens. The old mezzos get pulled in, then you get a new one that forms, and Sky 5 is right there. And so we're gonna have to watch the upper left-hand corner is the old circulation, rain wrap tornado, new area of circulation forming, strong inflow notch right in here too. So let's watch this area now west of Hennessy. Sky 5's right there, and you can see them kind of panning back and forth, and it's real dirty. Yeah. It's a real gungy rain wrap circulation, but let's keep on watching it.
By the way, speaking
for Oklahoma City. All right, let's go back to the northern storm here. Let's jump up north. Check in with our trackers up north now. Who's up north? And this is that far northern storm. Let's back out of this. Is this my far northern?
That's down Bob.
Okay, yeah, let's jump up here. And we have Marty and Brandon. And what do they have on this? Still a hook back over Pond Creek. Yeah. And I'm looking at Hank's shot here. I'm looking through trackers. Let's go to Marty Logan. Marty's looking off to the west-southwest here towards Pond Creek. Marty, I see rising. You're right there. You're looking right at it. I do not see a tornado on the ground now, but tornado warning continues for you folks now east of Pond Creek, or Pond Creek now to the north and to the northeast. If you live in Pond Creek, Jefferson, or down near Lamont, lowest level, safe spot, up to Deer Creek, up to Narton. You got to be watching this. Go ahead, Marty, give us an update.
Yeah, we got out of Pond Creek. We were on the east side of Pond Creek about 3 to 4 miles and started noticing this rising motion just on the north side of the highway. And again, it's right over the top of us, rising motion all the way along here. So we're going to have to get out ahead of it again and turn and take another look because this was well advanced of the storm that we were watching. So it's kind of a surprise right now. We're going to get up here ahead of it, take another look.
All right, nice job, Marty and Brandon Wells, again on the northern storm. Back to Lynx 1. That's the area of rotation. Brandon and Marty are here together looking off to the southwest. Big hail over Jefferson. That big hail is going to go to Numa. That big hail is going to go to Sumter and you folks in northwestern Grant County, and then eventually moving into Kay County, northeastern Grant County, northwestern Kay County. Bremen, Blackwell, you are now in the tornado warning down to Tonkawa. Will be the southern sides of that. Take your tornado precautions, lowest level, center part of the house. I'm looking at their shots. No tornado on the ground right now, but that can certainly change. Okay, let's go back south, down the line again. Let's go to the next tornado warning storm, and that's going to be, look at that ball on that. Oh, my God.
Yeah, look at it on velocity data.
Wow.
North of Cato.
Man, that is a substantial tornado right there. That is on the ground, folks.
This is our live, so you can kind of see the hook here.
Yeah.
Watch how it's evolving.
Yeah, I mean, that is serious stuff. That's a big storm, and there's going to be a tornado in there. All right, here's Val, here's Bob. You folks in Hennessy to Bison, lowest level, center part of the house. If you live in...
That is going to be south of Medford, inflow coming in just east of Pond Creek. Derek, what do you see?
It definitely kicked up a couple notches. Last update, I said it was ingesting some showers. It did that. We noticed actually the sound of hail thunder. If anybody hasn't heard that, sounds kind of like a jet engine up in the storm, usually a sign of intensification. We also noticed a lot of lightning, but the scud has really dropped down and the base has gotten a little bit lower here. No tornado right now, but the storm is better looking than it was 5 minutes ago. So it's definitely worth they continue to watch here. You can see it in my shot right there with the sunset in the background there. And, I mean, we're here watching it. If something touches down, we're going to see it right here where we're at. But definitely the rotation and the lowering has gotten better organized. Back to you.
Okay, and we're just bouncing all across the state now with these tornado warnings. So we'll come back to this storm in just a little bit. Let's go back down to Lacey. Again, this storm is making its way up towards Ponca City, Kay County. We'll come back to you. This still looks very well pronounced. And I tell you, oh my goodness, you know, there's going to be some pretty strong winds that are going to be up inside of this here. And so let's see here. There's Michael and Bison. Sky 5 is going to be south of Hennessy. And so this storm is rotating and it's really picking up here. Let me go out to Storm Command right now. Michael, watching your storm, looks like you're getting ready to come back into the kind of the clear side into this. Michael, what do you see from Storm Command? Okay, we'll come back out to Michael here in just a moment. This is the storm, by the way. So you can see, I mean, you're starting to see a bit of that clearing, and so getting a better visual into the storm. Again, this picture coming in from Storm Command. And so let's see here. If Michael can hear me. Michael, what do you see from Storm Command?
Well, this is a huge lowering right now. This is the wall cloud. Damon, it is possible that the tornado is actually tucked back in right behind that rain right now. This is a very, very dangerous rain wrap circulation right now. You have to be in your tornado shelter if you live anywhere between Bison and Hennessy right now. You just have to expect that right there is producing a tornado. I know I can't show it to you, but I am begging and pleading with you. If you live between Bison and Hennessy, this is a very, very dangerous situation as this circulation approaches Highway 81.
It is a very dangerous storm, and so we're watching this one again, kind of in a bit.
Yeah, David. So this thing did kind of get to where it was really looking disorganized. It's trying to get organized now, and it looks a little less good as what it did, or it's better looking about 2 or 3 minutes ago. But anyway, you can see these areas of rotation. We're going to continue to follow this. This is just southeast of Hitchcock. And honestly, guys, David, back to you.
Nice job. So Jeremy, again, is on the other tornado-warned storm, which is going to be between Hitchcock and Butcher. All right, back to Lynx 1. This is what that looks like. So here's Jeremy. He's looking back to the west-northwest, and you saw his shot. And, again, no tornado on the ground. And the circulation here is fairly broad right now. You still got a tornado warning out of it. It's going to keep moving east. It's going to go over towards Loyal. And from there, it's just going to keep chugging east. So Loyal, Hitchcock, and it's going to go north of Omega right now. At least this dangerous part of the storm is where the possible tornado is. But Jeremy's there. He doesn't see it. Look at this incredible shot from Jim Gardner. Let's go back up top. And Jim is going to be looking right up into the Hennessy storm. Look at the plates. We are having breakfast. The pancakes are stacked, my friends. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Big plate here. Big plate here. That is the mesocyclone that's going up and tilting to the northeast. That is the mesocyclone going up right in front of Jim Gardner and going to the east. Jim, great shot. Tells us exactly what this storm looks like from the air. And that is simply amazing. And Jim, that tornado is wrapped up and tucked back in there. If it's on the ground right now, it looks like it's either close or it's on the ground. Go ahead, Jim.
That's right, David. Right now you're seeing the Hennessy. That's Hennessy just on the left side of the screen. We can go back a little bit and just show you, but that storm is kind of tracking just to the northwest side of it. But you can see all the hail and the rain and the front of that mesocyclone. It is impressive, David. It is a big storm, and if there is a tornado in there, it's wrapped up in there. You cannot see it. You definitely don't want to play with this. If it's coming towards you, you want to get underground or get somewhere where you're safe. But again, we'll keep tracking it, David. Jim Carpone live from Bob Mills. Got his 9. Back to you.
All right. Nice job, Jim. So, Jim, again, on the tornado-warned storm that has produced a tornado, look at the supercell. Again, look at all the plates in here from the ground up, right? I mean, Jim's looking back, and the tornado's going to be, and this tells you, this is just, look at this as a big donut, right? And you have, it's like taking a whole thing of donuts, stacking them on top of each other.
Dangerous storm.
Yeah, seeing that hole right there in the radar.
That's gate to gate, and it's not only a very strong wide circulation, it's a tight circulation.
Yep.
Right there.
Yeah, let's go out to Michael. Michael, we see what looks like a hole in the radar just west of you, Michael. What do you see?
Yeah, so here, what I'm going to show you, this is what we call the river as far as storm chasers go. You're seeing a river of inflow. Look at it. It's coming straight from north to south directly into the tornadic circulation, which is embedded in rain and hail right there. Look at that green sky. That is, I don't know. There's flashes in there. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's be lightning. We've had some powerful cloud ground lightning strikes. But it's so wild to look at that and go, man, you have to expect there's a tornado in there, even though I can't see a visual condensation funnel. But this is a massive circulation just southwest of Bison.
Yeah, let's go up to Sky 5 right now. And Michael, your analysis there really helps us out. You can just see the air getting pulled into this. Chase Rutledge, let's go out to you right now. Chase, definitely a very tight couplet in what would most likely be a pretty significant tornado up inside the storm. Chase, what do you see?
Yeah, Damon, we're trying to look back in there, but look at all the rain underneath this. We are actually moving our shot up to the top, as far as to the top of this storm as we can see. There's a lot of activity as far as lightning, cloud to cloud, cloud to ground, up in the storm. As we take a look way up into the sky, you can see how much lightning is down in there. Now, if we go back down to the left, I want to show you just to the left a little bit more. That's Hennessy. So to the right, back up in that rain, that's where we're starting to see that rotation and that coupling that you're talking about, and that's where Michael Armstrong is. We don't see any power flashes, Damon. We're looking for those, but the inflow is tremendous. We're seeing a lot of that. We're feeling it out here in Sky 5, and the ground, you can see that wind moving across the ground, making its way into the storm and just feeding it, Damon.
And we see that, and so we're going to come back to this.
But you cannot see, if there's a tornado in there, you cannot see it. Like I said, I see occasional power flashes every now and then. Of course, it is tornado warned. I see the storm down to the south is now tornado warned around Hitchcock. So it's going to be getting dark out here soon. It's right at 7:21 right now, so we're just following this storm. Hope there's not a tornado, but it sure looks like there is in there as we see occasional power. You just saw one right there. Back to you.
Okay, that's Mason Dunn reporting. Let's go over to, we've got a couple of crews on this. So what you need to know, folks, is it's crossing 81 right now between Wacomas and Hennessy. From there, you're talking about Perry. So just know that this is the real deal here. There's Perry. And you see it's a giant sink drain in the atmosphere, now crossing 81. So draw the line here. Damaging winds, Marshall, yes. Damaging winds, Covington, yes. Tornado path, basically it could go left, it could turn right. But as you see, Perry, right there, Perry, you see where it's going, right? So know this and know that there's likely a big tornado in that wrapped up in rain. Let's go to Brian Winslow now live. Brian?
Yeah, Mike, we are northbound. We are in Hennessy. You're looking right at it. You can see the green tint, so there's very large hail. If you know anybody going north or south up and down 81 between Enid and Hennessy, send them a text or tell them to stop as this crosses. There's some very powerful winds along the south side of this rotation. The sirens are going off in Hennessy. We're tracking this storm. We've got an eye on it. We cannot see the tornado. We do not have confirmation there's anything on the ground because it is rain wrapped. We're right here with it. Back to you, Mike.
I'm 3 miles east of Hennessy, David. 3 miles east.
Gotcha. Great spot. I got you.
And then, man, you talk about some lightning coming out of this thing now. We are dropping some huge lightning out here. But again, you can see all that hail and rain and just that huge donut come back to your right. Come back to your right. And we'll pull out a little bit. We'll show you that entire mesocyclone. I may be a little too close there for him to get a really good shot, but as we pan up, David, I mean, this thing is just impressive, man. It is just a monster. But anyway, I'm over 51 going eastbound. We'll keep you updated. Jim Gardner live from Bob Mills, Sky News 9. Back to you.
All right, great job, Jim Gardner in the air. And again, along with Bob Mills, Sky News 9. And this is a very large storm. We think the tornado is on the ground right now, but it's wrapped in rain. That's the problem, and that makes it even worse. You're not going to see it. All you're going to do is hear it, and then that's going to be it. If it hits you, okay, you're going to hear it, and it's going to be over with. But look at that shot from Jim. Look at the plates. Wow, boom, 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 boom,
We're
boom.
about 2 miles to the east of it. The winds have picked up, as you can imagine. The wind farms are going crazy out here as I am flying over a couple of them right now. I can see storm trackers bugging out to the east. A whole line of them driving as fast as they can to the east here. So you're looking right there, Travis. You look at all those storm trackers right there, Mike. That's just unbelievable. But right now we are just tracking it. I can't hardly see anything. There's a lot of rain, a lot of hail. The north side of it looks like it's bowing out a little bit.
So ongoing tornado warning here, Highway 81 between Hennessy and Wacomas, heading for Douglas and Covington, and eventually Perry. It's by far the most dangerous storm in the state right now. And say that again? Power out at Hennessy now. The power's out at Hennessy. Let's go to Brian Winslow here. Brian?
Yeah, Mike, we're at Highway 51 and Highway 81. The tornado's going to be just to our north. Okay, the lights came back on. The power was out for just a second. We do not have a visual on any tornado, but all indications on the radar is it's about a mile or two to our north. Moving east, we are now eastbound on Highway 51. Torrential rains, blinding rains, visibility is a quarter of a mile at the most. We're tracking this east. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, let's go to Mike Bennett. He's east of it, looking back to the west. He's pretty close to Covington, where it's heading. Go, Mike Bennett.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, we're just coming out of Covington right now, and we're caught miles of cars in front of us and behind us. So
Again, 65-mile-an-hour winds plus on the rear flank of this storm. This is a powerful, powerful cell, and we've had blinding conditions. Power's been on and off again down here in Hennessy. So we'll probably have people out back to the north. Back to you, David.
All right, nice job, Bob. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1. and talk about, here it is. It's going to go right over Bison. The green, the orange, tornado. Just southwest of Bison. We'll see what it does.
And you can see it on my 360 camera pointed backwards.
Can
you guys see it?
Yeah, we see it, Michael. Keep going. Yeah, we have it here.
Okay, this is a small needle-type funnel, but it is associated with this more powerful circulation. And guys, I think that's just the tip of the iceberg on what this storm can do. This entire there was a bright flash. We're looking directly south down Highway 81 on my 360 camera. We're looking backwards, so we are facing due south. This is a view that we've all been like waiting to get. It's just the road network, Sky 5. I know we're all kind of blocked from the rain. Damon, this is so incredibly dangerous. Look at the rotation in the clouds. In my shot right now, look at the rising motion up above, just to the left of the grain bin, basically right over top of 81. This is just, oh my gosh, I can't tell. That's very dark right there.
Michael, we're on your shot right here. Michael, does this look like a tornado? You have a better visual of it, but it is dark and it looks like it's all the way down to the ground. What do you see here?
Well, it's hard to tell if it's rain. I can't tell for sure. We definitely saw the one funnel for sure, but it was like a smaller funnel. But I will tell you, this is extreme. I want you to look at the inflow into it. Gosh. Okay. Here's an idea. Look at we're sitting still and look at my wind instrument. Whoa. Oh man. This has got some major inflow moving right in over Bison. That is extreme wind. There very well may be wind damage in Bison associated from inflow, even if they don't get hit directly by the tornado. But I got to tell you, it's going to be, it's pretty much going to move. I don't know. The center of it looks like it may move right over Bison. Oh my gosh, this is absolutely incredible right now.
Michael, and so just a heads up, we're going to stay with your shot because if there's a tornado here, we're seeing if it crosses over the road, but we can definitely see there are strong winds that are getting pulled into the storm here. And so Michael's just north of the town of Bison, and you can see the visibility is really starting to go down here as the heavy rain is just coming in and the winds are picking up. Michael, how strong are the winds where you are right now?
All right, Damon, I just have to estimate right now. I've got a problem with my anemometer at the moment. If they're any less than 60 to 70, I would be shocked. This is a very strong inflow. This is that river I was telling you about just a moment ago. Oh, hang on. That's the grain bin at Bison that I'm looking at. I was wondering if that dark spot was possibly a tornado. We are just taking some incredible wind right now into the circulation.
Yeah, and Michael, your picture, it is crystal clear. We can hear you well. Watching this tornado that would be crossing right over this area, right over the highway here. Again, Michael is going to be near the town, right in the town of Bison, right along 81. And we already had that one tornado. It's pretty thin, but you saw it there. But that can usually be little thin, kind of just smaller tornadoes wrapping around a much larger one. But what we see from a radar standpoint, wow. That's getting worse and worse. Michael, what we see from our couplet, what do you see, Michael? What we see from a radar standpoint, the couplet is very strong. Michael, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, our winds have shifted now. We are north of the tornado, or at least the tornadic circulation. I don't know. There may just be a large mesocyclone, basically, trying to come to the ground at this point. But we clearly saw the tornado a little bit ago. I'm looking straight south. Yeah, that was a power flash. That it may be going through the power lines right there. Oh goodness! That's out of my dash cam. That's coming out of the front. Look at the wind flowing into it. It's coming from northwest to southeast. We're going to get blasted with hail now in the inflow that's screaming into that tornadic circulation straight behind us. We can't see it. We shot it in rain now. That was our one chance to even have any type of visual on it. We're going to try to get out ahead of the storm again, but this is insane.
Michael, what we're seeing right now from your picture from Storm Command looks absolutely just wild. I mean, that is, his windshield wipers are going as fast as they can go. Hardly any visibility, but that velocity couplet, look at that. That tornado would be wrapped up in rain, and I mean, it would be nearly impossible to see. So Sky 5 is up in the air right now. Let me go out to Chase. Chase, just got a report there from Michael, and he's up inside this thing, and so getting some power flashes. But Chase, what are you seeing up in the air right now?
Yeah, Damon, we're trying to maneuver just to get good shots up here. That inflow just keeps pulling us closer and closer to the storm, so we have to fly away from it. This is that area that Michael's looking at right here. I can't tell if there are power flashes. I know some of those probably are, but there's a lot of lightning associated with this. That inflow is still very, very strong. This storm is far from being over. And Damon, as we zoom out just a little bit, it's still green. Look at all that lightning.
A little bit ago, there's got to be some hail in there, and possibly a big tornado in there, which is terrible.
That's right. His audio is breaking up a little bit, rightfully so. He's in the middle of the storm right now. Not many places in the country have a chopper flying right next to a tornado. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest on velocity. This really
looking off to your north and northwest. You're actually on I-40. You're in Clinton right there. Storm there going up. It's getting stronger. Go ahead. Give us an update.
Yeah, David, that's right. So we're coming into, or we're in Clinton on I-40. We're about to make the turn north to Arapahoe. The storm continues. It kind of went through a cycle stage. You know, I was talking about the storms southwest were disrupting it, and now those storms have kind of went away, and it's feeding itself. It's becoming a lot better organized. I wouldn't say well organized.
Continue to shelter in place in Bison. I would not come out of the shelter yet. Douglas, it's going to be, we'll have to see. So in order for it to hit Douglas, it's going to have to go about 3 more miles to the north, and we'll have to see on its trajectory if it moves due east or if it goes east-northeast. Right now it looks like it's moving east-northeast directly toward the community of Douglas. That would not be good. It would be much better if it could pass just a couple miles south of Douglas. We are getting slammed with hail right now.
Michael, how big is the hail?
Damon, I have no idea right now. There's no way to tell. It's large.
Yeah, we're looking behind, and we can see your satellite dish here, and so we're looking to the behind. Again, Michael is up inside of this storm, and that is a bad situation right there. And so once again, it's all wrapped up in rain. Absolutely wrapped up in rain east of Bison. So, by the way, we'll come back to this in just a few moments. Let's go back up to Kay County, get an update, and then we'll show you the storms that we're also watching out across western Oklahoma, because these storms are all moving to the east here. And so watching these from Tonkawa up towards Bremen, strong pocket of wind
coming into Clinton.
Yeah, that storm's becoming a classic supercell with kind of the wings and the beak, David.
Yep. There's your screaming eagle. Big wings, there's your beak. Tornado's going to be back here in the beak or the mouth right here, looking right at you. It's not developed there yet, but look at velocity. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's coming. Oh, wow. What are you out of?
That's Frederick.
Okay, how high up's that?
That's about 6,700 feet.
Okay, pretty high. Well over a mile, but still, it's right where it should be. So,
right.
Yeah, it's developing mesocyclone. It's already developed. It just continues to get stronger. Brandon's right here. So he's going to go north up to Arapahoe. And again, see these back here? This is what's going to try to turn into whatever, and then these are going to make their way, combined with this, down I-40. All data still has that, right? We're still good. What's the timeline here in the metro?
Right,
like the
that's
West
on
Metro?
Links 3.
Okay, Links 3. Is this the latest and greatest on Links 3?
Yes. Well, it's our track.
Okay, gotcha. That's perfect. All right, Watonga, 746. El Reno, 9 o'clock now, a little bit slower. Have you slowed the speed down a little bit? Go ahead, Cass. Nope. Okay.
Like it's developing a little hook there on the back of the storm. So this, as you said, moving into a little better environment, pick up a little bit of small.
And it might slow down even more. So right now, we'll say west. Okay, El Reno, that's downtown. That's at 9 o'clock. So it's like 8:20, 8:30 into western Canadian County, out near the Cherokee Trading Post. Guthrie at 9 o'clock. Edmond about 9:20. Downtown Oklahoma City about 9:30. So 8 o'clock, the West Metro, 9 o'clock, 9:15, downtown Oklahoma City, 9:20, 9:30, downtown Oklahoma City, give or take. And then Southeast Metro, Tinker Air Force Base, Midwest City, Del City, Choctaw at about 10 o'clock.
And
so
David,
between 8 and 10 o'clock, moving into the metro, Large Hill Dam.
Storm commander going to be on here because this storm still looks very significant right there. Let me go out to Michael. Michael, I know you have all the technology in Storm Command. Have you heard of any damage along the path of this storm yet?
No, not at this time.
So you're pulling out of the storm now here. Michael, what do you see from a radar standpoint?
Yeah, sorry, Damon. We're going to have to do some navigation. Give me.
Okay, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you again. Michael, you and Kyle's safety is number one. Let's go back down to Clinton, down to where Nick Smith is going to be on this brand new tornado warning that was just issued just moments ago. And so this one's going to be coming out here. Let's see, it hasn't popped up on the radar yet. Hey, Nick, so you've been watching these storms on the southern flank. Nick, one thing I want you to be aware of is that you are on the southern side of this where there's nothing obstructing the inflow into the storm. Nick, the sun is setting. The tornado potential with this storm is increasing rapidly for you. Nick, what do you see from your vantage point?
Yeah, so Damon, we're sitting on I-40 and just on the east side of Clinton, or just to the east of Clinton. And this thing, honestly, Damon, it is. The inflow is increasing. Like I've been standing halfway outside of the vehicle just watching it, and I'm just seeing it rock the vehicle even more. We had a second ago where we had the inflow had increased. We got a nice little funnel, like a good shape or good sized funnel coming down, but it didn't. It had dissipated. That's a great thing, but we're still watching areas of persistence, the persistent rotation happening. So we're going to continue to watch this, but this thing is really, I mean, it's wound up. I mean, Chris was talking about how much rotation is in the clouds. It is unbelievable how massive and how wide the rotation is within this meso. Back to you.
Well, and I tell you what, Nick, I mean, that circulation and that inflow notch is becoming better pronounced. So tornado warning for yourself now moving to the east at 35 miles per hour, and golf ball size hail right now falling right on top of Custer City. So this storm moving towards Weatherford, high school Weatherford about 8:04, southwestern OSU there, it's similar time, and then Hydro at 8:18. Right now, we are northeast of Clinton. So technically, Clinton, you are not in the tornado warning. This is going to be northeast of you by a little bit. Again, this is moving away from Clinton, but this is moving right along I-40 and to the north here. So at this current track, again, Custer City, you're getting hit right now with the hail side of it, and it's some pretty big hail. But here's Weatherford right here, and so this is going to be just north of Weatherford, right along the highway. And so, as we were saying earlier, closer to sunset, more tornado warnings, and it looks like these storms are now starting to become tornado warned as well. Let me go out. Who's on the Dover cell here? It looks like a lowering on that one. I believe that would be, is that Steve Carano? Yes. That's going to be on. Let me go out to Steve and see what he's seeing here. So Steve is going to be, let's see here. He is going to be near Dover. Let me go, Steve, what are we looking at? Is that Scud that's kind of on the other side of these cedar trees right here? What do you see, Steve?
Yeah, I got trees here on the way right now, but this is on the back side of the Hennessy tornado, and this is going to be due north of Loyal, and it's going to be moving northeast towards Hennessy again. So this may go north of Hennessy, but this is something we're going to have to really, really watch. I am northwest of Dover, and it's just my northwest, and I know you can't see it right now. Damon, I'm sorry. I'll get you a shot here very quickly.
Okay. We'll come back
right here. Out of these trees, you will see it here. Give me 5 seconds.
In their safe spot right now, you'll have literally just a minute. You got to get there right now. Douglas area, mobile homes will not be safe right here. Go Mason Dunn.
We are exactly just a half a mile east or west of Marshall, looking back to the west. We're kind of skating a little bit to the north to see around this rain, but I can tell you it is still pretty dark. It does look like a big green spaceship like John was talking about just a little bit ago, but right now there's a lot of hail, rain. It's getting dark out here. You can see flashes like that I think are probably power flashes. Unfortunately, the radar looks pretty mean. The reflectivity looks pretty mean. So I would say that there's a large tornado on the ground as you continue to see those power flashes right there.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take, Mason, thank you. Let's take the Doppler here full. So there's the tornado. You see the hot red and the hot green there feeding all in together. So Douglas is going to get hit if it doesn't lift. And it's going to be happening right now. So everybody mobile home.
Go ahead.
Yeah, David, right now I'm 10 miles, exactly 10 miles south of Douglas, shooting back to the north following this storm. And it's still just a tremendous amount of rain, lightning. I mean, it looks kind of ragged on the front, but it is still a huge storm. There is a tornado in there. We can't see it because it is rain wrapped in there, but a tremendous amount of lightning. There is a lot of stuff going on with this storm, David. Winds, hail, rain, and the tornado possibility that's inside that rain wrap. We'll keep you updated. Jim Gardner reporting live from Bob Mills. Scott, 9 back to you.
All right, great job, Jim Gardner. And Jim's looking right at it. But again, folks, it's wrapped in rain. So this is what he's seeing from his view, and it's just a wall. It's just a wall of rain, and it's an impressive storm for sure. It's a huge storm. All right, back to Lynx 1. And let's jump back into southwest Oklahoma. We're going to leave this for Covington. You're in line next. And, yeah, Covington and Douglas. It's coming for you. Safe spot, lowest level. Okay, other storms down the line are no longer tornadic.
Kind of lightning strike here in a minute, and it's probably going to light it up if it's on the ground in there. We just had one just a minute ago that I was a little suspicious of what I may have seen, but everybody just needs to act like this is a tornado on the ground because it probably is. And we've got, I'm looking at the, I don't know if you can see the rotation in my shot here, but we're in Marshall looking east, and I'm sorry, we're looking west and just a little bit northwest. And I'm not seeing any power flashes or anything, but we're just going to keep watching here. But we're looking, if there's a tornado on the ground, Mike, it's going to be right there, right in our camera shot. We just have to wait for lightning to backlight it because we are losing daylight out here.
All right. So
it's very easterly.
Yeah.
Very easterly.
Yeah.
Just kind of hugging the road there north of Arapahoe.
Yeah, it's paralleling I-40, north of I-40.
And that's what the latest data has been suggesting, is these are more easterly as a low-level jet kicks in, and these are the ones that...
Yeah, they want to get it.
Yeah, come into the metro.
Uh-huh. Okay, let's go to Brandon Pennell. And Brandon's right here. Tornado warning now is going to be from Arapahoe, points east. If you live in northeast of Arapahoe, lowest level, center part of the house. If you live south of Custer City, lowest level, center part of the house. Let's bring Brandon in here and bring his shot in. We'll get his shot turned back around here. And Brandon, we have your shot. We're looking at the lowering there. Go ahead and give us an update, Brandon. Take it. It's yours.
Okay, David, we're on Arapahoe Road. It's probably about, I'd say, 1.5 miles north of I-40 doing due east. We are literally directly underneath the circulation.
Okay, go ahead. I don't hear you either.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay. Brandon, he cut out. He's in a bad cell area. I can see his windshield wipers are now moving again, so maybe he got back into it.
It's all going back right here. So it's right here. So this is basically Douglas, Oklahoma, within a mile or so. And we'll look for, hopefully don't see them, but power flashes. But I think we're looking at it right here. You can see where it's all fuzzy and hazy in through there.
I just messaged the National Weather Service. I know that this particular tornado warning does not have a confirmed tornado on it, but we did confirm a tornado right there that we showed you with that rope tornado that was near Bison. So I would just treat this as a confirmed tornado at this point. I think that's the best thing you can do. We are getting still blasted by some hail right here. Right now, I can't see the circulation. We've got a road that parallels it, so we're going to actually be out in front of it again. And I'll be using my camera and my technology here on my 360 camera. You can see the winds flowing once again right to the ground and the rain. It's there's tree branches down right here. Oh man.
Michael,
lots of tree branches down. Look at that.
Okay.
So this.
Okay, so Michael, yeah, definitely a strong tornado that went through here, and so some tree branches down. Right now, a lot of vegetative damage. Now, we are getting some reports of structural damage there east of, or out near Lacey, and this is indeed a confirmed tornado. And so the reports that are coming in right now, again, this storm has been doing damage and wrapped up in rain, but this is a significant storm right here moving to the east here. So, Michael, we have you back here. I don't know, Michael, if you can hear me or not, but give us an update on some of the damage that you're seeing. You're kind of coming in and out.
Well, yeah, you can see there's leaves sticking to my 360 camera there. I'm wiping it off. But, again, just tremendous inflow coming into the storm. We've seen a lot of just big tree branches down and everything. Yeah, let's just slow down a little bit here, Kyle. We have almost zero visibility. Extremely challenging storm to chase. Not something that, if you're used to like, oh, yeah, I hear the tornado sirens, I'm going to go out and look at them. No, you don't need to do that. Look at this picture I'm showing you. That's what you're going to go out and look at. Rain and hail just flowing into the circulation. It's absolutely ridiculous.
And Michael, you're right. I mean, the visibility with this, and you can just see how poor it is, but right in front of Michael, just look at that rain and that water that is just getting pulled into the storm. Again, debris damage, or we've had damage already outside of Lacey, and so trees, power poles that are now blocking the roads, and our news team here is collecting some data right now. Sounds like there may have been some structures that were hit. That data, we'll get to that a little bit later. We have to track these storms, though, because new tornado warning is going to have to come out for Covington, and as you make your way eventually towards Perry, you can see Perry here. You're outside of the polygon, but probably not for long, and so Covington at 8:06, Perry 8:41. Michael, what do you see? Michael, you just trying to talk to us?
No. I'm sorry. I'll mute. I'm giving directions to Kyle.
Okay, no problem. No problem at all.
5 as it moves right down and along and north of I-40. Lacey, Cassie, go ahead and take this out. Let's bring it into the city and do your storm track. Go ahead and take it on in. Let's just do this again. We did this earlier, but let's take it all the way through, at least get it through the heart of the city.
To get it through the heart of the city, I have to redo the track.
Okay, go ahead. Update that.
While she's doing that,
yeah, go
David,
ahead.
I just want to update.
Go
Bob
ahead.
is in. He was searching around bison, and if we take his shot, he has a hay bale along with some power lines that were pushed over. That's what he could find near the bison area there on Highway 81. Again, that
He's
is
room 124.
the most damage that we were able to see. Go ahead, Lacey.
I was thinking he's room 124, so they can punch up his shot to see that. We can see his location there.
But they had winds 60 to 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Val experienced those, and also Bob there on Highway 81. But they went through the bison area, did not really see anything substantial, but there was some localized. Let's go out in the field and talk to Bob. And Bob, I see the localized damage, and you said you saw some high winds going up and down 81. Go ahead and give us a report.
Yeah, we're real close to the area Val and Amy got blown into the ditch. And this is Highway 81 and West Marshall Road. We've got all the traffic signs blown down to the ground here. We haven't figured out yet which location this bale of hay came out, but it's obviously blown out in the road. So we had a very concentrated amount of wind right here at this intersection. Best we could tell, there probably was not a tornado on the ground up in Bison, but we definitely had very strong wind.
While it's dark outside, so definitely just a very dangerous evening across central Oklahoma. What this storm is pulled on out here is just show a little bit downstream where this storm is and where it is headed, because if you're watching, so Stillwater, you're right here now, Stillwater, your threat will be moving in with these storms that are lifting up to northeast. Let's get an update, by the way, on Kay County and what we see with these cells that are going to be down by Blackwell. Derek and Shane are watching this. Definitely some strong winds coming into Bremen and Blackwell. I don't see any tight radar circulations, but let's check in with Shane Elton. Shane, tornado warning up for Kay County here. Shane, what do you see?
Daily, we've been watching this storm as it's been moving off to the east. Now, it has produced several funnels, even in areas where there wasn't the tornado warning itself. Now, some of those were right on the leading edge of the shelf cloud and things like that. In fact, we're going to pull up here just a moment where you can see another lowering that's right on the front of that storm.
Keep an eye on.
You can see the rising scud here, or the rising clouds underneath this, rolling right up into the storm. There's some scud underneath it. It's trying to do something, but so far it just hasn't done it. This will be right over I-35, and it's moving off to the east. Damon, back to you.
Okay, we're going to keep a close eye on this storm again. For K County, northwestern K County, Shane, keeping a close eye on this one. Okay, so that storm makes its way up towards Blackwell, Bremen, Newkirk.
Just continued to have this rotation with it all the way up to here, and I'm looking back in it. If it's in there, it's in the rain, David, because I cannot see anything visually to say there's a tornado on the ground. I haven't seen any power flashes, which is good. Been looking for those. But that could change in a moment's notice, David.
All right. Vaughn's right there. He's in what we call not quite the bear's cage, but you don't want to be in the bear's cage. Not too many people do, except for storm trackers. Let's go back to Lynx 1 here, and this is it. Look at the hook. It just is just spinning. I mean, it's just a bowling ball. It's a mesocyclone. It has not weakened yet. Val's to the east of it. Vaughn's to the north. Let's go to Valcaster. And folks, it's going to Perry. It's going to Lake Perry. You folks downstream, is Val shot? Oh, wow.
You see the lightning there.
It's just so dark, yeah. Val, it's not even that dark outside, but your shot is really hard to see. It is really, really dark. Go ahead and give us an update. And the hook, Val, is just to your west and northwest. Go ahead.
Yes, so that's right, David. What we have done, we've come north on 74, and so I would say that the couplet is west-northwest of us, and we're going to try and approach this a little bit different way. We're going to let it pass through our north. We're going to circle in behind it. A lot of times you could see it if you come in behind it like that. So we've done that before in the past, but we're going to let it go north of us.
Just scanning back in there looking for power flashes right now. Again, Covington over to Perry, you guys have to take your tornado precautions, be in your safe spot. I'm going to have to let these cars get around us here, Mike. Give me just a minute so that I can get their lights out of the shot.
Okay, let's go back over to Max 1. We're going to give you a little overview right here. So you folks in K County, so this storm continues with a tornado warning. Nothing really ominous like...
Crossing over the highway, what is it, 71 or 74? Yeah, 74. Right there it is. It's been on the ground. I can see the condensation all the way to the ground for quite a while. It just crossed this road, and I'm getting strong RFD right now.
Okay.
Strong. So it looks as if, yeah, I'm still on the ground. Still on the ground. Just to my, it's maybe less than a quarter mile to my northeast right now. So
3
it's
miles
moving,
south of Covington.
It's going to pass. Yeah, it's going to move south and east of Covington, but it is still on the ground. I'm getting ready to get covered up in rain here. I hear it won't have. Okay, there it is.
Yep, there's the
Back on
tornado.
the ground again.
It's right here.
Yep.
I know it's hard to see. The video's a little bit grainy. Everybody and their grandma's got a cell phone right now in Oklahoma, and they don't live here. Okay. Vaughn, it looks like you lost it. Well, you didn't lose it. It lost you. It just got wrapped. You're in the wrap now with all the rain. But that was on the ground for, 20, 30 seconds?
Oh, at least.
Okay.
Yeah, at least I was trying to get to you, and I couldn't get to you. It's about a minute on the ground.
Okay, about a minute on the ground, south of Covington. Okay, 3 miles south of Covington, tornado on the ground, but it looks like it's either lifted or it's still wrapped in rain. All right, great job, Vaughn. We'll keep going east. It's going...
Getting rocked. We're just absolutely getting rocked right here. This is incredible. So we have to just kind of stop right now and allow this to kind of pass. I want you to see this. Like, man.
Michael, we see it.
The wind here is, oh my gosh.
Michael, how strong are those winds right now? Just a guess. They look powerful here, Michael.
Well, the whole truck is just rocking like violently. I don't know. We'll see if some of these trees and see if these power lines come down. But I'm telling you right now, and we're taking some large hailstones that are coming sideways. Look at that. Look at that.
Holy cow, Michael! You are right in the core of this. Just look at the winds that are just rushing into Michael. I'm at a loss of words right now with just how strong these winds are right now that you are in. That circulation couplet's right next to you, Michael.
Well, it's in front of us, and how I know that is look at the tracers on the pavement.
Over the highway right now, and that thing is cranking, Mike. It's going to put it really close to Covington, maybe just a little bit south, but it's going to be extremely, extremely close to Covington. You can see that little satellite tornado right there on the front edge of what was the larger tornado that we had back to the southwest. So this thing means business in here, Mike. It's really kind of hard now. We've got the rain moved in here to be able to see the right and the left side like we had earlier, starting to get some southwesterly winds. So we're going to blast east here real quick. But that thing is right behind us on the highway here, coming southeast out of Covington towards the Perry area.
So what you just saw a tornado rotating into the main tornado. Did you see the cone there coming down? And it was going from that side of the screen to this side of the screen, and it was rotating into the main circulation, being pulled into it. Violent tornadoes will have that. That's something that it's a signature for violent tornadoes. It's on the inflow. Notice how things are changing very fast where Corey is located. He's doing a great job tracking this.
We tried, David. Like I said, I'm about 10 miles southeast of Covington, looking back right at it. And it's just wrapped in rain and hail, David, and you can see the front lip of that. It's just a massive storm, and you just can't see anything. There's just so much rain and hail in there. You just can't, I can't get a visual of it at all, but we'll keep tracking it. We've got a tremendous amount of lightning out here, David. It's just a massive, massive storm. We'll keep you updated. Jim Garbrink live from Bob Mills, Sky News 9. Back to you.
All right, great job, Jim. And that's that big northern storm, and it's a monster. I mean, the storm itself is huge. Let's go back to Bob real quick and get a damage update here. We won't stay on this long. Let's go back to Bob. And Bob's going to be remote. There he is. Bob, what kind of damage do we have? That's pretty much where the tornado went through. Go ahead.
We're on East 590 Road, just west of 81 on the north side of Tennessee. We've got a barn that was destroyed, and much of the debris was pushed towards 81. We've got trees and power poles bent at this location. Back to you, David.
All right, nice job, Bob. So that's going to be, that's significant damage. That roof's gone over that barn, and he said he has power poles down. So this is in the small community of Bison.
Inman.
Yeah, Mike, we're just north of the town of Hayward. There's a large tornado.
That's so dangerous.
The left edge of it there in the shot. Had the left edge of it there in the shot, Mike. But that thing is coming, maybe, like I said, maybe just south of Covington, but it started to move east again, and it's coming right down the highway. Folks in Perry, this is your heads up. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions. You can still see some dust and everything being spun around the mesocyclone and the updraft there, Mike. Really, I've lost the edge of the tornado right now because the rain's moved in here. We're just starting to break out of it. But looking back in there, that thing's still on the ground, Mike.
Yeah, and it's such a large circulation. It has the potential to produce widespread damage in Perry. We don't want to see this. You see the size of.
He's not on?
Not on.
Okay.
Yep.
We have a shot. He's trying to make his way through. He is on the outer lip. Let's go back to Link's phone. Let me show you where he is.
Still a very, very intense circulation. I don't see anything stopping it, by the way. I think it's going to continue on downstream. It'll cross I-35. Man, you do not want to be out driving. Please don't drive up and down I-35 anywhere near Perry, Oklahoma in the next, hour.
And Michael, what we see right now is that so your winds are still from the southwest, but your winds are about to pick up from the southeast, especially as these storms make the run up towards I-35. So that will increase the tornado threat with this storm. But I see this picture right here again from Storm Command, and that is an intense storm. So if you're in Perry, if you're right up and down I-35, this is what's headed your way. What is clearly going to be rain wrapped up inside of this, and this is an intense storm that is moving up to the northeast here. Chase Rutledge up in the air is giving us a different perspective. And there's just so much lightning that is in this storm that is just constant flash, flash, flash. And you can just see this whole storm right here that is rotating, and just look at these lightning strikes. Chase, we're looking at your shot up in the air. You have a very unique perspective on these storms. Chase, what do you see from Sky 5 right now?
Yeah, Damon, I'm just amazed at how Francisco can tweak the settings on this camera so we can see that we're starting to lose some of that daylight. But yeah, like you said, incredible lightning storm or a lightning activity in this storm. This is on the east side of this storm, and Jonathan was talking about how stacked this is. This is one of the larger storms that I've ever seen flying here in Sky 5. And if we come down to the left, Damon, you'll see where Michael Armstrong is down there underneath all of that. Back up in that rain where all that hail is, where all of those strong winds are. We're feeling a little bit of those winds out here, and we're still probably around 5 or 6 miles to the east of this storm, looking back to the west. And Damon, this thing is massive, and it's still making its way across the state.
And I tell you what, looking at that storm, that is a huge storm. Also getting an update, by the way, as far as the tornado watch east of I-35. There's going to be more than likely an extension of this tornado watch, and a new watch is going to come out here pretty soon as well. Right now it's 8 o'clock. We've been with you now for 5 hours since these storms first developed. You can see the storm that is rotating right now between Douglas and as you make your way northwest of Orlando, west of Perry. By the way, let's go back down the line here. Other tornado warnings that we have ongoing as you go all the way out towards western Oklahoma. And so some things that I've noticed is that as these storms begin to form into a line like this, the hail threat is going to diminish, but look at that inflow coming in here. The tornado risk is still going to continue, and still watching this storm that is going to be a tornado warning that is north of Weatherford. Look at that inflow into it. There's Chris. There's Nick Smith. Now, Weatherford, this storm is just north of you. I know you're looking into the northern sky here, and this is going to make a run to the east here, and will come pretty close to Hydro.
Okay. Everything struggled south of I-40 so far.
Need to watch that, though. Need to watch that. That might turn into something here and try to make its way off to the east, so we got to keep a close eye on that. All right, so this is moving easterly. This comes in to at least the North Metro. We can say that for now. And some data suggests that we get other storms to develop south of I-40. South of I-40. And again, we're going to keep bringing this off to the east. All right, so Hank's coming in from the east. And let's go to Tom Pastrano. He's a little farther north. I want to get a quick update from Tom. Look at the plates on this supercell. Wow, at least, yeah, there comes the mothership. There's a UFO. Good luck. Look at that thing. I mean, that thing is big. That is a large storm. And Tom, up near Perry, that's a supercell up there. You're looking back to the west. Tom, we've had multiple tornadoes out of this thing, but a lot of them have been fairly weak, at least for now that we've seen. We've had some strong winds over 100 miles per hour, but look at that storm, Tom, coming right at you. Look at that monster.
Kingfisher. And near
looking storm. I'm looking towards my southwest to see any power flashes or anything down there, but you know it's rain wrap, whatever it is down there. It is a mean looking storm though. That whole thing is rotating really quick. It's throwing out lightning. I got strong inflow winds going into it. It's going to be a big mess here in Perry. If you're in Perry, you really need to take shelter right now. I can hear the sirens going off. So we're going to be here as it's coming through, and I will let you know if I see any power flashes or any tornadoes to our southwest. Back to you.
Okay, so what we've done is, just because of the road structure and all that, we just stacked trackers out ahead of the line. So look at the left side of this. Look at that. I mean, folks, this is going up, 20, 30, 40,000 feet. I mean, right? Your airplanes fly at about here. I mean, this thing it's incredible. Look at all the plates on that stacked. I mean, stacked. We are looking right at it, and she is doing it. That is incredible. And again, this whole thing is spinning. This whole thing is spinning from left to right. And it's a little hard to see sometimes in the video. If you pick out little pieces, little features like this, you can watch it. And if you're standing there out in it, you're like, oh my gosh, because the motion is so pronounced. I mean, it's more than obvious what's going on, right? It's moving at him, but the storm is rotating from left to right. Okay. Let's go back to links 1, power outages. And Lace, 1,500 up in Garfield County, 100 in Major County. This is where we've had the severe weather, some of the tornadoes up here, at least some of the winds. So.
Yeah, in total, about 2,300 customers without power. Like you said, the bulk of them major and Garfield counties, and I'm sure we're going to see that down the line, especially with that one big supercell that Tom was just showing you. That shot up because the wind with that thing has been tremendous.
Yeah, winds of over 100, right, or close to it.
Yes.
So,
yeah, we haven't had any measured winds that high, but velocity has been that high from time to time.
Yeah. So, well, here's the deal. Noble County.
To go check on these people and make sure they're okay, but I wanted to give you that report. That's what this storm is doing. I mean, it is really, really hard to drive in. However that happened, that's intense.
Okay, Michael, we'll come back to you in just a moment. Sky 5 seeing the storm as it's moving towards I-35. Let's go out to Chase right now. Chase, where did you see these power flashes?
Yeah, Damon, you're seeing them right here in our shot. A little bit further to the right is where we saw it as a lot of those vehicles are making their way eastbound out of the storm. Right here is where we saw those power flashes. I don't know if that's where Michael is. It's got to be pretty close to where he is, but there's definitely some high winds in there. I don't know what's causing the power flashes back up in there, but something is, Damon. We're just going to just watch it closely. Back to you.
Okay, well, this is still a tornado warning, and just looking at the strength that this storm has, it has some powerful winds right now. We can definitely see some really strong winds that are up inside of this storm. And so Chase Rutledge there up in Sky 5, again, just reported power flashes. The sun is setting, so there's not a ton of daylight that is left in here. Is Michael back in Storm Command, or is he still out checking on this? Okay.
Check on him.
Okay, Michael, we'll talk to you in just a moment. Perry, this tornado warning is coming right up to town, by the way. So, Perry, if anything, I mean,
looking out there, looking north while I've been driving, looking for power flashes, not seeing anything. We're pretty far south of it right now, and so I mean, all we can see really right now is just the striations of the mothership. That's really all we've got a visual of right now, Mike.
Okay, we're checking to see whether or not the OHP is going to stop traffic on 35 or not. We're checking on that right now. That's the kind of situation we're dealing with, because at a minimum, you're going to be talking about winds that'll be pushing over semis right and left. I mean, that's just the fact of the matter, because there's a bunch of 60 to 80 mile an hour winds. Here's a bit of an overview here for you folks in K County. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, and the storm now east of Bremen, just to the west of Newkirk, and just north of the Blackwell-Tonkawa Airport, just north of Blackwell. The tornado warning for K County has been allowed to expire. So it's no longer in effect for K County. There's Ponca City, heavy to occasionally some severe weather now approaching from the Billings area. Again, there's a time of arrival. That's up near the Kansas border, Newkirk, and then up into Kansas right there is where that's tracking. That's that earlier the tornado warned storm up in areas back to the west, like in Grant County. Now it's up here in northern K County. So Chilocco and up there near Newkirk and Kildare.
So we haven't hit the hail just yet. We're headed east. We had a little bit of hail earlier, and we had, oh my goodness, man, on the outer edges of that circulation, I'm going to guarantee that wind was 90 miles an hour. As we were coming south up near Bison, where the tornado was, I mean, it literally pushed us into the ditch. Luckily, it wasn't a bad ditch, and we were able to drive through it and then keep on driving and drive right out of it again. But that is some serious wind pushing us from the side. So now we are headed east over here. We just left Covington. There was a sign or two blown down right near Covington, and I think I heard my brother say we saw a car off in the ditch where that tornado might have went past, or at least the strong winds. So right now, we haven't had any hail just yet, but you're telling me it's up ahead of me. So we're going to ride this thing. Well, I spoke too soon. We just had sounded like a golf ball hit the top of the truck. So I think we're about to drive into the hail again, David. We're going to ride this thing over to Perry. Back to you.
Yeah, and it's going right into Perry for sure with teeth on it. So if you live over Lake or around Lake Perry up to Perry down Highway 64, it's not quite to I-35 yet, but Val and Amy, they're in it. Tom's in it. And let's go back to Lynx 1 and look at the hail core now. Look at the hail. This is going to be
Tom's reporting power flashes southwest of Perry from his location there.
Okay, Tom's right here. He's seeing power flashes. It's either going to be the tornado or wind damage. Let's go to Tom, or just straight line winds. Tom, what do you think? It's coming right at you. And we're looking at velocity.
The winds
go ahead.
Yeah, David, I'm going to have to pull out here pretty quick, but I've had 4 power flashes just southwest of Perry. My winds are blowing from the south over 50 miles an hour right now. It is getting really rough. It's almost on me. I was looking for the tornado. Can't see it. Did have those 4 power flashes in succession. I'm going to have to move. Our winds are gusting over 50 right now. Back to you.
Okay. All right. We'll just go through Perry. Keep going east. So, Perry, be nice to Tom. He's coming through.
I-35 on 51. My chase partner looked up there. He saw a power flash. So it's still on the ground. That was just like a minute ago. So it's still on the ground.
Okay.
Most likely.
Okay. So let's go ahead and take a look here at radar and look at the latest trends.
The following impacts are expected. Flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and under... The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Custer County in western Oklahoma, southern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma.
There's a bunch of high winds right here on I-35. Noble County, basically from the Logan County line all the way up to about the Billings exit. So Black Bear Creek, all in through there, a lot of high winds. 412, I-35, a lot of high winds. Could be 80, 90 miles per hour easily. Those hot reds are some really bright colors in there. And there could be potentially still some tornadoes inside of all this. There's Perry right here, so the winds are now coming in on Perry. Looks like the strongest winds now are to the northwest, maybe passing to the north of Perry. So there's the tornado warning, but we've lost a lot of that clean spin that we had earlier. Let's go. That's a good thing, right? It's a very good thing. So a lot of damaging wind in through here, yes, but we've lost a lot of the clean spin. The center of this, what's left of the spin is now northwest of Perry, the way it looks. Let's go back to Corey Inman. Talk about that. He's got his night vision. He's approaching I-35 near Perry right now. Corey?
Yeah, Mike, we're actually in downtown Perry. This thing has crossed 35. The leading edge is getting ready to come into downtown Perry very shortly. You can see the leading edge of the anvil there in the shot. Scanning back here, I think our new circulation is starting to take over just to the southwest of Perry, which if that's where Bennett was seeing power flashes, that's where it would be from his location. So we're gonna get east of Perry here and kind of turn around and set up as it comes over the top of Perry. But right now this thing's knocking on the door, so folks in Perry are out of time. Not sure why, Mike, but the tornado sirens are not sounding in Perry. So anybody watching, they need to go ahead and take this thing serious and be in their safe spot.
Yeah, we're showing a lot of damaging winds around there. There's no doubt about it. The larger spin has by and large gone away. Let's go over to Lynx 1 and look at the shear tracker. That's a good development in through there. And that's a really good development. The velocities have come down as well. Here's the shear tracker, and we've lost a lot of that clean spin. We're showing basically a gust front now of a lot of high velocity damaging winds in the 80, maybe 90 mile per hour range from the Billings exit on I-35 all the way down to the Highway 51.
The window for storms to move into the metro until after 8 o'clock. And so as these storms continue to move to the east, we're likely going to see additional development, especially south of I-40. So far throughout the afternoon, and a lot of these storms have been north of I-40, but these are tornado warnings that we have in here. So tracking these cells all the way right now into the metro here brings it into Lake Overholser. Actually, we'll go into Yukon first at about 9:25. And then we get towards around Overholser here right at 9:36. So that would be about an hour and a half or so from now with these storms moving to the east here. What we're going to have to watch out for, there will be at least some embedded circulations right along the leading edge, and especially as these storms make their way to the east. So the window for storms to be moving in is starting to pick up a bit here, especially for the metro. But for the most part, these storms that have gone up, tornado warning up towards Perry, tornado warning down towards Weatherford here, and it's always these what we call tail end Charlies, where you get these storms on the very southern fringe here that really kind of have that threat for some rotating segments here. So there's Nick, there's Chris Lee. What's Sky 5 have right there? Let's go out to Chase Rutledge. Chase, just saw you zoomed in on something on fire there a second ago. What is that?
Yeah, Damon, we're not quite sure, but it's way out there. It's probably a good 20 miles out to the west. Not quite sure what that is. Don't know if it was a lightning strike that may have set something on fire, but it's really difficult to see from way out here where we are. But still a lot of activity in the storm as it's making its way up to the northeast, and we're going to follow those storms that are making their way up towards I-40, Damon. It looks like it's going to be a long evening.
It will certainly be a long evening, and so right now, again, still watching these storms that are out on the radar, marching across Oklahoma, and so still watching this cell right here. That the couplet is not that tight, but it is producing some strong winds in Perry. Let's go out to Derek right now. Derek, what's the situation like in Perry right now?
Yeah, we just kind of let the front edge of that pull over the top of us there as we were pulling out of Perry, and the winds were definitely extremely gusty. I would say we hit right around 60 miles per hour. So you could see the large trees just bending and almost
all the way down to the southwest. So here's future rotating storm. There's future next gen, and this is 8 o'clock. And see what happens here. Look at 9 o'clock. What time is it now? It's 8:16. That may be a little bit overdone, but see what happens, and then some of the data, we developed this second line in behind the main line. So again, there's a lot of time left to have problems. We don't want any, but there's a lot of time left to get big hail, tornadoes, and damaging wind. And we're going to have either one or two of those or all three of those.
Yeah, the trend is there for storms in the metro. It's just the timing, and if they're individual or we get that big line, is varying from hour to hour. With
that storm that's tornado warned.
severe storms here in the metro at some point later on this evening, no matter what.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so Oklahoma City, you're still good. You're still in the clear. You got a little bit. Let's back this up one more time. And I don't know which one of you was running this, but let's. Okay, so take it back to 8 o'clock. So it's 8:15 right now. So this is obviously a little bit ahead of schedule.
Miles. Southern Blaine County, this side of Weatherford by a few miles, about 25 miles, 20 miles west-northwest of El Reno is where this is. Connor Toon's on there, as long as other trackers are as well. Connor, so you're tracking it eastbound. The tornado warning's been allowed to expire. That's a good thing.
Yes, Mike, yes, we just saw that. It does not look nearly as organized as it did a little bit ago. So we are going to try to get east, get further ahead of the notch. It's really hard to see once this rain starts wrapping around. But we've had several really good points of visibility. So we're going to keep moving east and keep ahead of that notch. Back to you.
Okay, so Emily, the low-level jet's kicking in here, approaching sunset right about now, and so much heat and humidity out there, still a lot of storm fuel.
That's right, Mike. So we still have a PDS tornado watch. It's actually been extended farther east until 11 o'clock. Several ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings that continue across northern Oklahoma. Of course, we still have this tornado warning.
Pronounced, but it's there. I mean, you can definitely see it. And so knowing what the ingredients are with these storms and them just kind of moving over the same areas, definitely got to watch out towards Dover. So headed towards level here at 8:47, Mulhall at 9:13. This is north of Dover, south of Hennessy. Definitely some strong winds that are moving to the east. Steve is on this, and there's Storm Command Sky 5 watching this cell as well. And then there's Buck, and then we have Shane up top in northern Oklahoma. And then we have Chris and Nick kind of picking up the far southwestern side of this complex here. At least at this moment, there are kinks in the radar that we see. Nothing that here is tornado warned. Right now, the only tornado warning that we have currently is going to be up near Perry, but still watching for these storms as they continue to move to the east and see.
The top of the tube, the middle of the tube is trying to break down. At the same time, it's trying to form down to the south. A tornado is just water, it's fluid, but at a high rate of speed. And so you get these little, especially when they start to develop, you'll get little things like that. You'll get little vortice breakdowns, and then finally, sometimes it goes away like this one did. But that's condensate. That's all water vapor, right? And notice how fast it goes up and goes away. There's nothing on, but it is on top of this. It does go from here all the way, but you can't see it. It's invisible. But the condensate, the pressures are low enough down here that we're actually able to see condensate. And there it is crossing the road. All right. So, boom, there you go.
Was telling me he had 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts at his house, but just looking back in there, I think most of our power flashes are going to come from damaging winds right now. Not seeing any real tight areas of circulation, maybe one trying to form to the north of the highway up here just a little bit, which is where all that inflow wind was blowing into. Like I said, we had that power flash there in front of us from the inflow wind. So we're going east over here towards the Morrison area. Right now, we're in a lot of heavy rain, southeast wind about 50, blowing back into this thing, Emily.
Okay, thanks for that report. So we have our tracker on top of the storm as it is moving through Perry with some potential for damaging winds. Just getting some news in right now from emergency management in the Enid-Garfield County area. They're doing some damage assessment. They've reported trees down and buildings destroyed half a mile south of the Garfield County line and Highway 81 in Kingfisher County. Lots of trees down in the Douglas and Covington area. Of course, this is when this pulsed up to a stronger tornado. So unfortunately, there will likely be some damage in that area. Let's go back to the maps as we're still tracking this line of severe storms. So zooming in, you're seeing these bright shades of pinks picking up. That
strong winds right now as we speak, David.
They've had it for about 5 minutes, Val. You're right. But, yeah, Perry's in the wind right now. Let's go to Tom Pastrano. He's out ahead of it. He's running eastbound and down on Highway 64, headed towards Morrison, just east of Perry. Let's bring Tom in. And Tom, what was the strongest wind you've had here in the last 10 to 15 minutes since we spoke last? Go ahead.
Yeah, David, as I was going into Perry, the winds kind of overtook me, and going to about maybe 4 miles to the east of Perry. Damaging winds up to over 70 miles per hour. I had power lines that were flashing, power flashes that were just all around me. So it's a damaging wind right now. I can't see any tornado. It's a wind from the southeast. So it could be feeding into something to my northwest. We keep looking, don't see anything. But, yeah, it was kind of scary there a little bit. We had debris kind of going all over the place. It was blowing my truck, but we just got out of it.
All right. Well, we have a shot, but we lost him. Okay, well, let's go back to nice shot. He's headed eastbound. Yeah.
He's coming up to Pete's Corner and then eventually Bill's.
Quasi-linear convective system or line up a wave pattern, but nonetheless, we still have this tornado risk. And again, I'm not going to feel comfortable until this passes through and we get a north wind.
Well, and a lot of times what we can see with these storms is that they can kind of go through a lull, kind of very similar to what we had last Saturday, where the tornado warnings fall off the map for a little bit. They're not going to reissue tornado warning for the Perry cell. But these storms kind of maintain intensity. They kind of linger, and then all of a sudden they go from 0 to 100 pretty quickly here. So definitely, as you heard Jonathan just mention, look, we're not gonna sound the all clear until these storms are well east of I-35 here. Sun is setting right now. It's currently 8:22. You can see the picture here from up near Guthrie. Sky 5 showing just that orange hue to the sky here as these storms are moving. Let's zoom on out here if we can just a little bit here. Kind of give everybody an update on the threat for storms moving in and moving out. And so right now, big severe thunderstorm warning, as you heard Jonathan just mention, basically runs from one side of the storm to the other side of the storm. And so you can get a really good idea as to how these storms are moving based off of how the polygon is drawn up. Moving to the east here, so Crescent down towards Calumet, moving to the southeast here. And so let me just double check on the speed of these storms. Okay, 45. Okay, there you go. Yeah, so 45 right now. For strong winds, as these storms, let's see here, looking at the surface winds, once these storms reach El Reno, Yukon, Spencer, Oklahoma City, they do encounter more southeasterly winds. And so that would increase the threat for these storms to have these little rotating cells. And so we're just going to have to watch as they drop down to south for additional storms to develop, especially down on the southwest side where we have Chris and Nick Smith. So Kingfisher, 827. Lake Carl Blackwell, 828 here. Stillwater, 839, about 15 minutes. That's going to be for the northern flank, by the way, up towards Perry. And then down towards Cashin at 844 here. Basically, this entire line moving down to the southeast and moving in pretty quickly, I will say, too, by the way. So let me just double check here. Tornado warning remains, although that circulation couplet that we have out near Perry has really weakened. And so the current wording coming in right now from the National Weather Service is that they will not reissue a tornado warning on that storm. Doesn't mean that we're done with the tornado warnings for the evening, but definitely some pretty intense storms. So once again, watching these move down to the south, and we are finding some embedded intense cells within it, like from Loyal to Alpha. This will be north of Geary, and then all the way up towards Hennessy here, and then even as we make your way all the way up towards around Perry, and this entire line dropping down to the south here. And so at that current track, we've got some pretty impactful storms moving in. Let me go out to Michael Armstrong. Michael, watching these storms kind of take on a bit of a different type of characteristics, and that is it's more of a line here. We're going to watch for some embedded circulations, but what do you see right now from Storm Command?
Well, I've been looking at that. It does look pretty linear as you take a look. We're going to find a place to pull off here now that we got a view, and you can see there's a lot of storms over here, but they're, like I said, they're fairly linear. That certainly helps with limiting, the supercell type of tornado, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be any tornadoes with this. One area I'm kind of keeping an eye on is an area southeast of Hennessy, and the top of the storm is extremely tall. It's over 50,000 feet tall, so very, very significant in terms of just the maturity of the storm and how tall it is. But certainly a situation we cannot afford to quit on. I go back to what happened when we had the Sulphur and Holdenville tornadoes, and I'm not saying that's going to repeat, but damn, if you remember, there was a line that kind of came up I-44, and then all of a sudden we had several isolated supercells that developed in a uncapped air mass out ahead of the line of storms, and that's when we got real big problems real fast. So we cannot let our guard down tonight.
Absolutely not, and we certainly will not, because you can go through these phases where you go back and forth with the storm threat, where you go through it kind of reaches a point and then it kind of hangs out for a bit, and then all of a sudden it takes off here really quickly, as we saw last weekend, where we went with a line of storms like this, and then all of a sudden things kind of took off here.
So the tip of it's back up towards Greenfield, so you can see the sky is just red with heavy rain behind it. So there's wind and rain, and I would assume some hail in there. But the updraft base itself, this lowering is, I'm going to say it's south of Greenfield, just a mile or two, and it's north of Geary, about 4 miles, and it's moving to the east is what it looks like to me. So, downstream, we're looking at maybe Calumet or Okarche if it keeps moving east. So we're going to stay with this, drift east with it, and just kind of see what this does. But, yeah, it's certainly on the uptick. David, back to you.
Yeah, and a little bit of a lowering there. And, again, we still have many of the components in place to give us more severe weather. We've already had, I don't know, maybe a half dozen tornadoes today. Most of the tornadoes have been small, short-lived tornadoes, which is always a good thing. But that shot now is of the Geary storm. It's going to be north of the Cherokee Trading Post. Well, let me just show you. So that right there, let's go to links 1, is going to be this right here. Here's Hank, and he's looking back over here. Brandon now is making his way through it. And Brandon's shot appears to be frozen, but Brandon's up in here in southern Blaine County. Hail sizes aren't too horrible in here, nickels and dimes and quarters, nothing too crazy. And again, this is moving almost due east. Just go ahead and lapse this.
Okay.
Let's see what it's doing. It's still going to Okarche.
Here, I'll take it back 30 minutes.
Okay, it's going to Deer Creek. Now, it could lift. It's for sure going to Guthrie, and it's going to be close. It's going to try to go to Edmond. Basically, I-44 might be the cutoff for this. Might be the cutoff on this way, but we're going to try to bring additional storms down into the metro as your evening moves along, and those certainly could be tornadic. All right, so big line of storms now running from Canadian County all the way to the Oklahoma-Kansas state line.
Shower going up south of Hobart. Still
I see
just
that.
a shower.
Yep.
So
we got to watch that.
Yeah.
And David, I do have a track on the line of storms for the scenario that it did build further south and make it into Oklahoma City.
All right, let's take a look now. Links 3, and we'll get a storm track going on this. And again, I think we can, with confidence, we can say Okarche 840, right? It's just to your west. It's 830. You know, I think for sure Guthrie, 907. Edmond will throw in there. You're kind of on the south.
With right now, Damien.
Yeah, that's right, Emily. As of right now, the primary area of focus is going to be from the Oklahoma-Kansas border along I-35, pretty much down to I-40. So
I-40 over the last couple of scans here, but you can see they go up and they're just kind of, they're maintaining themselves. North of I-40, those ones fizzled out. They may have, these storms may have utilized all the instability, but otherwise you can see the dry line might be getting a bit of a push here. See that blue line there that's going to be coming into far western and southwestern Oklahoma. So we'll watch for cells like these. There have been at least some hints in the data that these storms would pick up their intensity as they were going to make a run towards the OKC metro. Making right now is about 8:30. So we'll see if these storms are going to pick up towards around 10 or 11 o'clock. Right now it is currently 8:30. Jonathan, definitely a bunch of storms that we have out on the radar right now. You're still looking for these little inflow notches that we see here. It's nice that we don't have at least, you know, the tornado warnings out there anymore. I believe that one that was up north just dropped off, but the risk is still there for the next couple hours.
Yeah, we're not quite done yet. I think you said it really well. We have a lull in the action here. With a setup like this where you have southerly winds, strong shear with the jet stream, I mean, we can't really turn our back. It's not like, hey, we're done, we're good to go. These are just going to be storms. We're going to have to watch it real closely. So let's watch this line kind of move through. A couple little eddies here and there, might be little suspects. Sometimes you get these like hybrid spin ups.
In effect, the circulation to the north, as we were showing you, it's still a big, strong storm, but there's not a tight circulation for a tornado in Noble County. And then down the line, we know the damage near Lacey with that storm, and really the tightest circulation, if you will, which isn't tornadic at the moment, is going to be the storm that Hank and Brandon are both on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely the one near Greenfield.
Yeah.
And I'll turn back on reflectivity and velocity here, and it's that area of spin that just crossed 270.
Yeah, it's right here. It's not that strong.
No, it's not that strong.
And it's moving east, northeast.
And in fact, is that?
And
No,
there's
okay.
what do we have here?
Let's see, that is kind of pushing to the south a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to ride the county line.
Yeah.
For sure, but not quite tornadic strength yet, but
No.
it's trying to, it's thinking, we have an inflow notch here. We have an inflow notch here. And technically we have one here and we have one here. So we have 3 or actually 4 areas, almost 5, but we have 4 areas that we can call legit inflow notches, right?
Correct.
Okay, so no tornado warnings right now. We have a wind event unfolding coming into northwest Canadian County up to Kingfisher. Here comes Jeremy down I-35. These storms are headed to Crescent, damaging winds coming your way, Mulhall. Winds in this line are going to be 60 to maybe 70. In hill sizes are going to be nickel and dime and quarter and maybe some golf balls. But right now we could be much worse.
Absolutely.
I mean, man, some of the data lately, the last couple of days, has been a little scary as far as what could happen.
Right, and it's 8:30. I mean, it's kind of now between now and midnight that the low-level winds are the most favorable. But right now, it's kind of good, I think, that we've got this congealed line of storms instead of these big isolated supercells.
For
and
sure.
they're kind of struggling.
Yeah, it helps us. So as long as we still can easily get more tornado warnings here, and again, I think over the next half hour to 45 minutes, we're going to know. But having these storms, again, compete for moisture and for what's left of the energy and all that, this is a good thing, having them all line out. And this is a good thing. But west of Jeremy, little cell here, a little bit of weak spin going up near Kingfisher. And what does that look like on velocity?
Yeah, that's the one we were just looking at.
So it's right there.
Yeah.
It's there. Jeremy's, he's right there. He has some wind. Let's get an update from Jeremy. He's on the Dover, we'll call it the Dover Bend, north of Kingfisher. They're going over the river, just south. He's now south of the river. Jeremy, what do you think? What are your winds right there? You have a mezzo just to your west, just barely to your west, a small mezzo. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, we're dealing with winds probably about 50 to maybe gusts to 65, but really the rain's pretty intense. And I don't know if you've seen my shot from a little bit earlier, but this is, even though there's a little mezzo kind of backed off into this, there was a huge well's mouth to my east. We're probably dealing with some pushing 70-mile-an-hour winds right this second. The winds are really all outflow, so not too concerned about any tornadoes or anything like that right at this point. Back to you, David.
Nice job. Jeremy, just listen up. There's a good ball of wind now west of Kingfisher, about, what is that, 10, 12 miles, 15 miles?
Yeah, let me put a
let's go back to Lynx 1.
It's about 10 miles.
10 miles. And this is a big ball of wind right here. And right now, this is going right down 33 to Kingfisher. Not tornadic, but it's winds in here of 60, maybe 70 miles per hour.
Yeah, and it does look like it may be sagging to the south. Just a
structural damage, some buildings that were destroyed. This is just in far northern Kingfisher County, about half a mile south of Garfield off of Highway 81. They're still assessing the damage there. A lot of trees down as well, and we have a crew headed that way so we can get some eyes on it. I asked if there were any injuries. He said he didn't hear of any at that point. Also got word there were some barns, 3 barns destroyed near Highway 81 and Marshall Road. Abby, one more thing. Earlier, one of our crews talked to the Kingfisher County Sheriff. He said there were power lines down near Lacey, and they're near State Highway 132 and 51. Some structural damage there as well from these storms that came through. At that point, we didn't hear any word of any injuries, which is great news.
Absolutely. And speaking of kind of this same area, Garfield County is starting to see some of those power outages start to trickle in, which makes sense. A lot of power lines are down. I just talked to Enid Police. They don't have any reports of serious damage or anybody hurt there in Enid. By the way, Damon told you earlier about I-40 westbound shut down west of El Reno because of a semi crash that has now reopened. Also, speaking of damage as well, we saw from our field meteorologist Michael Armstrong just south of Covington that car into a ditch. Just dangerous storms move through. We've also heard of a lot of trees down in that area as well there in Covington. All right, Damon, that is the latest from the news desk as far as damage, power outages, and injuries are concerned. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, and so what we're looking at right now on the radar will be an advancing line that is moving to the east. And so at this moment, this is just one big severe thunderstorm complex with some embedded strong wind, also quite a bit of heavy rain here. What we are going to watch, though, is see if any storms can begin to develop here, especially south of I-40. South of I-40 from the metro, from Guthrie, OKC, and south, really hasn't had a whole lot of storm activity yet, which means that this atmosphere right here is still very unstable as it's moving to the east here. But given just the type of storm system that we have in place right now and the risk that we had for today, you at least got to, kind of celebrate some of these winds. You don't really have a whole lot of winds that happen out here this time of the year, but at least the fact that the tornado risk at 838, it is still there. But we don't have any tornado warnings. Doesn't mean we're not going to see any more. And so we are definitely not putting our guard down. But at least at this moment, as these storms have formed into a line and they're not isolated supercells, that's a step in a more positive direction. Really, this thing is not going to be over until the storms have really cleared the area, and we're still going to watch for additional storms to try to develop. You see some echoes on the radar. They're not really doing a whole lot southwest of Weatherford, but we have Chris Lee, we have Nick Smith there watching it closely. There's Buck, there's Steve.
They certainly are worth watching. Okay, and then back to the west, a little shower near Clinton. We need to watch that. Could go up, could go big. But right now, it's struggling. That's a good thing. But a solid line now of storms, and they're all severe, running from basically south of Watonga, north of Hinton, north of I-40, all the way to Kingfisher, all the way to Mulhall, blasting through Perry, and then from there all the way up to Newkirk and Ponca City.
And we talked about those showers, David, taking off ahead of that main forcing. That is now a tornadic supercell in northern Osage County, our sister station in Tulsa, on that. But that formed out ahead of the line and kind of had that backward C configuration as it was lifting up to the north. So over 4 acre now.
Yeah, what I worry about is this right here.
Right, the next one down the line, coming into Jennings, crossing 412.
Oh, boy.
Right.
That's not good. What does shear rate look like on that from here?
It's rotating.
Yep.
So there's velocity.
Yep.
Circulation over Oilton, or
Yep.
just to the west of Oilton, heading up towards Jennings.
Yep. It's going to try to pivot north. That's tough chasing in there. Roads aren't bad, but man.
Yeah, you've got the river and...
Yeah. Get them off the main highways and... Okay. All right. So big line of severe storms, a long line of severe storms. Tornado warning now for northern Osage County. And that'll be lifting into Kansas here shortly, moving north at about 40. That storm looked like it was moving faster than ours.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's got so much more of a northerly shove. So.
Yeah. And it doesn't want to get eaten by this. It knows this is coming. It's trying to get out ahead of it.
Into Chautauqua County down the line, the Wichita office would take care of it if it now, Trav, and it's moving to the northeast at 50.
All right. I think we're Tulsa are going to be monitoring with what's developing down this Tulsa north, and now has a tornado warning associated with it. So I'll come back to you for a minute. And Stacia, I think I might have you do a storm track when we're finished on that. Yeah. South of Tulsa as well, because this storm originally developed just to the south and west of Tulsa and then moved to the north and now has a tornado warning associated with it. And this cell that's right around where Ron is located, did we get audio fixed on that yet? Do we know? We think we did. Okay, Ron, I want to come back to you for a minute. And Stacia, I think I might have you do a storm track when we're finished on that. Yeah, I hear Ron now. Ron, if you would give us an update, we'll zoom in on where you are at this point and show you from the Manford area to Yale what you have going on. What are you into right now?
Yes, Travis, I am punching the course. I'm going through some pretty heavy rain right now as we speak. Lots and lots of lightning. This storm is for sure intensifying.
Lightest of rotations showing up at this point. That could change very rapidly. That's why we're quite concerned with what's going on. And Stacia, if you would you give us a storm track on that one, because we're starting to see some more turbulence and shear with that.
That's right. So we're moving that one up to the northeast at about 45. That will take it from Cleveland now, where the rain is starting to pick up, along with Frontier Shores, tracking it up into Osage County. Hominy along with Blackburn. You guys are in the track here. Blackburn by 8:54. Hominy by 8:57. You do have some showers around Hominy right now, but again, this thunderstorm is just down to your south, moving into Cleveland, and then up to Hominy to Winona. Winona would be closer to 909. Should stay on the west side of Skiatook Lake, but that puts Winona, Hominy, Cleveland, Blackburn all in the track of this storm. Trav?
All right, thanks. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for winds up to 70 miles an hour for western Osage and western Pawnee County. So we do want to make sure that you guys are aware of what's coming in on you. And we anticipated this was going to be the more active area for the early going-ons for tonight. I say early going on because it's going to take a long time. More data coming in tonight continues to show that these storms are going to be very potent as they continue to move to the east. So we have one tornado warning that's in north central.
Heavy rain that's coming through Grandfield right now, but for the most part, I would say that couplet there wrapped up inside of rain, moving up to the northeast is what we'll watch. It looks like it might get pulled back in here. Now, Kingfisher's getting hit with a strong core of winds, and those are spreading up towards Dover right now. I can see that outflow right now. It almost extends from Stillwater down to Guthrie, Cashin. That's definitely at least something that you would like to see, is some strong northerly winds come out of this complex here. That would help to lower the threat here. But we are watching that little area and also some hail that's going to be falling within that right now. South of Omega, and once again, southwest of Kingfisher. Intense line of storm still continues as these storms are moving to the east, but the outflow that we can see now on the radar is beginning to really help things out. That is currently surging from Glencoe to Stillwater, down towards Crescent. We'll have to see if it extends south of Calumet or not. Let me go out to Michael right now. Michael, from a radar standpoint, I can see that outflow that's coming through Stillwater and down to Crescent right now. What do you see from Storm Command right now?
Yeah, and And I think that's the key is you kind of have to get kind of up close, up to the storms within a few miles to kind of get a sense of whether there's north winds coming out of them or not. So I'm going to pan my 360 camera around, and I just want to give you an idea of just I just heard someone on a bridge talking about how incredibly electrified these storms are. They still have a lot of instability, and so they're powerful storms. They're not tornadic right now. We don't have the tornado warnings, but they're still strong storms, and they still can produce a lot of wind. I am going to be interested to see, again, if the low-level jet starts having an impact as it impinges on these southern storms, particularly the one near Kingfisher, the one west of Okarche, and also back west of Geary. Both of those are rotating storms. Now, they're kind of embedded in rain, and they may very well be undercut by some cool air right now. But anytime you have a rotating storm, you have to watch out.
Absolutely. And what we're watching out for over the next couple of hours is that some of the newest model data coming in right now does show additional storms that will develop in that 8 o'clock to 1 a.m., or I'm sorry, in that 10 o'clock to 1 a.m. time frame. As this complex right here moves down to the southeast, we are going to look for additional cells to develop south of I-40. I know right now we're in a lull, and a lot of people are saying it
just a moment ago. For regular programming, again, we're sorry, but as long as we have tornado warnings, we are going to be in continuous coverage. And so that's on our broadcast channel 6.3, and then on Cox Cable channel, if you have Cox Cable, that's on 53. So you can watch the CBS programming there. Apologize. But this was going to be a bad night no matter how we cut it. It's just not a good night for storms, and it's a bad night, I guess, to have bad storms. So that's what we have at this moment. Stacia, if you have another update on the storm track for that tornado, it would be great.
Yeah, Trav, I slowed it down now to about 40. I don't think it's quite that fast at 50 miles per hour. To me, it seems a little slower, maybe about 40. So that's going to still track it, though, up into Chautauqua County. We want folks to pay attention to this around Layton, Sedan, Elgin, Gibbs. Sedan, you're looking in the next half hour. But before that, Layton by 9:03, Elgin by 9:05, Gibbs by 9:11, and Rogers by 9:14. Trav.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it. We continue to expect that storm coming in from the west as well, causing some damage near Pawnee because the winds are getting very strong associated with that, and they've continued to be strong. So this is our tornado warned one. So that's the one Stacia was just showing us. Let's go on over to our radar and take a look at what's going on as far as the storms themselves. So this is the storm track, or that was the storm track she had for us as it continues to move north very quick. Here's our other cell. Ron's in the middle of that. In fact, I think we should go to Ron first. And Ron, want to see what you're seeing with this cell, because even though it's not warned, it sure is one of those that is going to be in an area that has a history that could get stronger with time. What do you have for us?
Yes, Travis. I'm trying to get a better look at it. I'm right here on Highway 48, looking back south. I'm trying to see if I can see the area of rotation that's back there just to my southeast a little bit. I'm going to see if I can get a better shot. But the lightning has for sure picked up in the last a couple miles as I was driving here, Travis. Okay. The rain has lightened up here, so back to you.
All right, now you're in an area that probably would give us a better vantage point. In fact, there is a velocity area, and we're going to point this out right now. So this is right between Terrellton and Jennings. So you are that'd be about 5 miles to your southeast, southeast. So we do have a circulation feature associated with this right at this moment. And so if you're between Jennings and Terrellton, there should be some kind of low-hanging clouds right in your area. Of course, it's raining and it's dark, so it's going to be almost impossible to see unless lightning striking right at that time. And but we do have a circulation feature, and this is what we were kind of anticipating would happen because we have a lot of energy coming in just off of the surface. We call it low-level jet. That's helping enhance some of these cells that are in advance of this big line of storms coming in from out of the west. And so that is why we have this circulation feature here, or a reason, between Jennings and Terrellton. And so this would be moving northeast. And Ron, what direction you're looking, but if you get a chance, I want you to look to your south southeast, and just try to see with a lightning strike if you can see anything associated with that, because there is a chance that could be getting something going. And Stacia, I think we'll go ahead and do one more storm track just on this one. It's not a severe.
And moving to the east, I should be saying, this whole severe thunderstorm warning is going to expire in 10 minutes. We'll probably see an extension of these warnings to the east here, because they're still pretty significant storms. That storm is rotating southwestern Granfield. Tell you what, I'm about to check in with Chris Lee here to see how this storm looks visually.
See some of the rain sheets coming across here almost horizontal, and we have torrential rain, like you said. There's
from your vantage point.
Yeah, I can't see very much. Just kind of losing the light that we have here. I have seen some lowerings in that inflow area just off to my north and west from Geary, but it's hard to tell any kind of rotation or anything like that. We do definitely have good inflow here. Steve was saying further up the line that there's a lot of outflow. This is still good inflow here at Geary and in the Greenfield area. The wind is from my back as I'm looking into the storm. So we're still watching this area, and it's going to track a little bit north of Geary, between Geary and Greenfield, it looks like, and we'll just kind of keep an eye on it as best we can as it gets dark.
It is getting dark, but right now near Greenfield, watching the storm that is moving to the east, and there is a little couplet right here. Chris Lee's right on it, so he's keeping a close eye. So headed into Greenfield at 8:58. Alpha 929 Ocar.
Work and getting the airbag set up to get the truck flipped back over so they can tow it out of here. Yeah, we can't confirm if this was weather related or not, but we kind of just came across this and we stopped to get a shot for y'all. But we're going to go ahead and continue on and get back on these storms. Back to you.
Okay, we appreciate that report. We continue our team coverage with meteorologist Damian Lotus right now. He continues, as well as Aaron Brackett. He's out in the field, and right now John Slater's back in here as well with Mike Morgan. All of us are out today.
I think we got the whole team.
That's right.
Take a team. Oh, we can't.
It's not good when we're all together.
Yeah.
It's not a good sign for anybody.
All right, so Aaron Sanders is on that overturned semi. So as we head throughout the next couple of hours, as we head into this evening, damaging winds, flooding rainfall, that's going to be the primary risk, because our PDS tornado watch still extends until 11 o'clock this evening. But one thing I want to point out, as these storms continue to push their way
velocities that are, the rotation is now during on some of these roads. We're sitting now at County Road 4201 and County Road 4854. So if you're just near those areas, we do want you to be advised just near the state line. That's a rotating area. That's why we have a tornado warning associated with that. Stacia, you have a storm track?
I do, Trav. So this is still moving to the northeast at about 40. That takes it up into Chautauqua County, Kansas. So again, we're watching areas around Sedan, back to the west of town around Layton. And Layton, you've been in the track here for a while now. 8:59, about 9 o'clock. So you have a few more minutes up to Gibbs and Sedan. Sedan by 9:12. Gibbs shortly before that. You're looking at about 9:06. Circulation looks like it's getting very close to the Oklahoma-Kansas state line, just to the west of Elgin, and it's tracking up to the northeast at about 40-45. Trav.
All right, and the National Weather Service, Steve Piltz over there, said he mentioned that this storm in northern Osage continues to rotate strongly and could produce a tornado at any time. So that's why we want you guys to know in Chautauqua County, as Stacia was showing you, the storm track and what to expect. He also referenced the storm we were talking about just to the west of Tulsa. That is a severe thunderstorm. So the tornado warning now will be extended then, so through Chautauqua County. So and Stacia mentioned the Wichita National Weather Service office, along with Tulsa National Weather Service offices, coordinating on this to make sure that that tornado warning gets taken all the way back to the north. So again, a possible tornado headed up towards Sedan, Chautauqua areas. Please be very, very careful there. Back down to the south, the strong, severe thunderstorms are located now in areas that are just west of.
Does it look to it that it was trying to possibly get a little gust front on it on the northern edge, but now I think what that gust front is it's kind of being pulled back into that mezzo, so it may be starting to latch on to some pretty good inflow. Our winds right here are due out of the east, and they're picking up. So I know that it's starting to get a fetch of inflow. So we're going to stay right here in front of it and continue to, honestly, try to figure.
That is northwest of Geary. So tornado warning coming for this cell. Let's go back out to Chris.
Crescent, Geary, Yale, Okarche, Cashin, Morrison, Glencoe, Calumet, and Dover. For your protection moved to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect for the warned area. National Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, southeastern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, northwestern Canadian County in central...
Just been issued from Greenfield, north of Geary. And as you head towards Okarche here, Chris, what do you see from your vantage point?
Yeah, if we can pull up just a little further, Kyle, I do see the lowering off there to the north. We're on the north side of... Let's keep going past this next tree. We're on the north side of Geary, and I'm looking to the north. You can kind of see in the... gosh, it's dark. But there is a lowering up there. I don't see anything coming to the ground.
Right over my hands there.
Okay, we're watching this right here. Again, we're looking. It's this lowering. You see all the lightning that is inside of the storm, but the storm is rotating as it's moving to the east here. And so the sun is already set. And so while the other storms that are north and east of, northeast of Oklahoma City have outflow, these storms do not. And so here's your area of rotation near Greenfield and Geary. And Chris Lee is looking right into this. By the way, brand new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. That does include Edmond, by the way, for $half size hail and winds of 60 miles per hour. So this warning is getting drawn a little bit more to the east and down to the southeast. So now basically northeastern Canadian County, so Piedmont, far northern Edmond and northwestern Oklahoma County, out near Deer Creek, you're included in this severe thunderstorm warning. And so here's this green line that you see right here is outflow. But basically, as you go from Cimarron City down towards Kingfisher and then down towards Geary, doesn't look like this area right now is outflowed. And so these storms still have strong southerly winds moving into it. And so the tornado risk is going to continue with this storm as it's now moving into northwestern Canadian County here. So there's Steve and Okarche. Basically, there's Buck, there's Nick, and there's Chris Lee watching this storm making its way right along the Kingfisher Canadian County line. And that couple is getting stronger and stronger right there. That is definitely one of the stronger couples that we've seen in a little while here. Let's go back out to Chris. Chris, from a velocity standpoint, the winds inside of there really begin to rotate. Chris, what do you see from your vantage point?
Yeah, still don't see anything coming to the ground, but the lightning's picking up a little bit, and you can see kind of a tail, a horizontal tail, to the right side of the screen of the lightning flashes. That's kind of a telltale sign that it is a wall cloud and a rotating wall cloud in there, that it is drawing air in from the rain area. That's the area we've been looking at. Again, I haven't been able to see anything approaching the ground in there, but it's definitely lowered, and that's the area we're looking at. It is due north of Geary towards Greenfield, between Geary and Greenfield, right over the highway.
We can see it, and as the sun is set, but there's a lot of lightning in this. But
have you take? We'll probably have to have you go up straight up to Cleveland so you can continue to keep a visual on that. If you're right around the Cleveland area and just moving across the lake, you're going to have to take cover just to be on the safe side. Stacia, let's go ahead and get to a storm track for the folks here so that they know where this thing is headed, if you would.
All right, Trav, it's moving north-northeast at 40. So Cleveland, again, is just down to your south. We want you in that safe spot, centermost part of your home. Put as many walls between your family and the outside as possible. Get away from windows and doors. And again, lowest level. Now for Osage, Cleveland, coming into town here in the next about 5 to 6 minutes. You have heavy rain now. You even have some hail, but that circulation is just down to your south. For Indian Village, 9:15. Hominy also in the path of this by 9:15 as well. Skiatook Lake would be about 9:20, and Trav, I did go ahead and extend it out towards Winona. That would be about 9:27. So folks in Winona need to also pay attention to this.
All right. Hey, thank you. So this is potentially a very dangerous storm because these are changing very quickly. That's what we were talking about. So So that core continues to move right across the lake pretty much at this point. So the velocity data is right in here as far as the circulation. So it's just north of Ron now. And then Ron, is he moving east then and going to go back north onto Cleveland and catch that? So that's what we see at this particular moment. That's a circulation feature. Could develop into a tornado at any minute. Ron can holler at us anytime he wants to, but because keep an eyeball on it. He's got a couple guys that can look at it as well. And we also want to show you the other tornado warning that we have as well that's further to the north. That's the one that's moving into Chautauqua County. So we have our tornado warning just northwest of Tulsa, and then we have our tornado warning up into Chautauqua County. Circulation is now moving across areas of the state line. So it's just to the south of Layton and southeast of Osro. And so it's near Hewins, and there's a strong indication of a possible tornado here at this moment. That's why we have a tornado warning right now. So we want to welcome all the CW viewers for our News on 6 at 9. So that is what is happening right now, is that we're in continuous coverage with 2 tornado warnings. One is now moving into Kansas, into Chautauqua County. Stacia, real quick update, if you could, on this storm, and then we'll go back to the south storm that's not too far away from us.
Okay, and then we'll track. It looks like there may be 2 circulations up in Chautauqua County, but the south one, the Hewins one, that's the one that's headed up towards Sedan and Gibbs and Grafton. So that will take it into central Chautauqua County, Kansas. For Sedan, 917, we want you to go ahead and take those precautions now. Find the centermost part of your home on the lowest level and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Sedan getting into town by 917, but before that, Gibbs, you're in line for this by 910. It's moving up to the northeast at about 45, and so this will track through central parts of Chautauqua County, Kansas, and maybe even up into Elk County, Kansas. So not our only tornado warning of the night, but the tornado warning for Chautauqua County is until 9:30. Trav?
Okay, all right, thanks. We want to go back to, also thanks for that. And you did mention that there are 2 circulations, that other one in western Chautauqua County. But let's look at the one again that's just over Keystone Lake. This is the rotating area that's now located. Ron is right near that. We'll get another update from Ron at this moment. Ron, want another update from you? What do you have for us as far as what you're seeing? Is there anything on the ground that you can tell?
No, Travis, there's nothing on the ground, but it's still a lot of ragtag area coming up. There's a lot of scud coming up to it. But there is nothing on the ground at this time, Travis, but it's still rotating. But
move west of Oklahoma City. And so this is where the threat really begins kind of becoming increasing for us here. So what we're highlighting right here will be the outflow. So it stops near Cashin. Once you go west of Cashin, these storms are not outflowed. And so that means that they have strong southeasterly winds. You can see that notch coming into Kingfisher right now and coming into northern Canadian County. Strong winds there. What do you see, Jonathan?
It's a rotation to the west of Kingfisher. If they're going to, the National Weather Service is going to drop a tornado warning for the couplet down near Geary, they probably need to drop one on the one for Kingfisher. I'd say Kingfisher, that's embedded, kind of wrapped up in rain. But you can see there's some inflow coming in right there. It's a little inflow notch, and I can clearly see wrapped up in there, there's an area of circulation. This is going to be 1, 2, 3 miles west of Kingfisher on State Highway 33. So this is going to be just to the west of downtown. It's enough of a signature that let's watch that real closely. Yeah. That could be our next tornado warning, and that would include the town, obviously, of Kingfisher.
Which way is that tracking? Is that going northeast? Or let's see here.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh. It seems, I'd say kind of east-northeast, kind of that direction.
It's close enough to Kingfisher. Hey, so for Kingfisher right now, I know you're not in a tornado warning, but that's definitely a pretty strong pocket of winds.
First, right now, this is the tail end of the line. There's some indication this will back build or build southward as it moves into the Highway 81 and I-35 corridor. So it looks like this might just only affect the North Metro. That may not actually be the case, okay? It may not actually be the case. It may back build quickly and then come through the metro. So everybody needs to stay very, very alert. Again, there's your time of arrival. Brian Winslow, another tracker right there on that storm west.
And the hail and everything else behind it, which means they've kind of...
Yeah, Mike, we're coming into Kingfisher at the 3381 intersection. We're watching the velocity signatures just to our west. That's really tightening up in the last couple of scans. Folks in Dover, Kingfisher, be alert. Again, we're coming up on the 3381 intersection in downtown Kingfisher.
So we want to go up to Brandon now. We'll take his video at least. If Brandon is available, we'll talk to him. Brandon, you have a tornado warned storm, but what do you have going on up there as well? Hopefully we hear from Brandon. I don't hear Brandon talking, but I do see his video.
He was just there. He's in a rough cell area. His location on there is not...
There you are. Okay, go ahead, Brandon. Now we can hear you.
Yeah, so we're going to be to the east of Burbank here along Highway 60. We've got blinding rain. We've had winds estimated of about 60 to near 75 miles an hour.
Wow. All right, we heard that, 65 to 75, then you cut out a little bit. It looks kind of like Bob's shot that from the other night over Fort Gibson Dam. So, again, we're going to let you drive, but you see what's going on there. So he is east. He's near Burbank, just east of Burbank, along that leading edge. And so that's part of the, so we have 3 tornado warnings happening right now. So we have the one that's up into Kansas, and then Kevin's cutting that off and is going to check on that. We have the storm that's coming up across southeastern portions of Osage County at this particular moment. And then as well, we have this strong line of severe thunderstorms that are moving into central Osage County. With this line, that's where some of the strongest winds are located. Let's come in a little closer and take a look at what we're seeing. So right along that leading edge, there could be some wind damage besides the 70, 75 mile an hour winds. So we want to look for circulation features on this comma head pretty much as that's bowing out a little bit. So what you're seeing right there near Scheidler. And then Brandon is located just east of Burbank, so he's right in here.
Visually, these are going to obviously look different, so we really have to rely on the technology that we have here to look up inside these storms. To be able to see how these storms are rotating as they are moving to the east here, but still the risk continues for a while here. I mean, this tornado watch goes until 11 o'clock, but it's not going to be until well after midnight, probably closer to 2 a.m. when these storms are moving out of central Oklahoma and making a run into eastern Oklahoma. Let me check in with Storm Command right now in Cashin. Michael, one thing we're watching will be this outflow and then this little couplet just embedded in rain out by Kingfisher. But what stands out to you right now from Storm Command? Okay, we'll get Michael on here. I know he's going to be in a dicey area of service. It happens. You know, you try driving across Oklahoma, and it can be tough sometimes to hold a phone call all the way through here. But his picture, we see a bunch of lightning coming in here. And so there are at least some visuals. Nothing that looks like it's a well-pronounced lowering, nothing that really gets my attention. Whatever is going to be on the west side of Kingfisher is going to be clearly wrapped up in some extremely heavy rain. Okay, let's go back out to Michael right now. Michael, we have you live on air. What do you see from Storm Command?
Well, for one thing, I just got out just a minute ago just to get out of the truck and get a feel for the atmosphere. Damon, it feels really unstable. It's warm. It's not cold. Outflow that was coming. Yeah, we can go ahead and feel. The outflow that was coming out from the storms earlier, we're not experiencing that any longer, even though there's a little bit of rain around here, around Cashin. So up into the northwest, like in Kingfisher right now, I don't know, guys. If I lived in Kingfisher right now, I'd be pretty nervous with that storm moving over. Be really, really careful with the tornado vortex signature. Now, there is a west wind that's being indicated on the Kingfisher Mesonet site, so that's good. That is actually located just east of where the circulation feature is. But you can kind of clearly see on radar how there's just a configuration where you can almost see it pulling all that warm, moist air right up into Kingfisher, feeding that storm. And then, of course, it kind of is daisy-chained with the other storm back near Greenfield also. So kind of two supercells connected together.
Yeah, and definitely wind's going to be an issue in Kingfisher, probably happening right now. That's going to be up embedded in this rain. And so what we're watching here, this little pocket of strong winds that's right on top of Kingfisher, moving to the east, headed towards Cimarron City at about 9:56, Crescent at 9:59, and there's your strongest winds right now, especially on the south and southeast side of Kingfisher. That's going to be surging down to the east here. So this circulation is broad, but as you heard Michael mention, things have changed in the last 30 minutes or so. When we were talking to him earlier, and he said, look, I'm feeling some really cold winds coming out, but that has stopped.
Station, do you have a quick storm track?
Yeah, it's ready.
Okay.
It's northeast Trav at 45, so that puts it in Sedan. here just kind of on the west side of Sedan in the next few minutes. Rogers will be 9-11, so that's 2 minutes from now. Gibbs is coming into town and takes it into north central Chautauqua County here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Trav.
All right, a lot of action going on to the northwest of Tulsa. And so the other storm, the tornado warned storm, is further to the south. And this is the one that has a hook now quite evident. Ron's right near that at this moment. So you can just see it from a radar perspective. And the circulation is quite evident at this point. And so since that's right in here, this is live radar, and so that's just to the north and east of Cleveland. So Ron should have a fairly good view if he's not in a bunch of trees. Ron, can you see just to your north and east what's going on right now?
Man, Travis, you hit it right on the head. I'm right in the middle of all these trees. But before I did get into the trees, there is still a very pronounced lowering. It is rotating. It's still kind of ragtag, but Travis, it's pretty low to the ground. So I would say anything north and east of there, they need to take cover now because that could produce a tornado at east.
Okay. All right. So once again, tornado warned storm in eastern Osage County, and we'll have Stacia do a track here in a minute. So this is coming up from Keystone Lake now. If you're south and west of Keystone Lake, you're pretty much in the clear for just right now. We do have, though, this storm moving to the north towards Skytook Lake. Let's find out from Stacia where it's headed, Stacia.
All right, Travis, headed up towards Hominy, which we know tonight the sirens have already started in Hominy. So 9:14 for you guys. Winona 9:25. Nichols by 9:30 along with Pershing and Barnsdall. Talon at 9:32, Wolco by 9:33, Trav, and so that will continue into north or central, eastern central parts of Osage County.
All right, so if you're near this storm, that's a very concerning tornado potential right now. So even though guys are there,
This thing, if it's going to produce, it's going to. Let's go back to Lynx 1, and you're looking at next July. This is our 1,000,000-watt dual pole radar, and look how clean and clear this is. I mean, look at the hook right here. Look at, and Brandon's right inside, right here. He's right there. So Hank's down here. Brandon is going due east, and he's got great roads all the way. So you folks in Canadian County, once again, tornado warning continues for northern Canadian County. And it's going to be right here. It's going to be just east of Brandon, right here. And let's go back to shear rate.
Okay.
See what you think. And let's see what we've changed.
1 second. There we go.
Okay, right over and just east of Brandon. What about Max Fraud? Anything? It's 220th and Cedar Road. Max Fraud's a little bit behind their shear rate, okay? And yeah, it's just, there's his winds, and it's just.
That be? Well, the answer is beginning north of Calumet, over through Okarche, Concho, the Concho area, Concho, Okarche. From there, Four Corners and near Piedmont, and then basically coming down Waterloo Road, far southern Logan County and far northern Oklahoma County. There's a lot of wind right in through there. Let's go back over to Aaron Sanders. He's looking at it from basically south of Concho, looking to the west-northwest right now. Aaron? Let's go to Kevin Josephy near Okarche. Kevin?
Yeah, Mike, looking due west out of Okarche, seeing a lot of, lifting scud out here just north of the main road there, just over by the little Tower Cafe thing, just looking straight due west. Going by the light
area for this particular one, and that's moving up. And here's Skytook Lake, so around Highway 20, just south of Highway 20. That's coming up across you guys, so better be safe than sorry. And I know some of you want to go out on the porch and look for it, but this is increasing in intensity, so we don't want you to get caught. One more storm track from Stacia on this, if you would.
It looks like it's going to stay on the southeast sides of Hominy, but we still want you in your safe spot, especially on the east side of Hominy around State Highway 20 over towards Skytook Lake. Gillen would be by 9:33, Barnsdall 9:35, Avant by 9:36, Talent by 9:37, and Wolco at 9:38. Again, broad view here for folks that live in between Hominy and Skytook Lake. around Morgan's Corner be in that safe spot now and continuing up towards Gilland and Wolco, Barnstall, Talent, Avant, central and eastern parts of Osage County. Trav?
Yep, you guys are on deck, and this is stronger. We continue to see it, and we're kind of focusing on this right now because it looks like this is going to become a higher probability of a tornado very soon. So by the time it's crossing Highway 20, we might have a tornado on our hands just, again, on the west side of Skytook Lake. So just go back and just name a few things. Let's go back to velocity data 2 right in there. Let's go down to city street level. So it is tightened up, and so you can see right where it's located. If you're along County Road 1701, County Road on the south and west sides, and then County Road 1625 on the north side, that is coming up almost to State Highway 20 at this time. So if you're near Highway 20, this is pretty much what we're looking at right in here. So that is crossing over here in just a moment or two. And if you're in this area, we want you to make sure you're in a safe place. We'll come back to, do you have something else there, Aaron? Okay, another new warning coming in, so let's go ahead and come back out. We'll show you the, so this is the tornado warned storm here. Now we have the tornado warning for the storm Brandon is on, and that is going to be a secondary one to the one that Kevin is on up in Sedan, Kansas. Is Brandon where he can see anything right now with this? Any difference? Is he still about the same? So the circulation feature, just to the northeast of Scheidler. This is where the winds have been so strong, and this is a rotating area at this particular moment. And is his video up and running at this time? I don't, it's like, it's just, can't tell if it's frozen or not. It's just moving sometimes. Anyway, he's right. This is the circulation here. So you're at Blackland at this time, Personia, and near Myers. And so that's moving northeast in Station Ivy. Do another quick storm track. This is over a lot of open rangeland, but that is moving as well into areas that will have some ranches and also some other areas in Chautauqua County. Station, what do you have?
Yeah, Travis, this is an area that we just talked about with our tornado warning not too long ago for these guys. And so we'll take it from Blackland and Personia up to the northeast at 50, 55. That's pretty fast. It's following quickly in line behind the tornadic storm up in Chautauqua County, Kansas. And so for Elgin, Bollinger Landing by 9:32, Hula, the waterfowl rescue area, 9.
Right now, David, so we're seeing a lot of the areas that is actually hanging down, and we're seeing a lot of that moisture continue streaming to these storms with the lightning, but well, we might have a funnel over here. Hold on a second. Hold on, just 1 second. It's crazy. Man, I definitely did. We have seen personally to a tornado today. I know we weren't up on those other storms, but this is the closest I've seen to one. Just with the atmosphere doing what it's doing right now. The wall clouds are low to the ground. There's absolutely a ton of wind that's streaming into this thing, inflow streaming into it. So we're going to get a little bit closer to it, Damon, and we'll let you know what we see. Thank you.
All right, watching it, and a lot of lightning in the storm right now. So you'll definitely have at least some visuals there, but this storm, still watching it in this inflow, and the reason why we asked Nick if the air is warm or cold to see if this storm has any outflow, he's telling us it is still quite warm, which means that this air mass is still very unstable as it is moving to the east here. What we are watching, though, north of Oklahoma City, is some outflow that's dropping down to the south. So it's certainly possible that this outflow could rush through the metro, and by the time the storm comes in, this is going to be the wind field just going to be a bit messed up, which, by the way, again, we would love to see the winds in Oklahoma City turn to the north and really turn to the north for all of us, and that would really help things out here. But we are still watching these storms and this tornado warning right here. Also watching additional storms that are also developing right now that are beginning to become a little bit more pronounced as you go all the way out to the west. Jonathan, let's pull on out here, kind of show the bigger picture and what we are watching. Because over the next couple of hours, we're going to see if additional storms can develop. We see little echoes on the radar. I don't know, they're not much. We see them down here towards Custer City, and as you go up to the north here, but there is at least a wave that is running through out of the Texas Panhandle right now. And so there's been a lot of data that's been saying we're going to see storms really begin to develop as you go from Hinton, Binger, Gracemont down towards Apache in the next hour and a half or so. We'll see if that ends up developing or not, because those isolated cells right there would be the ones that could certainly bring in a bit of a higher tornado threat. Right now, though, they're obviously just little weak showers, but We're going to be watching that one. So we'll come back and continue to keep you posted. This tornado warning continues as well. There's Chris. There's your circulation right now. Inflow coming into the storm. And it is moving to the east. And definitely Okarche. I'd be going into my innermost room with this cell that is on the way here. The outflow that we see rushing out of these storms is very much, it's very easy to see on radar, but it stops in Guthrie. And so that's why this storm is able to continue on here. Let's go out to Chris Lee. Chris, watching this rotating segment closely on the radar, what do you see, Chris?
Yeah, it's hard to pick out in the darkness here, but it does still appear to be there, a large lowering now over north of Calumet. We've been following this for a while, and it's been consistent. It's been like that. And I kind of remember, you know, there are lots of times that I've been out here that I've seen this before, where you'll have times where a lot of storms will rotate, and there may be some brief tornadoes, but it's not until it gets dark, and it's very
there of Okarche and to the west of Okarche. Back over to Kevin Josephine. He's looking right at it. I mean, he's basically point-blank range looking right at it from Okarche. Go, Kevin. So you see, go ahead, Kevin Josephine.
Yeah, Mike, she's starting to talk to us a lot out here, a lot of more cloud-to-cloud lightning, lots of thunder starting to rumble. Feels like she's trying to gain more energy out of this system as it pushes into the Okarche area. Just try to look at storm structure out here. Rotation should be just off on the right-hand side of the screen there, kind of right center. But, you know, just not seeing anything on the ground as of yet. I haven't experienced any hail, just some light rain in this area. But sure as it pushes through, you know, conditions are going to change out here. But, you know, we're looking for power flashes. Haven't seen anything like that. Lots of bright lightning, even making it hard to actually see, almost like a camera flash, and making it very difficult to actually look at storm structure sometimes because it's just so bright. Rain's kind of let up just a little bit out here, Mike. Winds are light at the moment. Let me see something here. Trying to look up, see if I can see any rotation even above our heads. Not seeing any spin above our heads or anything, but you know, we'll keep monitoring the situation, Mike, as it pushes through the Okarche area and into the metro. Back to you.
Kevin, thank you very much. Let's go over to Max 1 here. Confirmed tornado just a short while ago, just east of Cleveland, lifting up toward Bartlesville. So north of Skytook and up by Collinsville and Bartlesville. So confirmed tornado there just on the very high end of the Arkansas arm on Keystone Lake. So confirmed tornado there lifting up through Osage County into Washington County. And then
the time, Talent by 9:38, Wolco about 9:40, Woolaroc by 9:46, and then Oshaleta. Pay attention to this, potentially by 9:49 to 9:50. Again, it's moving up to the northeast at 40 to 45. Trav?
All right, this tornado continues to move to the northeast, about 40 miles an hour, as you said, and this is very dangerous. A lot of debris with this, so this intensity of this storm has gone up dramatically, and so we do have a significant tornado at this point on the west side of Skytook Lake moving northeast. So this is going to do a lot of damage. We're talking about a lot of damage. Don't get too nervous a lot of times, but this is a big tornado. So this circulation feature has continued right in here. And so what we're looking at is crossed Highway 20 now in the areas where if you live at Barnstall, any place south and west of Barnstall, any place that's just south and east of Winona, you have to go to cover. You just have to be on the safe side because this tornado is getting larger, and so we expect a lot of damage from this, and that means in fact, the velocity is now showing up even into some of the yellow areas, which means that it is a very strong tornado at this point. So this is a location of it. Let's go to live velocities, and yeah, let's look at that. So now it's up to a 2130 road, and that's moving northeast. So we are in Osage County, northwest of Tulsa. We'll give you a bigger view in a minute. The circulation, though, 2130 road, and so that's going to go on the north arm of Skytook Lake. That's headed still to the north and east. Let's widen out a little bit on this. This tornado warning right in here, okay? And then the tornado warning itself takes it to the north. We'll have Station do another storm track in a minute. But there is a tornado. It is on there. I don't know. Has Ron or Alan been able to even see it? I don't know if Ron can see it or not. Do you have that?
As far as I know, no. It's really hilly and there's a lot of trees.
I don't hear you yet. You're on the, there you go.
It's really hilly and there are a lot of trees in that area, so that unless you're right on it, you're not going to be able to see it there.
Okay. So again, just on the north side, northwest sides, Skytook Lake, tornado warning, tornado on the ground, moving up toward the Barnsdall area. Station, what do you have for storm track?
Yeah, Trav, so I have Barnsdall coming in at 9:36, and again, we want you in that safe spot if you live around Barnsdall to Gillen to Nichols. We want you in the centermost part of your home, lowest level, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between your family and the outside as possible. Headed towards you to 9:36 in Barnsdall, Wolco by 9:39, Woolarock 9:45, and Oshaleta, Trav, by 9:48.
Okay, thanks. So again, any place to the north and east of this tornadic circulation, you have to get to safety. I can't tell you enough, Stacia can't tell you enough, because this is a very strong tornado. And it's kind of borderline to getting even stronger because it's unfortunately in the right spot to get stronger. And that's what we're seeing right now with this storm. So this is a tornado on the ground. And so any place in here, if you're between Skytook Lake and Barnsdall, you have to go to cover because there's a high probability you're going to get hit by a tornado, and it's not a small tornado. It is a strong tornado and borderline getting stronger if that's possible. So that's what we don't want to have. So we want you to be aware that this is a situation for you guys. This is a life and death situation because this type of tornado is very, very dangerous and does a lot of damage. And if you don't have people in a safe place, then you're going to get hurt. And so if you have some friends that were going home or saying, I'm going to bed, I'll worry about it later tonight. Later tonight is now. You might give them a quick call and tell them to quick get to the Frady hole, the hidey hole, because the damage continues to show up. So the debris indicator is still here, which means that the tornado continues at the same rates. And we're looking at conditions which, as this moves to the northeast, again, tight circulation. This is debris. This is indicating to us there's debris and it's flying lofted into the air. So we're picking up trees. We're picking up, we're probably picking up buildings on this. And then besides that, this is showing us how much shear is associated with it. It's very strong. And then this is the rotation. So there's a hail core that goes with that on the backside. So if you're not in the immediate tornado, you're probably getting some chunks of hail falling from the sky. But again, a tornado now on the ground, moving on up toward the Barnsdall area. Debris, we know it's there. That's the situation at this particular moment. So this is one of those tornado events that we really hate because it is a very powerful storm, and we knew we were waiting on these storms here for the last several hours because we knew they'd develop, but unfortunately it is now moving only a few minutes away from Barnsdall, so you have very little time to move to a place of safety. So we want you to move to that place of safety immediately as it moves to the northeast, and Stacia will have another storm track in a minute. I want to go to velocity data and look at the core of this again to see where we're at and zoom in a little bit closer if you could. Thanks. Okay, so this is where we're finding it, and I'm going to mention County Roads again because it's right on the 2130 road, and then now that's moved north to 2160 road. So if you're around 2160 road, and now we're on the north end of Skytook Lake. So right here, Skytook Lake, the north arm of Skytook Lake. So that tornado is right in here. So that's what we're looking at this particular moment. You got to be in a safe spot at this moment. And Stacia, if you have a storm track for us, let's get it.
All right, Travis. So it's moving northeast at 40. So we're talking here. Coming in on Barnsdall within the next 10 minutes. So the Hammer Ranch, the Long Shot Ranch, all included in this path. If you're south and west of Barnsdall, Birch Lake area, we want you in your safe spot. Barnsdall here coming up in about the next, again, 10 minutes or so. And so for you guys, it's moving up. I'm going to put it at 42 miles per hour. And Barnsdall, 939. Wolco by 943. Oshaleta by 953. Okessa by 953. Trav?
All right. Again, can't urge you enough to move to a place of safety. because that's a bad storm. There's another really strong indication of another tornado that is moving in on Sedan, Kansas at this moment. We'll try to, but if you're up in Chautauqua County, we need you guys to also move to a place of safety. Chance of a tornado there is pretty high, moving in on Chautauqua and also Sedan, Kansas. So those are the areas. There's two main areas, and unfortunately, the one that we have at this moment that's just southwest of Barnsdall, you just have a few minutes to get to a safe place. This is a very strong tornado, and as it continues to move to the northeast, we will see what happens. It has been confirmed by emergency manager, police department as well. So we have that. Our storm trackers are all around it. And so it's in an area that's kind of hard to get to as far as highways are concerned, but it'll be in Barnsdall in just a few moments. And that means that you need to be in a safe spot right now. Here's the circulation. Here's the Barnsdall area. And that is continuing to wrap up and move to the north and east. So we're sitting at 928 coming up on 929. And this is going to be likely, you can see the county roads, and I'll let's go back to velocity if you could for a moment, please. And we're looking at County Road 2240 now. 2240, it's right 2240 and 3780 roads. If you're there, it is a tornado.
Debris ball.
Yeah, right there. Right.
That's a large tornado.
That's debris. Okay.
That crossed the highway that goes right in between State Highway 20 between Hominy and Skytooth. It's very hilly through there.
Oh yeah, roads. No roads in there.
Yeah, and that's close to the Black Dog kind of boat ramp there.
Right here.
Yep, over on the east side, or the west side of Skytooth Lake, and now it's north of Skytooth Lake, heading up towards Barnsdall. We know Barnsdall. That's the area of the tornado.
Yeah.
I think, what month was that now?
I thought it was January.
What might have been January. Might have been January.
And also, on the northern fringe, here's your hail. Hail sizes, while they are going to be there for this evening, when they're in this big complex, right in this big line, they don't appear to be too terribly high as far as sizes, but there's still quite a bit of it. So we're watching this. The storm is still rotating as it is moving to the east here. Right now, the strongest couplet of rotation would be stretching from just the west side of Okarche down to the southwest. Let me check in with Steve Carano right now. Steve, watching this storm as it's tornado warning just up to the north. Steve, what do you see?
Okay, you've got it in my shot. That's going to be the wall cloud. It's going to be south and west of Okarche. It's going to cross Highway 33 here in a minute. I don't see anything underneath that in the form of funnel that man the inflow into this storm. Damon is intense. It really is intense. It's really ragged underneath there, so it wouldn't take much to get something spin up.
This is strong to one of the stronger tornadoes we've had in a long time. So again, please take cover, Stacia.
Yeah, Trav, this track is still has its eye on Barnsdall, and we're talking in the next 6 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes. So please find that safe spot now, as Trav mentioned. 937 for Barnsdall, Nichols and Gilland, 936. So we're talking areas around Birch Lake, headed up to Barnsdall, Talent by 939, crossing Highway 11, continuing potentially on to Woler Rock, 947, and also Trav, Bartlesville. Folks in Bartlesville need to pay attention to this. If it continues, that could put Bartlesville in the path in the next 30 minutes.
Okay, and that's a point for you guys up to the north because this is a supercell. Supercell is just a monster storm, and then we have this other storm coming in from out of the west. We can back out just a hair bit on this if we could for a moment. So here's the thunderstorm. That's just to the west. So these are going to merge here in just a second. So this is rotating. Tornadoes on the ground, moving in on Barnsdall. And so as this line moves in, Brandon was saying stopping him from being able to intercept the storm. So that's kind of a little tough for us to have to deal with. But again, they don't want anybody driving on the road and running right into a tornado, which is understandable. But if you're just around the Pawhuska area, east side of Pawhuska, Ranchland on the east side, Woler Rock, Barnsdall, and then on up to Bartlesville. You see what's going on here. This is an active tornado, very strong tornado. Compared to a couple of the tornadoes that we've gone through, we've had some that we think are strong, but this is very, very strong tornado. So this is going to continue to move northeast. And as Stacia mentioned, I think it's a good idea if you're around Bartlesville, be prepared because it is a chance that this could maintain if this line does not catch up with it in time. And even if it does, it could even enhance it a little bit more. But you see the signature hook. This is what so many times we see with a major tornado, and that's what's going on right now. Let's go back to velocity data and a closer look on this. We have a severe thunderstorm along this entire line, but the now closer in, we're locked in just south and west of Barnsdall at this moment. So there it is. and that is going to take you into Barnstall at this moment. Ron, okay, Ron, go ahead.
Yes, Travis, there is a funnel. I cannot tell if it's on the ground or not, but I am looking back to my north and east just barely. But there is a funnel. I cannot tell because it's behind some trees.
Yeah,
there is a funnel. There is a funnel there.
Yeah,
sure.
we're going to confirm it's a tornado just because of the debris that we have, the debris ball, and everything else on radar. So yeah, so you're seeing it probably treetop, and we're seeing it down low. Thanks. We'll get you to continue if you can get in this area. So if you're just joining us now, a tornado warning is in effect for eastern Osage County, Barnstall. If you're just tuning in right now, take cover right now. Right now. Don't waste any time. This is the tornado moving in on town here. We're only about a mile or so away from a mile and a half, 2 miles just south of Barnstall at this moment. Let's go to live radar if we could. We got who?
We need to go to Alan here. He's gotten a visual on things.
Okay, Alan, you got a visual on this? What's going on?
I got a viewer friend sent me a picture from Tall Chief Cove facing northwest. So he's got a beautiful funnel from his perspective. We are sitting right on the Highway 75 right now, and we've got up to 40-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, okay.
We're not even close to the storm yet, so we've got a lot coming our way.
Yeah, be ready. And not beautiful, I'm just going to say. But this is what he's looking at there. Let's go back to what we have at this moment. So this is circulation feature, and what's going on now is it's on County Road 2251. Literally, it's coming into Barnstall. This is the northern edge of the periphery of the strongest winds right now in the areas of Barnstall. And let's go to live if we can. So, I mean, we're less than 5 miles. Yep, 5 minutes away. And so you're like right there. Let's look at, yep. So this circulation feature here from Barnstall to the west side, this is coming on into town, and velocities from INX for a second, if you would. And so that couplet's just right here. And so it's going to take pretty much a direct hit in Barnstall. As we said before, we had the damage before. We have to have you go to another safe place. I mean, it's just right now. You can't wait. If you're on the south side, you're in it already. You should have winds that could be in excess of 115, 120 miles an hour if that's on right where you're going to be. So that's you can see what's going on right in here. This little bit of a snake look. We don't like that. That's a sign of a tornado. We've had debris signatures along this whole path, and so there's a good chance that it's in Barnstall right now on the south side, moving through Barnstall right now. So hoping and praying you guys are in a safe place at this moment. As that continues to track to the north, that's going to be a problem for a lot of folks potentially if this continues much longer. Stacia, if you could give us another update on storm.
Yes, Trav. So again, coming into Barnstall here in the next about 2 minutes. So Barnstall here very soon. Talent 941 crossing from Highway 11 over to 123, continuing up to the northeast from there at about 40 to 45. This will take it to Woler Rock by 949 and potentially Oshaleta. I want you to pay attention to this 954. Bartlesville also wants you ready to go 902 if this holds together. Trav.
All right. Thanks. We do have a couple of cells developing on the south side, and thanks to our National Weather Service friend, because we are so focused on the tornado that is in Barnstall. Again, if you're in Barnstall, you got to be in cover. That is now just right across your area at this moment, but we're seeing some cells developing down to the south. This is a similar look to what these cells were, and we've had a merger. We're seeing a little bit of a merger. Now the tornado warning's been extended to Bartlesville. You'll see that on last frame right in there. So Bartlesville, you're up next, and that's why we have been concerned about how long this is going to last, because this is supercell. But if you're around Okmulgee and north, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Hey, Aaron, can you have Durkee watch that cell down in the south end in Okmulgee County? Okay. So we're in Barnstall right now. Tornado warning. It'd be nice if it just lifted and went over town, but this is a circulation feature right on top of town at this moment. So you're in town, in Barnstall at this moment with a circulation feature, strong damaging winds all around you at this moment. So please, hopefully you're not listening to us, but you're in a safe spot, maybe listening to us streaming. Remember, you can stream, and you can go to our News on 6 website and stream there. That'll get you the coverage that you need. The debris ball continues to show up here, so we're picking up plants, we're picking up trees, we're picking up potential buildings and stuff like that. It's awful when we have to get to this point, but it's just right over town right now. So again, hoping that you guys in Barnstall are safe. This is going to continue to track right over the town. So we're taking pretty much a direct hit right in Barnstall. So as that's over Highway 11 at this moment, for you guys to the north side, That's going to be right along 123. If you're there, let's do a storm track on what's going on with what's happening. And so we do need to see what's happening there.
Trav, it is ready to go. And so this track here, Barnsdall now is just south of Talent. That will continue on to Woollar Rock. The tornado warning was extended now into Washington County, and it includes Bartlesville until 10:15. So for Bartlesville, folks, you're looking at 10:02 for this to get into town. So Woollar Rock to Fight to Bartlesville and even Dewey wants you to start to take those precautions now. We hope you're there in Barnsdall and kind of bunkered down. But Woollar Rock, you're up next. Oshaleta, get in your safe spot as well. Matoaco, I don't think I said that right, over in northern parts of Washington County, just north of Oshaleta. Want you guys in your safe spot in Bartlesville. Get there here very soon. Trav?
All right. Yeah, I think during a tornado warning, we can say anything, and that's okay. We're talking again. This is something that needs to be associated with kind of figuring out where that's going to go. We do believe that that storm will continue tracking to the northeast. We do have some information as well from the Storm Prediction Center that is also saying that, hey, eventually that's going to be absorbed, which we've been talking about, into that line of thunderstorms. But there could be an increase in the intensity of this tornado, and we don't want it to be any stronger. What do you have?
Yeah, Trevor, if you go to weather or Lynx 1, we have a photo of that from Skytook Lake.
Okay, we can quickly take a look at Lynx 1 there, and you'll be able to see that was the tornado. Again, from a distance, but you see that tornado that was over Skytook Lake. And so it was quite clear and evident that was happening. Of course, that was with lightning strikes, so you're able to show that. Tornado over Barnsdall and to the east and northeast of Barnsdall now, so that's moving further to the northeast. This is what we call the debris ball, which are the debris area, which is indicating that we are still picking up stuff and debris that isn't related to hail or rain in the radar. And this is the association with that. Yep.
Ron has power flashes if you'd like to talk to him.
Okay, Ron, yeah, go ahead. Give us an update on what you're seeing.
Yes, Travis, I am looking back to my north and east, just straight northeast almost. Power flashes around the lowering that I was talking about earlier. There is a funnel, and that is a fairly good sized funnel, Travis. But it's obviously on the ground because there is power flashes around that funnel, Travis. Back to you.
Okay, power flashes indicate strong damaging winds and tornadoes. So that's what we still have, and debris. So that's with Ron. He's seeing that at this point. Alan's picking this up. Kevin will be... how's that storm up there? Can he back off and come back around over toward Bartlesville? You got him? Okay. And so this one continues to track to the northeast. And I lost Vaughn in all of this. I don't know. I saw him a little bit ago, but he's gone. It's over Barnsdall at this moment. So any place east side of Barnsdall, west side of Barnsdall. This is a very large tornado moving northeast across this area. So now, if you're further northeast, here's what we have to look for. And if you're right around County Road 2301, and of course, this is going to kind of hang close to the Highway 123. So the State Highway 123, if you're along that, and also toward Woollar Rock, which is just to the east, or north, I should say north and east from this area, you will have to be undercover right now because this is a significant tornado still in this area, moving northeast, and you can pretty much tell that from the flashing red polygons. But the tornado warning now is going to extend all the way through Bartlesville with an update at this point. And let's go back to what did you say, Station?
It's an emergency tornado.
Emergency tornado warning. So this is the update that we have at this moment. So okay, so that just means that we want everyone in Bartlesville because this storm is coming in your direction. It's on the ground. Our next location will be near Woollar Rock, and then it's going to be moving in on Bartlesville. And so that's where Stacia has been talking about. So make your tornado preparedness pretty much at this point so you don't have to, at the last second, try to figure out what you're going to do if you're near Bartlesville, because this is a very, very powerful tornado that continues to track to the northeast. So this is an area from Barnsdall extending back on 123, coming into Bartlesville at this moment. This warning goes till 10:15. We're sitting at 9:42. This will be extended just because of what's going on and where this is headed. Stacia, what speed did you have this at? 30?
I have this at 35 to 40. I'm sorry, I just zoomed out on accident there.
That's okay. And so this is the circulation. We've had the debris with that, if you would.
Okay. Public storm shelter at Bartlesville Schools has been open.
Okay.
Oh, Barnsdall.
Barnsdall.
So there's a public shelter at Barnsdall.
Yeah, I tell you what. Okay, so there was a public shelter there that people went to. Okay, you can't go now, obviously, because you got a shelter in place. Because it's too late for that, because it's already through the Barnsdall area. And so, but that's a shelter that apparently a lot of folks went into. So again, hopefully that's okay. We're just praying for folks in this area. This is continuing to track northeast, again, right along Highway 123. So we know the tornado's on the ground. We have the debris. We've seen the picture of it. And so I doubt whether it's just raising and lowering and coming back up and cycling. This is a steady state, long track tornado that we're looking at now. And this is going to continue to move northeast toward Bartlesville. And I have Stacia get you another update in a second. But here's that debris ball again. So additional debris showing up. And what do you have? Go to Ron. Ron, another update. Ron, go ahead.
Travis, that's a very large tornado, Travis. Very large tornado. Every time the lightning strikes over there, it's a very large tornado. I wouldn't be surprised if it's. I mean, it's a very large tornado, Travis.
Okay, all right, kind of a wedge on the ground right now.
It's real close, Travis. The whole wall cloud's real close to the ground.
Okay.
All
right. Okay, thank you. And go back. Let's get back to stay on here. Let's go, Stacia. Can you give us another update, see what's like for folks in Bartlesville? Again, if you're northeast of Barnsdall, 123, you got to go to cover, and let's find out more about what's going on up to Bartlesville Station.
Okay, Trav, so we're tracking it up to Wooler Rock next. We want folks in Wooler Rock along 123 in your safe spot now. Continuing up to Torpedo. Torpedo would be at 9:59. Wooler Rock, you're looking at 9:50 in the next about 5 minutes. Bartlesville, still just after 10 o'clock, 10:02, 10:03, and so you have about 15 more minutes. So find that safe spot now. Put as many walls between your family and the outside as possible, and find that centermost part, lowest level of your home. We're going to track it into Washington County. And that will even include the Dewey area by 10:09, potentially on the Hog Shooter by 10:09, and Glen Oak Trav by 10:13.
Okay, we cannot emphasize enough how dangerous and deadly of a tornado this is. Just looking at National Weather Service radar, and I just saw as well, Steve Piltz from the National Weather Service says we could be borderline on an EF4 tornado right now. So that is what we consider a violent tornado. Those are very seldom that we get to this point. We want you to move. You have to get someplace safe. There's just no other alternative, because this is going to just knock out a tremendous amount of things that are in its path. So this is a wedge tornado on the ground, and I was talking to OG&E guys today in Sapulpa early this morning. We were talking about what it looks like, but it's just pretty much a wall cloud on the ground. It's just a whole thing, which means it's very wide, and it's continuing to track right up 123. So again, anywhere from Wooler Rock extending into Bartlesville, as we were mentioning, you have to move to a place of safety. This is a deadly storm. And so that means you don't go out just looking for it. It'll find you. I don't want to say it that way, but I mean literally, it's too big to be messing with at all. So this debris associated with its circulation feature, this is moving, unfortunately, targeting right now through Bartlesville, and that's giving you, Stacia just pointed out, about 15 minutes. That's all. And that could have a direct hit in Bartlesville as well. So it's hit Barnsdall, and we know that it was in Barnsdall. We had confirmation of that, visual confirmation from emergency management. Now this is moving right on up 123. It's near Wooler Rock right here. A lot of debris here, strong damaging winds. So we're in excess of 130 miles an hour. And so now we're pushing it on to the north and east. Any additional information, Aaron?
Yeah, Alan is in a position, he can confirm that there's a large tornado.
Okay, so does he have video to see it or not at this point from his location?
I believe he's trying to get into a better position, but just visually from where he's at on Highway 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it. So again, this is where we're located, just near Wooler Rock, and we're going to get another update from Stacia with a new storm track. This is 123. We said it was going to go up 123, and that's what it's doing. If you're on either side, right or left side of 123, you need to be in a very safe place. That means the lowest floor, middle of your home. If you have a basement, storm shelter, you need to go to that right now. This is a very deadly, dangerous, and violent tornado now, we feel, as that continues to track to the north and to the east. Who? Vaughn. Okay, Vaughn, let's get video. What do you have? Let's take a look. What do you have?
It's on the ground. I got clear. It's your classic wedge. It may be, it's a big tornado, like Ron was saying. Look right there on the one-way sign, right at the left of the pole. You can see it as soon as the lightning strikes. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit more. So right there is the pole, just look right to the left. When the lightning strikes, there it is, right there.
Yeah, we see it right there. So
okay.
that's
It's a wedge. It's a wedge on the ground.
All right, you're going to move north with that? Vaughn, you moving north with it? Are you going to move north with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Travis.
All right, holler at me as well as you're hollering at Aaron there. And again, so that's a wedge on the ground, as we just said. This is the tornado right on 123. So it's it's basically at the entrance to Woola Rock. So the Woola Rock area is going to be on the western fringe or western side of this, but it's going to be a very wide tornado. You can see how fast it's updating and coming. Velocity data continues to show it. Very, very strong indications. Yeah, so this is... I mean, this is unfortunately, and I hate to use the word textbook, but this is the worst kind of scenario we see with this. So if you're in Bartlesville, Stacia, give us an update again, how much time you have to get into a safe place in Bartlesville, because this is now just on the east and southeast sides of Woola Rock. And so in Woola Rock and also on 123. Stacia, what do you have?
Trav, for Bartlesville, you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes to get in that safe spot. Just do it now. Find the centermost part of your home. Get away from windows and doors. If you can grab a bike helmet pretty quickly for kiddos, put that on. You're looking at 9:59. So again, 10 more minutes for Bartlesville. Dewey, 10:05. Glen Oak by 10:09. Copan, you're looking at 10:14. And again, this tornado warning includes Washington County, now moving up 123, as Trav mentioned, just east of Woola Rock, up towards Bartlesville. And you have 10 minutes in Bartlesville. A little sooner, a little shorter on that time frame if you're on the southwest side of Bartlesville, Trav.
All right, and this is a violent storm. We have very, very strong winds associated with this. So this is about as strong winds as we're going to see, and hopefully we don't see this again for a long time, because this is a very dangerous situation as it continues to move to the northeast. So we're literally just moving in on the south and west sides of Bartlesville. So if you're around the communities of Torpedo, Fight, you're kind of on just the northwest strong wind side, damaging wind side. The wedge will move just northeast. It's coming up into an area just south of Bartlesville and south and west of Bartlesville. And unfortunately, we are targeting right now Bartlesville. Stacia just mentioned it. Debris continues to show up, but there's a wedge on the ground. And so anytime that happens, that's going to be the case. And Vaughn, I don't know if you can see it out your window while you're going up with us on 75. Give us an update. What you're seeing is the same story?
It's still on the ground. It's a wedge.
Yeah.
Hold on. Wait for the lightning strike. I got to find it again. Okay, there's a tree. Hold on just a second. Yeah. Okay, so there's a tree in the way right now, but momentarily you will be able to see as soon as the lightning strikes. There's the tree.
I see that, yeah, there's trees.
So,
but it's right there, so it's on the ground.
Yep.
All right, just keep on going. We'll let you go. Let's go back to radar. We're going to get another storm track. Bartlesville, it's coming in. Here's Bartlesville, south and west side, tornado, violent tornado. We think on the ground, a lot of damage, tremendous amount of damage going to be happening with this. And we'll get reports from the news, what's happened in Barnesville in a little bit, but we're going to continue to track what's going on here. This is now getting closer to the Bartlesville area. So, Stacia, what is our time ETA roughly right now? 10 o'clock?
4 minutes.
Okay,
10
so
o'clock.
All right, so coming up in just a few minutes here. So this is the latest storm track. We're going to stay with this. And so if you're just at the Torpedo area, obviously it's coming in on you first, and then it's coming right in on the city at this moment. And so as that continues to track into town, Allen is there, Vaughn is there. So we're going to track it right into the city, unfortunately. Again, this is right where it's located, just to the southwest sides of town. And debris signature continues to show that it's on the ground, and it continues to be violent, and just a wedge right in here. I don't know if it could occlude on itself, but it'd sure be nice if it could. The storm's coming in from the west, because I think it's merging a little bit right now. Do we have it merging? Yeah, so it's merging into the line. So this is going to be real interesting what happens, because this is the line of thunderstorms coming in on it. So this sometimes enhances it, sometimes it'll help kill it before it gets, we don't know for sure, but we do know that it's about as dangerous a situation as you can have for Bartlesville to Dewey. So the only thing we can hope is that this overtakes it, cuts off the circulation, and knocks it down some, because when it's this strong, it's hard to stop it. So this is what we're looking at, just south and west sides of Bartlesville. Line of thunderstorms, they're all severe along this entire line. So Ron's got severe weather down at Hominy to Highway 20 and Skytook. And let's go in and take a close look again, coming in right now on the city and just southwest side. So the circulation is right southwest of Torpedo, and just south of Bartlesville, southwest, coming in on town at this particular moment. So if you are right in this area, this is what we have as a particularly dangerous situation. Emergency tornado warning is now in effect for this area. And so there is we're getting reports of Barnsdall's pretty much has all roads blocked at this moment. Multiple houses are gone in Barnsdall, gas leaks coming in from out of Barnsdall. So this is what's going to happen, unfortunately, as we continue to the northeast. And damage appears to be about a half-mile wide, possibly, or more out of this. So that's going to come in on the south side of Bartlesville, and that's what we're seeing right now from around the Torpedo area. Let's go back to Shear for a moment, and then we'll talk to Vaughn again, try to get another update so we can get us closer in. So this is what's coming in on the city, 100+ mile-per-hour winds at least. And so you're going to lose power, and so you're going to be lost with that. Trees will go down, and you have power lines down. And so this is going to be covering an area that's on the south, and pretty much, let's move this just a little bit further to the south and west. There you go. Yeah, nope, the other way. Thank you. And so what you're seeing is the city of Bartlesville right in here that's merging in on the south side of town now, not too far from the golf course at this moment. Let's zoom in a little bit closer on it again around Barnsdall, and then we'll get a storm track from you. Bartlesville, excuse me. So this is coming in. It's right on the county line on the southwest side of town. So you've got heavy rain, probably some hail, and then the wind is now really strong, where you're going to get strong winds that are going to be causing extreme wind damage, and then a tornado coming in right in the core of Bartlesville. That's what it looks like right at this minute. This might veer just a little bit as this line of storms is coming in on the city, but we're right on the south and southwest side of town with the latest data and the debris. And Stacia, real quick update on storm track, if you could, that'd be great for us.
All right, Trav, so Torpedo now, Bartlesville, next few minutes. Dewey, 10:03, 10:20, Trav.
Okay, thanks. Here's the tornado again. As we continue to track, you're going to have to be to the north of Bartlesville. You have to watch out as much as everybody in Bartlesville. Go to your safe place right now. Vaughn, I know you're on the road at this moment there, and just give us an update on what you have, will you? Do you see it? Vaughn, you there? And go ahead.
Yes. So I'm coming in the south side of Bartlesville right now. I'm looking off to my northwest.
And, okay, I lost you. Let's go back to radar. Let's keep him in the bottom corner if you can. If he comes back, throw him on the air. But anyways, he's coming in on the southwest side of town here. And so violent, strong winds of over 100 miles an hour coming in with this at this particular moment. So you can see him on the south side. So right where I'm basically standing right here, that's Vaughn's video coming in on town on Bartlesville. So we want you all to be covering, because we're at this moment until I have an exact location. This is a little bit further away from the radar, so there's a little bit more air in what you can have, but it's coming in on the southwest side. Is Vaughn not able to use his? Okay, Vaughn, are you there? Vaughn.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You cut out. Go ahead. Give me an update right now, Bartlesville.
Okay. I'm looking back to my back. There's no rotation behind us, right?
Yep. It's just to your west.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm not seeing any power flashes right now, Travis. But it's coming into a very populated area.
Yeah.
I've been around this town enough to know it's going to be pretty close to the high school also, and the college that's there too. So
West.
I'm going to get on top of the hill right here on the south side of Bartlesville and see if I can't see something.
Okay.
Get back to you.
All right, let's get back to radar real quick, and coverage is now with our radio stations as well. We do have welcome our radio stations. Back into our coverage right now. We have a tornado warning in Bartlesville, north of Tulsa. This is a severe thunderstorm with damaging wind. And Stacia, I'll have you do another storm track in just a second, but this is coming in right now on the southwest side of Bartlesville. Only good news is what Vaughn just said. If there was any miracle of having this storm kind of collapsing in on itself as that line of thunderstorms comes in. That would be a big deal. But this is a circulation feature in here. Let's go back to our shear, if we could, and look at that. Now I'll get you the storm track. So this is the update of what's, unfortunately, we still have the debris signature, and it's the S curve, which is, again, coming right in on the city. So you're going to have the worst of it right into Bartlesville, south and west sides of town. Vaughn, any quick update? Anything?
No, have not seen any power flashes. Of course, in the lights here in the city, it's a little harder to see. Yeah. So I haven't seen any, Travis. I'm looking to my northwest. It should be only about, at the most, 4 miles from me to the northwest. Maybe a little bit closer than that, but
yeah.
So far, I hadn't seen anything, Travis, so I want to keep watching.
Yeah, because it's literally should be on the south side, southwest sides of town. You're real close to where you are on 75. So, yeah, if you can look off, just keep your eyeball to your left, that'd be great. Let's go back to radar and get an update. Again, there's still debris signature. Some of that can be lofted for a while, so that can be up there for a minute. But let's go to Stacia with a quick update. Stacia?
Yeah, Trav, so in Bartlesville, we want you in that safe spot now for Dewey coming up here soon by 10:03, Juan by 10:17, and continuing on from there to Noxie by 10:24. Tornado warning will continue until 10:15 for Washington County. And so again, this storm now in Bartlesville. Take your tornado precautions if you haven't done so already. We hope you're there. We hope you're there now and very quickly get there. For Dewey, you're still looking at about 10:03, and then again for Juan by 10:17. Trav?
All right, thanks. I appreciate it. So again, it's coming in on Bartlesville. If they have any luck at all, boy, I tell you, it'd sure be nice. Okay, Vaughn, another quick update from you. What do you have in Bartlesville?
Yeah, sirens going off, of course. Yep. I thought I saw a lowering that way, so I'm trying to get to a bigger hill here and just kind of sit and watch. This is going to pass to the west of Highway 75, correct?
Yeah, it's just barely to the west.
Dewey, right?
Yeah. And so the core of it is, and so we're trying, it's kind of spread out a little bit, but it's just right in your vicinity. But again, I'm going to be extremely happy. This would be amazing if nothing really happens, comparatively speaking, because we do have a video of Barnsdall. We're not going to show it now, guys, but we will in just a little bit. We first want to find out a little bit more about what's going on in terms of right around immediate Bartlesville area. And so that's moving across Bartlesville at this moment. And you can see where Vaughn is in relationship to that. Vaughn is just kind of to your north-northwest at this moment. And if we don't, I'm not getting any reports. Megan, are you getting any reports of anything in Bartlesville right this second? Power flashes where? Just in Bartlesville? Yes. Straight away? Yeah. Okay, Vaughn, that was power flashes in. I mean, we have to have some because this is a strong line right in here. Let's go back to velocity data, Stacia, and get us another look at what's happening right in here, if you would, please. So it's right over the center parts of Bartlesville to the north and to the west side. So that continues to be the circulation feature. Vaughn primarily is just to your north and west a couple of miles, and just on the north and west sides of Bartlesville. South side should be strong as well. And Stacia, another quick update from you, and then we'll go back to Vaughn.
Yeah, so Dewey, you're up next here in the next 2 minutes. We want you in your safe spot for Dewey at 10:03. Juan would be by 10:16, Noxie by 10:23, and if it continues up to Deering by 10:30. But definitely around Dewey and Juan, getting those safe spots now. Trav?
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. The tornado warning will continue over Bartlesville. We don't see any changes happening for the immediate time because that is near and on the Bartlesville Municipal Airport coming up over the city. So that's where we do have some power flash reports. Yep. Vaughn, go ahead. Go.
Yeah, we got power flashes right here in Bartlesville. I'm on the south side. Oh, actually, I'm not.
No.
Yeah, I can't tell exactly where I am.
You are center. Anyway, yeah, you're near 60.
Yeah. So.
Your video froze right now, so we don't have video at this moment, other than just a frozen shot. But you can stay online here for a minute. And yeah, thanks, guys. So it's over Bartlesville right now, continuing to move to the northeast. If you're near Dewey, it's coming up on you at this particular moment. Vaughn is located just right along it. Vaughn, you'll be coming in on it. So again, right at Bartlesville and on the north and west sides, continuing to track to the northeast. And velocity, let's go back to INX for a minute. So there it is. And shear, let's keep see what we can find in here. So it's just the strongest pretty much from where you are. Okay, your video is back. I know it's hard to see, but we do have winds estimated again to be up near 100 miles an hour based on radar data. And so that is expected because of what we're dealing with right now. Biggest impact is on the north and west sides of town, the way it appears. Vaughn, do you have wind estimates of how strong the winds are on your side?
Oh, yeah. At least 80 miles an hour, Travis. At least 80 miles an hour here where I am.
Okay. All right. So
stronger than that, I bet.
All right. So again, if you are in Bartlesville to the north station, we got to get another storm track. But at Bartlesville, you had to be in cover. It's headed to Dewey. We know that just in a matter of a minute or two. What do you have?
It should be in Dewey now, Trav. Or just getting there. 10:20 for Noxie, but for 10:15. Again, down the line, South Coffeyville, maybe 10:30 here. West Coffeyville, and the Coffeyville vicinity is what we'll call it, by 10:30, Trav.
All right. Thanks. I appreciate that very much. So again, if you are on the north and east sides of really just the north side of Bartlesville, you're in the midst of it right now, right in Dewey. This is the edge of the tornado warning, so this is the circulation feature of what we've had, and so we do expect damage. And Aaron, what do you have?
Yeah, Allen's in the probably the RFD area, a little bit further south. He's getting some very strong winds there coming on the backside of that circulation.
Okay, 50, 60, or 80. What does he have? If you can find out from him, because that'll kind of make a difference on what's going on. Vaughn, one more update from you. What do you have for us as you're looking through there? I see it's nothing but pouring rain and wind. Anything else to add?
No, but even if the tornado's not on the ground, if you have straight line winds, these are really strong, really strong.
Okay.
But I haven't seen any power flashes. I'm headed back north now. Really strong southwest wind still coming across northern Bartlesville.
Yep.
So I'll keep watching it.
All right, thanks. So again, core is just on the north side over Dewey at this moment. So this whole big thing is just circulating and rotating in here. And so that's now on the Bartlesville to the north side to Dewey. And let's look at velocity data if we could one more time. We'll get some more storm track information. But the circulation right in here at Dewey, moving to the northeast. So if you're in this area, we need you to, again, move to a shelter. Let's get closer in on city streets and just on the north side. There you go. And then, Stacia, we're going to have you do a quick storm track. I want to point out, though, a few things. Main circulation should be near Dewey and just on 75 now. So if you're around 1300 Road, 1400 Road, intercepts with 3980 Road. And then also Durham Road, you're right in the midst of it right now. You need to be in your safe place now because it's hitting you now, and you probably obviously know that. So we have to go a little bit further north. 4 Mile Road's coming up to you, on you momentarily. So if you're around 4 Mile Road, be advised. And of course, right along Highway 75, that is the core of the circulation feature with that. Stacia, what do you have?
Trav, okay, Copan's up next, Washashi State Park, and that will be by 10:15. 10:22, Noxie about 10:30. I did slow it down a bit because it got absorbed by the line, but it's still northeast at about 40. That takes it to Lenapaw by 10:30 and maybe Tyro by 10:30 as well. Pay attention to this.
All right, and that's the first part of the storm. We have the additional line of thunderstorms continuing to push across Washington County and also into northwestern Tulsa County. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that I'm going to mention at this moment for Rogers County, southeastern Osage, Creek County, southern Washington, southwestern Nowata, northwestern Wagoner, southeastern Pawnee, and Tulsa County. That goes till 10:45. Severe thunderstorm with winds of 50 to 70 miles per hour along the leading edge of that line of thunderstorms will be causing problems here for us as we go through the next hour. So if you are in those areas, counties I just mentioned, that is a severe thunderstorm, and we could have 70-mile-an-hour winds and a penny-size hail is the latest warning on that particular cell, or on the particular line of storms. But right now, focus is still on the north and east sides of Bartlesville. Since it's hit Bartlesville, let's go back to areas right around where Vaughn is located on the north side, and then Stacia, I got to get a storm track. Vaughn, update from you. What do you have?
Yeah, I'm headed east on Highway 60 now. so much lightning, you can't really tell if there's power flashes or not. I'm starting to get some quarter-side tail here on the east side of Bartlesville. Still, winds are at least 50 to 60 here on the south side of Bartlesville, Travis.
All right. So we got, what do you have?
Hey, you need to go to Alan and talk to Alan. Yep.
Alan, update from you. You're on the south side. What do you have for us?
Yes, sir. We're facing, facing south now. We got a metal building that's blown from somewhere just off this highway. It caught a hold of this power line here. We got hit with a few boards. We're driving across the road. You see my screen now. You can tell we got a metal building entangled in these power lines here.
Wow. Yeah. And where are you guys exactly right now?
We are about 100 yards, I guess, south of Highway 60 on 75.
Okay. All right. So that's where Vaughn just went through. So again, some serious damage that was floating in the air. Some of that stuff could have been floating for miles. As big a tornado as what we've just gone through with the amount of debris. Thanks, Alan. Appreciate it. Back to radar, and then we're going to get a storm track coming up. Well, Stacia just has a new storm track for us. Just going to read it off right now while she keeps looking. So Copan, 10:15. We're at 10:07, 10:08. 10:08 right now, and then that'll be going on up toward Tyro and Kansas, and just a little bit. So this is where the main core of this is located, where the circulation is the worst. We've had tornado stuff, and I tell you what, the debris signature continues to show up, so we still think there's a tornado potentially on the ground just north of Vaughn. Hey, Vaughn, is there, I mean, we still have debris, but I mean, sometimes that lags, especially if you're lofting a bunch of debris high up into the sky for a while. But can you tell anything just to your north and to your northwest what's going on?
I'm gonna sit here and look for a second, Travis.
Okay.
There's no traffic on the road. I can sit here and watch for a little bit and see if I see any kind of power flashes or anything.
Okay.
So, yeah. As soon as I do, I'll get back with you.
All right, sounds good. Let's go back to radar, and we'll get an update from Stacia again in just a minute. So here's the look at what's going on. So that's Vaughn's video. Let's go back to radar for a second. So this circulation, so we still have a tornado, we believe, in Dewey. That's still moving north. I don't think we've extended. Have we extended the tornado warning yet? I don't know if that was extended. Okay, it's just in there. Larger.
Washington County, the northern parts of Washington.
Okay, so that's been added. Okay, I see right in here. So we do believe we still have the tornado going on. It's gone through Bartlesville, now through Dewey, and then it's moving northeast. Stacia, you want to give us another quick update on storm track, please?
Yeah, so Copan, 10:15, 1, 10:20, Owen by 10:24. Caney, pay attention. This would be 10:25, getting close to town. Tyro, 10:30, along with Deering and Coffeyville. Trav at 10:35.
All right, and getting multiple reports out of Barnsdall, and we can, if you guys want to, do a double box or a put the box where the storm trackers were and put the video of the Barnsdall tornado in there, but we need to stay on the air here with the actual tornado on the ground, still around north and east of Dewey. So this is the location. You're just south of Copan, around the Dewey area. So that line, unfortunately, hasn't merged as much as what I hoped it would. It is continuing to enhance the severity of the storm, so that hasn't cut it off at all. This is behind me is the damage from what has happened in Bartlesville or in Barnsdall, and so that's what we're looking at there. And so we do want you to be advised that this is what's happening, because this same tornado still moving northeast, still a very strong tornado, and potentially still near, I wouldn't say near violent levels, but it's getting a little further away from the radar, so it's a little hard to see because we're not near the surface as much as we were before. But the circulation feature continues. Let's zoom in a little bit more on city street data if we could. And with that debris signature, that's still indicating to us that we have additional strong damaging winds. So now if you're around 3-mile or 4-mile roads, you're right in the middle of it at this point. You need to be in a safe spot. Also, anywhere from Highway 75, either side of Highway 75 by several miles, especially east of Highway 75 because it's moving more easterly or northeasterly, so that's going to take it to the county line with Nowata here in just a little bit. But East 100 Road, 4-mile road, East 1200 Road. You're right now in the middle of coming up on the major part or the center of it all. And again, you're seeing damage out of the Barnsdall area where we have had multiple homes leveled and a tremendous amount of damage being reported in these areas. Obviously, first responders are there now, and we're going to see that in Bartlesville here in a few minutes. It's been in Dewey and now moving north and east. So if you are in areas just on the near Copan and north and east to the county line with Nowata, you're right in track and in line with a tornado. And so, Stacia, if you would give us one more update on the leading edge of this, because we still believe it's on the ground causing damage.
Yes, and Aaron just told me that Sequoia's daughter in Bartlesville had a roof taken off of her home. So,
all right,
Copan by 10:15, Juan by 10:19, Noxie by 10:28, Deering by 10:35, Coffeyville at 10:36. So we're tracking it from just south of Copan now up to the northeast at about 45. That will track it over towards Juan and getting into the northwestern parts of Nowata County. Trav?
All right, thanks. Again, we're going to get a lot of damage reports coming in out of Bartlesville and out of Dewey. So this is moving northeast, and so it hasn't quit on us. Unfortunately, I was hoping there for a minute without seeing any big power spikes and flashes that we would be okay, but that's not. So we're still looking at a tornado just to the east, northeast of Dewey, just southeast of Copan. Strongest winds are associated with that as they came through Bartlesville, and you see the damage and some of the debris associated with that, and you see the debris signature showed up, and as it went back from Bartlesville to the north to Dewey, we did have that debris, and so that's what you're seeing with that gray thing right there, the gray circle. So that is continuing to move north. Now, we do have if you could give me reflectivity values for a moment. So we do have that part of that storm coming up and overtaking the major part of the circulation in here. So it enhanced it a little bit, and it kind of looked like maybe as it was coming into Bartlesville, maybe it was starting to see it as just holding steady state, and then it kind of got enhanced again as it went back up over Dewey as the line came into it. Maybe it can die off a little bit right now, but the main circulation is going to get pushed farther to the east. Let's go back for velocities one more time here, and then we'll look at Tulsa and see what's going on. So the circulation...
More at adoptuskids.org.
Further, yep, okay. We're going to get there. Okay,
there
sulfur, 1:43 in the morning. There it is. All right, so sulfur 143, Ada 144, Holdenville 146.
In the morning here to account for these storms that we have here and these cells that are going up as well. Again, these storms have gone up pretty quickly here, down by Eakley, north of Godebo. Right now, current speed on these would be around 40, 45 miles per hour.
The worst of it right now is most likely north of Dewey as it moves its way right along highway.
Some area here, especially if it's past the outflow, these are all severe storms, but if there's any circulation feature, because these are expected to slide south and east, and so we still have to watch out for additional tornadoes in several areas that include right around areas that are just to the south and east of Tulsa, because we're in the midst of a very severe weather event, as is obviously the case. Tornado continues to move to the northeast. Allen and Vaughn are both near that. Allen's more in line with
the Kansas border. And we're going to be working to get you some storm chase footage of one of our storm chasers who's going down to Barnesville to survey some of the damage, which we know is going to be not good because we know there have been homes that have been flattened. It's a devastating situation in Barnesville. We're not sure of the damage in Bartlesville at this point. We know that Bartlesville took a hit with a tornado.
Let's see here, this new watch that will include Hughes County will go until 5 a.m. That's the only county here, it looks like, in the KOCO5 viewing area.
That's in northern Washington County at this time. And you see where Ron is located back to the south and west, but we're watching this moving northeast, and we do think, yeah, got some.
If you could go to Allen's shot, he has some pretty bad damage to a hotel there in Bartlesville.
Okay, let's go to Allen. He's downtown, east side of downtown. Allen, can you give us an update on what you have and what's going on there? What do you have?
Yes, sir. We're a couple miles north of Frank Phillips Boulevard. It's right off 75. We got the Hampton Inn. It looks like it took a direct hit to by that tornado. We got metal all over the place from multiple different buildings with damage. We got power lines down right in front of us. The roads are virtually impassable heading northbound. Back to you.
All right. Unfortunately.
And also, Brandon's not available because he's assisting in Barnesville, but if you take his shot, you can see what it looks like in Barnesville.
All right, let's take a look in Barnesville. There's Brandon. You can see him. He's looking at some folks there. You see power lines down. So again, this is a very, very sad and incredibly bad tornado situation going on. Megan, did you have something else to add? No, okay. But this is Barnsdall, and then we were just looking at the picture from Alan, which he was in Bartlesville, and so this started just right around, just southwest of Skiatook Lake, just around Keystone Lake, really, and then that continued to build into a violent tornado, we do believe, and so we're getting a lot of reports of damage. Let's go back to radar and get another update on what's going on. Tornado warning here, but we're going to have you notice how this is shifted because the storm's moving east, and that kind of overtook the circulation feature. It didn't overtake it fast enough. It needed to be about 2 hours sooner for that to happen. Circulation feature now is east of Copan, and velocity data shows that that's all pushed all the way now to near Lenapaw. So this is the main circulation. It's come down a little bit just because that line has kind of killed it a little bit. Not to say that we still don't have damaging winds in this, and we do believe that we do along the line. So that's some of the outflow from that thunderstorm, and it's still a severe thunderstorm, so we still have severe thunderstorm warnings in Nowata County. And then also, Kevin is up in Coffeyville. Is Kevin where he can talk for a second, seeing that storm coming in? Kevin, what do you have for us in Coffeyville? What's coming in on you guys?
Yeah, so right now, Travis, just tremendous rain. There's a lot of lightning and a lot of water on the road, making it kind of difficult to drive. But we're going to keep an eye on this as it comes through and see what we can see for you.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that very much. And so let's go back, take a look at it. So here's that line of rain. Again, the tornado area, it continues to kind of dissipate a little bit. The tornado warning still has, the circulation is pretty much kind of moved out of that zone as it continues to move to the north and to the east. So it's just around the Juan area and then extending back now over the county line. It's right on the county line, basically. So we might see that tornado warning change out here in a little bit, but that's continuing to track toward Elliott and South Coffeyville. In fact, Stacia, I'll probably have you kind of see what's going to happen, because even though the circulation isn't as
northeast, and bring that thing right into the city. Yeah, and just do it on that one, but start out the front edge, whatever, the county line, Caddo County line, or maybe a little farther east, I guess out near Binger or something like that. You know how to do it. Anyway, bring it east, just kind of bring it east-northeast into the metro here. It's going to center line's going to be Mustang, Moore, South Oklahoma City.
I've got it on 3 if you want to look at it with me.
And, yep, there it is. That looks good. All right, so Fort Cobb Lake, 1030, Binger, 1033, Coger, 1056, Minko, 1128, Yukon, 1132, Mustang, 1145, and Oklahoma City downtown, midnight, Will Rogers Airport about midnight, give or take, and Del City at about 12:16. Okay, so that is that. That's a big sell. It's definitely coming up. What does shear rate look like on that?
I don't see it like it was about 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
And maybe in kind of a cycling phase at the moment. Little shower tried to go up on the north side of that storm up to the Tinton. That's kind of struggled.
It did. Okay.
But storms are just kind of holding their own. The storm may be increasing, actually, just to the west of Cooperton.
Right.
That hill core is increasing.
Right. And then
switch radars here.
Yeah. Some hail here. Looks like probably $1.5 size hail. I think the bigger hail is just in front of us. But definitely quite a bit of hail. So you can see the traffic really slowed down now on I-35. All the truckers try not to blow out windshields in this larger hail. And here we're starting to get maybe a little bigger hail. But yeah, definitely a good hail flow moving through really all Augusta right now. Back to you.
Yeah, and so we can definitely see traffic is slowing down. This picture here coming in from Derek Klein, where hail coming down, ton of rain coming down as well. And the storm is definitely, at least it's rotating enough that it's picking up that hail. But even though it's rotating, you can see this kind of this green looking like snake that extends out. That's just far enough ahead of the storm to where the tornado risk is low. But still, these storms can rotate in the mid-levels and bring in a hailstorm. And that is what this pink is showing on the radar here from just south of Guthrie. And as you make your way just east of Seward, and that is heading to the east here and will eventually make its way towards Merrick. And so watching that, other storms now really beginning to develop here and take off. A lot more lightning in these storms that are in southwestern or southwest of Oklahoma City. These appear to kind of picking up a little bit of speed here. I mean, Here's the OKC Metro. Jonathan, how many miles away are these here? Just want to see if we can measure these out, just to kind of, because I believe they're moving about 45 miles per hour or so. And we're probably about an hour, little over an hour away from these storms moving in.
Some sort of structure, maybe a mobile home, because there's the porch and cinder blocks.
Okay. Just told that the Hampton Inn in Bartlesville has taken a direct hit. Is that right? Okay. All right, so this is Barnsdall, and look at all the folks that are coming to help. That's good. We need it. They're going to need it. Barnsdall is a small community, a small town, but they're going to need help. They've got damage for sure. Okay. And we'll just keep watching this shot. This is Barnsdall. This is in northeast Oklahoma, northwest of Tulsa, up in Osage County. And we'll go back to this shot. He's not talking with us because he is talking to Tulsa. But they definitely had a fairly strong tornado, it looks like right now. All right, back to Lynx 1. And our storms are going up, but they're not exploding right now. They're strong, but they're not severe. You folks in Binger and Gracemont, they're knocking on your door. Quite a bit of lightning and thunder. Val's going to come in from the east, and Val's going to bring this in. He's right there. And Justin, do we have Val still in? He's still good, right?
Yeah.
Let's get an update from Val, just what he's thinking. And I know what he's doing. He's parked and regrouping right now. Val, you and Amy, what do you think? Conditions are still very favorable. Those tornado numbers and severe weather numbers are still high from Oklahoma City south. So, Val, what do you think? Looking at this, coming at you.
Yeah, David, I mean, you're exactly right. When we're parked and regrouping, we're sitting here looking at the radar, trying to figure out radar trends. And
Second, what does he have for us? Is he still helping folks?
Brandon is helping people.
He's still-
shot is up. But
Yeah.
He said there's significant damage in Barnsdall, and he's having to stop and assist search and rescue a little bit.
Okay. Oh, okay. So again, search and rescue going on in Barnsdall at this point. Megan, do you have something?
Winds in Nowata.
60-mile-an-hour winds with that leading edge, okay? And then Vaughn's right along that leading edge or just right behind that leading edge coming in. So we still have to watch what's happening here. Let's look back south and west just a little bit. And you see the thunderstorms now that are showing up. And so that goes down to Oklahoma City. So this is lined up. So this is flooding rainfall potentially that could come our way and could move into our area as we go through the next couple of hours. So even though Tulsa's good, kind of in a situation where we might be okay, there's additional heavy rain and flooding, so people that are out will have to watch out for that. We'll go to Alan also. Is Alan where he can mention anything else about Bartlesville or not? Alan, if you would, give me another update out of Bartlesville, if you could. What do you have?
Yes, sir. We've migrated north, heading just past Dewey now, heading towards Copan. We're going to go a little further east to check. Man, we had big debris across the highway, large chunks of lumber, lots of portions of a metal building that came up and hit part of the truck. It seems to have calmed down now where we're at. We're going to reposition a little bit and see what else we can do for you.
Okay, so that's up in the Bartlesville area. Okay, thanks. And you can go back into Bartlesville too and kind of check that out for a little bit, because I know Ron and Brandon are both in the Barnsdall area. And I just saw, did I see Brandon moving? Is Brandon moving right now? Through town. Brandon, can you give us? He's not on the phone at this second? Okay. Where's Ron's in there too, right?
This is Brandon.
Ron's on 37.
Ron can talk to you.
Okay, Ron, update. Barnsdall, what do you have?
Yes, Travis, there's a lot of damage, pretty significant damage here, Travis. I'm sitting kind of right in the middle of town. I would say I see at least probably 6 or 7 ambulances that have just driven by. There's all kinds of highway patrol emergency management vehicles here, Travis, and they're going from house to house to do search and rescue at this time, Travis.
I know, and I hate to ask, but how are the houses? Are they in terrible shape again?
I don't think I'm to the worst part. I had to drive through a little bit of the side of the ditch to try to get into town. But there's a lot of big trees down. But I am not to the worst part, I don't believe, Travis.
Okay. All right. So a lot of reports coming out. A lot of our storm trackers have been in this and around this area. And so getting a lot of information. Ron, any more information you get is great. Stacia, obviously that line of thunderstorms coming through Tulsa. Can you also give us an update? Well, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, I guess, also on that storm that's just happening over in Wagner County and Cherokee County. Not good.
That's right. The you just talked about for eastern Wagner County, now western Cherokee County, tracking up to the northeast. It's by itself. We're going to have to watch this one really closely for any rotation, as it could get stronger as it tracks up into the southeastern parts of Mays County here. So it's right around Wagner, just on the northeast side of town, and then that will take it up from Fort Gibson Lake to Locust Grove and Choteau. Just a quick analysis of this storm here. Hail, we definitely have the potential of up to quarter-size hail with this right over Fort Gibson Lake, northeast to Wagner. And then the shear on this storm, I don't see a lot of it yet, but again, this storm is just pretty much starting out, so we could see this intensify here over the next hour or so. And then if we just look at velocities, again, I don't see anything too concerning yet for velocities, but it is definitely a storm that we are going to keep a close watch on as it tracks up to the northeast pretty fast at about 50 to 55. So that will take it up towards Salina and Rose. And then back to the west, we still have our line of severe storms. And up in Nowata County, we're still watching this severe thunderstorm north of Nowata for any little rotation, as it's not impossible to still have this storm start to spin enough to see if it can produce a tornado. That severe thunderstorm warning does include a tornado tag. Again, it's not a tornado warning, but it is a storm that is still capable, Trav, of producing a tornado there up to the north of Nowata, tracking northeast at about 50 miles per hour.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. Coffeyville and Montgomery County getting hit with some heavy rain, thunderstorms. Kevin's in Coffeyville right now. You see Vaughn's along the leading edge around Nowata, and then Brandon and Ron have kind of gotten held up there with search and rescue, and thanks to the guys for even doing that.
One area of concern, and then it looks like high winds just pushed through Cashin, and that continues to move east. So go ahead, Gage, describe again what you're seeing. You're right there. You just had the high winds move through. It's east of I-35 now, but there's another area of high winds that'll be moving in right behind that.
Yeah, we're just now, the hook's kind of coming over us now, so we're getting some penny to pea-size hail here. We're moseying to the east with this rotation. We really cannot see much, so I'm trying not to be aggressive or anything. We can't see the rotation very well, but I can tell you that the winds really cranked up about 5 minutes ago. Right about the time that it crossed I-35, we could see rain curtains in the lights of the gas station we passed just cranking towards the south. So we're trying to get up here just a little.
It's still kind of near an outflow boundary. Kyle, we're going to get off here. And so, yeah. So this couplet right now continues to strengthen southwest meridian. I just don't. It's hard to know if it's going to get over the hump because it's kind of behind some outflow, but it's certainly something. It has a much more pronounced stoke echo now.
It certainly does, and we see that. And there is a little bit of a kind of a kink in the outflow here, which may at least keep this storm just kind of spinning a bit here. I mean, you can look at the radar, and you can definitely see that it has a hook echo. There is outflow, but it may be getting pulled back in here. See how it kind of bends up, and then it kind of comes back out. So we are going to have to watch that. Let's check in with Derek right now. Derek, by the way, the storm is now warned for golf ball size hail. What do you see, Derek?
We saw a few golf ball size hailstones.
Strongest winds are right now from where Kevin is located, just to the east of Coffeyville, South Coffeyville, and extending back down through the center part of Nowata County. And so that's where you'll get some 60-mile-an-hour winds. That was the report as well. And as we look at what's going on a little bit further to the south along this leading edge, we're going to be taking a look at how far south that line continues. It's kind of a strong line now, just east of Nowata. Vaughn's just east of that. Hey, Vaughn, while we're with you, can you give us an update from around Cooties Bluff, I guess, east of Nowata? What do you have there?
Yeah, coming through Nowata, there was a big tree down across Highway 60, and then there was a lot of stuff blowing around. So there was some damage in Nowata, probably from the straight line winds, I'm sure. But I'm just now trying to catch up to that leading edge, and we'll see if we can get past it.
Okay, all right, thanks, appreciate it. So again, severe thunderstorm warning there. Let's go back to radar and get an update too from back into areas around Barnstall. So this is going across the Oologah Lake right now with strong winds. Already has passed across there, and then we're over in Barnsdall. Ron and Brandon are still going strong in there, trying to help out apparently. Hey, Ron, I see you're moving through right now. What do you have for us? What can you tell us as you're driving across that area?
Yeah, Travis, there's some pretty significant damage, Travis, in these houses. I'm not going to say what kind of damage, but it's pretty significant damage. There's some homes that are off the foundation. There's lots and lots of big trees down, Travis. I was going into an area, but I had to get turned around because of the gas smell in the air. So I'm going to try to get back to an area where I can see what's going on, Travis. Back to you.
Okay, yeah. So many emergency vehicles going on through there. All right, that's Barnsdall. That's in Osage County, north and northwest of Tulsa. Search and rescue continues apparently in that area. The whole city, I mean, is the whole town, Ron, one more quick question. I mean, is the whole town pretty much covered with search and rescue folks and first responders?
Yes, Travis. There's highway patrol here. There's
south that it does actually start to tap into the warm, moist, unstable air that has not been touched by other storms. Okay.
There's the hook on our live, and I'll lapse that, and you can kind of see.
Man, yeah.
It's holding its own.
Is this a gust front right here?
No.
No, it's not. I kind of thought it was for a second. Yeah, we got to watch this. This thing is still, it's not messing around. It's still hanging on. God. Yeah.
And also the storm down there in Fort Cobb Lake, south of Eakley, is showing signs of strengthening, and it is now severe.
Yeah.
And I am starting to notice a little bit of an RFD starting to develop on that. So it's starting to get a little bit more better rotation to it.
Yeah, we saw it go severe, which it kind of already was, but yeah, it was definitely tightening up. We can go back to that. So this is in eastern Logan County. This storm is severe, but this is the old mesocyclone, and it's actually getting stronger. There's the hook now.
Yeah, look at the hail core has a V-notch in it again.
Yeah, big hail core, V-notched. There you go. It's a screaming eagle, but it's embedded in a big storm. But it's hanging out south of the main line. See how this is all a pretty continuous line? Right? And then right here you have the hook hanging out. If this can tap in to moist air that doesn't have a north wind, we have a south wind and stable air, that's going to try to do something. All right? It certainly can, and it's happened in the past, so we got to watch this. If we had a north wind behind all this, I'd be just saying some wind and hail, but I'm not saying that right now, not with this.
Hominy, West Skiatook Lake, all the way up to Barnsdall, and across Osage County, there are some parts where you get into the yellows. That's a little bit stronger shear, but you know, Barnsdall taking pretty much a direct hit, especially on the east side of town. Started by Hominy, came up through Barnsdall to Gilland, just to the south of Wohler Rock, and then when it merged into the line, just as it moved into Bartlesville, obviously the shear got a little weaker. We still have damage around Bartlesville, of course, but that was kind of a blessing because it could have maintained its intensity as it moved into Bartlesville, but as it got absorbed into the line, it did weaken some. Not enough, but it did weaken some. And we continue to track the leading edge of these storms, pushing out now of Nowata County and getting into western Craig County. Now, these storms produced a 59-mile-per-hour gust in Talala, and just within the last about 10 minutes in Nowata, wind gusts came up to 50 at the Mesonet site. So that will track into parts of Craig County, Centralia to Welch, down to Veneta. And so Veneta is going to be in the...
Warned right now for quarter-size hail, winds of 60. The winds do become a little bit more southeasterly as you come into Cleveland County, so we'll see if there's going to be any increase and the tornado threat as these storms come in. Same thing even looking downstream in the Pottawatomie, Seminole, and Hughes County here, where these storms and the winds are going to be a little bit more to the southeast. That would increase the ability for this storm to rotate. Not saying it's going to be a tornado warning, but that it would increase the ability for this storm to rotate as it moves to the east here. Once again, quarter-size hail falling with this storm. And we have Buck. We have our crews on this one. There's Buck. There's Chris Lee, Nick, and Steve Carano. For the most part, though, we're watching really just kind of two areas on the radar right now. This storm that we see here, and then also watching a few other cells that are going up down in southwestern Oklahoma. Those are not severe. And then as you go up in towards northern North OKC here, there's a lot of colors here that are just popping on the radar where the rain, it is heavy right now as it continues to move to the east. Still finding this area of inflow that's making a run towards Kearney and Tryon right now. It's going to be this area that's going to be just in southeastern Logan County. So this is likely going to move to the east. There's just enough outflow ahead of the storm that should help at least minimize the tornado threat. But we'll see if that if that continues or if somehow the southeasterly winds can push it out, those winds kind of back up there, because there is a bit of an appendage right there that is sticking out. Kingfisher, the storms are wrapping up for you pretty soon here. Kingfisher, I would say once the storms are out of here in the next 10 to 15 minutes, you should be done here, as this is the final wave of rain that we see north of I-40. And now we start to watch our batch of rain and things begin to kind of take off south of I-40 here. So watching these storms moving to the east here, bunch of heavy rain. Right now, no tornado warnings across central Oklahoma, but the big picture does show new warnings now being issued west of OKC here. These are for 60s and quarter-size hail, and we'll see if these storms become severe warned as well. Again, these are still severe thunderstorm warnings inside of a tornado watch that goes until 1 a.m. And so that's going to be for central Oklahoma. And then a new tornado watch was issued for far eastern and southeastern Oklahoma until 5 a.m. It is going to be a very late night of storms here, but I would say these storms should be moving east of I-35 by about 1 to 2 a.m. or so, maybe a little bit later.
One more big picture here, and then let's try to get over to Craig and Lori for a minute and show what's going on. But this is the flow. Again, gusting out a little bit, so there's strong damaging wind potential along that leading edge. That's why we've had a severe thunderstorm warning attached to this. A little further to the south along this leading edge continues to show rain and thunderstorms that are just anywhere. Vaughn is located near some of that. Now through the Centralia area, see a little notch near Centralia. These are the things we're going to have to watch for as this line starts to move further to the east. So that's a deal. That's just one of those places where 60-mile-an-hour winds or more. There should be a shelf cloud, low clouds that are kind of pushing out along this leading edge. So we have heavy rains, and then that outflow boundary is ahead of it. And again, that's good news for us. The heaviest rains and storms are in northern Tulsa County, and then that extends back into Osage County. The southern side of Tulsa County not doing too bad, but the storms that are off to the east, we continue to be concerned with. John's on the leading edge of the outflow, and more heavy rains out to the west with those thunderstorms and localized heavy downpours of rain will lead to some flash flooding because they're all kind of lined up in the same place. So if you're in Creek County, be advised for that. Eastern and southeastern Payne County, northern Lincoln County, and Dell's going to stay on that and kind of keep an eye on what's happening. Well, they just issued a flood warning. Oh, you turned it. Oh, okay. You were making me try to make me feel good or whatever. But anyway, that's what we want you to be careful of tonight, because that could be moving to the east with time. But that's the latest look of what's going on. We're going to have to watch the storms to the east. We'll have a lot more coming up in just a few moments. Let's go over and get some information on what's going on from Craig and Lori.
All right, Travis, of course, we have crews now in several locations where you've been talking about those storms moving through. In Osage County, we were talking to Sheriff Eddie Verdon. He said they were trying to get into Barnsdall. 60 had so much debris, they had to go around on 123. And we do have a reporter live there now.
Right, there's a significant amount of damage there. News on 6's Chloe Abbott joins us live in Barnsdall. Chloe, what can you tell us at this point?
Craig and Lori, we arrived to a neighborhood near 3rd and Chestnut in Barnsdall, and the first thing we saw was a home with a roof that had covered their front door, and a family of 3 could not get out, and we just saw first responders carrying them to safety, and there is tons of piles of debris everywhere. So many homes have been destroyed, and if you look over here, there is a roof that has tons of debris on top of it. There are power lines that have fallen in the middle of the road, and right now first responders are going door to door to look for people and do safety checks in homes to make sure nobody is trapped and everybody is okay. There is a lot of water here, so we did see a couple people fall, and right now we don't know if there are any injuries. It is raining very hard, and we are seeing a lot of downed trees as well. This neighborhood was hit really hard, and there are people walking around. As I said, law enforcement and first responders are walking through this neighborhood, checking on neighbors. We saw people carrying their dogs out, and now people are looking to keep dry and find somewhere safe. There are going to be several people displaced, needing somewhere to stay. We're seeing a lot of debris piled up down trees as neighbors are helping neighbors here. So I'm going to send it back to you, Craig and Lori.
Chloe, thank you very much. If we can go back to that shot, I don't know if we can, but if we can, let's go ahead and go back to that shot if we can keep that up. But we wanted to point out that there's a triage area that's set up on the south side of Main Street right now. We don't know how many people have been injured, extent of injuries, but we do want to point out that there is a triage area set up on the south side of Main Street in Barnsdall.
And as we heard moments ago from our storm tracker, it looks like the worst amount of the damage right now is in the east side of town. And first responders are still, it's very early into this process, are going door to door trying to make sure that everyone gets out safe. We're going to go back to Travis now with a look at more on the radar and where those storms are now. Travis?
All right, awful bad news showing up, and unfortunately we saw this starting to really develop, and we still have one that is concerning. I was just talking to Stacia a moment ago, and so we have a couple areas of concern that we're looking at. I mean, there's several cells that are kind of lined up to the east, so these do have the chance of enhancing and becoming dangerous storms as well. Kevin's on a kind of a pivoting area. This was kind of the original part of this whole tornadic event, so this is still kind of hanging in there, and you'll be able to kind of see a little bit of a circulation feature with that when we're looping it, and so that's right around the Edna area. Is Kevin still facing our direction so we can see it? Yeah. Hey, Kevin, give us an update from there. What do you have for us on that severe warning storm?
Yeah, Travis, so we're getting really strong winds as this come in. Right now they're about 30 miles an hour, but they are gusting on and off. That's about 60 miles an hour, and we just lost power here in town as well, Travis.
All right, so again, a very, very powerful severe thunderstorm up in Montgomery County, Kansas. It's a storm, and Stacio's that's still part of this.
Here with Gage Shaw. Gage?
Yeah, Mike, I'm just east of Guthrie. We lost this storm momentarily, and now we're trying to get back up to it from behind. There for a moment while we went through Guthrie, it smelled like cedar, so I'm pretty sure a decent hail core went right through Guthrie. We didn't have a chance to stop and look around for any damage or anything, but I'm almost positive some decent-sized hail went through Guthrie. Now we're coming back on towards this storm from the west, and we're going to try to pick it back up and see if that lowering looks...
Happened with that cell right there. So just a heads up, there's a lot of information trickling in right now. I know our news team is currently working on it as well, and so this is definitely an operation that's going on up there. But when you think about the weather we had today, worst case scenario, right here, it's not good. It's not good at all. So we'll continue to get updates from that and just what happened there. But that was that isolated storm that developed, that went across eastern Payne County and then made its run, and it was detached from this line here. And those are the storms that always concern me. That's what we had last weekend on Saturday when we had those isolated cells that went through here. And then finally the line there picked it up and pulled it away. But just a horrible situation there. And again, information still coming in, but we'll continue to get that in here. So in the meantime, this storm continues to go up. Other cells, they're going up as well. Definitely some strong winds. And these storms are likely going to persist as they move to the east here. So if you're watching in, say, northern Grady, northern McLean, northern Cleveland County, these storms are making a run here. And it does appear that the hail sizes are beginning to increase a bit as they are moving to the east here. Now warned for ping pong ball.
Near Claremore, mainly in northwestern Rogers County now. And of course, since it only rained for like seemingly 40 days and 40 nights, this rain, any rain that's heavy, going to cause flash flooding. So that's the problem there. Bob is about ready to intercept the storm that's over by the Choteau area. And Bob, if you would, if you could give me an update on what you're looking at just to your southeast of Choteau. We're starting to see a circulation feature developing on that. What do you have for us? What are you seeing with that?
Well, this cell has continued to intensify. It's putting out a lot of lightning. We're on the very west side of it. We're watching that area that kind of looks like it wanted to develop a hook. We're a little bit west of that. It's a little bit southeast of us. We're to continue eastbound here on 412, past 69 to see if we can get into it. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. They've been going strong since they've been in the western part of the state. Thank you, guys. Hail cores have come up on this around Rose, and then that extends back down to south of Locust Grove. And anything, Aaron, that you need to add in there?
You might talk to Ron here. He has a shot from Barnsdall that's pretty bad. Just when you get a chance if you want to finish on that.
All right. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for hail, but the circulation feature here is still we need to be watching that, and that's right in here. Stacia, if you could you give us just a quick storm track on that, and then we'll talk to Ron for a second.
This is the town, and what is the worst damage you've seen? Kind of give us a little bit of everything here if you can.
Yeah, absolutely, David. So right now we're just going to be on the southeast side of Barnsdall. There are multiple mutual aid, OHP, SkyTook, Hominy, obviously Barnsdall. It looks like the southeastern side took the worst hit. From the damage that we've seen so far, we are in the threshold. Preliminary, I would say strong EF3 to low-end EF4. That is the damage that is looking like right now. There's a lot of power lines down. There are homes that are completely, I wouldn't say removed, but are just completely leveled. It's a very, very sad situation here. They've set up a triage. Haven't heard of any injuries yet, but search and rescue is still ongoing here in Barnsdall, and they are combing through all the homes that were leveled. So this is definitely going to be a strong to potentially violent tornado, David.
Okay, so one more time, Brandon, when you say you've been by homes, have you seen the homes that, I mean, like there is nothing left, just foundations? And I know that can range on strength, but you're right, it's got to be an EF3 or greater normally. I mean, like slabs left, like nothing left on the homes that you've seen or you've heard about?
No, I wouldn't say the slabs are white, but there is considerable damage. I'm saying strong EF3 to low end EF4. It's just so hard to see right now, but the damage that we've seen, we've got trees that are completely just completely shredded. So the kind of damage that you would see with a strong to potentially violent tornado, David.
Yeah, for sure. And one more time, anything on the nursing home that we keep hearing about? The nursing home was hit. Do you know anything about the nursing home in Barnsdall?
David, there is so much law enforcement here. They're still trying to set up. There's just so much chaos right now. You've got multiple agents here. We have not heard anything yet on the. We have not heard of any injuries, but we do know that there are ongoing search and rescue operations being implemented as we speak to try to find some of those people that have been hardest hit there on the southeast side of Barnsdall.
Okay. All right. Well, great job today. And, you go out, you chase, you love weather, and wow. And then suddenly you end up with a day like this, and this is what you don't like about it, right? So he's had a long day. Brandon has had tornadoes in our viewing area, and now he's over in Tulsa's viewing area where the city of Barnsdall took a direct hit by a strong to violent tornado. And he is there live, and you just heard the latest update from him on what the damage is and what we know so far. Still a lot of questions to be answered. The surveys, I mean, they're going house to house, they're going street to street, and they're trying to figure out who's accountable, who's not, where are people, and all that. So anyway, Brandon, great job today. Stay there, and if you find anything else out, would you please jump back in on News 9 and help us out when you can? I get it, brother.
Absolutely, David. And like I said, the damage, there's so many lines down, and you just can't get down there to where the main area has been impacted.
Yeah.
But there's natural gas lines that are just spewing, and it's just an awful situation for Barnsdall, especially since they were hit just a month ago.
Yeah, right. That's what we were talking about earlier, and the EF1 a month ago, but today, yeah, it's a whole different level. So, but to have a city get hit twice in a month, it's pretty rare. I mean, it's rare to get hit by one tornado and to get hit by two. So anyway, all right, great job today, Brandon. Keep us posted. Thank you, my friend. Great job today, as always. Running and gunning. Good job. All right, so there's the latest, and he knows what he knows, right? They're trying to find out what's going on in Barnsdall as far as, where people are, where they're not. And he said there's heavy, heavy damage on the southeast side of Barnsdall, and that's going to be, I assume, pretty close to where the nursing home is. So we'll find out more, hopefully, and we'll go from there.
I know in town, the school is on the west side of town.
Okay.
I've played many a basketball game over there.
Oh, you did? Okay.
In Barnsdall, and you know, from my memory, I'll have to look of where a nursing home is, but great little community, and it sounds like the southeast side is not going to look the same at daybreak tomorrow morning.
No, and the fact that they're reporting no injuries, which tells me there's a lot going on right now that they can't even
get to that.
Come up with a you know. So hopefully it'll turn out all right. But man, thoughts and prayers.
The nursing home is southeast of town.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hog farm, actually.
It looks like a hog farm. Let's see. Okay,
Oh.
we've got some hail pictures
Yeah,
to
there
show
we-
you.
yeah,
all
we
right?
do.
Southeast of Woodward. That can do some damage.
That definitely can do some damage, especially if, oh man, your car. And this is in Canton, more big hail that fell up in the Canton area. As we continue to look at some pictures here, and there's another,
O'Keene,
yeah, that's O'Keene.
where there was some damage as well. by
There
the
was some
way.
structural damage there. And this is just a yard covered with some hail that fell there as well.
This is a hog farm east of O'Keene. Some of the damage that we are hearing reports of, that looks like a large barn of some sort there.
It's a hog farm where they store the hogs there. That was hit by some of the high winds, possibly a tornado that came through earlier this evening. And then Jolene, boy, look at that. That's Oklahoma springtime.
Lightning in Edmond.
Yeah. And we appreciate you folks sending your pictures in to us.
Another one here from Okarche.
Now, you might notice something here. Jolene pointed this out.
We saw this picture earlier.
Yeah.
I noticed the tree had a lot of damage, but look at the little turtle sandbox. The lid stayed on it. How storms do
bizarre
weird
is that?
things unless they put it back on. But,
Exactly.
yeah.
A tree toppled there as well. We also received word of damage reports in Garfield County, straight north where Enid is. 3 barns destroyed in that area too. And we have some power lines down, we have some limbs down, and I have a sneaky feeling, unfortunately, we're going to be getting a lot more damage pictures in once we get the morning light tomorrow morning.
There was a report of a house fire near Penn and Charter Oak. That's in Logan County. I believe we have a crew checking on that as well, possibly from lightning.
Right, they had a lot of lightning in that area. This is near Sharon, northwest Oklahoma. This was one of the tornado warnings that came out. And you can see that it definitely had a lowering, and there definitely was some turbulence there.
And that is where a tornado had a brief touchdown. These are some of the first storms from the 4 to 6 o'clock hour that we're looking at. Pictures here.
We're getting pictures from now. This was from John Slater, I believe. This is near O'Keene, and that's that lowering that did drop down into a tornado. John and I believe Gage were on that, but that is what we saw earlier. Boy, you can tell from the tent, that green tent, there's a lot of hail in that as well.
And damage from high winds, and we do know crews are out doing damage assessment right now and probably will be into the early morning hours.
No doubt about it.
You said East 850 Road, 177. It's right here. There's the tornado. It's really starting to look at what's the wind doing right in here? It looks to me like it's really punching in.
That's our live.
Yeah, it's
And
making
you
a
can see
punch.
shear rate right there on our live radar.
Yeah, there might be a small, weak tornado here right
And
now.
David, you know, there's at the very least, probably some incredibly strong winds in there. I'm
Yeah.
reading reports of power flashes near Highway 177 and 860 Road, which is quite literally. Oh, did you just say that? Oh, sorry.
It's okay. No, it's fine.
I was busy catching up reading.
Say it twice.
Yeah, so Highway
It's good.
177 and East Road 860, exactly where that shear is really boosted.
Yeah, no, nice job. No, you guys are both right on. No, this is where the power flashes are.
And power lines down on a storm shelter.
Damon, I know you were specifically talking about Barnsdall, which is a small town there in Osage County. They're reporting significant damage. These are early reports coming in because this just happened. But they believe 30 to 40 homes right now are damaged in Barnsdall. This does not include Bartlesville, Barnsdall, plus additional structures. They're waiting to get some information from the Osage County Emergency Manager, and that will help them get more reports from there. At this point, no confirmed fatalities, but this was a quote, there will likely be injuries. They're expecting that.
Sure.
They
said OHP right now is helping with rescues in the area, specifically helping to get people out of storm shelters, you know, when they're tornado hits and there's debris that hits and it covers the storm shelters. So they're working to get people out of storm shelters. There's a nursing home with roof damage. The health department is working to evacuate patients there in Barnsdall. Several roads are closed because of debris. And at this point, first responders are just asking people to stay out of that area, again, because the damage is significant. There's a large gas leak in the area. So a lot of early reports right now, and certainly we'll know more when the sun comes up in the morning and they have more eyes on the situation and can really assess how significant the damage is.
And it's been a rough spring for Barnsdall. They actually got hit by an EF1 tornado April 1st. So there was 35 homes damaged on April 1st in that community. And so to have another one, much larger tornado, it looks like, come through is a really horrible thing. And then, of course, Damon, as we were talking about, as you saw on the radar, it moved straight through the middle of Barnsdall, straight into Bartlesville, and straight through town. And so we're looking still to get some more information on that. And we're hearing reports of damage, not too much confirmed, though, at this point.
Alan's in Bartlesville. I want to talk, is he going to be available, too, in just a moment? Does he still have a shot of the damage, or has he moved? He's okay. And then let's go over to Brandon. Brandon, we've been talking to Ron because both you guys are in the Barnsdall area and we have our reporter there. But what else do you know when you first got there? First responders, folks that are hurt, what's going on?
Yeah, Travis. Well, here on the southeast side of Barnsdall, that seems to be the hardest area hit. Right now, they've set up a triage here at the Fast Track gas station. Don't know of any injuries. There are so many mutual aid. There's so much law enforcement here. It's just chaos. They're still trying to figure out who belongs here, who doesn't. So just in short, the damage is considerable. Like I said, we haven't heard of any injuries at this time. Or anything like that, but we do know that there are ongoing search and rescue operations in progress towards down close to where the nursing home's at, and down that way looks to be the hardest area hit. Like I said, there's not a whole lot of information because there's just nowhere, just no one to really go to.
Talk to, yeah, that makes sense. Ron's about 3 blocks to your east-northeast. We could have used Ron's shot there. Brandon's shot, I think yours is frozen maybe at this point, but Ron's getting around some power lines. And so thanks, Brandon. I appreciate it. Ron, do you have any other additional information? Looks like pets there, a dog that, I can't tell what that is. Looks, whatever that is, probably scared to death.
Yeah, it was a dog. That's a dog, Travis, wandering around. They're still doing search and rescue kind of on the east to northeast side, Travis.
Okay.
There was several people running back down this road. They were talking about First and Vine in that area, First and Vine. But now I'm trying to get down to that location. I said somebody was trapped in a house.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get down there to this location, Travis.
All right. Now I see there's a lot of first responder people there. Something going on. All right. A lot of trees, big trees down, all that. All right. What did Ron say there? Hang on. I missed him. Did you shut him off? Okay. What did you say, Ron?
A lot of big trees, Travis, and still lots and lots of gas lines that are broken. So I still hear a lot of that hissing of that gas there, Travis.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And Megan, did you have something? No.
Just the tornado watches, if you wanted to show that one more time.
If you turn mic up on Megan, if you would, or what did you say, Megan?
I've got to look on this one at tornado watches east of Tulsa until 5 a.m.
Oh, yeah. And so our tornado watch has continued all the way, and that goes into northwest Arkansas, southwest Missouri as well. So you see, we do not have an active tornado warning right now.
Okay, that's going to be with Brandon's storm. So this storm, not tornadic, as it's making its way into Oklahoma City. If it starts to do that or go that way, trackers are right there. And the storm this storm, when it started firing up, David, Clinton, Weatherford with a hook on it.
Long track.
And here it goes, again, north side of the metro, and now over to the east. And the circulation's just getting tighter.
At least a long track circulation. So tornado warning now coming for where Brandon is, just north of Brandon. Let's go to Brandon Pennell. He's to the south of it, looking to his left, looking to his north. Brandon, tornado warning now coming. The circulation is going to be just north of Belle Cow Lake. It's going to be your north-northwest, and not easy tracking at night, my friend, but go ahead, give us an update.
Yeah, David, as we've come east on 66, about the time we got to Wellston, maybe just on the east side of Wellston, as I was looking back to the north-northeast at the time, I could see what looked like the right side, either of a large bowl, but you know how it is at night, especially looking up in there. It looked like they had wrapping rain curtains, but it was a well-defined vertical line. It was either just a complete wall of water in the dark, or there was definitely a large lowering up in there, and that would have been right around probably just south of Kearney. So we are, right now I can't see anything to my north. I'm in the trees on 66. So we're going to get into Chandler and then get on the north side of Chandler, kind of up around the turnpike to where I can maybe see just a little bit looking back to the northwest. And then we're going to take this east on basically parallels the turnpike and see what we can see looking back to the north, if I can find some open areas to look back to the northwest as this thing continues east. And I might be wrong, but it kind of looked like it was maybe trying to take just a little bit of a lunge to the southeast at one time, but that may have been when it was chasing the moisture to try to get that fetch to overcome that outflow. And now that it's done that, it'll continue on an easterly track. Back to you.
All right, nice job. And Brandon, when you go into Chandler, as you go by the Armory, then you make a big right, you'll go back right, and there's a Mazzio's Pizza there, and then there's a Walmart, and that is a high point in Chandler.
You can see.
If you can get back through Chandler, get on the east
exactly
side.
where that's at.
You know where that is, so you can, you know where it is. So you can get
East, and so this is right on the leading edge, and that's kind of one of the threats with this line of storms that we have. Will be any rotation along the leading edge, and so we're watching that very closely. Again, it's near Chandler. That's going to be moving east, maybe towards Stroud. Stroud is included, and it could clip the southwestern corner of Creek County from Bristow to the southwest from there. So we still have a lot to watch, and Megan's getting together some of the future view that we have into the office because, as she pointed out, we have southeast Oklahoma that is untapped, and so some of our models have been picking up, of course, on these storms down by Oklahoma City to move east into their area. So it's been pretty quiet for them, but it won't be later.
No. I see Ron on REM 37. Hey, Ron, what do you have there that it looked like a total damage of something? What's going on there? REM 37,
that's
guys.
what's left of a three-bedroom house, Travis.
Wow.
The one couple that I was talking to, I was able to get around the other side. This is what's left of their house. Again, they were in the storm cellar, and he said that doors on the storm cellar was almost sucked out, but they held on to it. Tornado did pass through, but this is what's left of their house. The cars was in the garage, but you can tell the garage is gone.
Yeah.
Travis, and this is, again, I'm going to tell you this again. I was chased for a long time. This is some pretty significant damage through here. Probably one of the worst I've seen in a long time, Travis.
Yeah.
So, and they're still looking search and rescue here on the east side of town. They're going from block to block, and they're actually yelling for help for people. So lots of power lines down. Lots of people wandering around, Travis. They just don't know what to do.
All right. And so you're saying people are still hollering for help? Is that what you said?
Yes, people are still hollering for help. There was, as we were passing by about a half a block ago, there was still somebody. They were helping that person, but they were getting to her. So.
Okay. And you've seen some injuries associated with this as well?
There was a lady they were loading in the car just about 5 minutes ago. She looked like she had some injuries to her, but she was pretty banged up. They were having to lift her up out of a wheelchair into the car, so I couldn't tell the extent, but she was not able to walk.
Okay. All right. Hey, thanks. So appreciate it. And again, prayers and thoughts are going to these folks because that's the only bad part of Oklahoma is when we get into these situations. All right. Let's go back and show you what we do have at this moment. You might have heard Stacia say that there's some shear increasing on one of our storms while I was talking to Brandon. So Brandon, Allen, these are Barnsdall and Bartlesville have been hit with tornadoes and areas probably just to the north. Kevin's been right along the edge of these storms. Vaughn is along the leading edge of this now, around Adair. And so we'll talk to those guys. Bob is off to these storms have moved pretty fast north and east. So we're looking at circulation feature now just west of Kenwood. So there's some strong winds right in here. Then that's moving to the northeast. And so anything could happen with these storms, but we have a tremendous amount of lightning with these thunderstorms that also, and you can see that bit of shear, as we call it, which is a strong indication that this is rotating. Well, let's look at some velocity data then and see if we can get a better view of what's going on right in here. And so this is a circulation feature, and let's zoom in a little bit closer if we could and get an idea. So if you're in this zone, this is starting to look a lot more like a tornado, at least some strong wind damage. This circulation feature is very, very close to trying to do something here. So if you are right now on East 508 Road, East 508 Road, right around Salina to the northeast, Hoot Owl Road, East 470 Road, you're right in the middle of this at this moment. So I'm going to, Stacia, I'm going to have you go northeast just a little bit on this, and then I'll have you set us up a storm track if you would. So that circulation feature is pretty prominent with what's happening right in here. And so this is closing in on possibly becoming a tornado pretty soon. So if you are just north and east of this, 447 Road, Spavinaw, over to 460 Road, the Bull Hollow area, any place between Spavinaw and Bull Hollow, I think it'd be a good idea to get closer to a safe place than staring at the storm. Kenwood, you're right there. It's coming in on you as we speak at this moment. And so this is a storm that has potential to do wind damage, and it could develop into a tornado here shortly. So don't be surprised on that. Stacia, what do you have?
Travis, looks like it's moving up to the northeast, and this will take it into Delaware County here by Grand Lake, and so this will be in Kenwood now, and like you said, around Bull Hollow. Want you to be safe with this. Cloeta, that would be about 11:16, Uchi at 11:19, Disney by 11:20, Jay at 11:25, and this could track up towards, again, Grand Lake, so we want folks around Grand Lake to pay very close attention to this.
All right, so that's an impressive storm at this point. So that has picked up a lot of interest from us right now, as that is starting to show signs of circulation that is enough to be warranted, at least close to being. We're just hoping nothing happens, but that's it looks like it's trying to develop something. So we're going to have to watch this real close. It's under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, and so we have southeastern Craig, northern Delaware, and Ottawa counties under severe thunderstorms. But this one will be just located to the east, about east of Salina. So again, if you're just east of Salina, that would be just west of Bull Hollow and just south of Spavinaw. That cell is definitely starting to wrap up, and that's why we're wanting you to be very careful. So Kenwood area, that's something to be watching out for.
By the way, this storm has dropped ping pong ball size hail in Gracemont. And so this warning here comes up to Edmond, downtown OKC. This thing is moving due east, though, which, given that track, I would say we could probably even shrink down this fan out on the storm track, but this is going to make a run across northern Grady, McLean, and Cleveland County. So I would basically say from Tuttle, Minco to Moore, Newcastle, Blanchard, and anywhere from Moore to Norman. Again, this is going to move right across to the north, and also some strong winds. The storm has been warned for winds of 70 miles per hour with this storm that is really starting to kind of take off here. The dynamics for this cell are not very high right now, at least for this storm to produce a tornado, but it's not zero either. Let's check in with Chris Lee. Chris, what do you see with this cell?
Very strong winds still. We've been getting winds around 50 miles an hour as we're tracking it east of Gracemont. We're on a section line road here east of town. We just saw quarter-size hail, not picking up any hail right where we are just now, but within the last 5 minutes we were getting hail the size of quarters, and quite a bit of it. So there is some significant hail with this storm, and it is moving really fast. It's raining so hard we can't move anywhere near as fast as it's going because we're having trouble seeing the road, David.
Well, and just a heads up, and by the way, you know, Chris
thunderstorms, and so far the reports have been fairly limited, so nobody's going to complain here. I mean, all our thoughts, prayers are in eastern Osage County right now for that storm that went through there. Let's go ahead and take a look again around Tulsa. So this is where John's located. He's at Tulsa Hills. Heavy rain, and the magenta colors are where the heaviest of the rains are located. A lot of lightning going on out to the west of us, and let's broaden out a little bit. So this is going to be, we've got the thunderstorm warning, but we do have the aerial flood advisory, so there's going to be flooding because these storms are so heavy. You can see where Dal is located right now. We're going to try to get him back into some of this storm so we can see it a little bit better. You see where Brandon Bunnell is located. We have a tornado warning. This is what we were worried about. This is where this is circulation feature now has come back, and this is now moving near Chandler at this moment. So we do not have a confirmed tornado, but rotation has started again with this cell just southeast of Kearney to the west of Chandler, and Brandon's on there. And can we go ahead and see if we can route Brandon's video in? You got it? Okay. Aaron's ahead of it, and he's amazing. But this is the circulation feature in here coming to the east. Stacia, if you could you give us a storm track on that? That's Chandler, because that'll be moving in on Creek County here before too long.
Southwestern parts of Creek County, so they're going to be in line for this, and it's moving slower than our previous storms we've had for tonight. We're actually going to move it to the east at about 25, so that will take it from Chandler over to Stroud, and then getting into, again, southwestern parts of Creek County here. So for Stroud, you're looking at 11:30. For Milfay, which is in Creek County, you're looking at about 11:39. So it should stay just south of Bristow, southwest of Bristow, southwest of Depew, but it is tracking over to Davenport and Stroud, and then clipping southwestern parts of Creek County just to the southwest of Bristow. So we'll watch for that. We also have strong winds coming into Bristow along with really heavy rain. And again, as Trav mentioned, aerial flood advisory now for western parts of Tulsa County back into Creek County. There's going to be low-lying areas, a lot of flooding in the typical flood-prone spots. So we're going to watch that. And as storms continue, that may even get upgraded to a flash flood warning. But we're still watching a lot of severe weather tonight encompassing much of eastern Oklahoma, especially from I-44, kind of centered up around I-44 at this time. Trav?
All right, thanks. I appreciate that a lot. And Aaron, who did you say to go to?
I was just saying we have Brandon Pennell's video up from the Chandler area.
Okay. All right, let's take a look at Brandon's video. Is he on 23, 24? What is he on? 23. Can we go to REM 23 for a minute? So this is the storm coming in right around Chandler that Stacia was mentioning. So this is the, we'll take a look and see if we can see anything underneath there at this moment. So this is right in the location, real close to Chandler, just Kendrick, Chandler, where Stacia's talking about, Davenport, Stroud. So this is pretty much set up, unfortunately, for additional tornado because there's inflow into this storm at this particular moment right there. So if you are in this zone, be ready. That includes Creek County. So this is he's just getting land blasted with, I mean, you can just look at what's going on right now with extremely heavy rain and wind at this moment. So just be advised. Let's take a look. Let's go to Megan's. No, okay.
I think they are going to confirm that tornado.
They confirm it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, because it's, so we're going to think they're going to confirm this is a tornado right now near Chandler and moving east toward Davenport, and that means Stroud. So if you're west of Tulsa, if this would track, we were talking that'd be in Creek County here before too long. So this is the new tornado warning for this particular cell. So we want you to be very careful. Also, want to point out something. Emergency manager in Bartlesville said, please do not go into Bartlesville. Do not come in trying to help. Do not go looking around at what's going on. Do not go into Bartlesville, Barnsdall or Bartlesville. Stay out because they're having problems because too many people are coming in and they can't get emergency vehicles around. And I'm sure Craig and Lori can tell us more about that coming up here in just a little bit. So basically, they have all the people they need right now. They don't need anybody else coming into the towns because it's causing pretty much chaos for them, and they don't need that when they're trying to do search and rescue. So that was a report, and we'll find out more if Craig and Lori get some information on that. But again, tornado warning now just in Lincoln County, and then you saw Brandon's video, and so it's just blowing and going at this moment. It looks like he's repositioning at this second. And Stacia, would you give us one more storm track before we move back to our other storm?
Yes, I can do. So from Kendrick just to the west of Davenport back towards Chandler, it's moving east at about 15 15 to 20. So again, that will take it over towards Milfay here about 11:52. Gypsy also in the path of this, so it's moving east, slightly southeast. It'll clip southwestern parts of Creek County and may get into northwestern parts of Okfuskee County. So that is something definitely worth watching. Even if there's not a tornado, you're still going to have really strong winds and the potential for damage. Power outage numbers continue to rise tonight, of course, across Osage and Washington County where they were hit hard, but also some power outages now, Chav, showing up in Craig County.
All right. I'll have you come back and give us a report on that. But
to be thinking about getting to your shelter, I would, as Colton said, I would just do it now because we have spotter confirmation of a tornado near Kendrick. You see that inflow notch right there? That's indication of the rotation and the radar. As that storm moves east, it could impact you in Milfay. The speed, you just tracked that storm for us a second ago to show us exactly when it would be impacting those communities. So you know that if you live in the path of this storm, you need to be taking shelter. We know what kind of a night it's been. If you don't know what kind of a night it's been, Barnesdale, which is in southern Osage County, had a tornado emergency a couple of hours ago, and now they've got search and rescue. Homes have been flattened tonight in Barnesdale. We had damage to a hotel in Bartlesville. There was a tornado that was on the ground for at least 40 miles. A long track, strong tornado impacted areas just outside of Tulsa to the north and west.
And Kevin,
this evening.
Since we're on the subject of Bartlesville, I want to relay a message to our viewers and to anybody at home who may be listening. Washington County Emergency Management is asking that folks stay home, don't get out, don't try to come assess damage. It's hampering search and rescue efforts, and it's hampering emergency operations that are going on in and around Bartlesville, anywhere really within that tornado.
Quickly, and usually those winds can correlate to the forward speed of the storm. So, bottom line, strong winds. From Union City, Minco, South Coger, near Pecasset. We have Carano here. He's down in Amber watching this. We have Nick. He is going to be down by Tuttle watching this storm real close. And then Chris is going to be right up in this storm. And so this is headed towards Newcastle at 11:38. A bunch of school districts here in Morgan about 11:43. That's about 30 minutes from now. And then down into Norman about 11:45. So we're about 30 minutes or so from now from this storm really beginning to blow in from southwestern and then south central parts of the metro here. Let's go back up into Lincoln County and get an update here on the tornado warning that we have. Just to see here. The warning still continues. I can still see that wind is getting pulled in from Davenport up towards Kendrick. The rotation is not particularly strong, but still, we're going to respect this polygon. You always have to respect them. Every tornado warning for sure. Right now, the winds, there is rotation very close just on the north side of Chandler. Let's check in with Derek if we can. Derek, watching at least rotation very close, if not on top of you. Derek, give us an update on what you see north of Chandler in this tornado warning.
Yeah, Damon. I mean, we can tell that the storm has rotation. It obviously has heavy rain and lots of lightning, but the winds, we've had multiple wind directions with the storm, and they all correlate to where we are within, where if it were to produce a tornado, where that would be. So when we're on the north side, we had a north to south, and now we have a westerly wind, or northwesterly wind as we move through the rear flank downdraft on the backside. So the rotation has crossed over Highway 18 now, so it's on the east side of Highway 18, and we can tell just based off of the wind direction that that's where that is.
So there's hail in that heading toward Colcord and Cloud Creek. So those are the ones that we have to kind of watch ahead of the line. Additional cells are forming around Tahlequah, not severe yet, but those can change pretty quick. You see where Bob is located around Muskogee. John is in Tulsa. John, update from you in Tulsa. Any changes on the winds or anything with the rain coming in at this moment?
I'm in the Jinx area right now, Travis, looking back to the south, watching the stuff coming in out of Creek County, stretching from Sapulpa. The lightning not as intense as what I have seen a little bit earlier, and right now just getting a few sprinkles, the rain just starting to move in on me. Back to you.
All right, thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. Remember, any rain that falls in Tulsa is too much rain. Rather save it for August or late July or something. But a ton of water is still going to fall around the metro area over the next hour or two. We do not have a tornado risk that is very high if you're on the north and west sides of town because the line of thunderstorms is coming through. So that is good news. Let's go back to the storm, though. You can see Sapulpa and then back down along Kellyville, rain, Lake Hayburn area and Hayburn, and then around Bristow. That's where Dell is located. And then he's going to head south, trying to get ahead of this core here. And then you see the circulation feature here. So this is where Brandon is located. So he's in heavy, heavy rain. We'll look at his video in just a second, then we'll get a storm track. But this is circulation here. And the velocities coming out of Twin Lakes are those, let's see. So that's right there. Okay, so it's right in here near Chandler. And let's take a look at Brandon's video, if we could, on REM 23, and look at what we have going on there. And you can see what he has going on, which is something that's just not fun. That's white knuckle driving right there. And again, a very intense.
Right there. So you've got Lincoln County, and then it goes off over into Creek County. Creek County has a severe thunderstorm warning right now for this line of storms that's coming through. And along that line, sometimes you get these notches. You see that notch right there? That tells you that there's sun rotation going on because it's turning. You can just picture the winds blowing in like that and spinning around. So that's the area of rotation. And you don't want to see these notches. These notches, they can produce EF1, EF2 tornadoes, can do severe damage. So this is a potentially very dangerous situation for those areas east of Chandler, right along Interstate 44 near Kendrick, and possibly within the next half hour, making their way into places like Milfay and Depew. So we're going to be watching this one very carefully. So as we look at this line of thunderstorms pressing in, we've already seen the severe wind here in the metro. We also mentioned we've had rainfall rates of 2 inches an hour with these storms as well. We're going to have serious flooding overnight here, folks.
Yeah, speaking of the flooding, Kevin, we have a flash flood warning issued for Creek, Osage, Pawnee, Rogers, Tulsa, and Wagner County. Yeah. You can see that in the flashing neon green there, and that goes until 4:15 a.m. Just want to show you that this line of storms, it's really slowed down since it's gotten into the metro, and we could see a lot of rain.
Milfay, and then over toward Depew, and then down toward Bristow, Highway 48, north of IXL, Highway 48 corridor. IXL up to Bristow, that's where that's heading right now. Probably goes south of Bristow, but it'll be close. And a lot of water and a lot of wind on the Turner Turnpike right now, a whole bunch. And there's a lot of wind there coming around the south side of that mesocyclone. Still an ongoing tornado warning. But mainly it looks like big-time damaging straight-line winds there. The rotation center just east of Kendrick, moving toward between Stroud and Depew is where that's going right now. Moving to the east. Storms are filling in nicely in Edmond, so a lot noisier now in the Edmond area. Storms are filling in, heavy rainfall here, and then back down to the southwest, damaging straight line winds here, and a little area of rotation there with a supercell north of Tuttle right now, just south of Mustang. Corey Inman, he's right there. So what you need to know is stay away from windows as this moves on in. Winds 70, 75 miles an hour, certainly possible, if not likely. Go Corey Inman.
Yeah, Mike, northbound on 44 from the spur. We've got the camera pointed back in that direction. Of course, coming through some hills here. Not really able to make out anything in that general vicinity right now. We've had the camera pointed back there for a while. Haven't had any power flashes or anything like that. So hopefully it's just some winds, but we're going to get up here a little further north and get out of these trees, and we'll have a better view of it for you.
Okay, so let's do a storm projection on that. It's moving at about 45 miles an hour, pretty fast. So we'll project that eastbound, and that's what we're talking about right there. So downtown 1150, Midwest City 1158, over towards Spencer and Jones at about midnight tonight. Again, not a tornado warning with it. Not a tornado warning with it, but some damaging straight line winds, 75 plus. And then right there on the northern side of that, there's a little bit of a spin. Just a little bit of a spin now coming into Mustang.
I know what, okay, here we are with radar. So this is the severe storm right in here and the circulation feature. So it's near Kendrick, and that's the apex of it, heading into Stroud at this moment. So if you're around the Stroud area, Milfay, and Stacia was just mentioned this, you need to be taking cover from this because this is just a wall of water and probably winds that could be excessively strong. And then you see this outflow coming here from Sparks to Rossville. So that's kind of on the back side wrapping around it. So that's going to peg right in here. As long as we don't have any extra cold air coming in advance of it, that's what's going to give us the issues. So you can see Brandon just right in the middle of it. Dell is Dell. He's getting south of Bristow. So he should be able to at least have a fairly reasonable look at it in a little bit and see where that's going to head. Let's look at velocity data and see what you have. You have storm track there? Yes. Was that it? I'm going to get out of the picture. What do you have?
So I'm tracking it from that notch trap that you see there just to the west of Stroud. We're moving it to the east, slightly southeast at about 30. I did pick up in the speed here. Just, I want you to stay ahead of this. So for Milfay, you're still looking at about 11:34, continuing then to Gypsy, now a little sooner by about 15 minutes. We're thinking 11:44 for folks in Gypsy, and that continues into southwestern Creek County, northwestern Okfuskee County. So for folks around Welty and even IXL, Mason, back up to Newbie, pay attention to this. You're not going to see it, of course, because one, it's nighttime, and two, this one is going to have a lot of rain with it. But right now it's tracking from Stroud down to the east-southeast at about 30, 35.
All right, just got a report from emergency management in Craig County that the gymnasium roof is gone in Welch at the Welch School. So that just came in on that line of storm. So that's not this one. That's the tornado warning, but the one that's up to the northeast. So this is the tornado warning that we're talking about here, but Welch is up and around Craig County. So you can see where Brandon is. You see behind me what he's driving through at this moment, and the circulation feature continues in here, embedded in this. It will have strong damaging winds. Let's go back and look up at Welch for a minute. We can just kind of show the storm as it was coming through, and that's part of what Vaughn was talking about. So we have the tornado warning into Creek County, basically Bristow south. Dal is there. Is Dal moving? Is he getting further south? Is he able to move south? Is that working out for him very well?
Yeah, he's getting a bit further south.
You're gonna hit the right button.
I keep hitting the wrong button. Yeah, Dal's moving south to try to get a better view out in front of this deal, and Kevin is repositioning. He's near Welch. He's going to go check out the issues there. Yes.
Okay, appreciate it. And so we'll come back up. You can see where Kevin is located. And then Welch is right here. And so that we can run this back just a moment and maybe use some velocities. Because
65 gusts at Bermuda.
65-mile-an-hour wind gust?
Earlier,
okay.
yeah.
And this is what Vaughn was talking about. He just said, good grief, that wind is awful strong along this leading edge. And so that's getting ready to kind of merge into this other line. So as it was coming through, here's the Welch area. And Station, if I remember, you were mentioning Welch just not too awful long ago when we were talking about the severe weather. So we were talking right in there as being very strong. Do we have velocity data that we could take a look at right in there? So that's right when it was coming through. So the winds of 60 to maybe 70 miles an hour, because we were saying right along that leading edge was about 60 to 65. So that was the area there. All right, so that's what happened. Here's where it's at now. That has moved off to the east. Had a brief tornado warning, looks like, up there north of Baxter Springs. There it is. And that was just out of our viewing area, but that's moving into southwest Missouri there. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, so we're not going with any tornado warnings right now on these cells, but they have been having some rotation associated with it. And you can see how this one's kind of merging now into that line. So the latest, and we'll look at velocities too, and all these polygons are the severe thunderstorm warnings. And let's look at the latest and see what we see for velocity data. And so you see the one that we were concerned with around Salina. That has continued to move to the north and east. So it's around Ucha area, around the Lake Ucha area, and then extending Cleota, and then to the areas around Jay. So it's just kind of turbulent area, but it's not tight rotation like we saw earlier. So we do not have a tornado warning on this. We just have strong gusty winds, 60 miles an hour or more with that. And then that's moving around Sycamore in the Sycamore Ranch area, and then over to Maysville in Arkansas. So those are the ones to watch out for off to the east. Back into our area, the strong winds. You can see where Vaughn is located near Choteau. He's in advance of the line. Heavy rains right now across the central portion of Rogers County, and then central and northern Tulsa County getting moderate to heavy downpours of rain. Is there any hail in this? We haven't really even managed to look. There could be some pea-sized hail in some of these areas around Tulsa.
Okay, let's go to it. The severe warning coming into the South Metro for 60, possibly as high as 80-mile-an-hour winds.
Okay, let's do a storm track, Cass, and let's get that set up. You probably already have it, but damaging winds now. Hank's right there. Hank's coming down 37. And so this is going to include everybody in Moore down to Norman, winds 60 to 70. There might be a gust. We're showing 65 on our live radar right now.
Yeah, and if you look at this, it's definitely hotter and higher values. But
70.
The winds, we told you the 59 in Minko. So this may be a little overdone. We hope it is. This may be a little high up, but
yeah,
not out of the question to get 60 to 70.
Is this TDWR?
That is, yes.
Yeah, it's a little hot, I think. I'm with you.
So it moved over Minco. Just, you know, the strongest winds were just south of Minco. Minco had a 59.
Okay, well, we could have had, yeah, okay. But maybe a little bit hot, but I think 60 plus up to 70 is reasonable. All right, so let's, there's your storm track on the ball of wind and more at 11:39. That's moving into, that's downtown Moore, so it's going to be in the West Moore area here shortly. Tinker Air Force Base, 11:47. Norman, 11:50. Twin Lakes, 12:08. Pink, 12:08. OBU, Shawnee, 12:17 in Shawnee. And Tecumseh at 12:22 in the morning. Earlsboro at 12:30. All right, so the ball of wind is right here. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1.
Yeah, and you see that kind of orange flashing. That's more of for a significant severe weather warning.
Event.
Yeah, so that's going to make folks' phone make that, you know, loud sound, and it's a more significant alert.
Yeah, and
so
it just
more
means
folks,
phones are going off, like
Yes.
you said. You're awake, and you're like, oh gosh, what's
yeah,
going
it's
on?
11:30, just so you know, David. I
Yeah.
just looked. It is 11:30, so some folks may be just waking up.
Okay, that's right, or just getting home.
Or
I
just
don't
getting
know
home.
what's going on. But it's not a tornado warning. It's a extremely severe storm with winds in excess of 60 to 70 plus miles per hour. Thank you, Mark.
Over there, we're not sure if this is from the last storm or from this one, but there, you know, as it gets closer in, you can definitely tell that this town has been hit. I'm just looking down on 123. Yeah, and so there's emergency personnel and troopers, police, really at every entrance around this small community right now, just blocking things off and trying to facilitate it as best they can for the folks inside as they start.
You got it, Bert. We appreciate that report. Looks like his signal is failing. I know we have heavy hearts for Barnesville tonight, and Bert's out there. We've got James McMullen out there too, kind of surveying, and the first responders are doing their job to save lives. And boy, I hear some heavy rain right here on the station roof here at Lookout Mountain and News Channel 8. And I'm not surprised that I'm hearing it, because what we see there on the radar picture is some pretty heavy downpours going on right across the metro. We've been mentioning about the flash flood warning that was issued for pretty much the entire Tulsa metro. You don't want to be driving tonight. There's going to be water over the roads. Not only do we have a tornado watch, we also have a flood watch.
And Kevin, I actually have
central parts of Okfuskee County, getting over to Welty and State Highway 48 there in the northern parts of Okfuskee County here within the next about 30 minutes or so. So again, we have our tornado warning that does include Creek County and northern Okfuskee County until midnight. And we're tracking the circulation, which is on the southwest side of Milfay now. Again, we don't see any debris being lofted into the air, so that is great. But this is going to be an area of rotation that is very hard to see, could have a lot of rain with it, of course. And so that will be tracking across the southwestern parts of Creek County from Ritz Junction down to Gypsy. We have our flash flood warnings across the Tulsa Metro. Megan, do you have anything to add?
I do. From emergency management, I know the storm is now to the east of Wellston, but reports of power lines down in the Wellston area. So storm causing damage, whether it has a tornado on the ground or not, a lot of damaging winds with that.
Okay, thanks so much. And again, she's talking about this storm back towards Wellston. So again, even though there's maybe not a tornado on the ground, you're still tracking very, very strong winds and damage potential here. Lincoln County, now into Creek County, and should clip the northern parts of Okfuskee County. So this line of storms does extend from Lincoln and Creek County back through the Tulsa Metro. And then
Nick,
even
you know this area really, really well. Again, he's going to be down just on the west side of Moore. But let's go back here. These are some intense winds that are coming in right now. And so right now that blue, what did we get? What?
Wow,
117.
117.
100-mile-per-hour winds.
Uh-huh. Hey, Damon, let's watch the OCCC camera.
Yeah.
Because it's elevated, and I have it looking south down I-44 down past the Amazon plant. Let's watch that for power flashes. I mean, that's going to be just a couple miles looking right into that strong wind field.
Wow.
That's destructive winds if that's verified. Now, feet above the ground.
You're not much. I mean, at that point, you're probably a couple hundred feet.
1,000 feet.
Yeah.
1,000 feet. So
wow,
that's very significant. So, you know, we talk about, you know, destructive tornadoes. Let me tell you, a swath of 100-mile-per-hour winds that's like 5 miles wide will do the same damage as a low-end EF0, EF1 tornado.
Yep, it will. Let's go back to the radar, by the way. Again, we got to show. I mean, these are some incredible winds, and we're not that high. I mean, even if you're 1,000 feet off the ground, over 100-mile-an-hour winds moving to the east. Let me go out to Steve. Steve, I'm going to tell you right now, when it comes to severe thunderstorm warnings, and I've worked a lot of them in the 15 years that I've been here, I don't think I've ever seen a severe thunderstorm warning with at least producing winds this strong at this level off the ground. Not quite sure how much of that is making it down to the ground, but Steve, wow, what a pocket of winds. What do you see right now, Steve?
Yeah, we were southwest of Newcastle. We're on the southern end of it, and we've already had some wind gusts up in there, 40, 45, and we're not even in the meat of where that heavy pocket of wind is northwest of Newcastle. I'm picking up on my radar here, I'm picking up close to 100-mile-per-hour winds. That would be northwest of Newcastle, northeast of Bridge Creek, and it's got a bead right on Moore if it stays together. Now, it was also hearing some reports of some...
Where I'm at. And here's something to note. These winds are blowing out of the west right now. A couple of minutes ago, I had winds out of the south. So, just that whole kind of area of spin, it almost reminds me of like a bookend vortex type spin.
To see what's happened here. But I'm going to show you, we are still a bit a ways from where a roof has come off of a hotel here in Bartlesville off Highway 75. I don't know if you can see it behind me, but I'm sure you can see all of the emergency crews. We saw an ONG truck go by. We've seen emergency responders, sheriff's office, fire department. I mean, any kind of first responder, you name it. In fact, right here where I'm standing, you can see the sign. I'm not sure what was here before, but you can see the sign. This was a big, large, not a billboard, but one of those big signs in front of a business that is completely on the ground. Behind me, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a roof, there is tree limbs, there are all kinds of dangerous debris out here, and that's the other reason that first responders don't want looky-loos here in the area, because we don't know what all is on the ground around here. What we do know is it's roof materials, we've seen people's personal effects, there are signs, there are pieces of metal, things that can give you flat tires, things that can harm you. As you can see, the power is out along this street. We haven't seen any power lines down. However, we have been told to watch out for that around here. So there's just a lot going on. Again, this is 75 near Frank Phillips, and between Frank Phillips and then to the north. This is all shut down. But there is a lot going on here. First responders, emergency managers, just trying to get a handle on everyone and everything, letting emergency crews through to respond where they need to respond, and then take folks who are just looking around and turning them back around to go back home. It's not safe. We're out here. We're here to be your eyes and ears. We'll show you what's going on. Please stay home, stay safe, because right now this situation is just not something you want to get out into. Craig, Lori.
All right, Aaron Conrad live in Bartlesville. We appreciate that. And again, in Barnsdall, we're still getting a lot of reports of gas leaks in that area, so it's just not safe for folks.
And they're still doing rescues there, trying to go door to door, and a lot of damage there as well, homes and other things. We've been talking to the Osage County Sheriff on the phone. He's going to call in when he can give us a more thorough report.
David, multiple power flashes. I had probably at least 10. I haven't seen any in a couple of seconds, but yeah, there were some big-time power flashes all in the same area. So the wind just hit me. I'm getting 50-plus mile-per-hour winds right now coming into Moore. So this is a damaging wind event coming into Moore right now. And, yeah, it is coming from the southwest right at me right now. I don't see any more power flashes, but that was pretty intense there for a second. And that wind is – oh, there's another power flash. And I'm starting to get some dime-sized hail, too.
All right, Norman Cam and radar data showing 70 to 80 miles per hour. Tom, what are your winds there now? Greater than hurricane force, it looks like. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, they're over 60, and they are rocking the truck right now. Ow, I just got hit by hail. It is really, really rocking right now. Power is still on. I haven't seen a power flash in about 30 seconds, but it is really coming down with some dime-sized hail blowing sideways. Back to you.
Mile-per-hour winds coming in right now. These storms are picking up. intensity as they are blowing right over the Canadian River. This is an intense line of storms here that is coming in. And so, wow, the winds are just really whipping up here. As we look at our OCCC camera, that's going to be right down here. And 123 mile-per-hour winds. Holy cow, that is intense as this is moving to the east. Let's go out to Nick. Nick, I'm going to tell you right now, this is one of the higher end severe thunderstorm warnings that I've ever worked. What do you see here, Nick?
Yeah, Damon. Right now we're going down Telephone Road. Wow, man, wow, that was amazing. Lightning out here. Whew, wow. So we are trying to get to 4th Street right now to position ourselves right in the area where those winds are going to come across. Now, one thing that we're looking at is these winds are going to be so destructive and strong. We're just trying to get in place and get the nose of the truck to
5
the
miles
wind.
an hour.
We're starting to get some of the wind now. But Damon, we're seeing power flashes back off to our west. We're get up here. Wow, 19. Yeah, wow. Okay, we're getting into the wind now, Damon. Let me turn this around. We are getting into the wind, and it is really. No, keep going. Keep coming up here. Wow, Damon, these winds are already this is in front of everything. And man, these things, the streams of just waves of water and everything, there's stuff coming down. Oh my gosh. Yeah, hey, go right here. Go right. Hurry, go.
Okay.
Damon, these winds are coming in hard. Wow.
They are. So we're gonna keep Nick's shot up. Let's go full with the radar here so we can show exactly where these strong winds are going to come in, and we're probably going to be losing power here. So this is southwest 149th Street. That becomes 19th Street and more. We're just on the west side here of I-44. But look, you can see these strong winds are now getting pulled into the east here up to I-35 near South Moore and eventually coming up towards Broadmoor here. So your initial surge of strong winds is coming up to I-35. Here's Briarwood. So that is going to be on, so that's 149th Street and more. That becomes 19th Street, but also 102 mile-per-hour winds just north of Briarwood out near Plaza Towers Elementary here. And so strong winds are now surging up to
I-35 and 77 looking to the north, the Norman camera, and power flashes on that as well. So that's about 100 right there, and it's every bit of 100. So, man, look at the camera here rocking. So this is the Norman camera. It's rocking around. This is up there at 77 and I-35 in far north Norman. So if the winds are that strong in Norman, they are 3 times stronger and more. So multiple power flashes here. Big-time damaging wind event in the metro. Let's go back over to radar. Most important thing, toward the middle of your home, the middle of where you live. Just go toward the middle of where you live.
Shortly for the Valley Brook area.
Say it again.
Tornado warning coming out for the Valley Brook area.
Okay, that's going to be on the northern side of that damaging wind event.
That same circulation you're pointing out.
That little circulation that went through Mustang. So now we're talking about South Oklahoma City for a tornado warning on the northern side of this big-time damaging wind event. So Valley Brook,
near
Crossroads Mall.
The circulation right now.
It's going to be either side of South 89th Street up to 240. South 89th.
Tornado warning coming for south sides of the OKC Metro here. And it's probably going to be right up on the northern fringe of this. So this is for Valley Brook. Again, Valley Brook, but things have really ramped up here in just the last couple of radar scans. Not only do we have strong winds, but also this area that you see right here.
Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Lincoln County in central Oklahoma, southern Oklahoma County in central Oklahoma, north central Cleveland County in central Oklahoma, northwestern Potawatomi County in central Oklahoma until 12:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:42 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Valley Brook, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. Expected hazards include tornado and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat rotation. The following impacts are expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Oklahoma City, Moore, Midwest City, Del City, Choctaw, Harris, McLeod.
We're going to come up here to I-240 and we're going to go east as quickly as we can, but the winds are blowing very, very strong. We've had power going on and off at times.
Yeah, and Michael, it looks like Tinker is going to take a direct hit here. So we'll come back to you, Michael, in a bit here, because there's two sides of the storm. Again, here's your tornado side, and then the strong winds. So zoom on out here just a little bit, because these strong winds that are blowing through South OKC and more, there are two sides of the storm. You have the extremely powerful winds that are well in excess of 80 and 90 miles per hour, and then you have the tornado warning right here. So again, watching it and looking for any type of debris here. I haven't seen a minimum yet, but we'll see if that continues. Otherwise, again, let's zoom on out here just a bit, show the strong winds as well coming into more. Again, coming into more. There's your tornado right there. That's going to be
how fast that escalated. All that wind was a precursor telling us, hang on a second, it was more than just a thunderstorm moving through, right? This was the precursor to, this was telling us, hang on a second, the low-level jet coming in from the west was ramping up at 70 to 90.
Debris signature located just to the northeast of OCCC, and that's going to be traveling through Midwest City and up toward Choctaw is where that is headed. And these winds here are locally about 100 miles an hour. Gage Shaw, one of our trackers down there, most important thing is to stay away from windows. Go, Gage.
Yeah, Mike, we are on 240 right near where that tornado warning was. We could not see any definite tornado, but just to the north side of 240, all the power went out at one time after a big green power flash. So it's very possible that there's a tornado back there just to my north, just north of I-240.
Now, basically, in the Midwest City area, it's a small little area there of
Bryant in Smith Village, or 1 mile southwest of Del City High School.
Okay.
There it is, right there.
Right there.
I understand. This is kind of like that Saturday night where we had like the hybrid tornadoes kind of come through almost the same area. They came over Tinker and Choctaw, but I think you're absolutely right. The wind field here on the backside, so you have the book and vortex right there. Got potentially, but you're right. This whole wind field here, damaging winds on the backside of this, a pocket, a gust of 80 to probably 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to go out to Nick Smith right now. Nick, how strong are the winds where you are?
Damon, my wind instrumentation is not working right now, but I can tell you these are some of the strongest winds I've ever been in. I could actually, just a second ago, I could hear a rumble from the wind that was blowing as some of that stronger winds are mixing down to the surface. And I mean, it is unbelievable how hard these winds are blowing right now. And it's just throwing us around like a rag doll right now, Damon.
Yeah, and power is going out. I know power is out at my house. Just went and got that notification, it looks like here, but these are powerful. So this is the wind side of it. Michael is looking at the tornado side of it. And so just a very kind of a bit of an interesting evening here where all of a sudden these storms just ramped up southwest of Del City. There's a tornado moving up towards Tinker Air Force Base. So we'll continue to watch that, but also the destructive severe thunderstorm warning that we have going through more right now. This is just incredible with this storm that continues to move to the east. And so once again, looks like the couplet's going to be right there, right along Southeast 15th Street and in Midwest City. And so I'm just going to zoom out here just a bit because right now the strongest winds, here we have southwest of Del City. There's your tornado that's now going to be up here. Near Del City. And then here are your strong 80-plus mile per
hour. Just came across more. We might keep track of the power outage map here. Let's go back over to radar. And sirens are going off in Midwest City, so that's good. And again, that rotation there is basically at about Northeast 10th and about Sunny Lane and Northeast 10th, approaching Nakoma Park here and just to the near and south of Spencer. It's a small little signature here, but there's been little areas of debris here coming up from that. So there's a tornado on the northern side of this big damaging wind event. The Tinker Diagonal, the old GM plant, Tinker Air Force Base, heading over to Hera. So this is flying at between 50 and 60 miles per hour, and damaging wind all the way back through Moore. The main core of that wind came right across Moore at a high rate of speed. And let's hope everybody is safe. They stay away from windows here because it's moving northeast at a high rate of speed. So into southeast Oklahoma County and northeastern Cleveland County, up into Pottawatomie County around the casino in McLeod and Jacktown is where all that's heading at a really high rate of speed. Let's go back over to Corey Inman. Corey, any power flashes from you? Again, small tornado, but definitely a tornado approaching Tacoma Park and a whole bunch of straight line damaging winds. Go, Corey.
Mike, we're still northbound on Eastern here, the north side of Moore. Haven't had any power flashes in a while. We got strong west winds. I'm going to say 50 to 55 here on the north side of Moore. Very heavy rainfall. Some of the low-lying areas. Well, there's a power flash right there in front of us. You should be able to catch that since I flipped over to the dash cam. But that's associated with these strong winds. Looked like maybe it was blowing a small tree limb or something there through the power line and got it sparked. But I'll tell you, it got cold once this rain and wind blew through here. We're down to 59 degrees here. It's going to be coming up on Eastern and 240. Driving north on Eastern, we haven't seen any damage other than just some leaf litter and such in the roadways. We're at 20th and Eastern right now, or 12th and Eastern, I'm sorry, so just south of 240 here. The rain's kind of let up, but we're still getting that wet
blown around. But yeah, I was taking probably 65, 70 mile an hour winds and more, and we kept having those power flashes and feeling the wind change. And as soon as you said, "Hey, I think you're in a tornado genesis," I was like, "Yeah, I think so." You can just feel that something had changed. So right now we're going to drop back down into Moore. We're on I-35. The winds where I'm at right now aren't all that bad relative. They're probably 40-ish or so, but I can see that there's some heavier winds still in the Moore area just south of me. I'm going to jump back in them because this thing's just running off too fast to the east. I can't keep up with it, David. Back to you.
Luckily, there's not that many people out tonight, but there's a few. And all right, big time damaging wind. All right, let's get back to the tornado. Lynx 1. Tornado warning now for southeastern Oklahoma County. Here's downtown Oklahoma City right here, downtown Oklahoma City. This is well southeast of that, but there are two areas that we're watching. The northern area is now north of Midwest City. It's right up in here, just crossed Sooner. It's going to cross Highway 62. It's right here. Okay, it's right here, area of spin. And now just crossing Northeast 10th Street and Sooner. That's the tornado, and it's going to cross Northeast 23rd. Racing northeast at 60 miles per hour. It's a mile a minute.
Yeah, coming into Spencer now.
Yeah, I mean, Spencer High School is right here. There's Star Spencer High School. Green Pastures, Oak Lawn, a Memorial Garden Cemetery up here. Again, this thing, Dungy Park. And here's the deal. Radar says it's not a violent tornado, but radar says it's still a tornado or the possibility of a tornado. We're not looking at a violent tornado, so let's just get that out of the way right now. Things can change. But right now, we're not like, oh gosh, okay? All right, let's just bring that back into reality here for a second. But it's still a tornado, and it can still do damage, and it can still hurt you, okay?
And David, there is a track on 3.
All right, let's do a storm track. Let's go to 3. And wow, this thing is crazy. All right, so Spencer, 11:56, Jones, midnight, OKC Polo Club, midnight, Luther, 12:08, Wellston, 12:15, Bell Cow Lake again, 12:22, Chandler, 12:24, and Perkins at 12:31. Okay? And we'll see. This thing keeps moving. It might weaken.
And the fences and stuff like that that had blown on different things. So, and some things in that construction on I-240, there were some barrels knocked over and some signs. So definitely, some strong winds came through here, but we're just getting heavy rain at this point in time, and just a little bit of wind a tailwind at this point in time. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, definitely some real powerful winds here with this tornado warning that continues to move up to the northeast. So let's go back over to the radar here. Nick, they're coming up on Sooner Road. So Here's your couplet. Here's your strong winds. Winds are still pretty strong right now, making a run across Cleveland County. And then here's going to be where your couplet making its way up to the northeast, headed towards Jones, Luther, Choctaw. This will be on the north side of Midwest City here, just west of Choctaw. And this is moving really fast up to the north. We keep looking at this right here for at least any type of what would be an indication of debris. Not seeing it. Well, now let's see here. We're watching here a strong wind surging out to the east northeast here. There's a little minimum right there. Yeah,
watch that.
That right there.
That's
Again,
a minimum.
That's that would be east of the zoo.
Absolutely.
And so moving up to the northeast, making a run up towards Spencer Jones, and would most likely hug the northern fringe of this polygon right here in this warning here. So watching this once again, real strong couplet there, at least was on radar. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Cleveland, Lincoln, Oklahoma, Potawatomi, and Seminole County. This is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds moving to the east here. So let's see here. Update. Tornado warning canceled for Cleveland County. Still continues for Lincoln, Oklahoma, Potawatomi County. That does technically include McLeod. We'll see if at least that threat kind of makes its way down to the south here. But right now, I would say the northern fringe of this polygon is the most likely spot for at least a tornado, as it's coming up on the backside or on the northern fringe of this. So that's headed towards Choctaw right now. Jones at about 11:57, Stella at 11:59, Hare, McLeod a little after midnight, Pink, Grand Casino, Dale a little after midnight as well. These storms are surging in. Bethel Acres in the next 15 minutes. I mean, these storms are moving quickly to the east here at about 50.
Northwest of Tulsa. It started with a rotation. In fact, Ron was on that. And right around the Keystone Expressway, not too far from Keystone Dam when it first started. So again, a lot of damage, tremendous damage to that. So radar estimates are at an EF3, maybe EF4 level based on just radar. But we have to wait officially for the National Weather Service to come out and look at the damage and look at the physical damage before they'll officially issue anything. But that's an estimate based on damage that we see, that we are estimating based on radar. All right, thanks, Ron. I appreciate that. We'll continue to see what happens there. But you can tell where Ron was located, and that was part of the storm that went up toward the Willow Rock area on 123. And we said if you're 123 into Bartlesville, bad path there. Alan's a little bit further south. Alan have anything? Did he have any other damage, or is he good?
Alan was checking on Sequoia's daughter, who did take some damage, and he's gotten cleared from that, and he's now heading back toward the metro.
Okay, all right, sounds good on that, because we do have, obviously, reporters in Bartlesville. Let's go back down to our tornado warning storm here for Creek County for you guys. Still have that going on, flood warnings across the area, and they expired. They'll let it, okay. All right, so new severe thunderstorm warning. Now that's going to replace the tornado warning for strong damaging winds. And you can see that there's still an area, and there's some flow.
Over through Wilshire and up toward 122nd and Memorial along 102 in Lincoln County. And you see the damaging straight line winds coming through right there. And the wind's still every bit of 80 plus in through here, right down through Dale and McLeod and I-40 out here. Choctaw Road and I-40 and coming right into Hara is where those strongest winds are. Choctaw, Hara, 80-mile-an-hour winds in through there. Let's go back over to Aaron Brackett with an update in eastern Oklahoma County here. Aaron?
Yeah, Mike, we're just kind of going through more right now, and back near 10th Street, we're near 4th right now. Back near 10th, there were a couple of hotels that didn't have power, didn't really look like they had any damage or large-scale damage that we could see. The rainfall rate's picking up again, and we noticed a billboard that kind of had part of it, the skin pulled back a little bit. Looks like, you know what? You're going to see this picture here in a second. It looks like there's a bunch of cars and trucks stopped under the underpass at South 4th Street. And I'm assuming here, this looks like OHP or somebody is trying to urge them to get going. The whole I-35 northbound is blocked by these trucks that are stopping in the middle of the highway and clogging up traffic. It looks like some of them are now moving.
but we say this all the time: don't stop under underpasses, don't stop in the middle of the highway. That's what had just happened. Now they're starting to move. Obviously, folks, we know you want to protect your vehicle, but that's not the time or place to do that. So that was 4th Street right there. Looks like they're moving now, and traffic is again flowing northbound I-35. Other than that, again, a few sporadic power outages. Still looking for some damage around here. Send it back to you.
So, Aaron, you don't see any debris in the road, tree limbs, anything like that on I-35 through Moore. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thunderstorm for Grove. It's a heavy downpour of rain. There's still flooding. I mean, any place there's rain, there's flooding. That pretty much sums it up right now. The worst of the severe weather is moving out of Delaware County, moving to southwest Missouri, and then we have the heaviest rains now down into Creek County. As we mentioned, the tornado warning is expiring on that, and now it's a severe thunderstorm warning. I said the tornado warning is gone. It's out of Cleveland County, but the tornado warning is not finished yet with the east side of Oklahoma City. We're looking at some more damage in Barnsdall. Who's that out of? Or is that the same damage Ron had before? Or is this another place? Oh, the same. Okay. Okay, hey, Ron, or do you want to give us the update, or is Ron going to? Hey, Ron, if you would, give us an update. We have the lower left there, it says Barnsdall on our lower left screen. Can you give us an update on what you have there?
Yes, Travis. I was speaking with the guys that was doing the search and rescue. They did find an 80-year-old lady in here. Her son moved her to the bathroom right before the tornado hit, and she walked right out. She had no injuries to it, so her son saved her, obviously, and so they moved her out, got her, checked her out, but she's no longer here. They moved her to getting checked out, but she was in this rubble basically. But her son put her in the bathtub right before the tornado hit.
Oh my goodness! All right, wow. All right, hey, thanks, Ron. Appreciate it. We're going
to the east, and we'll make a run towards Prague and Seminole in less than 45 minutes with these strong winds that are going to really race off towards the east here. So McLeod at 12:02, Bethel Acres at 12:08, and then we get in the Shawnee at 12:13. Let's go back out to Michael. Michael, what do you see?
Damon, I think we do have a tornado potential now. Look very closely. There's a tight couplet northeast of Choctaw right now. I'll give you the cross streets. I don't see a tornado debris signature, but it's going to be at Triple X and Northeast 63rd. There is a very tight couplet right on the leading edge.
Yeah, and it's most likely probably interacting with that outflow that is surging down. So that is that increase in tornado threat that we can see with this outflow that's dropping from the south down, or dropping to the south, and then interacting with these storms up to the north, and they're meeting just northeast of Choctaw. And so you can see an increase in rotation with these storms here. And so there's Derek right there. He's just east of this. This will be an area to watch. Not finding anything on our debris tracker right now, but you can see this outflow that is draped across that area. So tornado warning continues for Lincoln, Oklahoma, and Pottawatomie County. This is moving up to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So definitely an increase there with this storm as it's surging up to the northeast. And we are going to have to watch this. It's going to be right along the turnpike here. And continues to make its way up to the northeast. This is the tornado warning polygon that was issued originally when the storm was down by Valley Brook. And so going to continue to watch at least for any type of circulations that may develop on the northern fringe of this surge of winds out here, and interacting with this outflow right here. So again, Derek is going to be in Hera right now. There's Nick east of Tinker, and then Mike is watching this right now. That's going to be surging out into Pottawatomie County.
At Luther Road and Wilshire. Looks like it might have weakened a little bit. Might have come down some.
Yeah, that kind of backward S, that's very indicative of a tornado. We've kind of lost that shape and that feature. It's a good thing.
Yeah. Oh, it's great.
Constantly checking for any debris.
Okay.
And I still don't see that.
I don't see, if it did touch down, it was weak, it was brief. And it wasn't strong enough to get that debris lofted up in the sky so that our radar could hit it. And that's a good thing. We don't want to see it, right? But damaging winds now, moving into Lincoln County, northwestern Pottawatomie County. So let's go back to reflectivity here and kind of back out just to kind of give people their bearings and what's going on. Edmond, you're out of it. Back to Yukon and Mustang, it's now to your east. Severe storms continue in Norman up to Pink. And Brandon now is going to be in a good spot.
And also Hank has some damage there and more.
No more tornado warnings right now, except for the one we have in southeast Oklahoma County. Let's go to Hank. Hank has some damage here. Let's find out what he has. And Hank, power poles toppled over, down. What do you think? Oh yeah, they're at least leaning. Go ahead, give us an update.
Yeah, David. So a little earlier when we saying, power flashes and more. So this is just west of 119th and Western. So this is Kingsgate Drive and 119th. It's the Kingsbrook addition. And yeah, you can see those power poles leaning over, and that was, very probable of the power flashes that we were seeing. Everything I'm seeing is going from south to north. So it was pretty well straight line winds ripping from the south. Back to you, David.
Yeah, not good. And, man, folks, I mean, we had power flashes everywhere, right? And they were out of control, running through Moore. Moore actually got hammered with the wind. Again, it was a west wind at 70 miles per hour, has some gusts, maybe close to 80. All right, so you can see the power lines there. Obviously, they're not down, but close enough, right? Hanging at nearly a 45-degree angle, so not good. All right, let's go back to reflectivity. And Lace, we were looking at this. What do you think? Circulation now, 102, and
it's not as tight as what it was before it crossed the Kickapoo Turnpike.
No, you're right.
But there's another circulation that's with that very strong wind field near the Kickapoo Casino. That's actually kind of the tightest circulation that I've seen in the last 5 minutes. And even it's a little broad.
Right here.
But there's definitely damaging winds coming into the Kickapoo, and this is getting a little bit more of that kind of backwards S shape to it. So it's two areas of circulation, or at least of damaging winds right now.
Yeah, we had there's the original, right over Choctaw we had earlier, and then this is, like you said, the new area taken off.
West of Jacktown and Hera, and that is going to continue to track, looks like might be into that cooler air, so it might end up killing it. But that is going to be, Brandon's back down in there, but he's not in the midst of anything bad. That's good. But the circulation feature right in here, and you can see it's very turbulent right along this leading edge. So there's going to be wind damage and probably power outages. And Stacia, I might have you do just a quick storm track and then do some power outage reports if you could for us. But with this new tornado warning, could you see if this is continued very long, where that might get it into Creek County, possibly, if it is?
It could, Trav, because it's moving east at about 30. So we'll kind of see how it interacts maybe with some of these cells out ahead of it. But we'll just kind of take it around just to the west of Rossville, down towards Dale and Twin Lakes and McLeod. And we'll move it east at about, we'll say 35 here. So that does include Meeker, over to Belmont. And so within the next 45 minutes, it could get into, again, the western parts, southwestern parts of Okfuskee County. So we're going to be watching from Payton and Boley and west of Okemah. It could just stay south of Creek County, but it is something that we'll watch pretty closely.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. Getting some information, sounds like, and I think Craig and Lori have some updates from out Bartlesville. Craig and Lori?
That's right, Travis. Thank you very much. We appreciate you guys' hard work. We also appreciate the hard work of first responders in parts of green country right now. We want to go to Bartlesville and the Washington County Emergency Management Director, Carrie Cox. Carrie, thanks for joining us. Tell us right now the situation and what you need people to know.
All right, Craig, we do have damage in Bartlesville. Two areas that we're looking at right now that seem to be hit the hardest. An area in the southwest part of the city along Osage, Dewey Avenue, 22nd Street, residential area. And then some additional damage, probably the heaviest damage on the northeast side of town, east of Highway 75 or Washington Boulevard and Tuxedo, north of Tuxedo Boulevard. The Hampton Inn here has lost most of its roof, if not all of it. We had some people trapped on the third floor of that hotel, but we're going through street by street, looking for damage in those areas, and just trying to make sure everybody's okay and checking on injuries at this point.
And the big thing right now is you want people to stay out of that area. Don't get out of your home if you don't have to, because it does make your job a lot more difficult.
Hey, absolutely. That's one of the biggest challenges that we've had tonight is traffic.
Shawnee, Twin Lakes is getting hammered. Over to Gaddy, over to Bethel Acres. This is Clark Heights and US Highway 270. This is going to be OBU. And the blue on this are winds 50 to 60. And notice the wind's going to go 50 to 60, and then it's going to ramp up to 70. Right? Look at Twin Lakes. Look at the damaging winds over the lakes. Like 65 or 70. This may be a little hot, but there's damaging winds moving through that area. And that's going right to, let's lapse that and see what it looks like too. Is it going right due east? Pretty much.
Yeah, and so it's almost like a classic bookend because that's all surging out, bowing out, and then on the north end is where we're still getting circulation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
But the damaging winds that's coming to town, Shawnee.
Yeah, and Meeker, and OBU, and Shawnee, and Johnson, and Neal, and Centerview, and Prague. Everybody east of this bow, prepare for damaging winds all the way down to Tecumseh. Tecumseh's going to get some wind too.
Yeah, David, at the track. I have a track on that whole thing.
Okay, let's take a look at it here. And let's go to links 3. And we'll get a track going. And this is on the worst part of the storm up north here, this whole thing. And this is nothing but wind right here. Now, we still have that tornado warning. We'll talk about that coming up. It's right here. But OBU moving in just about now. Meeker, 1212. Shawnee, 1213. You see your cities here. Tecumseh, 1216. Earlsboro, 1224. Prague, 1224. Peyton, 1231. Bow Legs, 1239. Okemah, 1246. Wewoka, 1248. And let's say Wetumpka at 1258. So the wind just goes right down I-40, and it just keeps going all the way to Okemah, north and south of I-40, 20 miles either side of that. All right, so let's go back to the possible tornado now. Tornado warning continues, and this is going to be leaving
on Links 1.
On Links 1 control room. And let's talk about, we are well into, this is no longer in effect for Oklahoma County, okay? This is all, it's an old warning. Only thing we have going on right now is, here's Brandon coming in. It's a lot weaker than what it was.
Yeah, the circulation's north of Fowler.
Yeah, but it's still, yeah, it's right here. It's here, but man, it looks better than it did. It's still there, no doubt about it. North of Fowler, maybe another area, shear and spin near Jacktown. But crossing, man, you can't see any of this. It is just heavy rain. What a crazy, weird-looking storm.
This is the storm.
Okay, that's the first one, sorry. For Lincoln, Oklahoma, and Pottawatomie County, and then the new one. By the way, severe thunderstorm warning, storms are done for Edmond, OKC. These storms are surging out into far eastern Cleveland County, now crossing into Pottawatomie County. So storms are wrapping up in more. We still see a couple cells here that extend down towards Dibble. But for the most part, I'd say the most intense storms right here are going to be from Lincoln down to Pottawatomie County. These are some intense storms, by the way, and some really strong winds that are now blowing through Bethel Acres, coming into Shawnee. Shawnee, these are going to come in here in the next, I'd say, 2 or 3 minutes. I mean, these storms are moving really, really fast. And then from a radar standpoint here, seeing these strong winds that are surging out towards Jacktown, area of circulation, looking for any type of minimums. What do you see, Jonathan?
Just saying that it's a lot weaker than around Fowler. This is a little couplet. There's a new warning right there to encompass that.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. So let's see here. Watching this couplet here moving just south of Chandler. And so if you're anywhere from Meeker to Sparks, pretty close for you. Definitely out towards Sparks. I know the community of Sparks, we're not in the warning here, but this is moving up to the northeast. We have Michael here on the back side of this. Michael, with what you have in storm.
Split off this storm here, so you're going to have some hail in that. And this is the one we got to watch for the possibility of some severe weather, including tornadoes.
And that's what's headed towards Falls Creek and potentially Sulphur and those areas in south central Oklahoma.
Yeah, I think it goes all the way. So Hennepin, Falls Creek, Sulphur, it's not tornadic right now. It's not even severe, but it's going to become severe as it makes its way to the east, crossing Highway 81. And the hail sizes are getting bigger. See the purple showing up? So a little bit of weakness there. Quarter-size hail right now. But that's going to head, again, due east down Highway 7, going to Davis, going to Falls Creek, going to Sulphur. We're watching it. You need to be watching it too. All right, nothing tornadic out of this, but here we go. All right, so from Dibble up through Norman, up to Pink and Shawnee. I like the gust front here. Out ahead of these storms, at least some of them, or behind the gust front, which will certainly limit the tornado threat on those storms. But man, just an arcing bow of wind running from Shawnee up through all of downtown Shawnee and then west of Johnson. This is an interesting little feature.
Yeah, just north of I-40, north of Shawnee. Yep. Another area where the winds are trying to get a little bit more of a spin instead of just one direction. But if nothing else, straight line winds crossing Highway 18.
Yeah, a little more localized. So 70 plus, now crossing 18. And we're trying to develop a little shear here, a little bit of spin. See how it kind of balls up? That's going to be, yep. Now, wow. Now it's, northwest of Johnson here. Okay, this is our next problem. We have several, but this is our next one.
Yeah, and behind that, along 177, wind 60, maybe 70.
Yeah,
from Hazeldale back to Clark's Heights, so south of I-40.
Yeah, it's still blowing in OBU
coming into Shawnee.
Right now. Any reports from OBU? Where's Brandon, by the way? Oh, Brandon's coming in from the north. Okay, he's on that up there. Okay. Is Jeremy, those guys are headed eastbound on 40. Okay, good. Okay. Any reports of any wind in Pottawatomie County? I mean, like Shawnee?
Some of the businesses that might have some of those emergency exit lights on them, but it is just completely pitch black. You can see the lightning in the sky, and that's about it. I'll turn the lights back on here, and it's like this all up and down, just mostly the east side of I-35 in the Moore area. As we come out here, you can see the Moore Water Tower, and as we kind of pan up on that, as Chris McPhee pans up on that, there's really nothing to eliminate it right there. So it's power out east side of I-35 and Moore, and look at the lightning there. You guys will see that back in the station and at home here in just a couple seconds. But quite a bit power outage. But you know what? We've been driving around. We have not really seen much of any damage, and that's really good. I'm sure there's got to be at least some infrastructure damage, obviously, if we have these power outages. But since this thing blew through, we have not found more than some about small to moderate-sized branches down, and that is good as far as we can tell right now.
Really good news, Aaron, no doubt about it. About 26,000 customers now without power, but there is a lag usually by 10 minutes or so. So the number went from 4,000 customers to 26,000 customers. And that's close to 80,000 folks, and most of those are in South Oklahoma City down through Moore. So about 80,000 people are without power right now. And Aaron is right here in the middle of that, and this is right where that 80 to locally 100-mile-an-hour wind came through. Now, let's go back over to Max 1. So this is a report there for...
He's really close. He should be within about a mile and a half, 2 miles of it.
I'm waiting on him to reply back to me on any updates that he has.
Okay. All right. I'm sure you'll let me know, or he will, what's going on. So from Dentonville Road to the east, and then that extends on over to 160 Road, North 160 Road. Let's look at velocities from... INX if we could for a minute and see if we see anything. So yeah, and so that's just so this is the circulation feature right in here. So that's still coming across. So he's coming into Beggs. Well, if you're from Dentonville to Beggs, if you're in Beggs, you need to be taking cover right now. So you guys are kind of coming up really fast. And since it's just kind of hard to see at this point, and since we can't get a confirmation of exactly where it is, we think it's right off of 16 at this moment. Probably be a good idea if you were in cover, because Sequoia's coming in on Beggs, and he'll hopefully get a turnaround there. He could probably... Hey, Aaron, could you have him turn around on the hill that's just on the west side of Beggs, or is he taking the south road there? He looks like he's heading south. Is he heading south? Okay, that's all right. If he can find a hill to look at that, that's fine. But the circulation is right coming in on Beggs as we speak with this. Should be some strong winds. Dell is in a place, too, where he can probably start to see that. Station, we'll have you do a storm tracking event. Dell, one more update from you. What do you have for us? Can you see anything change?
Okay, Travis, I still cannot see anything on the ground, no power flashes. We're going to have you a better shot right here. We're going to turn in and take a look at it. Still see nothing on the ground, but, man, this thing has really intensified quite a bit. That we have. There we go. Now we're starting to see the base here. Hey, Trev, give me just a second here, and I'll come back to you when I actually see something, because it's starting to look a little suspicious. So give me just a sec.
Okay, yeah, because that's still pretty good circulation, or bad circulation, however you want to look at it. All right, let's go back to radar. So it's where Sequoia is at Biggs. Stacia, you have a storm track for us on this?
I do. So we're still going to track it east, maybe slightly southeast from that notch that you see here on reflectivity, right around the Beggs area, just down to the south. That's going to be along Webster Road. So Beggs now, Preston by 1225, Bald Hill by 1240, and then Trav, if it continues more southeast, that could clip the northern parts of Okmulgee and maybe even get down towards the Morris area. Tornado warning will continue for Okmulgee until 1 a.m.
All right. Thank you for that update. So looking at all the data, and I was looking at CC, I don't see any debris at this.
Storm's moving that fast on a leading edge. You can really ramp up the winds here. And so if you're in Seminole right now, these winds are just fanning out across Pottawatomie County and coming into Seminole County right now. But Shawnee, I know it is windy overhead right now. I mean, we can see these winds and how they're just fanning out. But if you're in Shawnee, Nick is watching it for you. Steve is watching it for you. Derek is up towards Fowler. So kind of a big change there, and at least for Lincoln County in just the last couple of scans here. So tornado warning dropped. Severe thunderstorm warning extended into eastern Lincoln County. But I would say, given what I see on radar, this is the most impactful part of the storm that runs south of Meeker, down towards Johnson, west of Earlsboro, but some strong winds right on top of Shawnee at this very moment. And right now, about 60, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Absolutely. It doesn't last very long, but it blows in fast with these storms that are moving in here. So once again, strong wind threat continues with these storms right on top of Shawnee. Shawnee, from a tornado standpoint, tornado risk very low. From a wind threat, obviously you're getting strong winds right now. They will probably begin to settle down in the next 5 minutes or so. But you're still going to have at least a few occasional strong wind gusts with these storms that are hightailing into the east. As a radar scan, there's updated. You can see that little kink in the radar that we had here that was going to be north of I-40. It has now moved a bit to the northeast. And this is that kink that Nick was referring to. You have southerly winds that are coming in towards Earlsboro, so you can get these little kind of kinks in the radar. Right now, strong winds, absolutely big threat. Let's go back out to Nick. Nick, what's the update right now from Shawnee?
Yeah, David, we're on. I think this is 270. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to look at this real quick. 170, 177, and.
I know you and Dell are pretty close to you. Are you repositioning a little bit further south?
Yeah, repositioning up to the south,
Okay. I think I understand what you said there. I'm not sure. Anyway, all right, so that's the tornado warning coming in through and near Okmulgee. And Stacia, let's have another storm track on that. And if we don't have a tornado, we might try to get over to the news.
They've possibly been struck by lightning, causing a fire in the roof, and it looks like they have it under control or got that under control pretty quickly.
It does. Southern Logan County. They're at Charter Oak, if you're familiar with that area, and a little bit west there on Penn. And we continue to look at some more of, this is Barnsdall up in northeast Oklahoma. You have heard Mike talk about they got hit pretty hard by a tornado, and we're looking at some of the damage right now. A little hard to see, it's nighttime video, but look at that, Julie.
Down power lines, oh goodness, in the street. This is Barnsdall earlier this evening as well, where several buildings, possibly homes, sustained some damage there.
Yes, in far northeast Oklahoma, near Bartlesville, not too far from it. And there you see, unfortunately, familiar scenes from Tornado Alley here in Oklahoma. And look at the rain, torrential rain coming down.
This is video earlier from some of our storm trackers and more earlier where they were seeing power flashes, and a lot of them too in the Moore area. And then shortly after that was that brief tornado near That would be just west or just east of Moore.
About 11:35 is what we're being told is when that went through. And as Jolene said, a lot of power flashes. Mike just mentioned 27,000 customers out of power.
Not severe down here, okay? Running from Noble back down to Dibble, then over to Pink. But these are just strong storms, gusty winds, small hail, winds 40 to 50. But a far cry from this bowling ball that we had ripping through Moore with winds of 70+ miles per hour and all the power outages. And what a mess. What a mess that was. But we still have a little bit of wind north of Sparks. These storms are severe. And again, they're moving east still at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So, did you see that right there? Something caught my eye.
That went over Brandon?
Yeah. And see how it kind of went up and then kind of did a little bit of a, it kind of, I don't know, kind of pivoted. I was just looking at that.
It's kind of what's been happening along that entire bow. I'll turn on velocity here, and you can see kind of along that whole bow, little areas kind of lunge out.
Yep, east of Sparks.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, so finally, for the first time in a while, we don't have any tornado warnings in effect. Severe storms, yes. Going right down I-40, going to Centerview, going to Little, Earlsboro, and here comes
right
that
now.
wind.
Live in Oklahoma zone is on 6.
All right, Cal, thank you very much for that live report.
Chloe is also there. She's at that shelter. We'll have more from her in a minute. First, we want to get back to Travis and the storms.
All right. Hey, thanks. And we do have a few issues going on right now. Sequoia was saying that he has some strong winds, so he's getting some power flashes. We do not have any confirmation of any tornado, but like we said, we'd be back if there was. But there is a chance that we're having some wind damage in here. There is a bit of there is circulation, obviously, with this, or we wouldn't have a tornado warning. So Sequoia's in an area where he's getting some strong winds. I don't know if we have Sequoia shot right now. We could take that, but that is just to the south of him near Preston. So this is a look at what he's driving through at this moment. He has winds, did he say a 50 to 60 on that? What did he have? At least. Right in there. So we have extremely strong, damaging winds. And with a tornado warning, we just don't want to take any chances. So we'll go back to news in just a minute, but we have to follow this through here for a while longer because this is a very dangerous situation once again. And Dell, you see where Dell's located, Bob's located. Dell, can you give me an update on what you're looking into, or can you see anything right now, just to your northwest?
We're still getting strong inflow into the storm. Nothing is on the ground at this point, but the inflow is still strong and the air is extremely juicy off to the south. So I can't see this really weakening too much in the foreseeable. Back to you.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Dale. Appreciate it. Bob's a little bit further south. Bob, if you're just now south of Okmulgee, it looks like you're going along the highway going on into Morris. Are you looking back to your northwest at all, or have you been able to see anything back over Okmulgee at this point?
No, but this storm has still got a lot of lightning with it, as you can see, and it doesn't look like it's weakened all that much. We're going to try and get a little bit east of Okmulgee here and see if we can pick up some of those winds. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Hey, I appreciate that. We have also issued a severe thunderstorm warning now for Okfuskee County. That will be going until 1:15 this morning. That storm is really booking it, moving east at about 55 miles an hour. So we'll have some wind gusts at least 60 miles an hour and some hail associated with that particular cell.
County Sheriff tonight, one fatality there in Barnsdall. If you're not familiar where Barnsdall is, if you drive about 45 minutes north of Tulsa, that's where you hit that small town. And devastation there tonight. We are still waiting to get word on the nursing home that was hit there. So no word there on any injuries or what the status is of that nursing home. And then of course, Bartlesville, not far away, also hit. We know a Hampton Inn was damaged there.
Yeah, the Hampton Inn, it's a 3-story Hampton Inn. They lost their roof. We also know that we were talking about the Bartlesville hosting this regional golf tournament for college golfers, and we have universities here that have players in Bartlesville right now, but a lot more significant damage obviously in Barnsdall, where we're seeing a lot of homes damaged.
So the strong winds continue right in an area from just south of Sequoia and then extending. It's a little hard to see what's happening, but that's inflow and then outflow, which is quite interesting what's happening with that cell as well. And so that's a pivot area. And Dell, I'm going to have you stop where you are. I need you to take care of Okmulgee for a minute and just tell me what you're seeing as that's coming into town, if you would, because we got to make sure folks in Okmulgee see what's going on right now. What do you have?
Okay, Trav, what we've got right now here, and we are basically very intense lightning. There is nothing on the ground, but I got to say we just went on another tornado warning.
Yep.
It looks to me like there may be a new circulation area just to the north of where the previous circulation is. I may be dreaming that, but it looks to me like there may be a new circulation area developing just to our north.
It's quite possible because that outflow boundary is not quite that far south. And so that cell is going up right in that area. We'll look at that here in just a minute to see what that looks like. So that tornado warning still the same. That's coming right across Okmulgee. Stacia, if you would, do a quick update, and I'll take a look at if that cell's changing a little bit.
Okay, Trav, so I'm going to track it from Preston, where you can see the strongest winds are Preston down to the Okmulgee Regional Airport, and we'll track it to the east, slightly southeast, which could take it into Morris by 12:43, and then continuing on potentially into western parts of Muskogee County there, but crossing over 52 to Morris by 12:43, clipping the north, maybe northeast sides of Okmulgee as it tracks through Okmulgee County. Tornado warning goes until 1. We'll see if that continues off to the southeast from there. But again, we're tracking it from where we
damage or a brief tornado touchdown. It was winds wrapping around that area of circulation along the gust front. So winds were easily going to be 60 to, maybe as high as 70 miles per hour. Went right through Del City, and it wasn't a huge area over there, but it was big enough that that's exactly what you got out of that, which is, power lines down and folks in the dark right now.
So we're keeping an eye on that as we have our crews out there in Del City looking at the damage there. One other piece of damage, and this may take a moment to show you the pictures I want to talk about, and again, I'll bring David back in who can maybe shed some light on this, but I'm going to be talking about going through Kearney. Either there were strong winds or tornado that went through Kearney, but this is from our viewer Samantha McSpadden. She said first they lost electricity and then they went outside to see that their barn had been destroyed. And she sent us in these pictures.
So, David, we're trying to figure out which storm this was.
Kearney.
I know it was a Kearney, but like when we were talking about when this damage was sustained.
Yeah, go ahead.
Brandon was on that went north of Edmond, kind of came across the North Metro, came right up to Kearney. There were some power flashes reported southwest of Kearney, so it makes sense that they lost power. And the circulation did go right over town. It strengthened as it got further east of there.
So it could have been.
It may have been a developing tornado or the wrap.
And that was about the time that we were starting to watch the South Metro.
The Southwest.
Yes, that was the north. Yeah, the northern stuff took off first.
Let's go back to Dell and get another update. Dell, need another update from you while we're getting this storm right through the Okmulgee area.
Yeah, Trav, winds are starting to pick up here. I'd estimate now about 45, but I anticipate they're going to continue to increase because we're just slightly ahead of that line, just barely ahead. Right now, about 45 miles an hour. We do see a base, but I don't see anything significant.
Okay, and Megan, did you have something that you needed updated on?
Just in terms of power outages, we just had them go up to 16,000 in Cleveland County.
Okay.
So
the power outage is over there. Okay. And then also we have an emergency manager that out of Barnsdall, so we got to go to him here in a second. And just to the control room, just to hang on for a minute. If he can hang on just for a minute longer, we got to get this through Okmulgee, make sure we don't have anything going on. So Dell gave us that report. Bob's now over in Morris. Obviously, we've been hit with a tornado in Morris in the last 2 weeks. So this is, again, scary country at this point for a lot of folks who have already been hit by this, so we're not going to leave right at this moment. But this is the circulation feature here. Aaron, go.
Yeah, Dell said they're taking 50 to 60 mile per hour winds now.
50 to 60? Okay. So Dell's got 50, 60 mile an hour winds with this leading edge right in here. Circulation feature, there is a small little couplet area where Sequoia is running into. Can you ask Sequoia if he sees anything right in front of him at this moment?
Hey, Sequoia, do you have visual on anything?
And because this is and so this is near Happy Camp Road and, of course, Highway 16. And so there is a little bit of a, can we look at live velocities and see if we have anything on there real quick? Because this is, yep, it's right in here. So there is a little bit of a circulation feature right here. So that's literally in front of him, about 1.5 miles or so. 2 miles. Hopefully you can get a hold of him here so he doesn't drive into it. So this Highway 16, Vaughn's just to the east of this, and Vaughn, I don't know if you can see. Let's okay. I'm gonna wait here. So if along Highway 16, does he see anything at all? He can't.
Did you see anything?
We're gonna get that report first. Again, so that's just a little rotating area here before we go. Bald Hill Road, you guys should be getting 50, 60 mile an hour winds. And you can see where that's intercepting Prairie Bell Road. So this is a little bit more of a intense area. And so this is moving into Bald Hill as we speak. Let's move the radar a little bit further to back to the west if you could so we can see that better. Okay, thanks. So here's Sequoia, here's that part. And Stacia, a quick update. We'll just try to get confirmation of anything.
I'm going to track that area, Trav, right where you are from Bald Hill over to Midway by 12:45, Jamesville by 12:54, Spring Hill by 1:02, and Taft by 1:03. So again, just tracking that area of circulation. Trav was on. Sequoia's watching just west of Bald Hill, moving east, slightly southeast at 35.
All right, thanks. I appreciate you doing that. So that's the location, again, along 16. So you're going to have to keep an eye right on this pivot point right in here. It's getting a little bit stronger. And so if you're right here, Bald Hill, that's what we have. And let's look south just a little bit in Okmulgee. So that's stronger too, just to the north side of Okmulgee. And Dale, can you see anything to your, right where you are, just to your north? Dale, go.
Yeah, go ahead, Trav.
Okay, can you give me an update on what you just went through?
Law enforcement everywhere, and people were trying to, help out and rescue who they could. But he said that smell, that distinct smell of natural gas was in the air from the gas lines that had been ripped. So, yeah, it's a common thing that we see after a tornado comes through. But good news coming from the nursing home, for sure.
Yeah, David, we'll toss it back over to you.
All right, guys, here's the another update here, and just the power outages. These numbers, they're a little bit delayed, but they keep coming in. And Lace, what happened to Cleveland County there? Look at that. I mean,
yeah, 16,000. That's close to the number Amanda was reporting. Most of that OG&E, she was reporting what 45% or something like that of more OG&E customers were without power. The number now across the state is up to, let me refresh it there because it's updating minute by minute, 45,000. So 45,000 customers across Oklahoma without power. And you can see
from Sequoia, and then we're going to try to run over and quick get an update from what's going on in Barnsdall with nothing.
Yeah, Sequoia was reporting winds of 60 miles per hour or more coming from the northwest.
Okay, really? Okay. So this is kind of concerned right at Bald Hill. Here, we're seeing that right here, right at Bald Hill. So this is circular fashion here. And so if you're right here to the east, just be very, very careful from Bald Hill, Highway 16 to the east. This is wrapped up a little bit here, and we'll see. I don't even know if the National Weather Service, we've got a tornado warning on it.
Well, they just kind of revamped it a bit for Bald Hill and move it east at 40.
Okay, so they continued tornado warning here then? Okay, well, for good reason. So again, if you're in this area, what I'd like to do is have the radar in the corner, guys, if you can do that, if we're going to try to go to news, because I know we've got to get some information about Barnsdall in here. But we're going to look at this, and I'm going to interrupt if we start looking and seeing a tornado. But if we can get the radar, and maybe station can keep a storm track on this. But if you're in Okmulgee County, Bald Hill area, this is where the strongest winds are located right now. So it wouldn't take much to get something wrapped up and going. And it's just a steady state right here, and probably 60, 65 mile an hour, maybe 70 mile an hour winds, because that's coming north, this coming out of the south. And so we're right at an intersection here where we do feel like highway, is that 52? Yeah, State Highway 52 and State Highway 16. That's right where the circulation is. Does Sequoia have anything else he can tell us right this minute? Anything that you can see, that he can see?
The main thing is just still torrential rainfall and winds that have been excessively
So
strong coming from left to right.
All right. All right, Station, give us one more storm track on this, will you?
Yeah,
and, so folks see this so that they're not getting stressed out.
Yes, so from Bald Hill, moving it to the east, it'll be about 40 miles per hour. Midway by 12:45, Jamesville by 12:53. You just saw the latest update there. By Taft 101, Wainwright.
You may remember Pumpkin Center. That was a city that was hit with a pretty bad storm back on that weekend outbreak we had 2 weekends ago, as that storm moved its way up to the north and east. So Morris was another one. So this is an area along which we could see enough rotation from Bald Hill southward to Morris. At any point right along here, we could see a tornado form. We know we have a mesocyclone out there. The shear signature has increased a bit. This is the rotation detector. So there's a lot of rotation going on in that area. And you see with that particular velocity look right there, well, that's pretty scary.
Live with where the emergency management operations are set up tonight. Chloe, what can you tell us?
Craig and Lori, the first bus out of 3 is just arriving to Barnsdall High School at the field house, where several first responders are here on the scene waiting for this bus full of people where their homes have been destroyed and they have nowhere to sleep. And they're here waiting for people who may have injuries. So they are waiting for those people to give first aid to them. There's firefighters, EMS workers, and deputies here that are ready to give first aid. Now, like I said, there are going to be 3 buses coming here that we're picking up people from where the tornado left a lot of damage. People's homes are gone, and they will be staying here overnight inside the field house at Barnsdall High School. We saw firefighters bringing in mats for people to sleep on, and we're still waiting to hear how many injuries have been reported. There is water here for people inside. So far, we've seen ambulances bring 2 people here to get treated by firefighters and EMS workers. Right now, inside of the field house, there are a few families. And again, we are waiting for 2 more buses that have picked up people where their homes are destroyed and they have nowhere to stay tonight, and they will stay at the Barnsdall field house. Live in Barnsdall, Chloe Abbott, Oklahoma Zone, News on 6.
Okay, Chloe, thank you very much. And of course, our hearts and prayers go out to those storm victims. And a lot of folks don't know where they're going to stay tonight.
Sure, or what the future holds for the days and weeks ahead. We're going to go back down to Travis and tracking the rest of these storms. Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Still looking at the same place right around Bald Hill. Circulation continues to be really strong right in here just to the south. Bob is in Morris. Bob, can you give us an update out of Morris? What do you have right now?
Hey, Travis, we're getting torrential rain. We're getting winds 25 or 30. They're not horrendous, but with some of the previous damage here, there's still loose stuff blowing around. So we're going to keep maintaining here for a few minutes and see if we get any more out of it. Back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Dell's to your west, and so he's following that up on Highway 16 just a little bit further west. Hey, Dell, quick update from you. What is it like on the backside of this? Are you getting any strong northwest winds at all or not?
We are. We're actually starting to see an increase in the winds, and they have dropped off, and now we're starting to see more of a strong wind out of the northwest. The hail has dropped off, but the rain is becoming torrential, so if it keeps raining over this area, street flooding is going to be an issue as well. We are going to keep an eye on this, though, because there's still some circulation just right back off to our north and west right now. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. That tornado warning continues in effect till 1 o'clock. It's 12:42 right now. So the National Weather Service is keeping that going with up to $1 size hail and 60, 70 mile an hour winds outside of that tornado. And then we've been added to northwestern Muskogee County, northeastern Okmulgee County with a severe thunderstorm warning now till 1:30.
Those are moving to the east. So Pauls Valley to Wynnewood. We'll get some storms in here in just a little bit. But as of right now, those do not appear to be anything of at least high in concern here. They're not warned. And so, but we're going to watch them. Again, those are moving pretty quickly to the east. So I would say, at least from the setup that we had today, and then what ended up happening. And so certainly, you know, the high-end risk, we were very fortunate, at least, you know, to not have the strong long-track tornadoes in central Oklahoma or western Oklahoma, but they had them up to the northeast. It was a horrible day up towards Barnsdall and Bartlesville. I mean, when you think about just the worst type of news and images that you can get out of these storms, they have that today up in northeastern Oklahoma. And so the risk still continues up in that area. Here in central Oklahoma, these storms are beginning to pull away. I want to send it over to Evan Ostott for an update.
Well, we have our Elise Jones in Del City right now, where she's also been looking for damage after those strong winds and even that tornado warning moved through the area. Elise joining us right now, obviously. I see law enforcement behind you, Elise. What's going on there?
Yeah, Evan, we're on Southeast 15th right now, just east of Sunny Lane Road near I-40, and they've blocked the road off here. This is a road rescue team. They have it blocked off because there's some down power lines, so you can see they're diverting traffic from the east side. They're able to come in, but then they're moving all of these cars trying to come through, making sure that nobody is driving. So they have the road blocked here. I don't know if you can see the power line. We just talked with this road rescue team, and they told us they're not sure how far down the road that line has fallen, so they've just blocked it off for now until they're able to get crews out here to clean it up. Now we haven't really been out throughout Del City yet. This is right near Patriot Park, by the way, if anybody is driving in this area. Or even in the morning, if they drive in this area, they're not sure how long it'll take to pick this up, to clean this up, or just kind of what this will look like. So we're going to go throughout Del City and see what all we can find, but this is, the first thing that we came across here. Back to you.
Elise, thanks very much. I appreciate that. We do know, of course, that thousands of people are without power in the southern metro. I will mention that from where Elise was there, one of our producers has a relative, has a grandmother living about a mile away from where Elise was just reporting, and she doesn't have power either. And so this is a widespread issue for this evening.
And that's what's still moving almost due east. So I'll zoom in, kind of like you said earlier, along Highway 7. That might bring it into Davis and Sulphur, possibly as far north as Wynnewood.
Yeah, it's moving pretty much. It might be a little bit north of east, but it's pretty much almost due east. So Hennepin, Davis, Falls Creek, Sulphur, this is moving your way. It's not severe right now, but it is getting a little bit stronger. Okay, back to the north. And what do we have going on up in here? Okay, back again. Storms in eastern Cleveland County, not severe. Still severe over Tecumseh and Shawnee, but winds are about 50, maybe 60 on the north side. Over to Little. Let's go to Brandon here. And Brandon's back in it, just north of Little. Brandon, what do you think? What's your wind right there? You're on Highway 377, just north of Little, up on I-40.
Or two, because we have another report coming in out of Bartlesville. But this is a Bald Hill Road, where it intersects with State Highway 16. North 340 Road, North 4090 Road is up ahead. So this is picking up a little bit of more of a rotating area. And so this could spin up in a while, pretty quick. Let's go to Bob with an update. Bob, what do you have from your location? I know it looks like it's just pounding you with rain, and visibilities are probably a little hard to see.
Travis, we're east of Morris now, and we're getting probably 25-mile-an-hour winds. I know it looks worse, but the torrential rain is just getting blown around right now. We can't see anything back up to our north and east where that rotation is right now, but we're continuing back eastbound.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. And so you see that the shear is still very, very strong. That's why we continued the tornado warning on into Muskogee County. We mentioned just a minute ago that is going to be inclusive of Muskogee. Let's get an update from Vaughn, then let's get a storm track update from Stacia. Vaughn, what do you have? Vaughn, go ahead.
So I'm just now getting to Highway 16, getting ready to turn and look west. So I guess that circulation is just south of 16. Is that right, Travis?
Yeah, it's just to your west, pretty much almost due west right now. It's near 16. I have you on, I don't know, looks like you're about 4 miles south of 16 right now, 4.5 miles south of 16. But yeah, that circulation is almost due west. Go ahead.
I'm actually at 16 and 64. So,
okay, GPS slowed down on us. All right, so that circulation should be just off to your west-southwest at this time. Can you give me a... sirens are going off in Muskogee now already. So circulation right in here. So this is, so Vaughn's on 16, so he's just south of the Jamesville thing there. So your circulation almost due west-southwest of you. So the center of the circulation is just south of 16 at this moment, and probably right on East 890 Road down to East 910 Road. The strongest circulation then kind of extends maybe to North 360 Road. You're going to get some strong wind damage here, so I would say 70-mile-an-hour winds. But this, again, is becoming more of a couplet issue in here. And so this is an area where they're going to see that's south of Midway and just south of Jamesville. And Vaughn is, again, his GPS apparently has moved slightly. So this is where we're looking at it. Let's go ahead and, Stacia, give us a storm track on this, will you? And then we'll see if we can, as long as there's nothing going on, we'll try to get another update on what's going on up north.
All right, Trav, so we're going to track it from Midway off to the east at about 40, 45, which will take it over to Jamesville. This will be crossing over the Boynton area just north on State Highway 62 up to State Highway 64 and 16, continuing on to Cricola and West Muskogee. West Muskogee by 111, and so again, the sirens are going off in Muskogee. If you're just now waking up, we do have a tornado warning for Muskogee County. Circulation is back just south of Midway, and it's moving to the east at about 40 to 45, so that will track across Muskogee County. Jamesville 1255, Taft by 101, Clarksville by 106, and West Muskogee by 111. Trav?
All right, hey, thanks. And Aaron, is Sequoia, he's just on the north side. Is he still getting strong north winds on this? At this moment,
he was in that 50 to 60 mile per hour range a couple of minutes ago when I talked to him last.
So still north, north on that, okay? Because this is the circulation feature right here. So we could have a tornado at any time right in this zone. So right here. So just southwest of Vaughn, west southwest, and trying to look at Vaughn. It looks like hey Vaughn, I'm gonna come. It looks like you've turned. Do you have an update for us, Vaughn? Because you're in a location where I'm trying to see if you got it.
Yeah, I'm right here at 62 and 16. So the junction that goes to Pascal on 16, and it should be just to my southwest.
It is.
So watch it for power flashes, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of lightning with it, and there's going to be a lot of rain coming too. So it's just going to make it that much more difficult. But yeah, we're sitting here looking straight southwest at it. I can almost see some structures, some features there. So I'll just keep watching that area. So it's to my southwest. Is that correct?
Okay. All right. Yeah, because it's kind of holding steady state right in there, and it is rotating, so it is headed your way. So we'll have to keep you kind of right along that leading edge there so you can stay ahead of that as it's coming toward the Muskogee area. The circulation feature right here. And so this is the main circulation feature here. Strong winds extend to the south, and so there's a couple of spots here now. So there's now one south. So this is all in western Muskogee County. So and that's all just sitting to the west of Boynton and then to the west of the Highway 1672 junction. So that's where we're going to watch. All right, we're going to keep our eyes on that. And guys in the production or control room, if you could get us the storm track that Stacia will have another storm track that you can put on Weather 7. I guess we'll punch it through Weather 7. And then let's run over quick and get an update again from Craig and Lori. You guys.
All right, Travis, thank you so much. We want to go back to that damage in Bartlesville tonight.
The Hampton Inn was damaged severely in the tornado. News on 6's Aaron Conrad joins us in Bartlesville with more. Aaron?
Well, Craig and Lori, we are here between Frank Phillips Boulevard off Highway 75. That hotel is right behind me. It's really dark out here. There's no power along the street, so lighting is at a minimum. So I'm not sure what you're really going to be able to see behind me, but what I can show you is that there is so much debris. You cannot tell in some of these areas what is what. There are roofs from other buildings. I can't tell if some of this is the roof from the Hampton Inn or if it's roofs from a lot of other buildings, because these buildings next to it also have lost their roofs. There is, I wish you could see it. I don't think it is bright enough out here for you to see it, but there is a piece of wood, maybe a 2x4, a piece of framing stuck horizontal into the side of the stucco of the hotel. The winds were that strong here. That piece of wood basically impaling the side of the hotel, and it is staying there. It is sticking there. We also know we heard some crews come through here looking through some of this debris. They said that there are still power lines down all over this area, so we're a little hesitant to really venture too far into all of this. But right now, what we do know is we've had some viewers message us, send us messages saying that they were in the hotel, that everybody was okay, but that they obviously had to evacuate and that they had to shelter. So right now we're still trying to figure out exactly if anyone was hurt, what's going on out here, but it is quite the scene, a big scene to clean up that will last well into tomorrow and into the rest of the week. Craig, Lori?
All right, Aaron, thank you. We want to quickly show you some pictures that we got from inside the Hampton Inn in Bartlesville. Josh Akea, a viewer, sent us some pictures, tells us the coworkers, they had people staying there, they were safe, but the hotel took a direct hit. Had someone message me some pictures as well, saying there's significant damage on the first and third floor in the lobby area as well.
As you can see, we're going to get right back now to Travis and his team as they continue following these storms east. Travis?
Yeah, hey, thanks, because we've got really, really strong winds coming in now, and so what we need to do is show you the latest. This damaging wind potential right here, and so this coming in on Boynton at this moment, so we could have winds of upwards of 80 to maybe higher miles per hour in this zone. So this is going to do some serious damage. Bob, got to come to you real quick. Right in front of you, you have some strong damaging wind potential. What do you have for us on this? Because this is bowing out. Looks like we're going to get some serious wind damage, so you're running into something. What's going on? Bob, go if you can.
Hey, Travis, we're getting about 45-mile-an-hour winds off and on, but we're also picking up some quarter-size hail. Not a lot of it, but it was enough that we, even in this heavy rain, could see it bounce off the pavement. So there's still a little bit of oomph in this storm, and we're still watching for the rotation.
Okay, yeah, because thanks. Yeah, it's just to your east, so be careful what you run into here, because we did get some. Megan just said we had some power flashes that were reported near Boynton as this is coming in. So this is very strong right here. So the power outages associated with this at this particular moment is going to cause damage right around Boynton to the north. And you can see what's happening here, a little bit of an S curve. And so we don't like that because that tends to be showing where the strongest damaging winds are located. And then on here, let's go ahead and show velocities and take a look at what we have. And so this is where the winds are coming strong out from Boynton to the south. And then up to the north, Vaughn is located just up north. He's near Sequoia.
Lights, of course, working at this intersection. And again, anywhere we've seen some debris in the area, but again, this sign just ripped off of its base. So far, the damage that we've seen so far has been limited to things like this. We did see one downed power pole and some power lines in the middle of the street, and police had that area shut down. We're going to continue to drive around and pass along any additional damage that we come across. Back to you.
Okay, I-240 in Walker. Sylvia, thank you. There also is some damage we're hearing. Again, Southwest 104th and Penn. This is a bank building there.
This is as you mentioned, Southwest 104th and Penn. Looks like a mid-first bank right there with some damage from the storm as it went through that area. As we're taking a look at this, you can tell where it just ripped off that drive-through area, the ceiling there. As we take a look at this, I do want to update people because there is a road closed, not right here, but in Kingfisher County, Oklahoma 51 at Oklahoma 132.
Right here. These are going to be your strongest winds that are moving right along I-40 and moving to the east here. And these are moving pretty quickly. Let me just double check the speed here. But I do believe that these are warned, let's see here, moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So given that current track that we have right now, moving, let's see here, to the east at 45 miles per hour. I mean, these are going to be well off your television screen here, probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes here. So definitely moving pretty quickly here. Let me show you the big picture from a radar standpoint, just to show you what all we see right now still on the radar. There will be some small hail in eastern Stevens County with that cell that is going to be down east of Duncan.
Okay, there's Mark Stream, lots and lots of heavy rainfall now. And so again, he's going to be somewhere just in the neighborhood of the Boynton area. And let's go back to reflectivity. I'll show you what's going on here. There's lots of rain. If there's going to be a tornado, it may potentially be visible, but you've got to be right in the right spot. And by the way, it's nighttime, 1 o'clock in the morning, eastern Oklahoma. Not just Chaser Heaven. Say that again, Kevin.
Near Bald Hill.
Okay, so all right, so he's near Bald Hill. So that's where the original circulation was. And again, so heavy rain. He's not going to see this tornado if it develops right now. It is. I mean, there's a wall of water between him and the circulation. But again, he's probably seeing flooding and some wind, some hail, some lightning, things like that. So we'll stick with him there. But again, there's your center of circulation. Inflow notch, still alive and well. I mean, come on, this has been with us for, again, 30, 40 minutes now in our viewing area, and it was alive. I mean, this thing was alive about when the sun was still out, and that's been a while back. So circulation, maybe not quite as impressive. Yeah, it's still there. It's across east of Boynton now. It's going to be east of 62. So, again, tornado warning continues, Kevin. And overall, folks in that area, they need to take shelter. Tornado warning still underway.
You got it.
So we'd really hope that you don't drive around too much. Because it is pretty nasty. Down around Okemah, if we could just take a quick look at that, that would be great. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning till 1:15 for Okfuskee County. So that's a storm that's continuing to move from around Boley and Castle and Cromwell, and that's moving east at 60 miles an hour. So that's blasting to the east, and that is moving across Okfuskee County right now. Stacia, I think based on the speed of that, we do need to probably get an update from you on that storm track, because you can kind of see that arcing off on the lower left-hand side there of the radar. What do you have?
You can, Trav, and that could do some damage. That's really strong winds coming in, that arcing look. So that could knock power out tonight. That could knock some tree limbs down. You could have some debris from that coming through. So as it moves very quickly off to the east-southeast, that strong push, and sometimes you can see those bowing segments come through. That would take it from Okfuskee County just out to the northwest of Walika. We'll move it to the east-southeast at 60, and so that will track over towards Walika by 103, Henrietta by 108, Lena by 123, Sidham at 127. So it'll leave Okfuskee County, clip southern Okmulgee County around Henrietta, and then continue over into northwestern McIntosh County within the next 30 minutes. So it'll be on the northwest sides of Lake Eufaula here again within half an hour. Trav?
Wow. All right. Thanks. I appreciate that. And we are watching some flooding issues around Tulsa, as we said. And John has been watching some of those things going on. Brandon's watching some of that, Alan as well. The tornado warning still in effect for Muskogee County. That's going to be moving in on Muskogee. But look at all these blue areas. And this is aerial floods that are showing up across the area. Kevin's moving down around the Choteau area. Ron's coming back in from out of the Barnsdall area. John, just a quick update from you from Tulsa. Any other flooding going on, or is things improving a little bit, or not? Looks like rain's ending in that area.
The rain has slacked off. The flooding is still an issue. I'm at 43rd and South Sheridan. And you can see Tulsa Police again have the roadway blocked off here because of flooding. Of course, this is one of our usual trouble spots right in front of Sam's. But this roadway here flooded, and again, police have it blocked off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stalled cars out here, Travis. So
can you see him, or can we see him, or can you?
Yeah. Let me change the.
Okay, just
one is right over here. Pickup truck.
There we go. Okay, down in there. Okay.
Yeah, and then there's more back this way. Don't know if you can make those out yet, but they're down there. It was about a quarter of a mile that was flooded, and they now have the water receding.
And stalled out cars. Okay, thank you. Appreciate
stalled
it.
Out cars. All right.
All right, John Durkee in central Tulsa, I'd say. And then you see our storms continuing. You see our storm team continues to cover that Okemah storm. We're going to have to watch that one because that's going to be headed southbound in a little bit, or down into our southern part of our viewing area. Let's take a look again closer in on what's going on with our tornado warning. Probably get another storm track update from Stacia, and you can see around Muskogee area where you're under the tornado warning. Vaughn's coming into town. Sequoia's on the backside. We still have these areas. We haven't really wrapped this thing into a tornado. And there's wind damage along this leading edge. There could be a spin up any place in here that could lead to a small tornado. There could have been one already, but they're really too hard to find. It's kind of like a needle in a haystack right at this point. But we do have enough of a indication of how strong the winds are, with 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds seemingly common. And then you can see where Sequoia is located. He's coming south. Is he
the radar in central Oklahoma? These are them right here, Michael. What do you see from your vantage point?
Yeah, the ones that I do see, they're still moving very quickly, too. I show on radar, I'm looking at 43 knots, so close to 50. I mean, these storms are cooking, and they are moving through Seminole County. Damon, I do see a little bit of convergence. So there is out, and they just came out with a new severe thunderstorm warning for it right when I said that, too. This is going to be just to the northeast of Seminole is where I'm seeing a pocket of wind that's flowing towards the radar on the east side of the storm, and a pocket of wind flowing away from the radar on the west side. So there is a little bit of convergence there. As of right now, I mean, I don't see anything that looks like to worry about as far as the tornado goes, even as this crosses over into Tulsa's viewing area. But that looks like, to me, the strongest storm right now here across central Oklahoma.
And looking at the radar right now, we can definitely see that. That would be east of Seminole, and that new severe thunderstorm warning
right there,
goes
which has
until
prompted that tornado warning with the rotation in the radar for Muskogee County. That warning for a possible tornado is in place until 1:30, and we also have severe thunderstorm warning still from this storm and to the south and west for the advancing line of thunderstorms.
Yeah, Kevin.
Yeah.
We got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for McIntosh, Okfuskee, and Okmulgee counties, and it goes until 1:45. Essentially, this is the western half of the line of storms that's been taking its sweet time to move down to the south and southwest. This is the exact same line that moved through the Tulsa metro earlier ago. So far, there haven't been too many reports with this line of storms aside from heavy rain, but it is warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. So it looks like we may be starting to lose the hail threat with some of these storms, which I think we'll take.
Yeah.
But we're still dealing with, of course, gusty winds. So I just want to put a track on this real quick, as this is moving down to the east at 50 miles per hour, just so folks who are along the I-40 line have an idea as this continues to move to the south and east. So let's take this real quick and just drop south. And so this will be near Pierce around 107.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. So still busy day across the area. There's some of the strongest winds now. You see where Bob is located. And then back up to, let's go to where Vaughn is located. And we'll see what's going on there. So anywhere from just west to Summit, we've got some strong winds. And now Vaughn should have a pretty good shot. Now, Vaughn, what do you have for us?
Okay, yeah, I'm just coming up on top of the hill here, and I should have a pretty good shot as long as I don't have any trees in my way. This is coming next to the volunteer fire department.
Okay.
So that's probably spot right now.
And I thought that you were, I thought you had stopped there for a minute, but maybe your video had stopped, and I thought you were looking to the west.
Yeah, looking due south. Not seeing the whole right now. There's not as much lightning as there was a little bit earlier.
Okay. Good.
But
you're kind of cutting in and out, but go ahead.
Yep, I'm cutting in and out. I'm in a bad cell area here on the west side of the. Hey, what I'm doing, I'm turning east on Hancock right now, and I'll be just north of that circulation. So if anything pops over there, I'll see it.
All right. Thanks, Vaughn. I appreciate that. Stacia's going to take us on a storm track and also give us some updates on the latest flooding and power outages. Stacia, what do you have?
All right, Trav. So we're going to start with our track across Muskogee County for very strong winds, watching circulation. Vaughn has close eyes on that along with Bob. And so right now those strong winds are just to the west of Highway 60. 69, but they're moving to the east at about 40, 45. So this will take it into Muskogee by 1:15. And again, we're talking really strong winds. Circulation feature is just west of Summit. That circulation feature should track on the south side, just south of Muskogee, but that could clip Grandview Heights. And then for folks around Kiefton, you're looking at 118 for really strong winds. Oaktaha, you're about to get hit soon with, again, those strong winds. Martin would be 121, McLean by 124, Weber's Falls Reservoir by 126, and Bragg's at 129. Our tornado warning, including Muskogee down to just the west side of Kiefton, that is until 1:30. So there's about 23 more minutes. And again, the circulation feature is just on the west side of Summit now. And so Vaughn is just down to his south. He's going to watch that very closely as it tracks to the east. We also have, of course, flooding concerns tonight, flash flood warnings, aerial flood warnings. Those are all in place. The flash flood warning across the Tulsa Metro, that is until 4:15. Heaviest rains are now from Sapulpa, just to the north of Bixby, kind of along the Creek Turnpike. So at least we're getting those heavier rains to push out of the metro. Off to the east of town, we continue with heavy rain around Rose and then over into Delaware County, just north of Little Kansas. An outflow boundary that we can see on radar extends from Siloam Springs back towards Chewy, just to the north of Tahlequah. That is good for the storms that are just to the north. So we're expecting those storms to hopefully stay below severe limits. We'll watch it closely. But where that outflow boundary meets up with the storms is right around OK in Muskogee and Fort Gibson. So we're going to watch you guys for still the potential of really strong winds and, of course, circulation with your tornado warning still ongoing until 1:30. We continue with severe storms back down to the southwest from where Dal is located, just west of Oaktaha. Storms now just northwest of Shakota along I-40 back towards Henrietta. Really strong winds here, and it's not impossible to still get circulation and potentially spin-ups along this line of storms from Henrietta and Schulter back towards Waweka and Wetumpka. So we're going to watch that. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for McIntosh County until 1:45. You're looking at the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds and some hail. Now tonight, power outage numbers, of course, are rising, especially up to the northwest of Tulsa. We have a lot in Osage County. We have a lot in Washington County. A lot of our power outages in Osage County, of course, are around Barnsdall and Avant and Winona and Hominy. There's about 3,000 customers across Osage County tonight without power. Washington County, you're looking at about 5,500 customers right now. Most of that is around Bartlesville. We do have power outages over in Nowata County. There's about 200 customers. Pocket of that is just up to the north, kind of around the Juan area, just north of Delaware. Over in Craig County, Welch, most of the town without power tonight, but total for the county is looking like it's about 1,000. Some customers around Mays County, only about 100 there though, so that's not bad. But of course, if you're without power tonight, you're like, yes, it actually is bad. We haven't had a lot of storms yet across far southeast Oklahoma, but that of course will be filling in because our line of storms does continue and will so for the rest of this evening, or rest of tonight. I said this evening, rest of tonight, or I really should say this morning, since now it's after midnight. But again, we have an untapped atmosphere down in southeast Oklahoma from Tahlequah down to Stigler to Wilburton to Tallahena and Heavener. So you guys haven't had any activity yet. These storms that are coming in from the northwest, you're still in an environment that can support stronger storms, maybe some stronger wind gusts, some hail coming in, some very heavy rain. So we are still going to be tracking these storms for the next several hours across far southeast Oklahoma. Alan and Stephen will be here probably within the hour to continue that coverage, but we continue with severe thunderstorm warnings from Shakota to Eufaula back to the west, and then our tornado warning in Muskogee County. Let's check back in on that, because even if there's not a tornado on the ground, you're still talking about damaging wind potential across Muskogee County from Muskogee back towards Summit to Oaktaha. So again, across Muskogee County is where we have our tornado warning. Circulation coming into Summit now. Bob Trav is just to the south. Vaughn is to the north of it. So they are kind of circling it and hopefully getting a good vantage point on this.
I do hope so as well. And unfortunately, though, we still have to keep this going. And you mentioned that. And since it's coming in on Muskogee, we want to be extremely careful because we have such a high population density here. And so this is an area just south and west of Summit that has most of the circulation. Strong damaging wind potential moving in on Muskogee. So there is a chance that power outages are going to be occurring further east as well. Station was just showing us some of the damage, or some of the, I should say, the power outages And I'm sure you already know, but we have it on our website, and we have our news teams coming in and continuing to do coverage and checking out everything in Barnsdall. And as we have, we've confirmed a fatality there, multiple injuries. Unfortunately, it's just very sad, and that's why it never ends when it storms. The circulation feature. Let's go back to Vaughn, see if he has an update for us on the.
Peak Boulevard headed east. So I'll be heading down Highway 2. I'll be passing Hilldale High School, all of that. So this is between me and Bob, which he's going to be on 96th Street. So this is kind of going to travel between me and him. So high winds are going to be all between us. So anybody between those places just needs to hunker down for a little while. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, amen on that. Vaughn, you see anything, you holler. Bob's just on the south side. Bob, you're close to that circulation feature. Give me an update, will you, what you have going on right now?
Yeah, we're getting blown pretty good right now. We got a lot of leaves and limbs coming down. We were up to 56, 57 miles an hour, what we were getting a reading on, and it's blowing pretty good. We're just a little bit south, I think, of East 960 Road on Okima Road is where we're at.
Okay, is that a northwest wind that's blowing across you? A north wind?
It looks like it's coming out of the southwest right now.
Southwest, okay. All right, so you're facing north? Or are you facing east?
Yeah, we're facing north and east, more to the northeast, and it's coming up from our back and to the left a little bit.
Okay, all right. Because trying to get the circulation feature on that, making sure we kind of know what's cooking on that, because that severe thunderstorm is still packing a punch of strong winds. Here, thank you, Bob, and we'll let you continue to track. We'll need you to be fairly careful in there. So what we're looking at right now, it's near Summit. That's the key. And so this Summit area, and so this is coming in out of the southwest, he said, west-southwest winds, which makes sense. The rotating and probably the north-northwest winds will be just back here, be on the west side of Summit, coming back around. Then you have the strong winds coming in around on the front side, and Vaughn was mentioning 30-mile-an-hour winds or more coming in. So this is feeding right into this. So if anything happens, it's going to happen here near Summit right now or here in just a little bit. And so the tornado warning, I didn't look, Stacia, does tornado warning go till what time?
1:30.
1:30, and where are we sitting? We're sitting 1:15, almost coming up on 1:15.
So that's an unfortunate development out of the Barnsdall situation. Our thoughts and prayers are with that community. One fatality, and again, that's been confirmed. I'll talk about Washington County as well. Again, Bartlesville took a direct hit at the moment. The good news is no casualties have been reported out of Bartlesville. We've had several minor injuries. There are several injuries, but they're minor. I will tell you that the Bartlesville Fire Department, the Dewey Fire Department, and the Copan Fire Department, they all responded to trapped individuals at the Hampton Inn, which we've showed damage continuously from there. All individuals have been rescued. So that's good news. That's a good piece of development. But folks, PSO has said there are many, many down power lines, really up and down Highway 75, particularly in the area of Highway 75 and Tuxedo. That's, again, the area that's near the Hampton Inn. And so please avoid those areas. Also down power lines near Bartlesville High School. Avoid those areas as well. And we also, again, can report that there's major damage to residential areas kind of north and east of Bartlesville, as well as to medical facilities near James Phillips Hospital. So roads are going to be closed in those areas. Please, please, please stay away. And I'll just say for folks in Bartlesville, we know that there's a shelter, Be the Light Shelter, that's offering, again, overnight assistance to anybody affected by the storm. So lots of information there, big development. I think the big takeaway, unfortunately, is that there has been one confirmed fatality now, again, confirmed by ABC News.
And so until that area on the radar kind of fizzles away, we are going to continue to watch this area of spin here, because that is definitely a bit brighter there on the radar as this storm continues to make its way to the east here. And so this is a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Garvin County, East Central Stevens County, basically where Velma is now getting ready to move out of here. Northwestern Carter County, Central Murray County. This is for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. This does not have a tornado tag on it, but doesn't mean that at least the tornado threat cannot pick up in intensity here as the storm is now moving out of Stevens County and beginning to move near Ratliff City and down by Tatum's. This is the area that I'm watching right here closely. Again, tornado watch still remains in effect. And so while the tornado watch still remains in effect, this threat's going to continue to be something that we have to watch. But one thing that I've noticed that if you look at the surface winds, they are blowing in from the southwest like this. And that typically does not lead to a very high tornado threat. Now, if the surface winds were coming in from the southeast like this, I would definitely, be very concerned. However, there is at least that area that we see on the radar that's going to be down by Velma, southwest of Elmore City, moving to the east here. And so close inspection, this severe thunderstorm warning technically does not include Sulphur, but it gets pretty close. But here's Ratliff City and just a cluster of storms, and this storm is all out by itself. So Elmore City, as this storm moves in, you're going to get some quarter-size hail out of this. That is the latest hail threat. This storm is now moving out of Stevens County here, but this storm, again, hail threat up to the size of quarters. Let me see here. Get an update on the velocity right now. There's still an area, it's not particularly strong on radar right now, but it's still there, as we see near just east of Velma, southwest of Elmore City. And so let me do an updated storm track with this area of rotation moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. Once again, not tornado warned, but the storm is still just seeing just enough rotation here. So we'll go Katy at 138, Wynnewood at 158, Sulphur at 214 right now, watching this storm right here as it's moving to the east. And I know, look, Sulphur, you've been dealing with a lot lately. And so the last thing you want to see is a rotating storm coming in. It's still May after all. And so these storms continue to at least be ones that until they are no longer showing any type of strong circulation or any type of circulation, it's not particularly strong, I should say. I am watching it as the sweep goes by here. That's still there on the radar. So I'm going to come back to this in just a moment. Let me go back up to the north here and go up into Seminole and into northern Hughes County just to look at what these storms are doing. Seminole, the storms are basically just north of you, kind of in a bit of a lull here. You might get a little bit of a brief pocket of winds there any moment now. But the strongest winds, we see them now moving towards I.
And there's but power outage and stuff. Okay, that's part of that, right where that cell went right across. All right, thanks, Sequoia, and we'll let you continue your journey south. So again, if you're streaming in Boynton, that's a power outage for you. All right, back to radar, please. And so here's the storm track again. So the circulation looks like, let's zoom in just a little bit more so I can get city street data if you could. There you go, thanks. So there's Vaughn, and Vaughn is at, I see Bob is back to your southwest, unless GPS. Find out if Bob's still south of Summit. It seems like he should be in a different place there. So this is going to have some damage that's gone along with this. So this is further to the east now. And so we're looking at around 53rd Street down to East Davis Field. And then that's going to continue to move toward the Arkansas River. And so that's where the core of the circulation is right now. Continuing to move off to the east. So he was right under that circulation feature that's been evident for a while. Station, if you want to, let's have another update so folks can kind of see a storm track of what's going on.
All right, Trav, we're going to track it east at about 40, so that will take it over to Braggs and Highway 10 Landing, along with Pumpkin Center, potentially Paradise Hill, Qualls, 10 Killer Lake, Blackham, all included in the track. First up is going to be Braggs, though, by 1:30. Highway 10 Landing by 1:32. Pumpkin Center about 1:36. And again, we'll track this from Muskogee County over into Cherokee County, from Pumpkin Center to 10 Killer Lake. 10 Killer Lake would be about 1:46. Could clip the northern portions of Sequoia County. And so that would be from Paradise Hill down to Box to Nachatown, and that would be also here in about 30 minutes for folks around Box. So again, that area circulation right where Vaughn is. The tornado warning was canceled for Muskogee County, but a severe thunderstorm warning continues down the line for the storm, and it does include a tornado tag. So again, this storm still could produce a tornado as it travels through or tracks through Muskogee County, the rest of it into Cherokee and parts of northern Sequoia County. Trav?
All right. Thanks. And yeah, so I mean, so it's there. It's just kind of steady state. So that's kind of what's nice about it, is that it hasn't gotten worse, which I'm a little surprised that it hasn't tried to do something a little bit more crazy. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning also down to the south and west, so that we do have McIntosh County now and southern Okmulgee County, southeastern Okfuskee County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning till 1:45. That storm is moving east at 45 miles an hour, so that's not too far from Council Hill to Dewar and then to Wetumpka. And so there's 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-size hail with that particular cell. So that's the strong winds that you're seeing right here that station's pointing out for us. So that continues to track and move across portions of McIntosh County. It's already down around the Dustin area. Some of the strongest winds are right along that leading edge, and so you're going to have to be careful of that. This is still an environment. We have tornado watch in effect for this area, so we still have to be very cautious of what's going on. But this is down a little bit further south. We'll widen up just a little bit and go back up to the north and east. Dell will pick up this storm in Sequoia most likely, but as we said, Sequoia had some damage in Boynton, and then here's Bob and Vaughn along that leading edge. So we're going to have to watch all along here. Now that severe thunderstorm warning goes over to Cherokee County, and let's look closer and see what we have. Still where Vaughn is located, there's still that little couplet area, and then there's the east side of Muskogee now. You guys have had strong winds come through the whole town, so you should have had 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We'll look and see if there's power outages, and the station said before, it just takes a while for those power outages to be reported, so it's not going to be instantaneous that we know. Earlier today, I spoke way too earlier in the morning at OG&E, and I said, there's going to be some power outages. You guys are going to have longer hours than me. And I thank them for all of us, because so many of the linemen were in attendance, and it was just like they were all they were basically ready. They were having a safety meeting and prepared for going out. So, again, they're going to be
clothing and things like that. Their roof has been completely peeled off the top. That's part of the debris that was outside of the Hampton Inn, and I'm inside that building now, and the ceiling has actually just peeled down. There's water on the ground. I'll try to go down here so you can take a look. I was advised that an AC unit was actually ripped from the building, and it's in a different part of the neighborhood. They haven't spotted it yet, but it's not attached to the building any longer. A lot of the furniture has water damage. A lot of the clothing in the back is water damaged as well. It's a mess in here, and I feel for these folks here. As I mentioned before, this was a brand new roof that had just been installed, that just peeled away.
Okay, all right, Hex, that's a great report. Thank you for that. That's such an important piece of context for us, Kevin, because it takes a tornado of a certain level of strength to be able to rip the roof off of a structure that you know is well built. He told us it was nearly brand new. So,
and then watching this storm right now, and again, this cluster of storms is lifting out of Holdenville and northern Seminole County. That's beginning to move out as well. Holdenville, I know you have some storms overhead right now, and those are increasing, by the way, as they are making the way up and towards northeastern Hughes County now, or in eastern Hughes County. They're not severe, but they're all basically kind of associated with this big cluster of storms here. And even a cell there that looks like is bubbling up as we go just down into eastern Pottawatomie County. That is not severe, but it does show a bit of lift coming in here. Otherwise, new update to this storm right now. And again, the severe thunderstorm warning no longer in effect there for Stevens County. And so let's see here. Let me look at this storm impact out of this. Not a lot of hail. out of this. Not really all that concerned with hail. Still just a little bit of rotation, but again, it's very weak. Let me see how this has been moving in the last 15 minutes here. It's just lingering on the radar. Definitely not a very strong couplet here, but it's there. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning for Garvin County goes until 2 a.m. and even as you go into northern Murray County as well until 2 a.m. These storms are moving slowly to the east here, not very quickly, but they are moving. And so down towards Wynnewood, down towards Davis, severe thunderstorm warning until 2 a.m. These storms are pulling out of northeastern Seminole County. There are some storms going up over Holdenville right now. If you're in Holdenville, you're here now. Those are not severe. Again, the warnings are going to be up in northern Hughes County, and then Okemah towards Walika here and Cromwell. Storms continue. So right now it is about 1:30 on this Tuesday morning. And so this warning in northeastern Seminole County, northern Hughes County, set to expire at 2 a.m. And then this warning right here, that is going to be down by Wynnewood, that is set to expire at about 2 a.m. We still have about 30 minutes.
Very heavy rain now, and flash flood warnings continue, especially from Tulsa down to the south. But first, we're going to track the severe thunderstorms that we have in parts of McIntosh County now, the northwestern side of the county. So these 133, Rayford by 136, continuing on to Carter's Corner by 140, Dutchess Landing, Porham Landing area 145, Texana by 149. And so there's the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds here. There's also the potential of some hail. But again, these winds can do some damage. It can knock some tree limbs down, and of course, it can knock your power out. We're still waiting on power outage numbers potentially around Muskogee. So now our flash flood warnings for today extend from Tulsa County.
That has been extended out, does have the tornado possible tag, and it's extended all the way for Columbia, all the way to Fulton, just to the west of Mexico. So now, you know, even more of our viewing area is under these severe thunderstorm warnings as they continue to push to the east. So most of us are under a threat of some kind at this point.
Got a storm report for you in Morgan County of a 1-inch tree limb that's been broken and shingles that have been blown off a house. So that's, what's that? That's down towards Morgan County, just south of Cooper County. So this line of storms is going to produce very damaging winds, and it doesn't take a whole lot. And I'm also, Matt, concerned because we're so saturated that any kind of severe gusts, 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds, can knock over small trees because of how saturated the ground is, right? It's not going to take a whole lot. So that's my concern there. Sirens have been activated in Randolph County, and it looks like 27-mile-an-hour wind reading in Tipton, which is in western Montauk County.
And I think that's an important time to bring up that warning sirens sound for different criteria.
We've had strong damaging winds in the Oktahoma area. And so let's take a look at radar closer into the Bartles, or into Muskogee, first of all. And that's rainfall. Can you give me a... Yeah, that was it. Yeah, the other radar. We've got a few, thankfully. So this is the leading edge of it, continuing to show up. And so this is moving across extreme northeastern portion of Muskogee County. So it's across the Arkansas River. So when it's coming through Muskogee, as we said, winds 60, 70 miles an hour will be common and power outages. And we do believe that we have seen that happening. And so that continues to now move just east of Fort Gibson and then moving over to another pumpkin center. There's several pumpkin centers in Oklahoma. And then there's Braggs. So it's down by the Braggs area. So with that traveling east, that's going east. What was the estimated speeds that you have for that? It's about 40, 45. 40 to 45, okay. So from Braggs and then back to the south, there is that little bit of a kind of ride along and east of the Arkansas River. There's just a little bit of that circulation feature still hanging around. So you're going to get some wild winds as that comes through, especially if you're just west of that Pumpkin Center area and just east of the Arkansas River. Hail size, though, you can see has a little bit of a pop to it there. And so there is a chance that you could have a A little bit of hail, maybe up to pea, dime size, nickel, maybe even down to the southwest of Braggs. And so that's going to be blasting on through the area. Lightning strikes are holding steady here, but heavy rain and thunderstorm activity continues. And Vaughn is continuing to move to the east, and so is Bob. He's moving down toward Okhtaha. He's coming in on Okhtaha right now. Hey, Bob, can you give us an update out of Okhtaha, what you're seeing at this moment?
Yeah, Travis, we've gone through the area around Okhtaha, but we didn't see anything that indicated damage. There could be some isolated damage down here, but without the address, we couldn't locate it. We're just now getting on 69 south from Wainwright and get ahead south on these storms. Back to you.
All right, yeah, lots and lots of water. That's all I see. Water, 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 water. Man, I tell you, that was just a crazy last week and a half. Hey, Megan, could you just kind of give us the last 14 days of rainfall here in the DMA, if you could, adding up to tonight's or to this morning's, however we want to look at it as well. I'm afraid that we're going to get a lot of rivers flooding here if we don't.
For you. And slowly but surely, we'll see this watch canceled on the backside of this. Of course, we have a tornado warning for northern Cooper County. That's going to go until 2 a.m. The Howard-Randolph County tornado warning goes until 2 a.m. and the Sheraton County warning goes until 1:45. So multiple storms here that are continuing to work their way through the region and that are continuing to cause concern. I want to start with that storm on the southern extent that is in Cooper County to the south of Boonville. And we can see the strong winds on the leading edge of this.
Nothing right now that continues to say any type of tornado threat is imminent, and the lightning count really continues to come down. So that is a good step. I love to see that. Hopefully we can get this lightning counter, down to 0 pretty soon here. That would be a wonderful step. Wynnewood storm looks like it's just south of you, southwest. Let's see here. Little bit of a cell here. Get a little bit of just a bright radar image with maybe a little bit of pea-sized hail until about 2 a.m. The reason why I'm so on this storm is just because it is a severe thunderstorm warning inside of a tornado watch. And so with Wynnewood down towards Washita, Davis, west of Sulphur here, still watching this storm, moving to the east here. The storm goes until 2 a.m. Sulphur, you're technically not in the tornado or in the severe thunderstorm watch. I'm sorry, the severe thunderstorm warning. Been a long day. Lightning count continues to decrease, and so this storm, we'll see if it even has lightning in it still in the next couple of minutes here. But it is continuing to trend down, and so we'll hopefully.
Muskogee County. So the severe storms move through Muskogee for the most part. Most of the severe weather part of it is now. Vaughn is just kind of on the southeast side of it. And you can see it's moving in over onto through Braggs. And there's going to be some really gusty winds, some low clouds hanging out with this, a lot of lightning going on. And this is a part of the storm that's the strongest with the strongest winds. And that's headed off to the east. And Stacia, could you give us a storm track right in that vicinity for the folks that are extreme eastern Muskogee County, then moving over to the lake?
Yes, the far eastern side of Muskogee County will track it over into southern Cherokee County, and that will take it over towards 10 Killer Lake. So here's the track here, and it takes it from just to the east of Highway 10, just to the east of Braggs, now down to Highway 10 Landing, over to Pumpkin Center in the next couple of minutes. So your winds are going to get strong here in Pumpkin Center if they haven't already. For Paradise Hill, you're looking at 140, so that's about 5 more minutes from now. Aqua Park by 140, Qualls by 143, 10 Killer Lake, we're looking at 146, so about 10 more minutes. Blackgum and Box would be closer to about 150. Pettit and, of course, Pettit Bay would be about 152. So we're tracking it from far eastern Muskogee County, pretty much on the county line now, getting over into Cherokee County and then even clipping the northern portions potentially of northern Sequoia County, northwestern Sequoia County. Trav?
All right. Hey, thanks. I'm going to talk to Brandon for a minute here if we can. Aaron, is that okay if we, is Brandon available? Hey, Brandon.
Brandon is not available.
He is not?
No.
Oh, I wanted to talk to him. Hey, can we have his shot then for a second? If you would give him a REM 40. And just the bar ditches, I was just watching his video here while Station was giving us the update. And I'm just like, there's so much water in this area. So Brandon is located near Broken Arrow right now. And so there's just been water all over the place. So it's just the thunderstorms are moving out. Yeah, Aaron?
You could talk to Alan. Alan is available.
Is he still there? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to Alan then. And Alan's on what is he, on 39? Yeah. Alan, if you would, hey, give me an update on, it looks like you got a little pond going on there. What's been the case as you've been driving around Tulsa?
Well, there's a lot of areas with localized flooding. It hasn't been too bad. There are some typical pockets that catch a lot of the retaining water. We're parked right now at 6700 East 41st Street, just east of Sheridan, and we've got water curb to curb, and it's actually been quite entertaining how quickly and how aggressively some people drive through this water. You can't see it till the last minute, but it looks like somebody's water skiing right across the top of it. Got some decent video for you whenever you got a chance to look at it.
Okay.
Back to you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. And we do have kind of an area of concern now east of Fort Gibson. We're going to go back over to this severe warning storm, and it's right in the center of the severe warning storm, and it's just west of southwest of Keys. And that's starting to show signs of a embedded I shouldn't say embedded, but a leading edge circulation area. So Stacia, you can kind of, we'll go back to that. You see the flooding rains, and then here's that circulation feature coming back on us again.
Good news. We're going to keep watching these, of course, as they continue. Still watching the potential for that storm in Boone County, that rotation now, or not Boone County, I'm sorry, in Booneville. That rotation in Booneville now looks like it's heading towards Rocheport. So that's something, of course, we'll continue to watch. Did they extend that? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, not at this point. I do want to point out something that you had said that, you know, one part of the warning had been allowed to expire because the rotation is looking less concerning. Let's be extra cautious for our folks at home. These storms go through this cycling phase where they strengthen and then they weaken, and that is very much what we are seeing, and we can see that with some of our shear tracks as these storms have moved through the region. But I want to be giving folks the all clear if they're wanting to go to bed. Brunswick, Marshall, Sedalia, you are in the clear from the severe weather potential. It's all on this leading edge of the line. So a small sliver of our region now in the clear, still getting some rain, still getting some thunderstorms, but the severe threat continues for quite a few of us. And we continue to monitor that severe potential with the latest on rotation. So let's go ahead and zoom back in close to Booneville. And this is not a signature I like seeing near Booneville. Folks, I hope you have gone to your safe location in the lowest level of your home in an interior room, because we are continuing to see a decently strong signature here. Now, thankfully, as we switch over to debris detection, we're not seeing a drop in values. That's something we would see after a tornado, though. Once it's in contact with the ground and once it is doing damage, you see debris detection, because what radar is measuring with that product is basically how alike the particles are that it's hitting. So right now, it's the radar beam is going out. It's hitting raindrops, and as it's hitting raindrops, it says, okay, all of this is similar.
At this moment, that's going to kind of scare probably some folks that are seeing that coming at them, because that will get over into through Cherokee County. So that's where Station just gave you your latest storm track with what's going on there. That is the one warning we have at this particular moment. Everything else is flood warnings. So we have a ton of flood warnings. I mean, it's just all over the place. We just gave you a rundown of how much rain is falling, and I'm a bit surprised that we don't have a little bit more in the way of nasty, severe weather, but I think everybody's going to be happy if we can continue to sustain what we do have, which is just one severe thunderstorm, and hopefully that doesn't amount to anything other than just being a severe thunderstorm. So that severe thunderstorm warning at this point, just hit a button just a little bit wrong, so that doesn't always work well for me. The severe thunderstorm warning will remain in effect till 2 a.m., and that'll be for Braggs. That's moving east at 45 miles an hour, and 60-mile-an-hour winds, $half size hail. And so we've had those reports, and through the Muskogee area, of strong winds of 60 miles an hour plus. And so we'll have to continue. And who's issuing what? They're issuing a tornado warning on that?
Yeah.
Yep, okay, that makes sense because it's sitting right there. And it looks like it, and it is. And, it's the couplet is just tight enough there, starting to be a little bit even tighter. So this is what we have right now. So that's the place where the tornado warning now, east of Pumpkin Center, we're just talking about that. So that's going up through Qualls. We'll see how far that makes it. And that is going to be awful close. So here's the tightened look at it right now. So if you are in this area, that's what we're concerned with. Let's zoom in a little bit tighter if you could on that, and then we'll get us a storm track on there. But that tightened up considerably, but it's been that way here for the last 10 minutes. So if you are near, I'm going to say this again, South Burnt Cabin Road. I don't know why I like to say that. And 4465 Road. And 871 Road. You're right in the path of this. So any place along South Burnt Cabin Road to Qualls, that should be coming in on your southwest side. So that rotation is wrapped up a little bit. And let's look at, we've got storm velocity. So let's just go ahead and see what else we have with the shear. So that is strong in there. So there's still probably 60 to 70 mile an hour winds along that leading edge. And trying to see if there's anything that kind of that inflow area kind of evened out a little bit. Can you open back up just a tad bit? That last scan is still tight around the Qualls area, but as that was coming in, that was wrapped up there. So we'll see if that can hold. The latest update wasn't quite as bad, so that could be good news. So it's kind of flattened back out a tad bit. This is a circulation feature though, right in here. And that's the one that went through the Muskogee area that Vaughn was on. And can you give us another storm track on that station?
Yep, it's ready to go. So we're going to move it east across southern Cherokee County at about 45 miles per hour. So from Qualls over to Pettit. Get ready for this storm. You're going to have strong winds coming into Qualls now. And so for Pettit Bay, you're looking at 148, Cookson by 150. That continues on to Carter's Landing by 151, Dry Creek at 153. The latest update, it's in Qualls at this point. And again, it's moving east at about 45. Keys is in the path of this, and if it's not a tornado, it's still very, very strong winds that could knock your power out, do some damage in the form of tree limbs getting knocked down, a lot of leaves and sticks and all of that. For Dry Creek, 153, 10 Killer, 154, Rocky Mountain, if it continues, which the storms will continue. Now, will the circulation continue, get a little tighter? That's what we're watching, but it may get into Adair County. Rocky Mountain, if that happens, that's going to be about 2 o'clock for you.
Cannot get near the Stillwell strawberries. Cannot. That is not allowed.
You said that last week.
I said that last week and it worked. So I'm going to hope that it does it 2 times in a row. Doubt whether it does, but anyway, that's my hope. So we have one active severe thunderstorm with a tornado warning associated with it. Again, it's kind of cycling a little bit, but it is rotating. It's been rotating for a while. So we're going to see if this is what it's going to do. There is some outflow with this already to around.
We're not just dealing with the threat for a tornado here. We're also dealing with the heavy downpours, which we have been detailing to the tune of 1 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates. And also we're getting very gusty winds, irrespective or separate from the actual potential tornadic winds. We've got gusty winds out there between 50 and 60 miles an hour all along this line, stretching all the way down to the southwestern News Channel 8 viewing area. And it just seems like these tornado warnings, they don't want to give up. And once the Weather Service sees that rotation, we're in the watch. We're in the tornado watch here in these locations. We're going to have to issue the warnings. It just has to be done. And we have to get into our safe place.
So that's continuing to move off to the east. And so that's a bit of the problem. Bob's a little bit further south. He's near the Shakota area. Hey, Bob, what are you getting for winds and what's going on down there right now?
Yeah, we're south of Interstate 40 heading towards the Eufaula area. We're still getting about 30 mile an hour, 35 mile an hour winds, but just the rain is just torrential. Visibility is about nil. And, strawberries can drown, I think, so you need to dance. Back to you, Travis.
Yeah, I think no more dancing in my world is all I can say. And never again do I want to have that much rain. That's just too much, and hopefully won't do too much. Stillwell Strawberry Festival is next weekend. This weekend is Mayfest. Some of the good news is the fact of how nice it's going to be, and heaven knows we need that. Okay, and so if you're, hey, right now, let's see, Bob. Well, Sequoia's coming in on Shakota, but Bob, did you have any power outages when you went through Shakota?
No, but we did see, we couldn't tell to the east, the 69, we couldn't tell if it was lightning or power flashes. So if they've got some power outages to the east of Shakota, then there were power flashes there probably.
Okay. And Sequoia's going through in a little bit here in a moment, so we can ask Aaron if he's sees any of that going on. And then Dell's not too far from there either, so I guess that'll be good. So we're going to have enough people to cover what's cooking. And you can see Vaughn along the leading edge heading over toward the Vian area. Still a chance of a few tornadoes. The kind of interesting thing, and I've been standing off the side, I should point this out. So this from Lake Tenkiller, this is that outflow boundary that Vaughn was mentioning. So that's in advance.
This is a higher point here of 87 miles per hour. That's probably not mixing down to the ground, but wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour, certainly a solid potential along the leading edge of this line. So we've got the spin-up tornado threat, we've got the wind threat, and when we start talking about wind gusts of 70 miles per hour on the leading edge of this, that can do just as much damage as a low-end tornado, if not more damage, because it's along the whole leading edge of the line and not necessarily just in one small area where you may be seeing just one small part of this happening. So again, a lot that we're tracking here live for you on KOMU 8.
Matt, real quick, I'll let you get a drink of water. If you are just waking up maybe from the thunder and you're wanting to live stream, there are no tornado warnings issued right now for Boone County. But if you are wanting to go to your safe place now just to be safe, absolutely, that's a great idea. We are streaming, KOMU.com/streaming. Go to the second video, scroll down, not the first one that streams our newscast that repeats all night. Go to the second one that says watch the KOMU 8 live stream. We're there. We're also
the line. It should be more of a due east track, and that would take it over to Hannah by 206. Trav.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. And so that's another tornado warning. This is going to be the case, I think, through the morning hours for the next couple of hours. We still have our tornado warning up into Cherokee County. Let's go back up into that for a minute. That is still really kind of, it's just west of Dry Creek, just south Pettit, south of Keys. And so it's bowed in that area, and that's where some of the strongest winds are located right now. So it's moved through the Qualls area, over Lake Tenkiller. There's Pettit and Pettit Bay. And let's look at velocity data if we can out of INX, I guess. And so here's where it is. So you can see this is what's going on. This is the rotating part of it. So it's still an area, if you're around Pettit Bay and you're looking at it and you're going, holy moly, that'd be some scary looking clouds. And we don't think it's on the ground, but it's also possible that there's going to be wind damage or there could be isolated tornado damage. So that's still a possibility. So we want you to be very, very careful of what's going on right through here. And again, tough travel here unless you're, the guys have been on this highway, I don't know how many times now for the last 2 weeks. It seems like we're burning a trail across the areas that run from around Keys and then down to Cookson. So this is strong damaging winds right over the lake, 60-mile-an-hour winds, possibly stronger. Rotation is still just west of Cookson. So that's just have to keep an eye on what's going on there. And Stacia, do you have an update on that?
I do. So it's moving east at about 40-45. So this will take it through the southeastern parts of Cherokee County around Cookson, as Trav mentioned, about State Highway 82, Dry Creek, Barber, also in the track here. So we're getting now to the east side of Lake Tenkiller, now over to Cookson 151. So it's moving into Cookson now. Lyons by 207, along with Greasy. Stony Point would be about 212, along with Zion, and then then closer to 215 would be Stillwell and Bell. So we're expecting it, at least the potential of strong winds. And as Trav mentioned, you can get circulations and tornadoes at any point in time with this, but strong wind potential from Cookson and extending into southeastern Cherokee County and then into southwestern parts of Adair County.
For Howard and Randolph County, this is going to continue until 2 a.m. And even if this tornado warning is allowed to expire at 2 a.m., I expect to continue our coverage at least for a little bit because we have this whole line of storms.
Right now, the tornado warning is just for Hughes County. It looks like there's some rotation. And let's jump to it right now. Let me change radars here.
Well, there's a notch right in there.
Yes,
so.
that's pretty evident, and we can see that as we get closer to the Oklahoma City tornado, or excuse me, radar. And looking at velocity, we can definitely see a little bit of rotation near the Carson area, in between Carson and Dustin. So this is really close to our viewing area. That's why I just wanted to highlight it right now.
Yeah,
just
why don't
in
we
case.
track that storm and get a track for it too, like right from that spot?
Yes, let me clear
Because the
this
tornado would be right there where you circled that. So.
Exactly. Let me get this here. Moving east at 30 miles per hour. And so you can see that Eufaula's not too far.
Because you're basically the town closest to this and the community of Carson here. Other storms that are beginning to develop here as we look out to the west, not severe. And so that tornado warning will continue for a little while longer. For those in Wynnewood right now, this storm is really weakening. We were with you with this cell for a while. You can see lightning strike, hardly any lightning left in that. That's mainly just going to be some rain. And I anticipate that warning will be falling off here in the next couple of minutes or so. Otherwise, once again, this storm right here that is going to be tornado warned here, definitely looking at at least some intense part of the cell, very close to the town of Dustin. Not seeing, let me see if there's any hail that is going to be inside of this. That storm, let's see here. Okay, the warning just expired in Garvin and Murray County. So that warning is gone. Watching, let's see here, this storm that is rotating down by Wewoka right now. Again, down towards Wewoka. And so let's see here. These storms are all basically moving up to the northeast. They're picking up some speed as they continue to move to the east. And so definitely just a couple areas of spin that we have with this. Let me clean up this radar image here. Rotation, not nearly as strong as what we saw just a couple minutes ago with this cell when the tornado warning was triggered. Right there in southwest of Dustin. Moving up to the east, looks like that area, at least the rotating couplet, not nearly as well pronounced as what we saw even a few moments ago. But this tornado warning continues, and we're going to be with the storm for just probably a few more minutes here before this storm lifts out of Hughes County here. Again, we're going to be in far eastern Hughes County. Scattered thunderstorms all over the place. North of Wewoka, out towards Wetumpka, and then as you make your way in the southern parts of Hughes County. But as far as tornado warnings are concerned, this is it. Once this moves out of Hughes County, again, we'll hand this off as this is right on the border of the KOCO5 viewing area. But if you're living in Dustin right now, I know you're saying, hey, you know, the sirens are sounding. What do I need to know? And so the storm quickly moving up to the northeast, making its way up and towards northeastern Hughes County. And so this is
within the next couple of minutes. Bunch by 204, Lyons, Greasy by 210, 215 for Blanche and Zion, closer to 220 for Stillwell and Bell, and then also for Salem. Trav?
All right, thanks. And while we're setting up looking at that next tornado, flood watch remains in effect till 7 o'clock this morning for areas pretty much Mays, Delaware, Okfuskee, Okmulgee, Wagner County, cities of Okemah, Jay, Grove, Okmulgee, Pryor, and Wagoner. So if you have to be out early in the morning, please be advised for that. So tornado warning continue in effect. So this is the, again, circulation at Cookson, east of Cookson now. That's here. Let's go to the other tornado warning if we can. And that's going to be back south and west. So this is where it's located, near Dustin. And that's moving to the east. So near Hannah, looks like it's going to be up next. A little bit of a hail core near Dustin at this moment. So that's still moving to the northeast. Don't see a whole lot of rotation now with this as much. Still there, a little bit. So we'll see how that kind of, it's still there. So it's
5 minutes, but Wynnewood, you are no longer in a tornado warning. Otherwise, the most intense part of the cell, moving up to the northeast here. And I would say, from what I see from a radar standpoint, I'm going to pop up the shear. Yeah, the shear is not particularly strong. Let me see if there's any hail. Hail, if there's any in there, it would probably be around the size of peas as that storm is continuing to move up to the northeast. Other tornado warnings that we see ongoing in the state right now are ongoing east of Muskogee, moving into eastern Oklahoma. But really, our severe weather threat is barely hanging.
Circulation enough so prompting a tornado warning. So we're monitoring that area right now. That is shoving off to the east over toward Hanna near the Radford area, and eventually we'll move over into Pittsburgh County, where it'll have maybe an impact on the McAllister and the Lake Eufaula areas, which is right over in here. So there you go. That's what that is right now. So that's one area that we're watching. We're also watching another storm that's going on right now in south central Oklahoma. There's the storm right there near Dustin, about to enter into parts of Pittsburgh County.
Hey, Nick, just a heads up. There you go. Nick, what do you have now?
Yeah, I'm right by the railroad tracks off of 4th Street and Moore, and we've got an actual power pole that's, I mean, I can't believe this thing's not on the ground, honestly. It's blown. It's probably snapped like right at the base of it, and it's just leaning over. They're going to have to take care of this because that's an indefinite issue, and it's causing stress on the next pole that's down from it. But, Damon, from 12th Street on I-35 all the way to 4th Street, there is no power. The on-queue has no power. That whole area on both sides of the interstate from 4th, actually
up across parts of, say, southern Garvin into northern parts of Murray County. So watching that right now near the town of Joy. So that's tracking off toward the east. And if there is any shear with that right now, it's very limited. Nothing looks all that impressive right now. Just some winds out of this, and a few of those storms could contain some hail up to the size of quarters. So there's the storms going on right now. We're kind of moving our radar out of the shorter mode where it really had it focused on Oklahoma City, widening that back out. And you can see those storms now over in portions of eastern Oklahoma. Still the threat for tornadoes along that line of storms from near Muskogee down to Henrietta, south of Henrietta is where that one tornado warning is located. And there's that individual cell down around the Sulphur area. That is starting to weaken as well. Those are all tracking onto the east now as those move on out. Here in Oklahoma City, quieter now after that line of storms kind of rolled in. Storms developed west. Those storms, they came through, kind of plowed right through the south sides of Oklahoma County, down into parts of Canadian County, or make that to Cleveland County, where we had many power outages, thousands of power outages in parts of the Cleveland County area, 160,000 in that county. So really picked up those winds with 60, 70, 80 mile per hour gusts. Even saw Doppler indicated maybe close to 90 on that. That's not a true measurement, but the radar estimated. So the winds really picked up. And in the process of that, they did issue a tornado warning out of that as that storm moved through. No confirmed tornado in Cleveland County. Those winds were howling, and we had a lot of damage from that, and that also helped cause the power outages there as well. So we have multiple power outages.
Like in this, might be a little difficult to pick up on, but nope, it's there. And it has a, it's consistent with what we're seeing as far as what's going on with the strongest of the winds. So this is still why we have the tornado warning in effect for this particular cell. This might have to go on for a while. So that's the core just southeast of Dry Creek. So we have the strong winds coming in from the south.
Monday afternoon, we are now warning free across central Oklahoma. Should anything redevelop, we'll jump on television here and let you know. Otherwise, keep it with KOCO 5 News. We'll bring you the first alert.
So we'll continue to monitor that and keep giving you new information as that comes in, as we keep gathering that information. But the storms right now shoving to the east, down to the south, and the trend is they'll be moving on out and conditions will be improving here. And let's see if there's an update on that tornado warning. So there are the storms kind of rolling across right in here. So the tornado warning has now been discontinued. But again, the storms continue for parts of Hughes County for just a little bit longer. If you're in OKC, if you're in Kingfisher, Taloga, Clinton, over toward Sayre, Altus, up toward Woodward, If you're awake, wondering where the storms are, or if they're going to be impacting you, they're not. You guys are done. This is all going to be moving over to eastern and parts of far southern Oklahoma, and we'll be monitoring those for the folks in the eastern and southern parts of the viewing area overnight tonight. So watch it for you. Stay at News 9. We'll keep you advised.
Like it tightened up a bit over Cookson. Makes sense to see a funnel there, but now we're seeing just, as we continue to move in between radars, and it looks like either it's cycling or potentially trying to weaken at the same time. We're going to be watching that. So far, I just want to show this downstream just a bit, as, the kind of northeastern edge of this line has not been severe warned for quite some time. However, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Adair County, as well as Cherokee, Muskogee, Sequoia, and heading into northwest Arkansas. And this one will go until, I believe, 2:45 a.m. So we're going to hang on to this for another 45 minutes for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail. Again, this line of the storm hasn't really been in the warnings for at least the past 30 minutes, if not longer, simply because it's mainly posed a flash flood threat. But now we are seeing potential wind speeds tick up and maybe a little bit of a hail core forming near Carter's Landing and areas to the north. Looks like just a small area.
From now Cherokee County over into Adair County. The speed on this is about 40 to 45. So again, that will track it through Adair County, getting out of the Cherokee County area vicinity. So east of Lake Tenkiller, east of Cookson now, south of Highway 100. The other tornado warning that we have going on for tonight extends, or this morning I should say, looks like they may have dropped it too. That was out in just to the west of Hannah. So now we have a flash flood warning for McIntosh County. We're still tracking strong, heavy thunderstorms around Eufaula. Very, very heavy rainfall, some strong gusty winds. Outflow boundary has passed through the Porham area. They are going to hold off now on a tornado warning for Adair County. So we're going to continue with our severe thunderstorm warning. But again, the potential there for the storm to spin up. As Trav mentioned, it's been kind of steady state, been very stubborn. And so we're just going to watch that here with a close eye as it tracks through parts of Adair County, south of Stillwell, but out to the west of Stillwell now, and even out to the west of Westville is where we have our heavy thunderstorms, strong to severe storms, really. And so you're looking at the chance of getting 60-mile-per-hour winds. That could knock your power out. That could do some damage to tree limbs, knock the leaves off, of course, and just kind of wake you up on a very noisy and rowdy night that we're having here across southeast Oklahoma. So from Barber down to Cookson, Lake Tenkiller, the rain continues to fall. It's very, very heavy. There may be some small hail embedded within this, but you are looking at some very gusty winds from Marble City and Vian, Trav, back down to Porham and Eufaula.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So yeah, power outages, trees broken, Chakota. So we have several things that have come in. Also, Alan and Stephen have come to think about it, and they smell good. I'm just saying. They must have just, because we've been here too long apparently. But this is we continue to monitor what's happening here for you guys southeast. I wish we could be happier, but the damage reports from Barnsdall and areas to the north up to around Bartlesville continue to be bad. So our morning teams are going to have all that. So if you're going to be, we hope you're going to be still watching Channel 6 here coming up through the overnight and through the morning hours. You can keep your TV just close by and then turn on Channel 6 in the morning, because we have our crews already in place. And so we'll have updates starting at 4:30, maybe earlier. But 4:30 is when our newscasts start normally. And so most of our storms will be dying out by that time. So we should see the end of it. Alan and Stephen will take this all the way through the southeastern part of the area. So we still have to get through Pittsburgh County. We're into McIntosh County with the heavy to severe storms. Sequoia, Dell, Bob, Vaughn continue to cover this area. And we still have concerns about what could happen. That's why they're going to have to be watching very closely with these severe storms and what is anticipated. The last of the tornado warning, maybe. We have a severe thunderstorm warning, as we said, in Cherokee County, southeastern Cherokee County, that matches up with a tornado warning. Circulation feature is still hanging in there right on the county line now, so it's just barely there. So it does appear that we're going to allow, and it's just not strong enough. I don't know if they'll continue, so now it's moved out of the tornado warned area. area of southeastern Cherokee County. So now the main circulation is over and just to the north of Bunch, southwest of Lyons. It's just a small area, and they're going to have to watch it. And Stacia mentioned this, but the tornado warnings have what we call a tag, which means that after they talk about what the tornado warning is, or the thunderstorm warning is all about, they say, but there is a chance of a possible tornado, so don't be surprised, even though this is a thunderstorm warning. So they say that because we don't actually have a tornado going on, and it looks more like it's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's what we're dealing with right now. And then further southwest, the tornado warning was dropped. And you mentioned that. I didn't know if you mentioned that. I was talking to Alan just a minute ago. But boy, do we have some heavy rains going on there. Hey, Dal, if you're with me right now, could you give me an update on the rain and what's going on with that storm as it's moving through Eufaula?
Yeah, Trev, right now we're sitting here. We're basically just off 69 and basically tons of rain. Heavy rain, training over the same areas at this point. Fortunately, though, the winds have really lightened, and so has the lightning. So maybe these things are just becoming rainmakers more than, severe weather makers and tornado makers. We're going to really keep an eye on it. We had some rotation back off to our west, but looks like it's at least weakened temporarily, but tons and tons of rain. Back to you, Trav.
All right, yeah. So much water and unfortunately flooding. And there's a lot of low water crossings across much of southeastern parts of our area. And so it's just, please make sure that if you have to get up early this morning, take off and you're watching, you just be very careful about cutting across anything, because I mean we're talking serious amounts of water have fallen across the area. Megan, I might have you just update us on rainfall totals again if you could. That would be great, and you can give us that update. In fact, you could start right now if you would, and we can fill that in. So just let me know when you've got the radar set up. You need to go to links 1. Is that where you're going to go?
Give me a second.
Okay.
To get this set up.
Okay, and then so you can see where Dallas, Sequoia is there, Eufaula. Vaughn is near Warner. Hey, Vaughn, let's go to you in Warner. Flooding conditions going on there. What do you have?
Yeah, there's a lot of water falling. The bar ditches are full, parking lots are full, highways full. So, and there's still more water to come. So it's not looking good. Maybe this stuff will drain off pretty quick. But thankfully, the winds are starting to calm down. They're still pretty strong, but no hail here, just some lightning and some heavy rain and a little bit of wind. So it didn't fare too bad.
No. That's not it could be worse. I mean, it is worse in eastern Osage County, but for our friends in southeastern Oklahoma, so far so good. Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate that report. And then Megan, you got it, huh? Okay, let's go to Megan. You can give us an update on what you have right now.
Hang on 1 second.
Okay, hang on, and we'll go ahead. And so we'll get an update from you, but that sounds like a lot of flooding rains going on across that area. What do you have for us?
Trav, taking a look at rainfall totals, a lot of spots, 2 to 3, even 4 inches of rain to the south and west of the J area, southeast of Pryor, 3 inches. You can tell where some of the heavier bands of rain. We had more of our heavier thunderstorms that set up to the west of Sperry, just under 2.5 inches of rain. Mulgi, about 2 inches. So a lot of spots, 2 to 3, even 4 inches in some of those higher rainfall amounts.
Okay, and sounds like they just issued a flood warning up around Ottawa County, around Miami. What do we had for rainfall amounts up there? What do you have? Up around Miami, what do we have for rainfall amounts?
Not as high, 1 to 2 inches.
Okay, because they said flood stage it's at 5.5, going to rise to flood stage Thursday morning, crest at 15 feet. Flood stage is 15, so it's going to rise just barely above. All right, that must have been coming out of southeastern Kansas, where some of that is. Also, did you get how much rainfall did it fall in Tulsa?
Cherokee County, even though there was a report of a funnel cloud about 15 to 20 minutes ago in Cookston, and you still see some indications of rotation on the radar. If you live in southern Cherokee County, you're good to go as far as any tornadic threat moving forward. And we're just going to watch this line of these two air masses coming together, and along which we have had areas of rotation.
Exactly.
So that's what we're going to be watching. As you get the notches in the radar, you can see little areas of rotation form, and we have been seeing that all evening now into this Tuesday morning.
Yes.
So the threat is still there for the damaging winds, 50 to 60. Could have some tree limbs down, waking up early. I know Joy wakes up early every day, so if you have to come to work and it's still dark, you got to be extra careful this Tuesday morning, because these storms you see here started in northern and central Oklahoma about 8 hours ago, and they've crossed all the way through green country, and they have put down a path of wind and heavy rain and flooding, and in some cases tornadic damage in the town of Barnstall and Bartlesville, both of them receiving a direct hit tonight from tornadoes.
Exactly.
So that's the kind of thing that has happened. So if you're waking up early and you got to get out the door, just be careful, because you have to take it extra slow out there on the roads because of what
most of the areas. Dell is kind of back into some areas north of Eufaula. Dell, anything changed there for you? I mean, is rain still pouring, I guess, but any other reports?
Basically just still heavy rain. Our temperatures dropped some, obviously being in the rain, so we're in 64 right now, but the winds are really quite light. Nothing like what we had earlier this evening, so that's actually really good news. There's just a lot of rain at this point, Trav. Back to you.
Okay, appreciate that. And unfortunately, you guys are going to get a lot of water, but that's better than tornadoes. Stacia, if we could, I would like to go back up into Osage County for a minute and show the shear for a second, just to share with some of the folks what happened. And we can probably back off some of our radar, I suppose, back that far. But just wanted to mention, I did have some folks that said, what happened earlier? Well, we did have tornadoes. Unfortunately, we had a tornado that developed. Really, it started near Keystone Lake. We were starting to see it develop just in Western Creek County, and then it started moving to the north. Ron was with that for a while. Alan was on the east side of it, but then it came up in our shear indicators. So this is shear track. This indicates where winds are the strongest, going in opposite directions. So there's a lot of commotion in the atmosphere, so you know something's going on just by this. So this gives us a good idea of how much turbulence is happening near surface, and then we knew as well we were getting debris signatures coming off of this. But this happened to go across Highway 20, so it started just southwest of the lake. In fact, can you go south just a little bit further to start there? A little bit, yeah. So just as it was coming across Keystone Reservoir, that in the Keystone Lake, when it's coming across Keystone Lake, just near Cleveland, we had a guy who used to work here named Travis Sperling, who reported as well a funnel cloud with that. Ron reported it as well, just off of 412. And that was where it just kind of hung in there, and then it dropped down just as it was getting ready to go across 20. We haven't heard of damage on 20 per se. We'll probably see that with the helicopter flight as we go through the daytime hours tomorrow. But it did apparently touch down someplace just on the west end of Skytook Lake. And then we saw debris signatures all along here, knowing that it was on the ground, because that's the radar seeing stuff that you're not supposed to see on the radar, which is rain and hail mostly, but it was seeing debris. And so therefore we had that coming into Barnstall. We had about, what, 20, 25, 30-minute warning for Barnstall. But unfortunately it took a direct hit. I say direct hit, but it sounded like some of the worst was on the east side again. And if you remember, I think it was EF1 was on the east side. Mm-hmm. That was 3 weeks ago. Do we have the exact time? Was it a month, 3 weeks? Excuse me. It wasn't very long. And unfortunately, those guys probably just getting stuff put back together, and then that's where we had the casualty and where we had injuries. And then it continued to look terrible moving northeast. This is when it was at its strongest, and you see the yellow and the oranges. This yellow to the oranges go to the highest levels you can get as far as shear. And what that means to us is that the tornado, estimated by radar, we don't know, but EF3 to EF4 type of winds, we have to wait and see what happens. So again, that's just generalizing, not being specific, not trying to throw out stuff other than giving you a ballpark idea. And then as it started to move further to the north and coming in on Bartlesville, really concerned with Bartlesville, because you notice there are still some strong indications in the yellow zones, and the gold color, if you want to call it that. And as it was going into Bartlesville, the good news was the storm, and we talked about this, storm was catching up with it as it was coming into Bartlesville, and that might have been the only thing that kind of slowed it down from being massive because it was by itself and doing pretty powerful, nasty damage. And then as it moved into Bartlesville, the main part of the storm line that was to the west came in and hit it. And then that probably helped control that a little bit. We don't know. We'll talk and look at it on radar. And then it kind of stopped a little bit near Bartlesville, north of or center of Bartlesville, then came back with some damage on the north and east sides of Bartlesville. And then finally around the Dewey area started to die down. So that's what we're going to talk about. Alan and Stephen will do some analysis on that during the morning shows, and they'll be able to talk to you about the storm tracks and more stuff of that. But that's what happened up there. That is gone for the time being, thankfully. Looks like it's going to be quiet for a while. See, a lot of our storm trackers are headed back, but we do still have a lot of flooding. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now. So this is going to be over Kerr Reservoir to Stigler, so northeastern Haskell County, northern Lafleur County, Sequoia County. And Stacia, if you could give us a storm track on that, where that's headed.
Yeah, so this is tracking more to the southeast, so from Sallisaw back down to Stigler, and the track is still going to be about 40 to 45 for tonight. So I'm going to take the leading edge from Sallisaw to the Kerr Reservoir back over to Porham, just north of Stigler. We're going to take it southeast. We'll do 45 from Kyoto to Muldrow, and so this will take it to Aikens by 218. So knocking on the door in Aikens now. Garland along with Red Hill, Brent by 220. Hanson, Gans, Maple all on the track along with Blackjack by 225, including Star and Tucker and Muldrow. So this will take it clipping the northeastern parts of Haskell County, and then of course from Sequoia County now the central parts of Sequoia County around Sallisaw, dropping it down to the southeast and getting into northern Lafleur County. The severe thunderstorm warning is until 3 a.m. We're talking about the chance at 60-mile-per-hour winds, very, very heavy rainfall, and some small hail. But that severe thunderstorm warning will continue for a while now into tonight as we track it down to the southeast at 40.
All right. Hey, thanks. Can we go to Stillwell, just south of Stillwell, for a minute and look at what's cooking there? And I don't like what's cooking there. So we're near Cherry Tree, and so we tightened up the velocities again, and so this tightened up considerably right in here. So if you are just wondering, it's hitting you right now. So you're on Highway 59 at this moment. So if you're right there on 59 near Cherry Tree area, you should have some scary looking clouds and probably some really strong winds. I'd say probably some 50, 60 mile an hour winds, maybe stronger. Shear indicates that the winds are strong enough that it could be doing some power outage issues right in here. So this is not good. So don't be surprised if you get knocked down some power because you get some branches knocked down, because it just won't quit. It just keeps on trucking. And so that's moving to the east. And so because of that, there's some more wind damage potential on this, because this is, and you can tell there's a big thunderstorm warning, but it's really localized where the circulation has continued to just move in from Muskogee. It's been moved over the lake. Now it's moving just to the south of Stillwell. And Stacia, if you can give me one more storm track on this one, please.
Yes, so this is going to move to the east at about 40. So from Salem to Bell, we're talking now Adair County.
A couple hours ago. And just take a look at this here. So it's taken quite some time from when these storms officially arrived. And of course, we were dealing with some of those tornado warnings earlier in the evening hours. But these storms really started to kind of slow down as they moved into the metro, giving that flash flooding threat. And that, of course, is why the metro has had to deal with so much rainfall as the storm has just taken its time moving through. So you can see it slowed down right as it started to push through southern Tulsa County, and now has a speed moving to the southeast at about 40 miles per hour. I think for us here, we are just looking at this line of storms. I know earlier in the evening hours, we had those storms form near Shakota as well as near Eufaula. And
near Cherry Tree, literally just south of Stillwell. Stillwell could have some strong damaging winds, and then Cherry Tree is going to be very much a similar story to the east as Stacia was just mentioning. So that's the one severe thunderstorm warning. And one other thing of note is that the warning continues. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue for areas pretty much in northwest Arkansas, Siloam Springs area, and then that goes down to Marble City and Sequoia County for 60 mile an hour winds, nickel-size hail. So that would be encompassing southwest Benton County in Arkansas, northwestern Crawford County in Arkansas, Washington County in Arkansas, and then Sequoia, Adair, and east central Muskogee counties still here in eastern Oklahoma. So that line is not quitting. It keeps on moving. Unfortunately, keeps giving when we don't want anything else. Flooding has subsided considerably because but still at 1:45. A National Weather Service employee said that we had water covering roads at 193rd and 106th Street North. So that isn't totally out of the picture as of yet. As that continues to move to the, most of the storms are moving well away from Tulsa. So it's been a while since we've had any flare-up. But we still have some flood warnings around Tulsa. So if you are near Tulsa, that flood warning continues till 4:15 a.m. And that's for any low water crossings. Most of the flash flooding is most likely ended since that's been an hour or two since it's rained. But that is a flood warning till 4:15 this morning. And good news is water is out of the picture. And Alan and Stephen hopefully have a great forecast that includes no more severe weather. But we are concerned about Wednesday and seeing what happens there. Stillwell storm still a little bit tight on the south side near Cherry Tree and Salem. And Stacia, what do you have to add?
Trav, we're still watching again that circulation. It's to the southwest of Salem, northwest of Bell. We did get a TDS signature here on radar, but I think that I'm just going to take that off here for a second. It doesn't look as tight as it once did. You know, this has been the same area that tracked through Muskogee County, Cherokee County, and it did the same thing. It would tighten up a little bit, then it would kind of loosen back up, and just kind of a pattern here as we track through Adair County. So from Salem, Bell now within the next, we'll do a time of arrival track to get it to the state line. So we're talking about 8 minutes before it gets over into Arkansas, and then continuing into Arkansas to Banyard by about 31 minutes from now. So that's our time of arrival tool. And again, the track is still looking at about 35 to 40 for that circulation, which is now south of Salem. So we're still tracking severe thunderstorms for Adair County, like you mentioned, down into Sequoia County, northern LaFleur. We do have our severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Haskell, southern Sequoia County, northern LaFleur. That will go until 3 o'clock. And the stronger winds, we're talking 60-mile-per-hour potential here, along with some very heavy rainfall and hail. We're also going to watch for any circulations, but there is an outflow boundary that we can see on radar from Sallisaw down to Stigler, getting about to Keota. So that helps with circulation features. It's really hard to get a tornado on the north side of that outflow boundary if it's still close enough to the storm. So we are thankful for that, but where we don't have an outflow boundary, and in fact it kind of gets back up into the storms, is where we find our circulation feature in southeastern Adair County. And then also we're going to watch for some really strong winds just to the west of Bellefonte over in Sequoia County, just now to the east of Bell up in Adair County, and extending in a line down to Long to Maple. So torrential rain on top of this, a lot of flash flood warnings, a lot of flooding as Trav talked about. And so we still have Pittsburgh County, Haskell, Latimer, LaFleur, eastern Sequoia. It still could be a rowdy morning for you guys as these storms continue to push through.
All right. Hey, thanks, Stacia. Appreciate that a lot. And we will continue to watch that storm that Stacia has there. You see on the storm track that is showing up there. And so that's still a tight circulation with those warnings. What we're going to do is we're going to continue until that circulation gets out into Arkansas. And then what we're going to do is take a break right around 2:30. And then Alan and Stephen are going to take over and continue our coverage as we look to the south and to the east. But this is a very tight. It's tight enough that it's a concern. Again, just south of areas. Did you need? Oh, I thought I heard. You weren't talking to me? Okay. All right. Okay. Mike was just, okay. I thought you were talking to me. The circulation feature, though, is right here. So we're near Bell Road, Salem. So if you're in this area, there's going to be a lowering, if you can see it. I don't know of how much lightning is. Is there very much lightning with this station? We kind of had to clear it. There's quite a bit.
Pretty electric.
Yes, that is. That's a small area with a lot of lightning going on. And that is still, no, that's not good. So if you're right in this area, again, you can see there's a lot of rural area. You can see all the trees. I mean, there's a ton. It's just totally treed. Great stuff. We need it. Saving, holding carbon. That's what we're going to say. But anyway, a lot of trees right in there. So it's kind of a rural area. But that circulation just near Salem is going to be moving it just kind of east, and that could get over to Stillwell Road, and then that'll be moving into Arkansas, right around Highway 59 into Arkansas as that continues to move east. But if you're in this area, it would be worthy of making sure if you're in a higher elevation, you could be on a ridge, you could be closer to being into some really strong winds. This is a strong damaging wind potential anyway here, and so we would say 60-mile-an-hour winds should be easily attained, and that is going to continue to track eastward. I don't know if our live radar can go quite that far and look at that. I was also going to, so we're right on the edge of that, so just barely, and okay. So not really anything there compared to SRX. I did want to go to Vaughn for 1 minute because it was pouring rain. It looks like the rain's kind of slowing down a little bit for where he is located. Vaughn is down, where is he now? Let's find Vaughn.
Warner?
There he is. Oh yeah, hiding under the Warner name. Vaughn, update, looks like the storms are moving off to your south and east. Update from you, what do you have?
Yeah, we're still getting some rain, pretty heavy rain here. So I bet you they've got several inches just from this one storm. But yeah, I'm on the backside of it now. Still getting a little bit of wind, but everything is starting to calm down here, Travis.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good news. We all like that idea, and so hopefully that will be the case. We'll give you a quick roundup of what's going on here because we're going to be leaving for a minute, and then Alan and Stephen will have updates here as we go through the morning hours and get them to their 4:30 morning show. Severe thunderstorm warnings are still in effect for the main part of these storms, which are around Stigler to Salisaw. And then you see it's moved out of Cherokee County, so we're okay in Cherokee County. The last of that...
They just issued on that?
On the Stillwell?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So they almost had to because it was pretty impressive little thing. So that's moving from Stillwell and then moving to the east. So that's, yep, and for good reason. We're just looking at it. I mean, it's as tight a circulation as we've seen for a while again. So that's just southeast of Salem. And so that's moving into Arkansas. So its state line is pretty much where we kind of differentiate. But if you're right there, this has been what we're watching. Rural area, and so that's continuing to move, and we will follow this out of the state at this point into Arkansas, western Arkansas, but the couplet is pretty tight, and now southeast of Salem. It's near Stillwell Road, and on the south side it is 710, East 710 Road on the south side, if you're there. Then that's headed on over to State Highway 59. So, Stacia, if you could give us one more storm track on that just to make sure we've got, but it's a little bit tighter.
It is. And so I'm going to do our time of arrival tool. We'll take it over into Crawford County. And so that will track over towards Highway 59, as Trav mentioned, by 2:30. And then we continue it up towards Odell. That would be by 2:36. And then Evansville, the strong winds are just out to the west with that circulation tracking up towards Odell by 2:36.
Okay. So that's a concern. It's been a concern since Muskogee, and it continues to be a concern. So that's why we have a tornado warning. So, and that's what Alan and Stephen will have to be watching here down south through LaFleur County and probably eastern Pittsburgh County, Latimer County. These are just the things that are just going to continue to wrap up. And let's go back to shear for a minute, if we could, see if we see anything different associated with that. So, yeah, the main emphasis is right at the apex of the inflow into this, and so this has been rotating the whole time since it's been over west of Muskogee, and continues to move to the east. So we're just about ready to cross over the state line. Tornado warning in effect here for a little bit longer. Then that goes into Arkansas, and then the only other thing that we have had is a severe thunderstorm warning. When are those warnings? I didn't look.
I think it was 3 o'clock for LaFleur.
Is it 2:45?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. Okay. So those storms will continue, obviously longer. This outflow boundary will really help here around Keota, because otherwise we'd probably have a tornado here at Kerr Reservoir if it wasn't for the fact that there's an outflow boundary. But what that means is that if you're in southern portions of Haskell County, or if you're in LaFleur County, it's wide open. Because we have so much energy just still sitting down here. And so that's what we are going to watch. And you see where Bob is located near Crowder. Sequoia was there with a tornado just last weekend. Bob, if you would, give us an update. What do you have going on there right now?
Hey, Travis, we're back on the Comrades. We're we've lost our radar down here and we've lost our cell phone service. So we're headed back to the west a little bit because we don't have any visual on anything and a little bit of lightning. Back to you.
All right. Well, that's good because southeast still has a chance for you storm. Were there any other storms down along the Red River station? I didn't see anything.
I don't see a lot.
Nothing much. Wow. It's being held in check.
It's quiet.
Well, okay. Hey, could you go up into central Missouri? Do we still have tornadoes up there? We had a whole bunch of tornadoes.
Not as many.
Nope. It's mainly a severe weather event now. Lined out all the way from Iowa. Wow. That is one crazy line. That was a big storm system that came through. But the tornadoes are here on the south side, more so east of Springfield. And then the last one is right now moving over into Arkansas. So this is the last of our severe weather. And anything, Megan?
There's a debris signature showing up.
Is there debris?
On top of the circulation.
Really?
It may have just happened and then.
Okay, so that means a tornado would have formed right there. Shoot.
Right over Evansville.
So that's, yep. Look at there. So what we think is that's some debris that could have been lofted up from a tornado right there, that blue area. So this is as it crossed over. So we probably ended up with a tornado just east of Cherry Tree. Now we've updated the tornado warning for that area. And so that's where the tighter circulation is. And that's where there's a tornado, more than likely. Let's look at velocity data one more time. And yeah, you can see the couplet right in here. So that's rotating literally state line. Is that not amazing? It's right on the state line. So that is the circulation feature we have at this moment. So that's a tornado, more than likely, at this moment, moving over. So it's moved through the Stillwell Road and moved from Salem to Stillwell Road and is now moving over toward Odell. And so our coverage really cuts off right here at this point. And but you can see that that is a tornado and the circulation feature associated with it. And that tornado warning will be expiring for eastern Oklahoma, for eastern and southeastern areas of Adair County here in just a moment when the next update comes through. But unfortunately, more than likely, that has been a tornado and is a tornado crossing the state line just east of Stillwell Road and moving toward Odell. If you're watching from Odell, you have friends in Odell, call them. They might be sleeping. They might not have any idea.
Adair County. This is northern Crawford County, southern Washington County. Heads up to you, Winslow. You're just outside the tornado warning, but let's go ahead and get prepared, get to our safe place. You can take us on your phones, on your computers, on your laptops. I've heard Scott say this before too. Turn the TV up as loud as you can in the living room or the bedroom, whatever's closest to you. New scan coming in, so it's still holding together here. Again, so we're going to continue to track this right along the Washington and Crawford County line. Still seeing some debris being lofted up in the sky there. The red.
Taking your tornado precautions immediately. This is a confirmed tornado. Let's look back at the debris signature here and we'll check it out. If you're wanting to plot roads, Zach, this is what you need to do. You need to take it off a pixel and put it on roads instead. So just to let you know, that's why you're seeing that. If you want to clear that
Please
off.
stay with us. We'll have more information shortly. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
Briefly be away from the Commerce things.
Doing that, I'm going to bring this up on Weather One. We're going to look at SRX and look at the stream. And so this is the radar from Fort Smith. Multiple storms in Benton and Carroll County. You don't have to worry about those. Those are rain, those are lightning. They'll obviously produce some heavy rain and it's going to be noisy. But the dangerous part of the line is on the south side of the line where that area is running more north to south. That's where the tornado potential is, and that's where your circulation is. And so there's that confirmed tornado that goes until 3 o'clock. So this is the area we're focused on, and this is only the area that we're focused on because all the other areas, it's just thunderstorms. Wow, some tremendous lightning I just saw flashing on our WeatherBug network camera from Cartwright Mountain. I want to bring that up full and see if we can see anything in terms of any type of activity. So this is our Cartwright Mountain WeatherBug network camera. You're going to see flashes off in the distance. Sometimes the connection's a little bit slower, especially when storms start rolling in. Peyton, you go ahead and give us any information if you see that on NWS chat. But a confirmed tornado on radar with debris being lofted in the air. And this means that the tornado was on the ground for a while already. So we're continuing to watch this this closely. But on our Cartwright Mountain Weather Bug Network camera, every now and then some lightning flashes that you can see. It's obviously not one of the
within
newer
a large line of thunderstorms that have been producing not only tornado damage over the last several hours, damaging winds and flooding. You can see all the bright reds there on live radar. That's exactly where the rotation is as well. So perhaps you lived in Winslow and you're thinking, oh gosh, I'm going to step on the back porch and try to get a gander at this. You're not going to be able to, right? It's not only dark, really dark out there, but that rain is coming down so heavily. In fact, we picked up 2 to 4 inches of rain in Benton County over the last couple of hours alone. You're just not going to be able to see it. This is truly a rain-wrapped tornado that looks like it still may very well be on the ground producing damage. You go back to correlation coefficient. It's a messy signal, but there's something there. There's something still in the atmosphere that's not supposed to be.
Yeah, absolutely. What's the latest velocity look like?
Latest velocity, I would say that actually is tightened up. That latest scan is increasingly concerning. A lot of bright reds and greens really tightly wound up where Zach's pinpointing. That's stronger than it was when the warning itself was issued.
It's moving east. Mountainburg, you're just to the southeast of the area of rotation. If it stays on its track, it'll stay to the north of you. It'll stay to the north of you, Chester. Storms can move quickly. They can change and start to shift northeast. They could stay east. They could go southeast. You're close enough, Chester, that you need to be in your safe place until we give you the all clear. Tornado on the ground. We know it's been on the ground since it was in eastern Adair County.
On that storm, if he has any type of visual. Peyton, you seeing anything new on NWS chat at all? Nope. All right. So that's what we're looking at here. As a matter of fact, I got my phone right here. Go ahead and mute me real quick. And Zach, take us through a storm track. I'm going to see if I can get Josh on a phone or line. Look at that circulation. Man, I think it's ramping up.
Is living along the Washington County, Crawford County line here. Winslow, you're in the direct path. If it holds together, it is coming right for you. Here is that line of storms that we're watching. And again, we have the potential of some gusty winds. Flooding threat more to the north, where the line is more almost southwest to northeast, kind of oriented in a way where it's kind of tracking over those same areas. And we've still got to watch these storms to the southwest. Salisaw is getting hit hard right now. We've got some gusty winds back in there. Fort Smith, you're not done by any means. The storms are just off towards the west of you and the southwest, and we absolutely have to watch those storms for the potential of some quick spin-ups. Still seeing this debris signature right here.
I would say that debris signature is even more pronounced than it was just a few moments ago. That tornado is on the ground right now as we speak. That rotation is tightening up. We may have a serious situation on our hands as that storm gets a little bit closer to Winslow. Right now, not technically included in that tornado warning. If I'm in Winslow, I'm putting the shoes on, I'm getting the kids out of the bed.
Absolutely.
And I'm moving to that safe space even without a warning, just given how serious this situation may very well be right now.
Look, we cover, I mean, you go through the years, and we've got a lot of experience together. You cover a lot of tornado warnings. You don't always get debris signatures.
You don't, especially with these QLCS, these embedded spin-ups like this.
These, yes, and we've said this before. These QLCS, they spin up so quick, right? They're usually more short-lived. A lot of times they can pulse up and then go away before the warning comes out, but sometimes you can get a longer track tornado to linger, and that's what we have here. We have a tornado that's been on the ground for multiple miles now out of Oklahoma. It's crossed the state line, southwestern portions of Washington County here. Strong signature here. So this is coming from the radar site out of Fort Smith. Red is moving away, green is moving towards it. We have that spin. Again, we can clearly see on radar, using all the knowledge that we have and all the tools we have, that there is a tornado on the ground right here, and it's been on the ground since Adair County.
Yeah, no question about it. Heads up, folks, in Winslow, that's especially living along that I-49 corridor in Washington County. This area of rotation is tracking quickly to your direction. 45 miles an hour is the current storm track. Still seeing debris lofted into the air. Rotation may have come down the last scan. but it's still pretty strong.
Absolutely.
I'm looking at some offhand radar data that's probably not populating behind you yet, Zach, but INRA is starting to come down.
Okay.
Supercell structure overall remains quite impressive, just given the overall setup. It looks more like an individual discrete supercell as opposed to something you would see embedded in a squall line.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about together too. Again, we've been watching this part of the storm. It has had our main attention for the last couple hours. This is the area that we said if there's going to be a storm that's going to give us some trouble, it's going to be this part of the line. We've been tracking it across eastern Oklahoma. Now it's into western Arkansas. And again, if you live between West Fork and Chester, you need to be in your tornado safe place. And again, we say it all the time. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. If it's a closet, it's a closet. If it's an interior bathroom, that's where you need to go. If it's a laundry room, you got to get in there as fast as possible. If you live in an apartment complex, this is where we always say, hopefully you've already reached out to that friend before. You've made friends with somebody there on the lower level that you can go down there. You want to be as on the lowest level of your home, your apartment complex, whatever it is that you can possibly be.
Hey, Zach, I want to draw attention to another area of this line. This is not currently tornado warned, but if we look just to the east of Cedarville, a little bit of a notch trying to develop there. Perhaps that could be the early signs of some rotation trying to develop. Not going to be tornado warned just yet, but not only do we see that rotation, in the early stages, looks like the Weather Service are also noting that as well. And you can kind of make that out. You're exactly right, pinpointing it right there.
Yeah, absolutely. There.
Of the tornado right now, but we're keeping an eye north and west right now. We're still along Interstate 49, mile marker 38, just near the Chester area. And again, no visual on the tornado right now, but an incredible amount of lightning. We're keeping an eye out to our north and west, and we're going to be probably getting a visual of this thing within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. It's going to come around this mountain. We're probably going to see it just off to our north and west, so we're keeping our eyes glued to the sky right now.
Yeah, we got our WeatherBug Network camera from Cartwright Mountain. You can really see that lightning beginning to increase. Wow, look at that rotation. There's a major hook that's on an area that's south of you, Josh. So that's what we're looking at. By the way, there's Josh Rugger's location. The area of the rotation now approaching Devil's Den State Park. There's a circulation. There's another circulation south of them. This is our WeatherBug Network camera from Cartwright Mountain, and we're looking off to the northwest. Look at the tremendous amount of lightning flashes. You can see our radar dome at the bottom of the screen. Still a confirmed tornado that's showing up with tornadic debris. So this is debris that's being wafted. And the beam height, what is it, about 3,500 feet, would we say? About there? What's it showing up as, Zach?
It's about 2,300 feet.
2,300 feet. So 2,300 feet, this debris is being lofted in the tornado. And we can't say for sure if it's still on the ground, but it sure looks like it, velocity signature-wise. So flaws, you're in the path of this storm. Let me bring up this weather camera full from our Cartwright Mountain WeatherBug Network camera, and let's see if we can see anything associated with this. So we're looking off to the west from Cartwright Mountain, and lightning not quite as fast on this stream. I'm going to bring up Weather 3 full, and then we're going to be able to see this a little bit better. So let's check this out as we look at, again, there's the Lincoln WeatherBug Network camera looking off in the distance where we were seeing those lightning.
Those reds where they meet each other really tightly. That's going to be our strong radar indicated rotation. You take it a little bit further, this is going to be just a few minutes ago. Still some strong rotation, but it's not as tightly compact.
Right.
So we're not spinning like a top as we once were. We are starting to see some power outages being reported to us along Highway 59 in Old Uniontown. So whether or not that was tornado-related power outages or perhaps some straight-line winds, yet to be determined. Power outages nonetheless. And anytime you're dealing with these overnight severe storms, the potential for tornadoes, power outages can be some of those early.
This is an older camera, not quite like the Gaither camera where you can see Gaither Mountain, where you can see a lot more visibility. But we got to go back to the radar. We're just not seeing anything visually on this. Josh, I know you're still on the storm. Pop in whenever you get a good view of this storm as it's passing to your north.
Got a couple of updates on the storm, Dan.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Well, it looks like they dropped that confirmed tag on it, and it looks like this storm is making more of a northeasterly trek. Okay, we should probably take Josh.
Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll go to Josh. Josh says he has a visual of the tornado. So this is in southwestern Washington County. Odell is one of the areas that got hit. So that's where we need to go. Josh, what are you seeing, man?
Yeah. So I'm looking at it right now off to the north and west. I do not see any indication that it's on the ground right now, but it's a very low funnel cloud that's moving just off to the north and west of my location. I'm located along Interstate 49 northbound, just off to the north of Chester near mile marker 38. I'm watching it very closely. We can see the well-defined lowering. We're starting to get a better visual of the funnel cloud, but we can definitely see it right in front of us right now. I don't see any power flashes, but I definitely can see where the lowering is right in front of us. We're starting to get some rain that's starting to fall too where we are. So we can see it visually. I don't see any indication that's on the ground right now, but we've got a visual of it along Interstate 49.
It's going to be hard to see, with the Cartwright Mountain camera, but there's the area of circulation. This is approaching the Strickler area. South of Strickler, there's the area of circulation that's moving northeastward. And as Zach mentioned, not confirmed anymore. So we knew there was debris lofted in the tornado. You could see it. Still a tornado warning.
Pretty quickly off towards the east.
Yeah, and again, we've still got that notch to the south. Next scan, and you were talking about it too. Next scan, it's already right there.
Yeah, it's coming up. Washington County may be broadening out, but that southern area of rotation that's not currently tornado warned very well could be tightening up real quickly, just to the southwest of Mountainburg.
Yeah, so we can go ahead and watch that. If you're in Mountainburg, why don't you go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions as well. Area of spin, really trying to tighten up there.
Zach, also we got to look just to the south of Alma, southwest of Alma. That's going to be just to the south of Interstate 40, not tornado warned either, but you can see a bit of a couplet trying to develop. I'm going to bump that just a little bit higher right there.
Yeah.
Sure enough.
Man, it has really ramped up as it got here into.
Look at that hook as well,
Wow.
moving into Alma. Let's
wow.
get folks moving in Alma. No tornado warning there, but that's certainly a very concerning signature.
You can see the rotation. That's what we're always looking for, guys. That's what we're always looking for. And then sometimes it just shows itself. Sometimes it's hard to find, and you really got to know what you're looking for. Other times, we can all see the area of spin. And when it wraps around that tight, there's clearly an area of spin there. Some gusty winds, strong winds there, and then potential of a tornado trying to tighten up to the southwest of Alma. Possible tornado trying to tighten up southwest of Mountainburg. And check this out too, Scott. We talk about the rotation.
New tornado warning.
New one?
The new tornado warning. This is going to include Crawford, Franklin, and Sebastian counties. This new tornado warning now in effect until 3:30. That's going to be Doppler radar indicated rotation, specifically for the storm. The area of rotation 2 miles southwest of Mountainburg, 3 miles southwest of Alma. So it looks like we've got a couple of different areas of rotation. We gave you the early heads up. Now both areas of rotation under a tornado warning.
Wow. Truly has just ramped up in a matter of 30 minutes here. Fort Smith, you are not currently in the tornado warning. You are in a thunderstorm warning for some damaging winds just to your northwest. If you live east of Fort Smith, in between Alma, Fort Smith, you are in that tornado warning. 3 areas that we're watching right now. Area of spin, possible tornado trying to develop, if not already, just on the south side of Alma. We have another area here just crossed I-49. South of Chester near Mountainburg, and then we've got another area of spin. This was a confirmed tornado on the ground out of Adair County across southwestern Washington County. It's kind of weakened, it's broadened. Also, Scott, one thing to notice on this is way on the backside of the rain too, so the rain and lightning is going to pick up in Winslow before that area of spin gets there. So do not let your guard down thinking, okay, it's been raining for a couple minutes, everything's fine. That one is certainly tucked back on the backside.
You know, when we issue tornado warnings for these convective line systems, these squall lines, it's a lot like playing whack-a-mole. This rotation develops really quickly. And if you keep in mind that the radar can only scan it, really giving us new data every couple of minutes, sometimes these areas of rotation can actually develop between radar scans. Therefore, the warning lead time isn't all that as much as it would be if these were discrete supercells that, we saw out west, even yesterday in parts of central Oklahoma. You know, as we draw these warnings out a little bit further, you really can't take the time you have for granted. It's time to go ahead and take those tornado safety precautions, because we just don't exactly know how quickly another area of rotation is going to spin up.
No. Let's do this then. Why don't we zoom in on the Alma one? We'll get a little closer look there. Let's see if we look at velocity a little closer, see if we see any debris signatures here, and then we could specifically track that one out a little bit. South of Alma, Dyer, heads up to you, Mulberry, Pleasant View, you are in the path of a potential tornado here. Again, this is the area that we're watching. We're looking to see if we could see some debris.
I don't see it. I don't see it yet. I do see a definitive area of rotation there.
Yeah.
Near Kibler. So we're in the river bottoms. South of Alma, this is gonna be south of 40, south of 64. Definitely an area of rotation. Not seeing debris lofted into the atmosphere right now.
And again, these tornadoes, they can pick up and down. So maybe it lifts up for a scan. That's what Scott was just saying, that in between scans, it takes time. It takes a couple minutes. You know, you send out that radar beam, and then you wait for it to come back, process the information. It takes a moment. So we're watching that possible tornado trying to develop. It may have touched down briefly, maybe lifting. Again, we're watching that. We've been watching this area of rotation come across I-49 now, south of Mountainburg. Possible tornado trying to develop, if not already developing a little bit.
Definitively some winds coming out. You see that Boeing segment near Graphic? This means just south of Mountainburg. Minimally, we've got winds up to 60 coming out of that storm. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we don't have a little eddy trying to develop in that kink in the line, right there where you see the rotation. It's not as well defined, but it's certainly there.
Yeah.
No question about it.
Have you seen anything on the CC with that one?
Let's see. Nothing there. Nothing notable in the debris signature. No debris fields noted in the Washington County storm anymore. We did have probably for about 4 to 5 minutes consecutive scans of debris being lofted into the air in southwestern Washington County. But right now, not seeing anything that co-locates with that area of rotation.
We have a little nub that is sticking out. Definitely could be seeing some rotation with this area that is just south of Alma. And we can do another track on that. Let me show you the velocity where we see the reds that are going away from the radar, the greens going towards the radar. That's an area that we have to watch out for. So I can do another track on that one.
Wow, look at that in Alma.
Yeah.
Look at that circulation.
Yeah, I've been wanting to talk about that for a little bit.
Yeah, so right now we are south of Alma.
Yeah. Look at that circulation south of Alma. So let me bring that up on our weather camera here. I think I was seeing some swirling rain curtains, and I didn't know which way to look. So
what you're looking at right now is you're looking at a fresh track of the Alma storm. This storm is making its way east. Initially, it was heading southeast. Now it's becoming more line normal with that shear vector. So the tornado potential is going up, and that's why we had this warning. So if you are in the path of the storm, you need to be in your safe place right now. Frog Bayou Wildlife Management Area, 2:53 a.m. in the morning. Vine Prairie Public Use Area, 2:58 a.m. Pleasant View, 3:01 a.m. Oak Grove Church, 3:02. White Oak Park, 3:04. Cecil, 3:05. Citadel Bluff Park, 3:06. So this is what we're looking at. This is another area of rotation. Again, right now we're just to the southeast of Alma, and
yeah, look at Mega Doppler here, Zach. Bring this up on Weather 2. Look at that hook that's showing up at the bottom side of the storm, southeast of Alma. So there's your circulation southwest of Dyer, and we were looking at our Weather Bug Network camera to the southeast.
Thunder, a lot of heavy downpours, but the rotation in southwestern Washington County, which initially prompted our first tornado warning, it's just really broad at this point. And that warning set to expire, in basically 6 minutes. It doesn't look like they're going to continue that.
Yeah, Winslow, you still got a pretty intense thunderstorm coming into your area. Again, one that did have or does have a history of producing a tornado, so keep that in mind. There's nothing wrong if you're in Winslow listening to us, watching us right now, and you're in your safe place. You don't have to come out. You can
Zach,
certainly stay there.
I need to just look at this debris signature. This is going to be just south of Interstate 40 between Alma and Dyer. Looks like we might have a debris signature there. That's exactly where the hook is. That's exactly where we find the rotation. It's
Yeah.
coming up. I'd say both areas of rotation getting ready to move into
Yeah.
Franklin County are coming up. If you're in Mulberry, you're in this tornado warning. You're right in between both areas of rotation. Looks like one may try to skirt just south of I-40. The other, it's going to be moving in the northern half of Franklin
County. There's just nothing there that we can get a view on, and it's tough to spot as well. Be looking out for confirmed
Dan,
on
I
this.
think that might, there's debris signature, that's what they're talking about in the chat. I think that might go confirmed.
Okay.
The one that's moving from Crawford County into Franklin County, the one east of Mountainburg, right?
Yeah, it's moving right now into Franklin County. Let's look at the debris signature. I don't see it quite as defined as before. Let me take the camera off the screen here. And there you get to see.
What more organized than I think what you would typically expect in a line segment like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, there's Van Buren. Van Buren, you're not in the line of this storm. We still have the line is north to south right here. It quickly curves back towards the west. So we still have strong storms out towards the west that we have to watch. Those could try to spin up here. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But right now, Crawford County moving into western Franklin County. This is the most intense part of the line that we have right now, where we have two areas of rotation that we are watching.
The warning has been updated to go with radar confirmed tornado likely to the south of Dyer. That's going to be moving into far eastern Crawford. Mulberry is included in the path of this potentially life-threatening situation. If we've had a tornado on the ground lofting debris into the air, that tells us this is certainly something we want to take with a great deal of seriousness, especially for Mulberry. Heads up Mulberry, Pleasant View. Getting into western Franklin County, this is moving your direction next. There's a secondary area of rotation to the north that's going to move through northern Franklin County as well. Not seeing debris with that one yet, but strong rotation nonetheless.
Yeah, and you've already pointed out too, starting to bow out there. So don't look at that and say, okay, the rotation may be going down and we're all good. We could still be seeing potentially a damaging wind threat still developing there, 50, 60 plus mile per hour winds trying to get going. Area of rotation right there to the area of Mountainburg, still there. Do we want to track out the Alma?
What's observed by the radar, hail size about $half size until 3:30. So multiple tornado warnings now being issued, including this part of the storm that's going to be tracking very, very, very close to the Winslow area. Let's go ahead and we'll go back to the radar if we can. So that tornado warning goes until 3 o'clock. That's almost going to expire at this point. Let's see what we've got here for velocity. Yeah, just to the north of the Winslow area is where that area of rotation is going to be, that circulation.